Chapter 51, Fighting and Approach. Ken and the Cloud Trio descended down to the lower levels of the cave, landing with a thud and breaking the ground underneath them as the cultists parted ways around them and drew their weapons. "We're in enemy territory. Cooperation might become difficult from here on out," Ken said in a calm voice as his blade glowed brightly. He wasn't exactly used to fighting alongside them after all, it was fair to give them a warning at the very least. "Humph. Don't worry, we can take care of ourselves." The Raikage smiled confidently as lighting covered his body. A followed his father's movements, and also used his lightning release chakra mode from the beginning. "We'll end this quickly, I guess." B sighed when seeing everyone already up for battle. Without any hesitation, he drew on the tailed beast's chakra, allowing a dark purplish cloak of chakra to cover his body as two tentacle-like chakra tendrils rose from his back. The chakra seemed to instantly catch Ken's attention, as he was quite curious about how powerful Killer Bee actually was. Thankfully, he was about to find out. The cultists around them seemed to be fearful at their sight, but they were quickly rallied by what Ken assumed was a higher-ranking member. "Lord Jashin calls for blood. Take out all of these dirty heathens that dare trespass on his sanctuary." The man wore a pointed hood beside the common cultist robe, and he wielded two sickles in his hands, which seemed to be tied to his wrist by lengthy chains that were wrapped around his arms. From his words, the crowd that had gathered around Ken and the three shinobi instantly charged with zealous screams. For Lord Jashi they, unfortunately, didn't even get to finish their chant, as the four heathens had already dashed in different directions, all entering the fold cultists, like wolves attacking a flock of sheep. The Raikage and A were both human weapons, each movement of theirs split humans apart, as they passed through dozens of people in mere seconds. Ken also dexterously danced through them, his blade cleaving through both their weapons and bodies with excessive ease, as the cultists struggled to react to his flying slashes and his extended reach, as his chakra blade seemed to stretch out more and more with each swing. Then there was the Jinkraki, Killer Bee. He was not as fast as Ken, but he wasn't that far behind. He seemed to be blessed with unnatural strength, as he wielded two blades at once and cleaved through the enemies around him just as easily as his allies. His chakra tails, although looking rather intangible, still seemed to act as physical constructs, just from the density of his chakra. They acted as a shield, batting away attacks constantly and crushing whoever got too close to B's back. The regular cultists couldn't even keep up with his speed, let alone that of Ken and the others. In the end, the room was cleared of cultists rather quickly, not even taking a minute for hundreds of men and women to meet their end. Surprisingly, Ken was the one to rack up the most kills. Since their opponents were weak, his flying slashes were able to cleave through them more effectively than anything else. The Raikage was still a close second though, as he had taken care of his part of the room very quickly, weapons breaking upon touching his skin as his body reached an unprecedented level of toughness. A came third, and B came last. Not that it was a contest. A gulped a bit when seeing the bloody figure of Ken, his clean blade was now evenly coated in blood. The entire room was a bloodbath. Both Ken and the Raikage seemed to be completely unbothered by the quite literal pool of blood they had created. A also tried to hide his disgust as he felt his shoes soak in blood. He was successful, as he had already been trained for such things. It was the same for B, who just looked at the last cultist left in the room. It was the one that had wielded two sickles. Now he was only wielding none, as both of his arms were cut off, still wriggling on the ground somewhere. His hood was also ripped off, revealing a rotting face, even filled with maggots. "So this is an example of the defective immortals, hey?" the Raikage muttered as he walked closer to the man that was currently impaled onto the wall. Ken had made short work of him, cutting off his limbs swiftly and sticking him to the wall by impaling him with various weapons he had taken from the cultists. "Yep. Weaker than the one I had faced before at least." Ken nodded as he shook his blade, flinging some more blood on the ground. "Why you heathens? Lord Jashin will never forgive you for what you've done." The decomposing man spoke out with hate, causing Ken to yawn for a few seconds. They seem to have the same speech patterns though. The blind swordsman tilted his head as he looked around and stuck another blade into the immortal, causing him to scream. Sound annoying. Killer B muttered as he also walked a bit closer, his dark purple chakra cloak still active as his tail swayed behind him. It certainly was. Ken nodded as he turned his head to the side. We won't get much time to interrogate this one now. Cavalry's incoming. The blind swordsman said as he turned and faced a large stone gate. More cultists? This is starting to feel like an ant's nest. A spat on the ground as he clenched his fists, lighting buzzing all around him. There's 10 of them, all immortals from what I can tell. Ken tilted his head as the Raikage smiled widely. You think their leader is among them? I'd love to get things over with quickly. Unlikely, they all seem to be moving side by side. I'd wager a guess and say they're all of the same ranks. Ken shook his head as he raised his blade and filled it with chakra. He pooled more and more chakra into the blade, causing it to shine brightly once more as lighting arced all around him. You're going all out already? The Raikage asked as he clenched his fists as well, preparing to tear apart a few more cultists. Just giving them a warning shot. Ken then grabbed the blade with both of his hands, bringing it to his side as he stepped forward. Divine separation. Ken muttered as he named the move on a whim. With a heavy step, the cracks spread through the ground underneath his feet as he instantly swung his blade at the stone gate. He released a blue flying slash which was buzzing with lighting. It grew in size and seemed to cover the entire gate as it rushed forward, disintegrating the gate instantly and cleaving the walls of the cave in front of them. The entire cave shook as the flying slash burned everything in its path, and Ken heaved some steam, before placing his blade back into the seal on his wrist. A looked at the scene with a bit of concealed fear. He didn't wish to admit it, but he surely would have died if he tried taking it head-on during their spar. But did he just use up all of his chakra in one go? A was worried that Ken was now going to become a liability, but his worries turned out to be unfounded. The Cloud Trio watched as Ken's entire body was now filled with scales, and a spiky tail grew out of his back and slapped the ground, sending a shockwave all around him and cracking the ground underneath him even further. Most of his body was covered by his black coat, but the shinobi were still able to notice the change. Now that I think about it, there was something regarding a transformation in the reports of the grass village. The Raikage narrowed his eyes as he watched Ken's back shifting as he seemed to gain a few more kilograms of muscle. B seemed to be the one least surprised by the transformation, as the tailed beast within him had already warned him of something like this happening. Monster. The immortal man impaled on the wall still got to see the entire scene. Even his insane mind was able to register the fact that Ken was not a human. His fear was palpable, both at the transformation and the attack that the masked swordsman had just released. Ken didn't feel like listening to him talk anymore. So his tail shot up and instantly vaporized the cultist's head. Finally some silence. The blind monster spoke calmly as his tail swayed once more, shaking off some of the cultist's blood. The Raikage's eyes widened when seeing that attack. That speed and power! I think I wouldn't even be able to face him without the black lighting chakra mode. A just sweated a bit. Ken was able to react to his speed even before the transformation, now they seemed to have almost the same speed. Which meant he had absolutely no chance of fighting Ken in that state. Couldn't we have squished some information out of him first? B said as he poked the man's still moving body. The decomposing immortal was not dead by any means. But now that his head was in pieces, it wasn't possible to question him anymore. We still have plenty of immortals left to capture. They're still coming our way. It seems my attack was only able to get rid of 2. Ken smiled as he took off his mask and put it on his belt. Had. Quite an attack that was. The Raikage smiled as he took one last look at the wall of the cave that Ken had cut. The lighting flying slash had turned the stone to magma, as it dripped down to the ground. I've not had many chances to try it out. It was a surprise even for me. Ken nodded as he then pointed his hand at the ruined stone gate. Here they are. He then dashed forward, with the Raikage and A right at his side, while B followed closely behind. The 10 immortals ran down the hallways of their sanctuary with haste. They had no idea who was brazen enough to intrude upon their temple, but they knew that they needed to deal with it, as Lord Jashin had commanded them to. They each had tattooed on their bodies different markings, many variations of Jashin's sign. The 2 further ahead of the rest were number 1 and 2, the strongest immortals in their group. Unfortunately for them, they didn't have a lot of luck, despite their powerful cursed techniques and mastery. They were the first ones to fall. Taken by surprise, the large flying slash cleaved towards them at lightning speed. They only noticed it in time to signal for the others to jump, but they realized none of them would have enough time to dodge the attack. So instead of trying, the 2 strongest decided to give the others a chance at survival. They took out their weapons, one wielded a large halberd, while one wielded a war scythe. They coated their weapons in chakra, as they braced for impact. While their allies all jumped up, trying to cling to the ceiling. The 2 of them managed to hold it there for only 2 seconds, as sparks flew all around them, and their weapons melted in their hands. The flying slash then advanced forwards, burning their bodies and turning them into charcoal as they were sent flying back into the corridor they came from. The other 8 immortals had managed to cling to the ceiling thanks to them, dodging the slash almost perfectly, with only one of them getting his legs caught up and burnt off. Thankfully, he didn't have any pain receptors, so he just silently bore with it. Even if they now feared the source of that attack, they still had the confidence to press forward. One of the other immortals strapped the legless one to his back, as he was still able to fight. Whoever that was. I doubt they can use such an attack again. NR.3 said, he was missing all of his skin as a result of his immortality, but that didn't make him weak or stupid. He quickly encouraged the others to press forward. The other numbered immortals were already committed to their cause anyway. Serve the heathens to Lord Jashin as sacrifices or die trying. Was the mission that was already imprinted in their minds, and they were going to see it through. But when advancing into the room, they were only met with even more hardship. The Raikage was the one to claim the first kill, stabbing through the first immortal's head, turning him into a headless chicken before using his body like a mace and crushing the limbs of another. A took a different approach, slowly dismembering one of them, while the other seemed to be doing his best to draw some blood from him, unsuccessfully. After finishing with one, A was able to deal with the second, first, breaking his weapon with his bare hands, then proceeding to dismember him as well. B was dealing with the 2 that were strapped together. One of them was already lacking any mobility, while the other wielded large cleavers and swung them madly, trying to stop him from getting too close. It seemed to work for all of 1 second before Killer B grew another purple octopus tail out of chakra and slapped the men he was fighting into a wall, before rushing them and hacking at their arms. Ken also managed to deal with one immortal, slashing off his arms before piercing his chest with his tail and throwing him back where he came from. He was then stuck dodging the attacks of the skinless number 3, who managed to land an overhead swing with his large naginata. Only for it to be blocked by Ken's tail. Sparks rose as the blade struggled against the spikes on the blind assassin's tail. The clash only lasted 1 second, as Ken's tail quickly started moving at great speeds, almost turning into a saw as he cut through the naginata. The third immortal tried to kick Ken away, but his kick was completely shrugged off, with the blind monster not even flinching. Ken grabbed his leg and started smashing him into the ground repeatedly, breaking as many bones as he could and even turning his head to mush before throwing him towards the first immortal they had encountered, who was still impaled on a wall. The fight then died down, as all of the immortals were taken out, Ken and the rest not sustaining any injuries at all. Now, to look for the leader. Chapter 52, Curses and Collapse. Ken felt odd about the situation as soon as all of the immortals fell. Even if they overpowered the cultists greatly, he still expected to see many curses from the immortals. Ken had specifically tried to avoid getting touched at all throughout the fight. He didn't know if all curses needed blood after all, so the less he physically interacted with the immortals the better. Even then, it just felt odd that none of the cultists had even attempted to start up a cursed technique. Do all of their jujutsu really require blood? And while it was possible that they dealt with them before they got to use any jujutsu, there was also a lingering feeling of unease about the rather lackluster fight. A himself was somewhat disappointed by the adversity they met as well, and it was becoming harder and harder to justify Ken's salary. The Reikage was not quite disappointed, that was the outcome he had expected at the end of the day. The enemies they dealt with were nothing to scoff at either, as most jonin would likely die when faced with even one of the immortals. Still, to think there would be this many cultists around. Their number was truly what impressed the Reikage. He failed to understand how such a large organization could make its home in their territory. Killer Bee just huffed a bit as he allowed the purplish chakra cloaking him to recede back into his body. He had struggled the most with his opponents at first, he didn't have the same overwhelming advantage in speed as his peers after all. But he still managed to take on two of the strongest members in the cult while barely even breaking a sweat. They took a few seconds to examine the immortals before going forward. We'll have to interrogate quite a few of them later. But for now, just going deeper into this hideout seems like the way to go. The Reikage scratched his beard as he signaled for everyone to follow him. The four of them turned and started walking down the ruined corridor where the immortals had come from. Ken's attack had really affected the integrity of the cave, so it was only a matter of time before the entire corridor collapsed. Not that it would be too big of an issue for the four of them. Still, the blind swordsman sighed when sensing the poor structural integrity of the cave, somewhat regretting that he had decided to just test out his technique inside. He was about to turn back to his human form before he immediately stopped in his tracks. A faint vibration entered his ear, and his tail shot up, batting away a knife that had been barreling towards Killer Bee's back. The rest of the group was immediately alerted when they heard the clang of metal, all of them turning around and jumping further into the corridor while looking back at the room they came from with caution. What was that? Bee said as purplish chakra flared up around him once more. A knife. Ken said as his tail swayed around for a few seconds, preparing to intercept any other incoming projectile. Obviously, but who threw it? A said as the lighting around him seemed to lash out in anger. No one in particular. The Reikage said as he looked at the room, all of the immortals were still downed. Hat. A small laughter sounded out, as one of the downed immortals was relatively close to them. It was one that Ken had kicked back into the corridor at the beginning of the fight. He was lacking any means to defend himself, yet he seemed to be amused for some reason. The immortal's face seemed deformed, as he didn't have any lips, nor did he seem to have any eyelashes. His eyes were open and bloodshot and his bald head was filled with thick veins that made him look sickly. Did you all think this fight would end as a simple melee? The limbless immortal said as his body seemed to be dragged across the floor. He was quickly dragged towards the large room by a strange force. The four of them simply looked on, deciding to observe the situation first before acting. Inside the large room from before, something rather strange was happening. All of the blood was gathering up in one spot, and all of the bodies were being consumed as if by a corrosive substance. Ken scoffed when he realized that only the bodies of the immortals seemed to remain intact, as all 9 of them were absorbed into the blob of gelatinous/corrosive blood. The bodies of the 9 immortals seemed to navigate through the slime freely, all turned in the direction of the 4 shinobi. Combination cursed technique. Cursed behemoth. Their voices resonated, all speaking at the same time. It was as if their consciousness had been connected as well. This does look a tad concerning. Killer Bee sweated a bit as he scratched the back of his head. He would have acted a bit more arrogant, had it not been for the tailed beast within him warning him once again to be careful. The Reikage was also quite wary. He knew that cursed techniques could get annoying, and the fact that they didn't have any information on the one before them was all the more concerning. Bah! Cheap tricks like these won't do much to us. A scoffed as he turned into a blur and rushed towards the blob of blood and flesh with his hand outstretched. Hell stab! His hand turned into a spear as he pointed one finger forward. The Raikage was once again disappointed at his son's brash attitude. He immediately rushed over to try and stop him, but it was too late. A came in contact with the blob almost immediately, and his hand entered it without much resistance. The slimy creature then seemed to want to completely wrap around A's body, likely trying to corrode it away. The Raikage had already appeared behind his son though, and he pulled A by the back of the neck and rolled away just as the slime came crashing down on them. Tisk. A, we will have a serious talk about your performance in this mission. The Raikage truly didn't appreciate that A was making a fool of himself in front of Ken. How am I supposed to convince Ken to follow you in the future if you're this rash? A was once again forced to look at the ground shamefully for 1 second, before fixating his gaze back on the cursed behemoth before them. It wasn't exactly the time for contemplation after all. Thankfully it doesn't look like its speed is enough to touch us. Ken also walked forwards alongside Killer B. Well, it looks like it can match mine. I'll have to amp up a bit more. You might want to stand back for this. B sighed as he somehow restrained himself from breaking out into a freestyle. It was a rather serious mission after all. Now it was also apparently more dangerous than initially estimated. Ken nodded before he noticed the entire cave started trembling. Both B and he were taken off guard and they both lost their balance. The blind swordsman instantly regained his and immediately started jumping away from the point where the rocks seemed to be gathering, which was B. Ken scoffed as he stopped and turned to B, who was now completely engulfed in large chunks of the cave rocks. Cursed technique, targeting dummy curse. One of the immortals within the giant blob of viscous blood smiled widely, causing A and the Raikage to scoff. A curse of targeting. I'm assuming he somehow placed it on B. At least that explains the knife from earlier. I think B was touched a few times during his fight, maybe that's how it was placed. Ken just sighed as he assumed that B was taken out of the fight. He assumed that for all of 2 seconds before he felt an overwhelming amount of chakra from the pile of rubble, chakra which only seemed to rise more and more by the moment. Purple light seemed to explode out of the fallen rocks, causing Ken to take a few steps back as he covered his face, shielding it from rocks. The rocks were all blasted away, and Ken could hear a few annoyed and surprised sounds from the immortals that were still within their combination technique. The purple light then died down to reveal the figure of a man. Ken couldn't help but smile when feeling just how much more powerful B had become. I really ought to ask Saburo more about this Killer B fellow. Or maybe ask the Raikage himself. Killer B now seemed to be completely covered in a thick, solid layer of constantly revolving purple chakra. 4 solid octopus tails appeared to have grown from his tailbone as he crouched and breathed a bit of steam. His eyes were deep black holes and his mouth appeared to have morphed into a fanged grin, as his head seemed to grow a solid pair of bony horns. Hat. Now I feel more ready. Ken's smile deepened when hearing Killer B's voice, which sounded a lot deeper. His presence changed completely. The blind swordsman was well and truly impressed. The only thing that bothered him was the fact that he could see the color of the thick chakra cloak that seemed to have covered B's body. As Ken admired the transformation of Killer B, their opponent was not standing still. The viscous blood seemed to lash out, part of its body extending as a tentacle and whipping towards the Raikage and A. The two of them were able to easily dodge, both dashing to the sides as they circled around the behemoth with ease. The viscous blood seemed to rush forward, trying to aim for either Ken or the now transformed B. Ken prepared to dodge before he noticed the fact that B had just scoffed at the attack of the curse users. As if. B then brought his tails forwards, arching them towards his mouth as a small ball of chakra seemed to gather there. Ken sweated a bit when sensing that, realizing that there was more chakra in that small ball than he had ever had in his entire body. Tailed beast ball. The ball then expanded forwards just as the viscous liquid reached B. Before it even got to touch his chakra-covered skin, the ball that B had near his mouth blasted itself forward in the form of a gigantic laser. The viscous liquid was either immediately erased or pushed back completely. The wave seemed to completely break a large chunk of the behemoth that had just formed. Ken was having a rather difficult time discerning just how much damage Killer Bee's attack had done though. The blind monster was still getting used to begin around that much chakra, his senses were being slightly overloaded for once. Good job B. You took out 4 of the fuckers. The Raikage shouted as he dodged a few tentacles, which quickly fell to the ground and started re-entering the main body. The cursed behemoth seemed to be trying its best to recover. Ken did notice something rather crucial though. It's gotten a lot smaller. Maybe it was because B had technically disintegrated part of its body? Or maybe because almost half of the people holding it together were also erased. Regardless, one thing was clear. B. Can you shoot a few more of those? Ken asked as he stood behind the Jinkriki as he made the request. Sure. Thin B's words were interrupted by something they really should have expected. A large tremor overtook the entire cave, as all of the ceilings started collapsing on top of them. Shit! Stick together! The Raikage shouted as they were all shrouded in dust. Ken just scoffed and immediately dug a hole in the ground for himself, using his tail to stop the rocks from falling in it while waiting for everything to settle. Meanwhile, he could feel Killer Bee just creating a dome of chakra around him to stop the falling rocks. Well, this could have gone worse, I guess. The blind swordsman thought to himself as he sensed his surroundings. Then he felt the viscous liquid still moving around between the cracks of the rocks. Well shit, I guess not. Chapter 53, Overwhelming Power, Target and Lead. This situation certainly could have gone better. I guess it's my fault for following the Raikage's plan. Or lack of plan if you want to be specific. Now, no one is actually stuck in between these rocks. I can dig my way out of this cave without much trouble. I'm sure it's the same for the others as well. The problem is that that strange slimy liquid is still able to move freely, while we are technically trapped for the moment. Being in a dark environment isn't exactly an issue for me, but it might be for others. The dust hasn't even settled yet and the liquid seems to be already trying to go after who they perceive to be the weakest link. A. It might take a while for A and the Raikage to dig themselves out. In that time it's entirely possible that the liquid might reach them. Whether or not it can actually damage A is still debatable though. It seemed to be corrosive enough to get rid of bodies almost instantly, but I doubt A or the Raikage are weak enough to get affected by that. This cursed technique is already annoying enough, aided by the fact that the ones using it can't actually die. If I had more chakra, burning this cursed behemoth would certainly be my best option. For now, I'll just have to rely on B's powers. They certainly seemed quite effective. It's safe to assume this cursed technique will die out when all of the immortals are blown away and separated from one another or are dead, and that tailed beast ball from B seemed to do the trick. Just like that, my next objective is set. I should be able to dig my way out of here quickly. I need to get to B and help him aim another one of those tailed beast balls at the bodies of the immortals. I can still spot them through the debris and rocks. The faster I move the better. Ken's tail immediately started drilling into the stone that had covered the hole he had dug for himself. Thankfully, B was not far from him, still encased in a dome of chakra. It felt just as destructive as the cloak that covered his body, and the rocks were simply unable to penetrate it. Ken was though. The blind monster pierced the dome with his tail, making his presence known. B then made a hole for him to enter. The Jinchuriki was looking at Ken with a somewhat tired gaze. My bad. I should have thought a bit more about the structure of the cave before firing off that tailed beast ball. B said as he scratched the back of his horned head. His voice still sounded much deeper than usual, it was almost as if two voices were speaking at the same time. It's fine, it was bound to happen regardless of what any of us did. Besides, I think you're the only one of us that can currently properly take care of that thing. Ken walked a bit closer to B and sat down by his side. Seriously? Well, I guess it did seem much smaller after taking that hit. B seemed to be a bit discouraged by his blunder, obviously disappointed in himself for potentially endangering his teammates. Smaller and with less reach. Ken said as a smile rose on his scaled face. Currently, getting close to that thing is unsafe, God knows what type of curses it can put on us. You need to take it out. B immediately perked up and nodded. I'll take care of it then. He then started charging up another tailed beast ball, allowing an absurd amount of chakra to gather in front of his open mouth. Ken nodded and turned his head towards the position where the immortals were. They had all been crushed by the rocks in a rather close fashion, their bodies were stuck, but the blood-like liquid was not. Shot it in that direction, slightly angled downwards. Ken immediately directed B towards the place where the immortals were crushed, pointing to it with the tip of his tail. Roger, B's voice sounded a lot more distorted as his jaw then seemed to unhinge while his mouth opened up widely, swallowing up the ball of chakra and allowing his chest to expand. He didn't do this last time. Well, he was in a rush, so I guess he didn't get to. Tailed beast ball, wave. Killer B's voice rang through the cracks of the rocks. Ken could feel panic overtaking the curse users that heard it. He felt the slime starting to slowly gather back towards the immortals, likely hoping to somehow shield them, but it was far too slow, and it probably wouldn't have done anything anyway. B unleashed an even stronger blast than the last. The chakra ball was expelled forwards from his mouth as a torrent of energy, evaporating the rocks in front of him almost instantly as it headed for the curse users, aiming to erase all of them at once. They had absolutely no chance of dodging it, their bodies stuck underneath the heavy rocks, and they seemed to brace for it in their own ways. Ken could clearly hear their wails of despair as soon as the wave reached them. The wave washed over the immortals, the sheer intensity of the chakra burned away their skin, then muscles, then bones, until there was nothing left of them. The wave cleared up a path in front of them, more rocks fell from the ceiling on that path, and all of them were blasted into nothingness by said wave until there was nothing left to fall in their path. This guy really is dangerous. The blind monster to the side couldn't help but start pondering on whether or not to assassinate B. But he wasn't stupid enough to try something during their mission. Especially since the cloud seemed to want to have an amicable relationship with him. A's actions didn't do much to offset the fact that the third Reikage, the leader of the village, seemed to be nothing other than friendly to Ken. However, the blind swordsman still needed to account for the fact that A would one day be the fourth Reikage. The third was, after all, raising him up to be a successor. So in the end, Ken couldn't help but come to a conclusion. If I ever have to make an enemy out of the Cloud Village, the first person that needs to die is B. Ken smiled as he felt the viscous liquid slowly come to a halt and splash on the ground in between the rocks. At the very least they're gone now. After a few seconds B's tailed beast ball finally died down, he heaved a bit as the chakra around him seemed to slowly dissipate. Good job, Ken said as he walked over to B, who seemed to be completely out of it. He supported the rapping shinobi as they walked into the clearing that B's attack had created. Ha! Thanks. The octopus-tailed shinobi smiled as he finally seemed to pass out, causing Ken to slowly place him on the ground. Ken then turned and slowly stood up. The Reikage and A both seem to be breaking through rocks currently. They seem to be conserving energy, so it might take a minute or two. After all, the more rocks the Reikage and A cleared, the more fell on top of them. Ken didn't bother trying to help them though. He merely stepped on the ground with his tail. I still have to find Akira. I doubt the cult has any power left in them, quite sure we bled them all dry. As Ken was trying to get a feel for his subordinate, he felt the hair on his back stand slightly as he jumped further away from B. The rapping shinobi's body seemed to be covered in a cloak of chakra, as he seemed to slowly and mechanically rise from the ground. The blind swordsman was quite sure the man had been exhausted and unconscious a while before that, so he was quite confused. However, the confusion didn't last, as it didn't take long for Ken to realize that whatever was inside B, was using him as a puppet. What are you? What are you? Both Ken and the possessed bee asked at the same time. The possessed bee spoke in only one voice now, much deeper than the one Ken knew B to have. The bee looked at Ken without any fear, while the blind swordsman studied him with great curiosity. Let's get introductions out of the way. My name is Jiki. I am a tailed beast, the one currently sealed inside this man. Though the seal has been undone recently to accommodate our cooperation. The tailed beast introduced itself as it studied Ken through Bee's eyes. My name is Ken. I am the leader of the Dark Brotherhood, an assassin, samurai, and bounty hunter. Ken still kept his distance, despite realizing that Jiki didn't have any bad intentions. He wasn't about to test whether or not it was going to change its mind after all. He needed to be prepared to flee at a moment's notice. He didn't feel like the beast in front of him was something he could handle. Quite the portfolio. But that didn't really answer my question. As all tailed beasts are, I am a being purely made out of chakra, immortal and the second most powerful among my brothers and sisters. What are you supposed to be? You're clearly not human, so don't try to lie to me. Ken was truly perplexed by Jiki's line of questioning. It really wasn't something he expected to hear. He had obviously figured out he was different from other humans. He was stronger, faster, and more adaptable. The nature energy within him was also somewhat of a giveaway, as he had yet to meet even a single person that could control it. So, when asked that question, when asked what are you, he really didn't know what to say. Jiki noticed that in the silence, as it sighed loudly. It seems you also have no clue what you are. Fine, I'll give you a clue to help you out. Seek out the toads of Mount Maiboku, the great toad sage Gamamaru, might be the only being alive able to make sense of your existence. Jiki's deep voice sounded clearly in Ken's ears as it proceeded to introduce yet another being that Ken had absolutely no clue about and had never heard of before. The blind monster took a few seconds to process the information before voicing out the most obvious concern first. How am I supposed to get there? After asking that, he could hear a rather brooding chuckle come out of Bee's throat. Kid, if I had any idea, I would have told you already. I am just as curious as you are. You'll have to seek out one of the people that have been contracted to the toads. Request an audience with him. The possessed bee shrugged as Jiki's words came out of his mouth smoothly. Ken waited a bit, hoping that Jiki would be able to give him a bit more information. But the silence gave him all of the answers he needed. I have to deal with this myself, hey. Thanks for the advice, Jiki. Ken still decided to thank the tailed beast. It did, after all, give him the first real lead he could have towards discovering more about himself. Don't mention it. But seek me out when you have an answer to my question. I am still very curious. Of course. Ken just nodded as he felt Jiki's chakras slowly re-enter Bee's body. The wreckage is almost here, it seems. This is where we part ways. Good luck. Jiki's last words came out just as the stones to the side shifted, and the figure of the wreckage came out. Ken sighed as he immediately dashed and caught Bee's body before it hit the ground, gently placing it on the stone floor of the cave while still pondering on his conversation with the tailed beast. Chapter 54, Throne and Fake Idol. Bee fell to the ground, unconscious once more, as the leader of the Cloud Village just looked at Ken and Bee with a bit of confusion in his eyes. Did he tire himself out? The wreckage asked as he slowly approached Bee. Yep. But he took out the immortals and their curses. Ken nodded as he slowly gestured to the opening that Bee had created around them. The wreckage rolled his eyes as he looked around for a bit. Yeah, I could tell from the trembling from earlier. I guess we won't be interrogating any of them though. Ken just shrugged at that. Not like there was any other way to take them out. Either erase them or try to find some other way to separate them. Who's to say they couldn't just initiate the cursed technique again afterwards anyway? To the blind swordsman, it wasn't that big of a loss. At the end of the day, it was the only real option they had. I guess it was the safe thing to do. Though we don't know how dangerous that liquid would have been to the two of us. A still got slight burns on his arm, by the way, but nothing major. I say we just look for the leader and get rid of him as well. The Reikage also ended up giving up on the idea of trying to find another immortal to capture. Their lacking understanding of cursed techniques made taking prisoners a bit more difficult. Especially since it seemed that not all of them used the same techniques as the one Ken had captured. Sure. Ken nodded as another wall to the side was blown away, and A came out of it unscathed. Fucking hell! So many rocks! A said as he walked out into the clearing, rocks still falling behind him. Ken scratched the back of his head as he recovered some chakra, allowing his tail to retract into his body, and his skin to turn back to normal. Glad to see everyone here is fine. Ken then clapped his hands together before walking back to B and throwing him on his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. A narrowed his eyes at that, not quite happy to see his sworn brother in such a state. But before he could throw a fit, his father slapped him over the head and explained the situation to him. And they continued forward. Ken carried B for the entire walk, as they didn't feel it would be safe to leave him in a random cave. After all, there could still be cultists around. And they did run into plenty of cultists. But not one of them was worth mentioning. They were mostly regular people. The Reikage and A dealt with them swiftly. Only two ever got close to Ken, who didn't even need to put B down in order to kill them. A relatively long chakra blade just extended from his arm and cut them both in two. Ken had already recovered enough chakra to pull something like that off, but he didn't have enough to sustain the chakra blade for longer than a minute. Not that he needed it. They advanced further and further into the hideout. And finally, they found a large room. And on a pedestal stood a throne. One that seemed to be made of bones. So very mad cult-like. Even Ken marveled at how unnecessarily evil-looking it was, and he couldn't even see it. The most unexpected thing. The throne was empty. Did we already kill the leader by mistake or something? Even the Reikage couldn't help but get confused. But the cultists they had run into earlier seemed to be vehemently trying to protect Jashin's messenger. It gave everyone the impression that the leader was only further up ahead. But now there was nowhere further to go. Did the rat leader escape or something? A scoffed as he looked around with a bit of confusion in his eyes. The Reikage was also just as confused. We were supposed to be fighting crazed cultists. They aren't usually the type to flee like this and leave their sanctuary unprotected. The Reikage as he turned off his lighting release chakra mode and looked around with a slightly annoyed gaze. What if he decided to cut his losses and rebuild elsewhere? Ken asked said as he scratched his chin with his free hand. Would such a cult really have pre-built escape plans though? We took them by surprise as well. A scowled as he spoke. No one liked the idea of the cult leader still being at large at the end of the day. Ken just sighed and placed B on the ground as he walked forward confidently. He stood in front of the throne and tilted his head slightly. He then raised his leg, and kicked the chair heavily, sending it flying into the wall behind it and revealing some stairs. Well, ain't that something? The blind swordsman said as he pointed to the passage. ___________________ a while back __________________________________________________________ As soon as the devout followers had left the room, the tattooed leader's confident expression morphed. His smile turned into a scowl, and his two pairs of eyes both squinted in confusion and fear. Shit! If the Cloud Village found us then we're doomed, especially if the Reikage is here. Most of the cursed techniques that my men can use still require them to be able to take something from the target. But the Reikage is untouchable. The leader wasn't dumb, nor did he for one moment think that his men would be able to take on the Cloud Village. To him, the second he felt that tremor and realized there were more intruders, he knew everything was over. It was fun while it lasted. Taking advantage of idiots will only take me so far in the end. Most of the time, cult leaders were the ones with the most charisma, true sociopaths, able to lie with a straight face till they reached the point where they actually believed their own lies. But Issei Hideaki was different. Not for 1 second did he believe himself to be the messenger of some malevolent god. To him, it was all an opportunity to test and develop his cursed techniques and mastery. I guess I could head over to a branch division and take over there. At least I'll be able to keep my experiments going that way. Better pick one with a weaker leader though. It was a bit arrogant of me to pick the land of lightning in the first place. Ha! A sigh left his mouth as he slowly stood up from his throne adorned with human skulls. I should leave this sanctuary quickly. This place is doomed. Asai then turned to his throne, tapping one of its sides seemed to turn on a strange mechanism, which caused the throne to start shifting, moving to the side to reveal a dark passageway. Asai turned around for a second, contemplating whether or not to bring his last experiment with him. But to do so would mean he had to go through the intruders, so he just shook his head and walked away. It seemed to be the most successful by far. Too bad I didn't get to observe it for long. He grabbed a lantern and lit it up with a match, and walked into the passage, the entrance closing behind him. Let's just hope that those idiots can cover my escape. I'll just cover my tracks, just to make sure. Back to the present Well, ain't that something? The blind swordsman didn't waste any time in heading down the passageway, almost as if he was picking up on a scent like a hound would. The A immediately followed behind him into the dark passageway, and the Reikage stayed behind with B, just in case. But the passageway was a lot shorter than expected. After a few dozen meters it appeared to have collapsed. Shit! A punched the side of the cave while looking at the collapsed escape path. Ken had already felt that it was collapsed from the beginning. He could even feel how far away the exit of that passage was. And he knew that whoever had used it was long gone. No use crying over spilt milk. Ken shrugged and turned around. A just placed a hand in front of him. No. We're talking about a guy that endangered the land of lightning. We can't let him go like this. You're a master when it comes to tracking others, right? You're also a good censor, so please at least try to find him. A looked at Ken with a bit of frustration. The blind swordsman couldn't really blame him either, his request was mostly coming out of concern for the land of lightning. But while the blind swordsman understood his plea, there wasn't much he could do. This passage is collapsed for another few hundred meters, after which it goes up, likely using a ladder. Ken decided to just give A the rundown of his findings. He did already try to track down the leader after all, he just worked faster than A had expected. I could try to track him, but he seems to have hidden his tracks as well. There is a faint scent in the air. But it seems to disappear at some point as well. The blind swordsman just shrugged as he spoke out, A just looked at him with a bit of confusion. He disappeared. A looked down in contemplation as he thought of the implications of that sentence. He either used some sort of time-space ninjutsu or has some other way of perfectly hiding his scent. Like I do. Ken shook his head as he patted A on the shoulder and passed him by. Even Ken had learnt a bit about space-time ninjutsu. Well, he learnt of their existence. Summoning in itself was a space-time ninjutsu of sorts at the end of the day. Shit! A just cursed one more time under his breath, before he turned around and followed Ken back. After all, if Ken couldn't track the leader, then there was likely no one in their cloud village able to do it either. As much as A didn't like to admit it, Ken did deserve his reputation. He proved that he was an inhuman censor just by finding a perfect entrance into the hideout within minutes of arriving at the scene. Besides that, there was also his strength and skill, which were both overwhelming when compared to even elite jonin. He was certainly already at the level of a cage. Though A was still confident he could find a way to defeat Ken if push came to shove. He only saw one attack that he needed to be wary of at the end of the day. Well, he may be hiding more annoying moves. Besides, he's an assassin, so combat isn't even his speciality. A ended up being the one discouraging himself in the end. The two of them met up with the Reikage once more and explained the situation to him. He seemed to take it a lot better than A did. He just nodded and looked at Ken with an appreciative gaze. Thank you for the information. I will call this mission a success anyway. The Reikage nodded as he crossed his arms. A looked a bit confused. His father noticed that and decided to explain himself. We did take out the bulk of their forces and ruined their base in our territory. We can interrogate some of the lesser members we knocked out on the way here as well for more information. Besides, it's unlikely that they will spring up in the land of lightning again. So now this cult leader is the problem of whatever land he decides to flee into. The Reikage ended up laughing a bit by the end. Glad to set a parasite free into the world, especially since it was going to be harming other lands and not his own. Ken just sighed. He wasn't exactly shocked though. He already expected the leaders of the hidden villages to be more opportunistic than righteous. He also had no right to complain since he also didn't feel like bothering to scour the entire world for the cult leader. A understood his father's reasoning, so he just nodded. He still had a lot to learn. Alas, he still had enough time, so there was no pressure. So that's it then? A asked as he crouched down and grabbed B, who was still unconscious. That's our mission done. But I still have to find my subordinate. Ken said as he started walking towards the entrance of the throne room. Might as well follow you. We should find the place they hold their prisoners as well, there may be some civilians we can save. The Reikage nodded as he followed Ken out. A also decided to walk alongside them. Let's just hope it's not too late for that. Chapter 55, Prisoners, Bleak Ending, and War. The three of them walked for a good few more minutes, reaching the entrance that Ken had created rather quickly. A decided to carry B away from there. He also needed to call on some teams that were on standby, to come in and clean the place. So that was when they parted ways. But the Reikage still walked alongside Ken. They walked through the clearing that B had created, and into the other side of it. There was another corridor there, just as long as the last. It was blocked off at some point though, as B's tailed beast ball didn't have an infinite range. Can you feel any more people alive ahead? The Reikage asked as he turned on his lighting release chakra mode and started digging into the collapsed cave, swiftly opening up a path for them to continue going down. There are plenty of cultists left as well, but no one really worth mentioning. A few dozen cultists are bunched up at the end of the blockage, they seem to be trying to dig themselves out. The Reikage just nodded as he started breaking the rocks in front of him. The blind swordsman let him do his work, not bothering to help or interfere. Instead, he just let his chakra recover and took out his long blade, preparing to cut up a few cultists. They had only explored half of the cave after all. The other half was less defended though, as they chose the side where they assumed the leader would be. After all, the immortals were bound to have been kept near the leader, only sent forward to deal with the intruders. On the other side of the hideout, there were the dungeons. Holding cells and the like. At least that was what Ken could feel. He didn't feel Akira's chakra signature anywhere. But he did feel something similar, which did manage to give him some hope. Might have to get closer if I want to get a better feel for it. Thankfully, he wouldn't have to wait long in order to do that. The Reikage dug through the stone blockade with ease in his lighting form, coming out the other side with one last heavy punch, which rapidly propelled the debris out towards the awaiting cultists. The rocks were like shrapnel from a grenade, they shredded apart the nearest unlucky cultists, while the rest were lucky enough to take cover behind them. The Reikage stepped out of the passage with a raised eyebrow and a bored look in his eyes. The cultists seemed to take a step back at the sight of him. Then they all took out their weapons and charged. In all fairness, Ken had to admit that even the regular cultists they had run into were all skilled in both kenjutsu and weapon techniques. If Ken was to scale them up against shinobi, then they'd only lose to some of the higher level chunin. Of course, that didn't account for jutsus, which the cultists clearly seemed to lack. They were just regular people trained up to fight for one reason or another. Likely to defend the sanctuary. Unfortunately for them. Chunin-level fighting skills didn't mean anything in front of someone like the Raikage. Which was, at least in Ken's opinion, why the cult leader had fled. The blind assassin barely got to step out of the tunnel that the Raikage had created before the few dozen cultists that had been hanging around were killed or incapacitated. This man's speed really is unmatched. Ken couldn't help but wonder. Would he be able to win against the Raikage in a fight? Things were looking quite unlikely currently. Humph! So many dregs down here. The Raikage flicked his wrist and threw away the last copse that was still impaled on his thick hand. Not that it makes a difference, Ken said as he walked over the corpses with little care. He didn't feel like he lost out on any fun either, as he was focusing on getting closer and closer to that familiar signature. How many are there left? The Raikage asked as he also stepped over a few corpses and followed Ken further inside the corridors. Not that many left moving around. Barely 20, frantically trying to hide in different places and rooms. The Raikage just huffed when hearing that, deciding to not even bother hunting them down. I'll just warn the teams sent here to take them out. Ken also didn't seem to be going after them, as he walked deeper and deeper into the dark corridors. At that point, the Raikage could barely see a few meters in front of him, as the dim light coming from his body wasn't exactly enough to light up an entire, few hundred-meter-long, corridor. He was keeping up with Ken though, using his back as a guide. That kept on for at least a few more minutes before Ken came to a stop and his head turned to one of the rooms to the side. It's here. The closer Ken had gotten, the more he could feel it. Akira's aura, his stench. More specifically, the stench of his blood. It was a bit concerning, but Ken could tell that the man was alive. At least somewhat alive. He wasn't alone either. There were two people with him, both seemed to be cowering in the corners of the room. Without any hesitation, he anchored one of his legs into the ground and kicked the door heavily, causing it to swing open and hit the wall as the locks on it broke without any protest. Ken walked forward into the darkness. He heard a startled yelp from inside the room. The two men that had been cowering had acted instantly, charging at the door with their weapons drawn. But they didn't even get within a meter of Ken before they were sliced in half by Ken's long blade. A swing was all it took, as the blind swordsman just ignored them and walked closer to his subordinate. The Raikage looked inside as well, stepping in as his body provided some light for the small holding cell. He kicked one of the half-corpses that landed near the entrance, uncaringly. He then grabbed his nose in disgust, scowling slightly as he did so. The stench was revolting, even to the Raikage. But the sight was what truly startled the large man. Chained to a wall was the body of a young man, his eyes gouged out, his organs spilling out onto the floor, and his body was filled with cuts and gashes. Now, it wasn't like the Raikage wasn't accustomed to torture and the like. But the sight in front of him didn't resemble any torture methods he knew. It seemed more like everything was done to inflict as much pain and suffering as possible. The most impressive thing? Somehow, the man was still alive. Alive and breathing? The Raikage's eyes widened as he then noticed something strange. The chained man's wounds seemed to start steaming up and closing by themselves. His organs seemed to be retracting into his body, and his eyes seemed to be growing themselves back. As the man's eyes healed, he finally managed to make out who had come into the room. "Leader?" Akira asked as he slowly blinked. His empty eyes seemed to instantly regain some of their life when seeing Ken's masked figure. "Yep. Looks like you've had it rough." Ken tapped the man on the shoulder as he then proceeded to speak out in a reassuring tone. "You can rest now, I'll handle things from here." The blind assassin's words and voice seemed to have a calming effect on the bound man. His previously bleak eyes had an inkling of life left in them. But the Raikage could also observe the tiredness in them. The exhaustion. It was unlikely that the chained man was allowed any sleep during his stay with the cult. But now he felt safe. Safe enough to allow his newly regenerated eyes to slowly close themselves as he finally fell asleep for the first time in a few days. The Raikage stared at the scene with wide eyes. He had done so ever since he had seen how rapidly the man's wounds had healed. Judging by the speed, it was likely that the men that were with him in the cell had inflicted the wounds recently. Could it be? The cult managed to make the first successful immortal before being burnt to the ground. The large man was half a mind away from trying to take the bound man to his cloud village, to run a few tests of his own on him. But he decided against it in the end. If I can convince Ken to join me, I will also have access to him later. I must be patient for now. The chains that held Akira on the wall were instantly cut, as Ken's hands moved at speeds that only the rakeage could follow. Akira's unconscious body didn't get to hit the ground though, as Ken caught him just as quickly as he had cut the chains. The blind swordsman then slung Akira over his shoulder unceremoniously. He was a bit too small to carry Akira in a more comfortable way, unfortunately. The rakeage saw that and coughed a few times into his hand before extending his large hand to Ken. The blind assassin felt that hand and seemed to ponder on it for a few seconds before he handed Akira to the rakeage. The rakeage acted quickly. He put the tortured man on his back and tied him there with a few bandages. Ken just nodded, and the two of them continued making their way through the dungeons. The rakeage insisted on freeing whoever they found, as they were all residents of the Land of Lightning. Ken helped him without any complaints. Most of the prisoners were either dying or in a much better condition than Akira. The prisoners that were fine were either waiting in line to become experiments, or waiting to be tortured. The ones that were dying were not fortunate enough. They had faced a similar treatment to that one Akira had received, but they were unfortunately not immortal. They were just left there to die slowly. The ones in a good condition were directed to the entrance. After they left, the ones that were too injured to survive were spared the suffering right there. The rakeage did it himself, not wanting to burden an outsider with his failures. Ken just sighed as he felt the rakeage quickly kill the suffering prisoners. He did it swiftly, finally giving them the rest they deserved. The day concluded with Ken and the rakeage leaving the cave system and assisting the civilians in climbing out. A few squads also came in to help, and the Jonin went in to clear out any remaining cultists and capture whoever they could for interrogation. Ken didn't hang around them for much longer. The rakeage helped tie Akira to Ken's back at some point, so he was preparing to make his way back to his base. The rakeage saw him leaving, but didn't bother stopping him. He had already been paid in full, so he was free to go as soon as the cave had been cleared out and secured. In the end, the mission had a rather bleak ending, but the rakeage still saw it as successful, to prevent the parasite that was the cult of Jashin from ruining any more lives in the Land of Lightning. And that was only possible thanks to Ken. The cult did turn out to be much bigger than any of them had expected. But they were at least able to take it down thanks to him. No amount of money would be enough for the information he provided. At the very least my people can rest easy for now. I'll try to keep the peace going for a bit longer. Give my people some well-deserved rest. But I can't postpone our plans for long. The rakeage could only sigh. Peace was nothing more than a pipe dream at the end of the day. If he didn't start a war, then someone else was going to. And it was always better to not be on the receiving end whenever war started. Chapter 56, Experiments, Immortality, and Power. It was a great failure on my part. I was, at first, unable to find any entrance to the hideout, so I stalked the wasteland near the mountain for the first day. But then I managed to track some cultists going in and out of the hideout. I wanted to get in myself, disguise myself as one of the cultists. But it didn't go quite as I expected. The one I tried to take out covertly was an immortal. How was I supposed to tell? They were all dressed up the same. Probably because they were going on a mission or something. The immortal was able to alert more people, and things escalated from there. With quite a few cultists joining in, and a different immortal also coming out to take care of things. I wasn't expecting them all to have decent skills. I tried to run away, but I was quickly encircled and taken down. I had no chances against two immortals, and one of them seemed to be able to control my body with a straw doll after putting a strand of my hair on it. I should have known better. I should have listened to the master's words and just observed from a distance. But it's already far too late for that. From the moment I was captured, things became a blur. I didn't have any recollection of how I ended up in that cell. All I know is that 2 panicked cultists entered it, and started taking out their stress on me. And that was also when I learned that, for some reason, I couldn't die. The only apparent downside was I was hungry. Ravenously hungry. Now, this may have also been just because they hadn't fed me in God knows how long. But at the same time, I have starved for weeks in the past, and it was never like this. I felt a hunger so great that I ended up cannibalizing my own tongue repeatedly. At some points, I was so crazed that I tried to bite off the faces of my torturers. The more they tortured me, the more I felt like I was becoming less and less human. The hunger was transforming me. That was when Ken arrived. My 2 torturers, who had acted all high and mighty for as long as I've known them, were crushed like ants in front of the red dot. The first thing I did when I regenerated my gouged out eyes was to look at their corpses. I took a bit of enjoyment in seeing their fearful faces. But that was about it. I passed out after realizing I was safe. Finally got a break from the torture and pain. The hunger is still there, but I need rest just as much as I need food. When I woke up, I was already tied to my master's back, and we were going home. That was when I first acted out. I took a bite out of his shoulder, ripped out a bit of his cloak and bit him near the neck, a place where his shoulder plates didn't extend to. I am ashamed to even think about it now. But back then, my mind was so clouded in hunger and insanity that it simply felt like the right thing to do. After swallowing down the badly chewed up chunk of flesh, my mind cleared up. And I realized what I had done. I was both ashamed and scared. Scared of what I had become and what I had done to my benefactor. But Ken didn't seem to particularly care. His genuine response to that was, "Oh, I guess you were hungry." His shoulder was also healed up before I had even finished swallowing it. He didn't mention anything of it after that, he merely stopped, hunted down a few animals and cooked them over a fire for me. I couldn't move or do anything to help. My body was still far too weak. The little nutrition I got from being a mindless cannibal only got me to the point where I could regain my consciousness. But with food right in front of me, I was barely able to hold myself back. I dug in like a hungry bear, eating the most I had ever eaten in one sitting ever. Ken also seemed surprised, seeing me eat the portions of 10 men in a few minutes. But he went along with it, hunted more and more until I was finally back on my feet. After that, we silently made our way back to the compound. It took a few more days to get there, but we were going at a surprising pace. Somehow, I was actually able to keep up with Master. It seems that on a full stomach, I am much stronger than before. Maybe my ordeal was a blessing in disguise after all? At least I thought so, until my stomach started aching slightly. It was only then that I noticed how bloated it was. After all, I had eaten an overwhelming amount of food. Where would all the waste go? Ken, however, seemed to have been expecting that. I was afraid that this would happen. That was the first time I heard about one of the many downsides to my condition. I am unable to defecate normally. We didn't know the specifics at the time, but most of my organs aren't working at all. Food isn't even being digested, and I am just absorbing some energy from food made out of living things. Anyway, Ken had to cut open my belly, allowing a lot of poorly chewed up and unprocessed food to spill out of my body, alongside my organs. Maybe my senses have dulled due to the torture, but it barely felt like I was pricked by a wasp. The only actual hard thing in that ordeal was watching my own organs spill out of my body once again. Thankfully, I seemed to heal relatively quickly with my energy replenished. Even after emptying out my stomach, I was satiated for a good few days. Whenever I got even slightly hungry, we would immediately start hunting and cooking some meat. It kept going like that all the way to the Dark Brotherhood compound, where the first thing that I did was to step into Saburo's laboratory. Saburo himself seemed jealous of my newfound immortality. I could see quite a bit of greed in his eyes. As a former thief, greed is something I am very familiar with. I wonder if he'll try replicating whatever happened to my body. Regardless, I had a lot of testing ahead of me. Honestly, I was expecting the study done on me to be a more grueling experience, similar to that of torture. But Saburo is, at the end of the day, a friend. Despite his greed and jealousy, he treated me very well throughout the whole thing, speaking to me all the time, which was strangely comforting. He even used some natural herb with an anesthetic effect to numb my whole body before actually doing anything, so the entire thing was completely painless on my part. We ran through a plethora of different tests and looked for different things, even compared my constitution to that of the immortal we still have captured. Saburo seemed to have taken out his vocal cords, but he was still alive and well. Scratch that. He was just alive. Regardless, we found out that the curses used on me were not any different to the ones used on our prisoner. Apparently, they just had different reactions in my body. It did kill off most of my organs and their functions, but it, in turn, made me a lot stronger. I was faster, more dexterous and more focused. And even had more chakra. At least while full of energy. My newfound powers had rather clear downsides. Besides killing most of my organs, regenerating and using chakra, in general, would lead to me becoming hungry. I could handle a bit of hunger, but I also became much weaker with it. At my hungriest, I wouldn't even be able to lift a finger, while being peckish brought me down to my previous strength. Saburo was able to find out that I basically only absorbed some energy from the food I ate. This led to him creating a special diet for me, which made it a lot easier to empty out my stomach. It was mostly just soups, eating only liquids and crushed herbs. It seemed to do the trick just fine. It still required me to stab a funnel into my stomach, but at this point, I am happy with whatever leniency I get. In the end, the conclusion that Saburo had reached regarding my constitution was that I had achieved some sort of regenerative immortality. I could even regenerate from burns, so I didn't even have the same weaknesses as the other immortals. He said that the cult leader, who was most likely the one to experiment on me, would never be able to get the same result he did with me. It was a 1 in a million, quite literally an infinitesimal possibility of all of the curses coming together to create such an effect ever again. Even then, it wasn't really immortality. I wasn't actually unaging. He said that at some point, the curses would kill my body completely. But it would likely take a few good decades for that to happen. More study would be needed, but that is the time frame he provided me at first. To me, this basically just means that I'll basically die of old age. I am okay with this, I still get to live a full life at least. Tasho was less okay with it though. He was mad at me for my recklessness. I couldn't exactly blame him. He knows that I was told to not get close to the cult, so he knows that I fucked up quite a bit. Him being hard on me just shows that he cares really. Master is still a bit harder to read. No one knows that I harmed him while in a mindless state. I didn't have the courage to mention that to either Saburo or Tasho. Ken himself seems to have forgotten about it already. But even then, I can see him sometimes slightly turning his head away from me when I'm in the room. I can somewhat feel him tacitly avoiding me at times. I have already apologized profusely, and even cried when I came back to my senses at that moment. But even then, I feel like I deserve this treatment. I betrayed his trust. Not only did I disrespect his orders, I even injured him after he went out of his way to rescue me. He even neglected further building relations with the Cloud Village after the mission in order to take me back to base. Shame. It was a total failure caused by none other than me. Guilt and shame are all I will be able to feel around Ken now. At least for the foreseeable future. While Akira was racking his mind with useless thoughts and misplaced emotions, Ken was looking at things from a very different perspective. To him, he had put one of his men in harm's way due to his own carelessness. Just because he had been once interested in a random cult. He pursued that cult, culled it, and put all of his people in danger. He was the one to make things right by exterminating it, sure, but it was still because of him that everything had happened the way it had. I have to be more careful in the future. I'm no longer a lonely assassin traveling the world. I have more responsibility. People depending on me. The young leader took a few days to reflect on his actions, and on how to improve in the future. The Dark Brotherhood was not yet at the point where it could even stand on its own. Even the smallest hidden village would be able to wipe it out without Ken being there. But even with Ken being there, the Dark Brotherhood wouldn't necessarily be safe. Ken's mission with the Raikage NB gave him quite a bit of perspective. He was still weak. Too weak to even protect himself. If the Raikage decided to attack his Dark Brotherhood, he wouldn't have any other choice but to die. And if B wanted to erase it from the world, he could do it in a few seconds. I need to get stronger. In the end, it all came back around to power. If Ken was strong enough, he wouldn't have had to put any of his subordinates in danger in a scout mission, he wouldn't even have had to worry about the cult attacking them in the first place. And so, the blind assassin was now determined, his training would start that very second, as he jumped out of his room and went into the forest nearby. Chapter 57, Ideas, Development and Curiosity. After training for a few days, Ken ended up reaching a point where he truly didn't know what else to improve. His swordsmanship was stagnant, it was unlikely to grow much without some actual stimulation in real fights to the death. His chakra levels were already as large as he could make them, his young age didn't allow for a lot more than that. He could keep at it, training his already overtrained body further, hoping to see some results in the long term. But Ken simply felt that he was wasting his time. After all, he had no guarantee of results down the line. He was already in the best possible shape for an assassin, all he needed was to grow and keep active. He could try to learn a few more jutsu, but he didn't really have anything that would be able to help him against the likes of Jiki and the Raikage, so that would also turn out to be a waste of time. In the end, he decided to focus on his transformation. After all, it was his trump card. It gave him speed similar to that of A, and it was also the only way he could see himself fighting the Raikage. But how would he go about developing his transformation anyway? He lacked a basic understanding of what he even was. He did know how his body worked though, and he knew how the scaled sage mode manifested itself and under what conditions. The conditions were, he needed to be out of chakra. Mostly out of chakra anyway. The point was that the balance between chakra and nature energy within his body needed to be tilted towards nature energy. If he ran out of chakra completely, he would turn into a statue. Besides that, he also had a self-made condition, which was to not attempt to use any jutsu while in that form. After all, if he ran out of chakra completely, he'd be left helpless against his enemy. So he needed to balance things perfectly. Nothing he wasn't used to though. But the entire scaled sage mode felt imperfect to Ken. Impractical even. Ken was one of the few people that could fight while paying that much attention to the balance between the energies within his body. Unbeknownst to him, that was the exact reason why so many people had a difficult time becoming sages, and why there were so few of them in the world. It took quite a bit of concentration especially for Ken, as it was made even worse by the fact that chakra was being constantly replenished with time. Meaning that, if Ken wanted to stay in that form, he'd have to expel it constantly in order to maintain the supremacy of nature energy within his body. Is there any way to stop chakra from flowing into my body? In the end, the blind assassin ended up asking his retainers. Akira, the now immortal third blade, wasn't able to give him any answer, as he didn't have any formal training as a shinobi. Tasho, the first blade, did help Ken understand a few more things about the human body. Like the way chakra flowed and that it traveled through different channels throughout the body. He also remembered to tell Ken about the points where chakra could leave the body. But even he wasn't able to give many specifics, as his days learning about the basics were long behind him. In the end, Ken ended up in Saburo's laboratory. The second blade was able to give him a much more thorough explanation of the human body and the chakra network, even drawing an illustration by hand, leaving deep imprints on the paper and allowing Ken to read it. Chakra travels through us in these channels, as I'm sure you already know. But it's quite self-contained. Ken nodded as he felt the diagram that Saburo had drawn for him. It all made sense. He was able to build an image of the chakra network that was drawn on the paper. But he also knew that chakra wasn't just continued within one's body. After all, if that was the case, then shinobi wouldn't be able to practice their jutsu. Chakra comes out of the body through various specific points located at key spots throughout the body. These special points are called tenketsu/pressure points, and there are 361 of them in the human body. They are very small, unseen to the naked eye. About the same size as the tip of a needle. Saburo filled the diagram of the chakra network that he had drawn with dots. His hands moved fast as he spoke confidently. It was clear that he knew the human body by heart. He answered so quickly that it felt as if he didn't even need to think about it. Ken nodded when hearing that. It was the first time he received such in-depth knowledge about chakra networks. Interesting. The masked assassin said as he rubbed his chin while feeling the points laid on paper with his other palm. Is there any way to stop chakra from flowing to a specific part of the body? Yes. Chakra flows from the core, which is near the stomach. So stopping the flow to, for example, a limb would be as easy as hitting all the tenketsu near the shoulders, which would clog them and halt the chakra from traveling to that arm. There is even a clan able to accurately hit the tenketsu and disable a shinobi from using chakra. Saburo answered instantly, remembering how the dojutsu/bloodline ability of the Hyuga allowed them to see the tenketsu of people. But don't get any ideas. Even with your speed, it's impossible to hit the tenketsu of other shinobi during a fight. The clan I was talking about is just special. Saburo was quick to discourage Ken from trying to imitate the Hyuga. There were many young shinobi that thought themselves special. They ended up dying while attempting to hit the tenketsu, thinking that memorizing them on a piece of paper would enable them to hit a moving target in the middle of a war zone. Saburo knew that Ken was strong, so there wasn't much worry about him dying. But he thought it would be a waste of time to even try. One needed to hit the tenketsu with a small chakra scalpel of the same size as the hole. It needed absolute precision, which was what made it impractical. But Ken still found it interesting. For different reasons. So, in theory, one should be able to strike the tenketsu on their own body to halt chakra flow. Correct. Saburo blinked a few times while looking at his leader. The very notion of a shinobi disabling himself in combat was strange to hear. But it did make sense for Ken. Yet, he only transformed after depleting his chakra. Maybe it's a prerequisite. Is he looking into ways to partially transform? After mulling over a few more thoughts, the researcher looked at his leader and smiled. Well, only if one was to have more than one type of energy in their body. Ken smiled underneath his mask at that, as he realized he could use nature energy for that. Well, at least in theory, he still needed to test it. He asked the scientists to teach him how. Saburo agreed instantly, and the two immediately got to work. After that, Saburo and Ken spent the rest of the day pointing out the tenketsu on Ken's body. Saburo also demonstrated how they would be hit on Ken's body. The concept was that they needed to be clogged with foreign energy in order to be blocked. First, Saburo clogged the pressure points for Ken's right arm. In the next few seconds, two things happened in succession. 1. His arm bulked up in muscles and transformed, growing scales while his nails grew into sharp claws. Then, his arm turned to stone, before Ken even had the chance to clench his fist. Saburo immediately retracted his hand, while Ken just sighed and forced the tenketsu to open up by manipulating the chakra in his body to rush towards it. I was afraid of this. I'll have to look into ways to not fully stop the flow, but only restrict it heavily. After the tenketsu was unclogged, Ken's arm turned to normal, and the blind assassin clenched his fist a few times and moved it a bit as he regained feeling in it. Saburo was a bit surprised to see the arm of his leader turn to stone, but at that point, he knew to expect the unexpected from Ken. It didn't even shock him to hear that Ken would turn into a statue if he fully ran out of chakra. In the end, it was up to Ken to find out more about how to properly clog his tenketsu. Saburo was only able to help him so much at the end of the day. But he was able to give Ken a bit more information on another subject he had been curious of. And that subject was tailed beasts. It had taken a back seat in his mind due to Akira's situation, but now that things had settled down, he decided to find out more about them as well. Needless to say, there wasn't much that Saburo could give Ken in terms of background. He did help the blind assassin with a bit of perspective on how powerful they were. Tailed beasts are weapons of mass destruction wielded by the 5 great villages. There are 9 of them in total, and they were shared with the 5 villages by the first Hokage, who had captured them all at some point. The beasts are sealed in humans who are called Jinkriki. They are usually stigmatized and feared even in their own villages. They were meant to be a deterrent of sorts, but they're just used in wars nowadays. Some nations do protect their Jinkriki more than others, but that's about it. That was about the gist of what Saburo knew regarding tailed beasts. It wasn't exactly something within his field of study. Even then, Ken was more than pleased to find out even that much. Finding out that the tailed beasts were basically living nukes did give him quite a bit of perspective. It was likely that the first Hokage had likely hoped they'd work like nukes, and stop too many future wars from happening. But unfortunately, the tailed beasts and their Jinkriki weren't the strongest beings in their respective villages most of the time, so the wars still waged on. As long as people could benefit from wars, they'd keep happening. The shinobi were also nothing more than tools, with few exceptions. The true leaders of the 5 lands were the daimyo, who always wanted more land and riches. They weren't going to be dissuaded by the tailed beast's existence. Still, the concept of Jinkriki greatly intrigued Ken. I should look more into that in the future. Maybe I'll even see about recruiting one if the possibility arises. It was more of a pipe dream than anything, but it didn't matter. It wasn't like Ken was going to seek out Jinkriki. Although, if they were all mistreated, then it wouldn't be all that difficult to convince them to join the Dark Brotherhood. All in due time. For now, I still have a few things I'd like to learn from Saburo. Thank you for all of your help today, Second Blade. Ken started off by showing his gratitude, and Saburo responded in kind, by nodding and smiling at his leader. Of course, it is my duty as one of your blades. The scientist's smile was still fake. It didn't matter how much he faked care and compassion to the rest of the Brotherhood, it would never manage to fool someone like Ken. He was still not someone that Ken thought of as loyal. But he was still a valuable asset. I am still curious about one thing. I won't bother you anymore after that. Oh, I wouldn't dare call it a bother. Saburo said as he used his expert boot-licking skills. His fake smile did disappear eventually though when sensing the lack of reaction from Ken. He had forgotten that he didn't need to keep any pretense around the blind child. There was no fooling him. Why exactly are you so interested in immortality? And why are you researching genjutsu instead of immortality if it interests you so much? Saburo didn't react one bit to Ken's question, his face remaining expressionless before he blinked a few times and raised an eyebrow. Well, I thought you wouldn't be one to pry into my research. The researcher sounded a bit wary, likely unwilling to give Ken all that many details about his research. Don't misunderstand my meaning. I by no means want to interfere with your research. I am genuinely curious. The blind leader was quick to calm down the wary scientist. He was being honest when saying that. After all, normally he wouldn't even care what Saburo was doing with his free time. Very well. I can tell you a bit. It's not like it's going to harm my research in any way. Say, have you ever heard of the Immortal Hermit? Chapter 58, Journal, Cursed Immortality and Respect. Immortality could be achieved in many ways. In Ken's past life, it was nothing more than a pipe dream of a few deluded people. However, in the world he found himself in, that pipe dream appeared to be a possibility. Be it through curses or whatever other means, it was clear that immortality was achievable. Hell, even Ken himself was technically immortal. His nature energy granted him a somewhat permanent regeneration. The blind swordsman could recover from just about any wound as long as his body still had energy, and his energy was being replenished every second, the rate of which only increased as he grew older. However, the best example of actual immortality that they had was Akira, who was now, by all accounts, impervious to most types of damage. However, those were all strains of immortality. But they were incomplete. Akira's power was born out of an amalgamation of curses that just happened to click right within his body. And Ken's power could still be subverted, as he wasn't confident in surviving a decapitation, yet, and wounds inflicted by fire always regenerated slower. No one had perfect immortality, at least no one that Ken was well aware of. Saburo, however, seemed to have heard of something rather interesting while on his research. Finding the ancestral shrine of a forgotten clan that had been ruined during the Warring States period. There, Saburo was able to find a rather interesting journal in a well-hidden library. The story goes into detail, talking about a hermit that had mastered genjutsu to its very peak, to the point where he was technically unbeatable. With a simple hand sign, he could trick every sense of a person. Hear, sight, smell, taste. He could trap someone in either hell or heaven, anything his imagination allowed. Ken listened to Saburo's story with interest, immediately intrigued by the possibility of there being someone with enough mastery of genjutsu to actually affect him as well. The clan, however, was wiped out. The hermit lost in battle. Despite his overwhelming prowess, he couldn't ever defeat the man that was to become the god of shinobi, Hashirama, and his counterpart, Madara Uchiha. The blind assassin sighed as he remembered whatever information he had about the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. Someone considered the greatest shinobi to have ever lived, with enough power to put a stop to the Warring States period. Madara Uchiha was just as powerful, and their union was what stopped the war in its tracks. The blind swordsman didn't know much about the Uchiha, but he did know that the Sharingan was a dangerous dojutsu and that they were impossible to catch in an illusion thanks to it. Ken's knowledge of the history of the shinobi world was quite decent after all. Tasho had done a good job in teaching him about the most legendary figures in their world. Madara Uchiha proved to be a great counter against the hermit's illusions. Hashirama was a bit more susceptible, but even he could overcome them through sheer will. Ken scowled as a few questions rose in his mind. How did this hermit even survive for 1 second against the two of them? If they both could resist genjutsu, then how could he even begin to hold his ground? That was when he discovered that as long as one had enough mastery and will, one could bring illusions to reality, merge the plane of imagination to that of the living. Ken tilted his head when hearing that. If one could actually control reality as they would genjutsu, then wouldn't they classify as a god? But he couldn't do it in any significant manner. At most, he could alter small facets of reality and only related to the caster. He was killed in that fight. But he didn't actually die. Instead, in his last moments, he placed himself under a genjutsu, one in which he allowed himself to live. The blind swordsman scratched his chin. So this hermit just placed himself under a genjutsu to live eternally. How would he even go about doing that? What of his actual physical body? His heart didn't beat, but his mind still lived on for eternity under that genjutsu. His body was too far gone, but with that genjutsu, the hermit was able to do one thing: stopping his body's time. But the reality was not as kind. By the time he broke out of his own spell, his family was already destroyed, with nothing left behind. Ken couldn't help but interrupt Saburo at that point. So you're telling me that this man was able to influence his real body through genjutsu, essentially stopping himself in the moment of his death. The matter was a tad too outlandish to believe. But then again, Ken was now in the type of world where such things could happen. Even if it was hard to believe, the blind swordsman would have no choice but to. Yes. He stopped time for himself. The journal was written by the hermit, documenting his afterlife. As a person stuck in time, he could no longer use any chakra, he could no longer enjoy food, breathe, or do anything really. Saburo's smile didn't die down at all as he continued telling of his findings. At that point, Ken could do nothing more than carefully listen and digest the information. But he could still move his broken body. His perception of time was skewed, a second could pass in real time, but it would feel like years in his mind. He moved his body like a marionette, with such delayed responses that it took him years in real time to write out a few journal entries. I could tell, thanks to the way the ink had dried, that it was around a decade spent writing. Wait. So he can't use chakra, and he spent years trying to desperately write down his story. Is it that even he can't even break out of his own genjutsu? The blind swordsman gulped a bit, and Saburo smiled at his realization. Indeed. He was stuck in that form, in that broken body, unable to properly pass on. Though I am quite unsure if he is still alive to this day. He may have also found someone to dispel the genjutsu for him by now. If it's even possible. I wasn't able to find his body anywhere in or near that ruined clan. He could still be alive, he did proclaim to be impossible to injure. When writing the journal, he claimed to have tried to kill himself repeatedly as well. At that point, Ken couldn't help but feel bad for the so-called immortal hermit. After all, the man had essentially denied himself any chance of rebirth or reincarnation by trapping himself in his own mind. He prolonged the last second of his life eternally through a poorly understood technique that he had barely mastered. And now he was stuck in limbo. Ken couldn't help but sigh once more as he thought of that. So this hermit. Are you looking more into genjutsu, wanting to replicate his techniques? I hope to one day be able to replicate his techniques. But I'd much rather explore the art of genjutsu in its entirety. I have already run several tests. Now I am curious about how the time dilation between reality and illusion could affect one's mind, both physically and psychologically. Ken nodded when hearing that. He truly hadn't expected to hear such a concise answer from Saburo. After all, the strawman was not exactly a team player. Ken expected to not get any answer at all, instead, his mind was open to countless new avenues. Provided that the story was indeed true, and Saburo wasn't messing with him, there was a high probability that shinobi truly had no understanding of the techniques they were using. At least not as much as they liked to believe. The world around them was a lot stranger than Ken had initially thought it to be. And that said a lot, since Ken had originally thought of the world as one where seeing ninjas spitting fire was a regular thing. Thank you for entertaining my curiosity, Saburo. I seem to have taken up quite a bit of your time. Ken slowly got up and walked towards the door. He still needed a bit more time to mull over his own thoughts and digest everything, but he didn't see the point in wasting any more of his researcher's time. No need to mention it, leader. I will keep you posted on any findings I may have. If you need anything else, I will always be around these halls. Saburo also stood up as Ken left, bowing slightly in a respectful manner. The blind leader just nodded and left, humming a bit to himself as he clenched his hand a few times. In the end, every story of immortality that he had heard always made it out to be some sort of curse. He simply had no example where it was a genuinely positive change for the people that were struck by it. That was certainly not what I expected to hear from Saburo. But I should get back to focusing on partial transformation. No use in mulling over some suffering immortal right now. The leader then went ahead with his partial transformation training. He went outside, still within the Dark Brotherhood compound, and sat down near the trunk of a large tree. He took a deep breath and controlled the energies within his body before he started it. His fingers formed almost invisible chakra blades at their tips, and Ken started by trying to transform only his right arm. He did so successfully for 1 second before the arm turned once again into a statue. The blind leader quickly unclogged his tenketsu, allowing his chakra to flow into his arm once more. The blind assassin repeated those motions for hours on end. Recruits spotted him at some point, but no one dared to disturb him. Not out of fear, but out of respect. Ken didn't rule with an iron fist. Though his training was strict, and his methods were scary to some of them, no one actually feared the man that had created the Dark Brotherhood. How could they fear the man that had given them another chance at life? Besides, Ken had managed to instill one thing into all of the recruits at that point: discipline. It was something that an assassin needed for survival. It was something essential to Ken's organization. The children with disabilities, the ones too young to care for themselves, and even the talented ones. They were all treated the same, treated like brothers and sisters. And all of them learned to respect the one that had made it all possible. Indeed, it was that respect that stirred a powerful wish to one day be able to repay their father for all that he had done for them. And it was that powerful wish that enabled all of them to keep up with the Dark Brotherhood's borderline sadistic training. They were all pushed to the very limits of their bodies on a daily basis, only allowed rest days once every 3 weeks. And even then, not one of them ever complained about the training. After all, how could physical pain ever compare to the pain they all felt when watching their families die? How could it ever compare to the helplessness they all felt when they couldn't do anything to stop it from happening? Ken and Tasho's methods worked wonders in turning the perceived trauma of the children into strength. But they all still had a long way to go. So did Ken. They were all young, and they had their whole lives ahead of them. And time moved quickly for those that trained diligently though. And 1 year passed before anyone knew it. Chapter 59, Progression, Spies, and Diplomacy. A year passed by without anything exciting happening. Life was slow in the Dark Brotherhood compound. All of the members were diligently training and getting used to their new circumstances. Since the Brotherhood had stopped expanding, the bonds of the members grew tighter and tighter. Time passed and true friendships were born. Ken didn't discourage such friendships, especially among children. But he would have to teach them to keep a level head eventually. He didn't plan to send any of the children to their deaths, but it was inevitable for all of them to face death if they ended up pursuing his line of business. Relationships that were forged and strengthened over time fell apart at a moment's notice. All it took was a moment's mistake, and years of bonds would crumble apart under the weight of the cruel world they lived in. Ken was now wise enough to understand that, and he didn't want any of his disciples to blindly chase revenge like he had that day. Yet, he was also underestimating his recruits. They had all faced death already. Not one of the children training under him didn't know what loss was. In the end, Saburo ended up being the one to reassure him. After all, one could become desensitized to loss as well. Other than that, Ken's training produced great results. By the time his 12th birthday rolled around, he had already gotten the hang of hitting his tenketsu properly. The secret he had discovered was to only restrict the flow of chakra in his arm, instead of clogging it completely. It wasn't a difficult conclusion to reach, but actually putting it into practice felt near impossible at first. Thankfully, Ken's control over the energies that resided within his body was always monstrous. He had grown even further in that regard, to the point where he was sure that his control was already on par with the greatest. The partial transformation was mostly a completed technique. Ken didn't even need to physically touch his tenketsu anymore, as he could simply clog them using the chakra that already flowed constantly in his body. Unclogging them was even easier since it was his own chakra. He only needed to send a jolt of energy through the pressure points and his arm would turn back to normal in seconds. Overall, Ken's training was a massive success. He had grown much stronger. The blind assassin had also grown much taller in that short year. He was already standing at around 1.7 meters, 5.6 feet, and he had to repeatedly get new clothes for himself as he grew taller through the months. He still showed no signs of stopping, it seemed that he had rather decent genes when it came to height. Now, one could argue that it wasn't optimal for an assassin to be overly tall. And that would certainly be true for the most part. At least in Ken's old world, being tall didn't help him much, it really only got in the way, and made him easier to spot. But with the advent of nature energy and chakra, Ken was confident that he could remain undetected even if he was a giant. His sudden growth spurt did raise a rather interesting issue though. Others are bound to notice that I grew taller. His identity as a child assassin was definitely going to be exposed. At best, they would think him a teenager. But even that wasn't ideal. Ken knew that people in high positions would always look down on those younger than themselves that are entering a similar field. The Land of Iron's delegation had thankfully not noticed his height increase, as Saburo had taken it upon himself to deal with them appropriately. The second blade knew how to properly manage relations, and knew how to put up a proper front each time the delegation came to check up on them once more. Thankfully, the Land of Iron never actually ran a proper check-up on the compound. They didn't venture farther than the streets. The check UPS themselves were more of a formality. Especially since the Daimyo still owed Ken a favor. Even if they saw something strange, the Daimyo was unlikely to call Ken out on it. Well, not all things could be ignored. But they didn't need to know about the overwhelming amount of human experimentation going on in the underground laboratory. It wasn't important knowledge. And Ken didn't see anything wrong with it, 'cause he can't see at all, since it was being done on criminals anyway. Overall, everyone advanced quite a bit during that year. Even the recruits. The oldest among them was already at the level of a chunin, having also mastered a few jutsu from their open libraries. The library was still not as full as Ken wanted it to be, but it allowed their recruits to read a bit more and gain a bit more insight into the world. That was also where they stored most jutsu under the C rank. The higher-ranking jutsu was still accessible if the recruits were deemed talented enough though. And they had plenty of talent in their organization already. Besides the chunin level assassin, the rest were mostly at the genin level. Most of them had gotten the hang of taijutsu at a very basic level. They also were trained in kenjutsu and different techniques, such as trap laying, hunting and survival skills that Ken thought would serve them well while out on missions. They were all still children, of course. Not anywhere near the level where they could be sent out on missions or to collect bounties. Ken was still actually against using child soldiers. So he planned to wait for them to at least be within the 14 to 16 range before sending them out on missions under supervision. That meant they had more time to train within the safety of the Dark Brotherhood compound. And the compound was becoming safer and safer, as the blades had now become true powerhouses. At least in Ken's opinion. Saburo had always been one, his clones were technically carrying the Brotherhood on their back. Tasho was arguably just as strong as Saburo, but he lacked the numbers. He also went out on difficult missions occasionally, hunting A-ranked shinobi/criminals by himself. He was not yet at the level where he could hunt S-rank shinobi by himself, but that was fine. His progress was outstanding regardless. But the Dark Brotherhood did have another person besides Ken that could hunt down S-ranked criminals. And that was the third blade, Akira. He had already gotten completely used to his situation. Being immortal was certainly a great boon to his strength and combat ability. He instantly became the second strongest person in the Dark Brotherhood, right behind Ken. Saburo helped him greatly by torturing the curse technique, death-controlling possessed blood out of their immortal prisoner, who was still alive. The second blade had to use a variety of genjutsu and torture methods in order to squeeze out that information from the depths of the insane immortal's mind, but it was all worth it. With it, Akira was strong enough to hold his own against most people. It was a technique so powerful that even Ken learned it. Though he was not going to be able to use it as casually as Akira. Stabbing his own heart was something that he could still die from. But that was not the case for their resident immortal, the third blade. There were only two viable ways of fighting Akira. One was to whittle him down by repeatedly injuring him until he went mad with hunger. If Akira managed to complete his cursed technique, then that strategy went off the table. And the other was to seal his movements somehow. Catch him in a trap or in a seal that he could not escape from, and let him starve to death. But that wasn't going to be easy in the first place. In the past year, Akira's combat prowess grew exponentially, to the point where Ken was sure he would be able to give the third Raikage's son, a run for his money. He was far above the other immortals he had met in the cult of Jashin that day. But there was still one huge problem that the Brotherhood was currently facing. That was their lack of defenses. Sure, they had decent numbers in Saburo. They had powerful fighters in Tasho and Akira. But they still lacked something that most other hidden villages had. Formations and seals around the compound. Ken was able to detect whenever anyone came by. But it was not good to just rely on him. What if he decided to go on a mission? Would others just be able to sneak into their compound? It was a rather concerning thought. Especially now that the Dark Brotherhood had built quite the reputation. They had already become well-known headhunters in the Land of Iron as well as the surrounding lands. That renown made it easy to find work, but it also planted somewhat of a target on their back. Plenty of hidden villages showed interest in them, especially after news of the Raikage hiring the Red Dot spread. There had also been convenient recruits popping up on their doorstep, claiming to be from nearby orphanages and asking to join. Ken was able to deduce that they were spies, at least most of them. Regardless, he sent them all back. The Brotherhood was not recruiting anymore. They were already stretched thin enough in trying to train over 80 recruits. But the appearance of spies from nearby hidden villages was a bad omen. No one in the Dark Brotherhood had true mastery over Fuinjutsu, which was a rather large issue. Ken wanted to change that, but even then, he had no clue where to find more techniques related to the art of sealing. All he had were the ones he had stolen from other shinobi. The very basic jutsu that he used for storage and transportation. That was about it. Saburo knew a few more seals, he had used them to lock up a few entrances in his laboratory. But they weren't powerful seals. At most good enough to cause an explosion of similar size to a paper bomb, but quite useless against someone with significant strength. As always, Saburo was able to enlighten Ken as to why Fuinjutsu was so hard to come by. And the reason was also quite simple. Monopoly. The more powerful techniques were all in the possession of one clan. They held all the leverage and kept their techniques close to their chest. Which was understandable, as Fuinjutsu was their bread and butter. The Uzumaki clan are renowned for their mastery over Fuinjutsu, as well as their absurd chakra reserves. Their clan is thought to be on par with the great hidden villages, and they are believed to be in good relations with the Leaf Village. That was most of the gist of what Saburo was able to tell Ken in regard to the Uzumaki clan. Their general location was common knowledge, as none of the hidden villages were actually hidden. So, now the leader of the Dark Brotherhood had to make a decision. Either try to strike a deal with the Land of Whirlpools or try to steal some techniques from them. It had been a while since he had done a diplomatic outing. His reputation still held up though, he was likely going to be given an audience with the Uzukage without much issue. Ken decided to depart as soon as possible. After all, the Raikage had already warned him of an upcoming war. It had already been a year, so the blind assassin could safely assume that war was right around the corner. Better hurry to the Land of Whirlpools before the war. Large-scale conflicts like that will make getting an audience with a leader much harder. And so, the blind assassin donned his mask, armor plates, and large coat. He put on a large straw hat with strips of fabric going down all sides. He was going to go incognito for the most part, as he didn't want the other hidden villages to try something funny in his absence. I should make the journey in a week or two. If nothing goes wrong, of course. Chapter 60, Changes in Land of Whirlpools. Ken's journey towards the Land of Whirlpools went without a hitch. He stayed off the radar without any issues and was able to easily avoid any patrols from the Land of Hot Water. The Land of Whirlpools was technically situated south of the Land of Hot Water. However, the land of whirlpools is an island, and there were no bridges to connect it to the main continent. It was secluded and cut off from the rest of the ninja world. At least geographically speaking. They still held diplomatic ties to a few lands nearby. The only way to reach it safely would be to go through a boat service that was situated in the land of waves, which was also an island that could only be accessed from a bridge connected to the land of fire. The waters near the land of whirlpools were dangerous as could be, and one could only really approach it from any side besides that of the land of waves. Any ship would capsize, and the waves would swallow any human whole with ease. Even powerful shinobi couldn't resist the force of Mother Nature. The human body was weak after all. But Ken was different, he was far from weak, far from human even. And nature itself seemed to understand that. Nowadays, wild animals didn't even dare to get close to him. He could feel it, their fear as he dashed through their territories. Some would just freeze and tremble in place as if waiting to be killed. While others would choose to turn around and run away. It was a change that had occurred a bit after he had gained a bit more mastery over his scaled sage mode. It was as if he had become a bit more in tune with nature. It was as if the world seemed to understand his nature a bit more. He was sure that animals in water would also refrain from attacking him. So he didn't have to worry about any sharks, whales, or whatever other abominations that could be found in the world. He also knew that he was strong enough to wade through any whirlpool that tried to pull him underneath the waves. After all, he could always create a tornado large enough to undo the whirlpool. So the choice was obvious for Ken. Instead of taking the detour and going through the land of fire and land of waves, he decided to simply swim south when reaching the border of the land of hot waters. He was to do so for many kilometers/miles, but he never did have any problems with stamina. He did consider making some makeshift boat and trying to sail there, but he wasn't exactly a sailor, and he figured it'd be much faster if he swam than otherwise. And he waded through the waters for almost 2 days. His energy was constantly replenishing his stamina almost endlessly. Even in the water, his nature energy allowed him to notice if something came too close to him. But most of the time it was him passing through the territories of different schools of fish. They always swam away when sensing his presence. Ken was quite shocked by that, as he remembered fish to be somewhat unintelligent. Some would even jump into the mouth of a predator without realizing it. Maybe animals in this world are just more intelligent. That would make sense. Or maybe they all just instinctually avoid me now. At some point, Ken decided to go faster, so he blocked the tenketsu in his arms and legs, as well as some other parts of his torso, which allowed him to swim at twice the speed. From the distance, he looked like a speedboat dashing through the water, cutting it with frightening ease. Ken also noticed some strange changes to his body. After a few minutes of swimming, his body seemed to morph a bit. As he brought his fingers together, he noticed that there was now more matter in between them. He parted them, only to realize that he had grown fins, which allowed him to swim even faster. His legs were the same, and it wasn't long before he noticed that his neck had morphed as well. Instead of just being covered in scales, it had now grown gills, which allowed him to breathe underwater. Well, he wasn't actually breathing, just absorbing oxygen from the water around him through said gills. But it was still bizarre. Why is this change happening now? I trained in water before. Was it because I didn't use my scaled form as much? The blind monster was confused as he waded through the waves with ease. Is my body just adapting to whatever place it finds itself in? It seems like it, but I can't be too sure. Might have to go to a few more environments to test things out. I really need to visit that toad sage. The whirlpools couldn't even hope to slow him down at that point, it would only be a matter of hours before he hit the shore. The first thing Ken did when stepping onto shore was to crawl further and hide in the foliage. He made sure that his tracks were washed away by the rising tide as he rested in that bush for a few minutes, allowing his body to turn back to its regular form. The land of whirlpools was not exactly small, so Ken still had a day left of traveling before he reached Uzushiagakuer, the main base of the Uzumaki clan. Ken rested a bit more after that, allowing himself to catch his breath and even sleep for around 30 minutes as he gave his clothes time to dry up. It was annoying to sneak around in wet clothing after all. It would be harder for him to hide his tracks. Thankfully, he could feel no one nearby, at least not at that moment. The shinobi of Uzushiagakuer were still likely patrolling the area, as the borders of a land were always the most defended. Unless the Uzumaki relied on their natural defenses more than Ken thought they would. Regardless, it was none of Ken's business. He slowly got up and resumed his journey. He did encounter patrols a bit further inland, but he was able to go undetected through all of them. Most of the shinobi he ran into all had something in common. They all seemed to have a substantial chakra reserve. To the point where it was hard for Ken to judge their levels. No, to be more specific. It was impossible for Ken to tell what their rankings were. He had yet to meet even one shinbai with chakra reserves lesser than that of a jonin. But he highly doubted that the Uzumaki clan was that powerful. Saburo did say that the Uzumaki are well known for their absurd chakra reserves. I guess this makes my job a bit more difficult. Sneaking around was always harder when you weren't able to judge your opponents. Thankfully, Ken wasn't there on any assassination mission. He was just there for diplomatic reasons. And to steal their shit if they didn't agree to work things out with him. He did things similarly to the way he had approached the Cloud Village. This time, things would be a bit more difficult though, as he didn't have any valuable information. At that point, he hoped his reputation and the quality of his services would be enough to gain him an audience with the clan leader. Saburo had informed Ken that he wasn't exactly considered a kage, as the Uzushiagakuer was not exactly a hidden village. It was just a clan. One of the strongest clans still standing, sure, but still just a clan. The title of kage was reserved for the leaders of the hidden villages. This made things a bit confusing since it meant that the land of whirlpools didn't actually have a hidden village. But Ken assumed it was likely just something done to avoid taxation, or something similar to that. He could respect that. However, the array that surrounded Uzushiagakuer was much larger than the one in the Cloud Village. To the point where Ken was spotted far before he even reached the gates. Wish there was something I could do to hide from Fuinjutsu as well. But I don't know anywhere near enough about seals to avoid such a complex array. Much like in the Cloud Village, Ken started walking slowly as he continued heading for the clan's village. And in a similar fashion, shinobi of Uzushiagakuer were already surrounding him a few seconds after he stepped into their territory. They didn't make their presence known though. They seemed to want to observe him first. The fact that they were still a few good kilometers away from their clan base gave them some leeway in the way they could approach such an intruder. At first, they seemed to be planning some form of attack, and Ken realized that they likely didn't recognize him because of the hat that was still hiding his mask. He immediately took it off, tying it to his belt as he turned and pretended to look at the people surrounding him. They reacted immediately as soon as he took off his hat. Dozens of kunao and shuriken were thrown at him. The trained shinobi had attributed his sudden movement to something else and had attacked without a second thought. Thankfully, Ken was expecting that. Instead of panicking, he took out a small umbrella from the seal on his wrist. He opened it up and spun it at great speeds. It was made out of a special/flexible metal, a gift from a certain politician in the land of iron that wanted to befriend him. Ken managed to block all of the incoming projectiles, before coming to a stop, closing his umbrella and plunging it slightly into the ground. Greetings, people of the Uzumaki clan. I am here with a business proposition. The relation of his identity didn't even get to sink in when Ken started speaking. The ones that had started preparing some justice immediately stopped themselves. Ken could feel the shock and fear in the people that surrounded him, but there was also a strange sense of confidence. I guess they don't actually think I'm a great danger to their village. Well, I can't blame them. They're sure to have some seals to defend it. After a few more seconds, a shinobi stepped out from the cover of the shadows. Ken could feel that he was a tall middle-aged man with short hair. He had relatively handsome features, and he even seemed to wear a headband. His clothing was similar to that of jonin from other villages. But it was also different enough for Ken to not be able to tell his rank easily. Similar to the Cloud Village, in a sense. Red Dot, we have heard much about you and your organization. I must apologize for the lackluster greeting. The shinobi bowed slightly as more came out of the shadows. Around 20 shinobi were all looking at Ken with calm gazes, prepared to jump in if anything went wrong. I dislike lavish greetings, Mr. Ken was quick to ask for the name of the person he was speaking to. It didn't feel like he was speaking to just a nobody after all. Even by Uzumaki standards, the man's chakra reserves were absurd. He seemed to be more powerful than any other shinobi he had felt on the island. Oh, my name is Uzumaki Yorihiko. Son of Ashina Uzumaki. The man's voice sounded a bit surprised. He spoke with a raised eyebrow while looking at Ken and blinking a few times. Ken tilted his head slightly, as he tried to remember a bit more about the name. It didn't take long for him to realize who Yorihiko was referring to. Son of the former Uzumaki clan head. Damn, I wasn't expecting to meet the clan leaders so soon. Was he just passing by or something? Ken immediately brought his hand together and bowed slightly. Apologies for the disrespect, Lord Yorihiko, I was not expecting to meet you out here. The blind assassin could only curse his bad luck a bit, as he realized that a good first impression would be a bit more difficult. At the very least he hadn't attacked any of his men, so things could certainly be much worse. Yorihiko just chuckled a bit when sensing Ken's frustration. He did throw the assassin a few curveballs, especially when he bowed in greeting. A clan head wouldn't usually behave in such a way to outsiders after all. The men that were with him were also startled by it, but they decided not to question their lord's actions at the end of the day. Ken calmed down a bit when sensing Yorihiko's amusement. All is well, Red Dot. I assume you came here covertly to avoid the eyes of the other hidden villages, correct? Yorihiko didn't laugh for long, he reassured the assassin as well, and continued the conversation in a cordial manner. Please, just call me Ken. And yes, I didn't wish to raise much attention from the surrounding lands. Yorihiko nodded when hearing Ken's answer and introduction. Very well. I did have a job. But I can postpone it for now. Shall we continue this conversation in my office? The clan leader gestured for the blind assassin to follow. Ken nodded and went along with him. He's a lot more agreeable than I thought. Let's just hope negotiation doesn't go wrong. Chapter 61, Negotiations, Breakdown, and Storm. At first, Yorihiko didn't quite know what to make of their guest. He had guessed that it was likely just a messenger from the hidden villages, skilled enough to sneak past all of their patrols and get in proximity to their detection seals. Some of his men decided to test him with a few attacks. He was trespassing into their territory after all. The second he unveiled himself, Yorihiko started thinking about the worst possible situation. A known assassin paying you a visit is rarely a good thing. Regardless, Yorihiko was confident that he would be able to keep Ken at bay. Especially within their territory. There were countless seals all over their hidden village, it was a fortress that few could overcome. Although it had never really held back someone that was as strong as the assassin visiting them. Thankfully, the Red Dot, or Ken, had no intention of starting any trouble with the Uzumaki clan. It was the opposite actually. Yorihiko was glad to hear that, although he was still wary, he wanted to test out the assassin's personality a bit more. After judging his character a bit, and deciding that he was trustworthy enough, he decided to invite Ken to continue their negotiations in his office. Uzushiogakure was built mostly out of stone, it actually felt a lot like a modern city, and the infrastructure is similar to that of city blocks from back in his old world. Their buildings all had the symbol of their clan carved into them. The symbol was present everywhere, from walls, to support pillars and even statues. Ken was able to see it himself. He even noticed a rather peculiar pattern with the clan symbols. Most of the time, the symbol of the clan seemed to be hiding symbols that made up seals. He wasn't actually able to make out what the seals were for, as his fuinjutsu was lackluster, but he still found it impressive. Clearly, the Uzushiagakure was not something he had many chances of infiltrating. Even if I knew more about seals. Most of these have been carved by actual masters. Undoing them or avoiding them wouldn't be easy. There were hundreds of people on the streets, but not all of them seemed to be of the Uzumaki clan. At least Ken felt that a few of them didn't have the characteristic massive chakra pool. The city seemed to be built near a dam, allowing a small river to run through it, with a few boats traveling here and there. The Uzumaki clan is a lot bigger than I thought it would be. He hadn't expected there to be so many members of the Uzumaki clan. There were well over 200 members that he counted within the city, among the civilians. And their clan seemed to also make up the vast majority of shinobi in the village, so their number was certainly much greater. As a not that old clan, it was quite strange to see them in such numbers. There were really no old clans from what Ken was able to tell, with his limited knowledge of history. The warring states were when most of them were established, and what he was sensing solidified his belief that the Uzumaki clan was certainly the largest. Well, it did make sense for them to have as many offsprings as possible. They did have superior genes to the majority of the shinobi world. The office of the clan leader was not in any special building or place. It was just a regular block like the others, the leader just happened to have his office there. Unlike the other hidden villages, it was impossible to tell apart the most important building from any other, which was honestly a good strategy, something that Ken was hoping to replicate as well. After all, having a large building for the cage or clan leader instantly informed all intruders that yes, this is the building. One thing that Ken had to admit was that the building, despite looking normal, was certainly the most looked after in terms of seals. There were shinobi patrolling throughout the village and all of their routes also seemed to come in the vicinity of the clan leader's office. It was clear that unless someone was able to infiltrate the ranks of the Uzumaki clan to gain intel, it would be exceedingly difficult to attack their village. Yorihiko reached his office and finally sat down with a sigh. Two guards appeared by his side, both felt like powerful shinobi to Ken, at least as strong as the clan leader, at least in chakra reserves. Ken sat down as soon as Yorihiko gestured for him to do so. He took his seat on one of the nearby chairs and faced the clan leader while crossing his arms. So, you were saying that you are interested in doing business with my Uzumaki clan. The leader decided to get into business right away, he was a rather busy person after all. Yes, business first. And I'm sure you can figure out what I might want from your clan. Ken nodded slightly as his words lingered in the air for a bit. Yorihiko smiled at the masked assassin. Indeed. There are a few things that other villages always request of us. It's related to fuinjutsu most of the time. Other times they wish for political ties, to include our bloodline within their villages. Needless to say, we all tend to have some disagreements regarding that last part. Yorihiko didn't bother hiding the state of affairs from Ken, as he assumed the assassin already had knowledge of his clan's dealings. Well, I am really only interested in seals, specifically the techniques. I am not looking for marriage, thank you very much. Ken just raised his palms dismissively as he realized just how much importance the Uzumaki clan had to the other hidden villages. A powerful bloodline always attracted attention, it seemed. Maybe it would be better for him to keep his strange nature-related bloodline a secret. His comment did seem to bring out a chuckle in Yorihiko and the two guards that stood behind him. It seemed that the amicable atmosphere allowed them to slightly relax. Although both the clan leader and the guards were still alert from what Ken could feel. Well, that's a shame. There were plenty of eligible bachelorettes in our clan, I'm sure we could have found someone willing to marry one with your reputation. Yorihiko decided to entertain Ken for a bit. But the laughter and smiles in the room died down rather quickly, as business was never only about one side. So, what can you offer in exchange for our techniques? Even the most rudimentary ones that we have are invaluable to the hidden villages. The clan leader decided not to beat around the bush with Ken, as he was able to observe that the assassin was rather straightforward in his intentions. Well, as I'm sure you're aware by now, I run an organization that deals in assassination. Ken nodded as he started speaking. He paused for a few seconds, checking to see if the clan leader had looked into him in the past. The Dark Brotherhood, was it? Rather broody of a name. Yorihiko understood the masked assassin's intentions. He had no trouble confirming the fact that he had looked into the state of affairs in regard to the shinobi world's most famous bounty hunter/assassin. It does portray a certain vibe. I'd call it fitting. Currently, however, there are very few members that could prove useful to your clan. Most of them are still recruits after all. And I am not going to send my children to war, not for you nor for anyone. Yorihiko simply nodded at Ken's words. Though he didn't exactly agree with the masked assassin's ideals. His views were different, as he was a bit more old-fashioned, or normal for the era, I guess. In a time of need, everyone needed to do their part and assist the clan however possible at the end of the day. But he wasn't going to judge Ken for having opposing views. While I can't promise to send my recruits to help you anytime soon, I can vow personally help with anything that the Uzumaki clan may need, from protection to getting rid of threats. From recon to assassination and everything in between. As long as it doesn't require me to turn too many of the great villages against me, of course. Ken was quick to offer his own services, something that Yorihiko could respect. Putting himself forward to give his recruits time to grow. It was certainly a commendable approach. But it was also a bit concerning. While your personal services are valuable, if we are to help your organization, we need some assurance that they can function without you there. If you happen to be outside the village, and it gets attacked, can you ensure us that the organization is able to protect itself? If not, how can we possibly entrust any of our techniques to you? Yorihiko voiced his concerns immediately. After all, the techniques of his clan were sought after. Even if he didn't give Ken anything crucial to the Uzumaki clan, he still needed to make sure that the techniques were protected. The Dark Brotherhood was obviously not allowed to spread the techniques they took from the Uzumaki. That was how most deals the Uzumaki made worked. Ken could understand his apprehension as well. The Dark Brotherhood's affairs weren't exactly public, so most people thought that Ken was really the only figure of any significance in it. But that wasn't the case anymore. I can assure you that my people are capable enough to protect our main base. Currently, we have one assassin who can fight even against people at the level of the 5 Kage, Akira, and one that is capable enough to go against most elite Jonin, Tasho. Besides them, there are around 30 shinobi ranging from Chunin level to Jonin that are constantly at the base, Saburo and his clones minus the ones that are out collecting bounties, protecting it. Ken gave Yorihiko a rather basic description of their strength. It was more than he would normally be willing to give off, but if it was needed to secure more Fuinjutsu techniques, then he was more than willing to disclose it. I find it difficult to believe. You're telling me that there is another man at the level of the 5 Kage within your organization. Yorihiko was obviously skeptical. Rightfully so. Only the strongest of the 5 great hidden villages could boast about having more Kage-level figures within their ranks. I can't give you too much information on his identity, meeting him would also be difficult since he is tasked with protecting the compound in my absence. But I am willing to stake my name and reputation on the validity of this information. Ken decided to play the reputation card. It was impossible for him to prove that Akira, the third blade, was truly at the level of the 5 Kage. He did know that Akira was strong enough to fight against them, even kill them under the right circumstances. But he had no way to prove it unless he sent Akira after one of them. Regardless, Ken was at least confident that Akira was stronger than the Kazekage and the Mizukage. From what he gathered, the Tsuchikage, Hokage and Reikage were all on their own level. It is a bit difficult to just take your word for this. Especially since lying would benefit you in this situation. Yorihiko still wasn't budging. Reputation will only take me so far, hey. Ken couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. I can certainly understand your apprehension. There's no reason for you to make a decision right away, I can stick around for a few days. Ken decided to give it some time. But Yorihiko seemed to have something else on his mind. Besides that, something you said earlier seems to linger in my mind right now. You said that you are unwilling to make enemies out of too many hidden villages, correct? Yorihiko crossed his arms and looked at the masked assassin sitting in front of him with a calm gaze, awaiting a response. Yes. I am willing to fight alongside you. But antagonizing too many powers at once might not be beneficial to my organization in such an early stage. Ken did consider lying to the clan leader for a few seconds. But he didn't think he'd get much out of a flimsy promise. It seems that this won't work out in the end. I am not expecting you to die for my clan, but the current situation requires allies that are more involved. Yorihiko shook his head, ending the negotiations abruptly. The guards behind him seemed to tense up at that moment, likely expecting Ken to try and pull something off. But, thankfully, Ken didn't seem to be hostile to them, even after negotiations broke down. Instead, he just seemed curious. Current situation? The land of whirlpools appears to be peaceful currently. Yorihiko couldn't help but sigh at the masked assassin's words. Might as well tell him. There's not much that can be done at this point. A war is brewing, Ken. One that is even bigger than the last. And I'm afraid our Uzumaki clan is going to be the first one to fall. Chapter 62, Decisions, Identity, and Shinobi Alliance. This is quite problematic. Ken couldn't help but ponder on his conversation with the leader of the Uzumaki clan as he left their village. Yorihiko didn't give him much information directly, but what he did give allowed Ken to speculate on the rest. And it certainly didn't paint a good image. Not only did he learn more about the current situation of the Uzumaki clan, but he also found out why exactly he had encountered that many patrols. Usually, all lands had shinobi patrolling them. But in times of peace, things were always more relaxed. That wasn't the case for the Uzumaki clan. And, by Yorihiko's admission, that hadn't been the case for the Uzumaki clan at any point in the period of peace after the Second Shinobi War. Yorihiko already expected his clan to be ruined. To the point where he sent his daughter, the heiress of the Uzumaki clan, off to another village. It was under the pretense of her becoming a Jinchuriki. But it was really just so that they could secure the continuation of their bloodline. The village hidden in the leaf was the one ally they entrusted with the life of their bloodline. At least publicly. Unfortunately, the Leaf Village wasn't going to be able to assist the Uzumaki clan in any other way. The Leaf Village was the most powerful hidden village at that time, but even they couldn't hope to match up against the powers aiming for the Uzumaki clan. What powers were those exactly? Well, nothing short of just about every other hidden village in existence. The way that the Uzumaki clan ran their business, the stranglehold they had on higher-class Fuinjutsu techniques, and their enticing bloodline. Those were the things that made the Uzumaki clan a prime target for every single power in the world. Yorihiko realized that early into the Second Shinobi War, and he started taking steps to protect their bloodline. He even considered going into hiding with their entire clan, but that was simply impossible. They would simply be hunted down and systematically murdered. He still planted the seeds, making sure to spread the offspring of the Uzumaki clan in more corners of the world. He didn't want the burden of rebuilding the Uzumaki clan to just lay on his daughter's shoulders. No one expected the world to actually band together. The Uzumaki clan could stand on its own, but it would never be able to win against the combined might of the entire shinobi world. The destruction of the land of whirlpools was imminent in Yorihiko's eyes. He could at most try fighting till the end, to try and uphold the dignity of the clan. He fully understood that his clan had become a powder keg. One that was going to explode and jumpstart the next shinobi war. The clans and villages were definitely going to fight over the resources taken from the Uzumaki clan. And the Leaf Village was going to strive to avenge them. At least Yorihiko hoped so. Regardless, he had already steeled himself to make a last stand in Uzushiagakuer, which he had worked hard to turn into an actual fortress. Whatever forces came their way, they were bound to be met with adversity. Yorihiko was going to inflict as many casualties as he could. The only thing he couldn't bring himself to do was to burn the techniques of his family. They were what their clan had researched and worked towards for generations. He simply couldn't do it. Though he did impart them to his daughter, he still wanted the original copies to exist in the world. Regardless, very few of their high-end techniques could actually be performed without the bountiful chakra reserves of the Uzumaki Fuinjutsu experts. Yorihiko had turned Ken away, both because forming an alliance with the Dark Brotherhood wasn't going to benefit the Uzumaki clan, and because he had no assurance that Ken would even uphold his part of the deal in the first place. At the end of the day, Ken did specify that he wasn't willing to face off against too many great powers. The Uzumaki clan's situation didn't allow for such thoughts. The blind swordsman couldn't help it though. He wasn't alone anymore. Even if he was to be hunted down by the entire world, he wouldn't be afraid. With his skills, he was confident that he could still survive. But he couldn't sneak around with around 140 people following after him. The Dark Brotherhood was as much a blessing as it was a curse. It both gave Ken a way to reach his aspirations and limited his actions in situations like the one he was currently in. The Uzumaki clan's plight was still concerning. Ken had felt plenty of women and children in that village. He had assumed that they would all be evacuated, but it seemed that most were unaware of their impending doom. Maybe evacuating all of their villagers would be too big a move? The other powers were certainly going to notice it. Not like they had anywhere to go either. They'd all be hunted down like dogs. Regardless, one thing was clear. A lot of innocent people will die alongside Yorihiko and the Uzumaki clan. Innocence had always been a sore topic for Ken. No one was fully innocent. But Ken believed that civilians had no reason to be involved in the conflicts of the shinobi. In his mind, he had separated their current world in two. The regular world, with civilians and their day-to-day struggle, and the shinobi world, with bounty hunters, bandits, hidden villages, and their wars. Sometimes they overlapped, as Ken believed most criminals to be part of the shinobi world, regardless of whether they performed jutsu or not. It was just about the way that killers conducted themselves. That bloody way of living could never really be considered part of the regular world. Ken had seen plenty of civilians inside Uzushiagakuer, plenty of non-fighters in the Uzumaki clan. Even if they were living in a Shinboi clan, Ken believed them to be part of the regular world. Letting them die simply left a sour taste in his mouth. But what could he even do about it? Could he face off against the world by himself? Hell no. Well, at least not yet. He was strong, sure. Likely stronger than anyone the Uzumaki clan had on their side. But his personal strength had its limits. Facing off against thousands of shinobi, as well as several kage, was going quite far beyond those limits. But, there was still something he could do. Ken was, at the end of the day, an assassin. Someone that specialized in stealth. And the shinobi were many, numerous. Thousands of men and child soldiers, all prepared for a short conquest, likely lacking food, clothing. They were unlikely to be prepared for a long campaign. But the Uzumaki clan is a fortress. They are bound to spend a day just waiting to attack at their gates. Slowly but surely, a plan was forming itself in the mind of the assassin. But he knew that he couldn't act as he was. He needed a disguise. And thankfully, he had the perfect one. It didn't require any transformation either. He had collected several masks and different items from the many shinobi he killed. He decided to just steal the identity of one of the shinobi. With zero hesitation, Ken also took out a small knife and sliced off his long spiky hair in one swift motion. His hair was going to grow back at the end of the day. He also took off his samurai armor plates and put on a simple linen vest that he had stolen in the past. He couldn't be the leader of the Dark Brotherhood during his mission. But that was also fine. The only person that knew how he looked now was the leader of the Uzumaki clan. The rest of the shinobi world had the description of a short man. But he had grown already. So, when donning a random fox ambu mask, he was basically a completely new person to the world. He didn't even need a name for his new identity. A name wouldn't have any practical use. But thanks to said identity/change, Ken now had the possibility to interfere with the ensuing war. He still wasn't strong enough to make a difference in a fight, but he had plenty of other routes he could take, other options to make things more favorable for the Uzumaki. His aim was to at least give the clan leader some leeway in evacuating the non-fighting members of the Uzumaki clan. I need to gain his cooperation first. Better get to work right away. I'll send a few messages his way, but I need to keep my name out of the record entirely. The blind assassin had already given up on gaining the techniques from the Uzumaki clan. He figured he'd be able to salvage some after the entire mess was over. Possibly even trade with some of the other big powers to gain a few. He would have plenty of flexibility after more techniques came into the possession of others. But that was going to come after the ordeal was over. At the very least, Ken was going to do his best to save the regular people that were going to be involved in that conflict. And while Ken was strategizing and preparing for his plan, the coalition of shinobi that had been aiming for the Uzumaki clan was finally starting to gather up at the only point of access. Thousands of shinobi poured through the borders of the Land of Fire and into the Land of Waves. Neither land got involved, the forces gathered being simply too much for either of them to want to contend with. Most of the shinobi world was banded together now, but it wasn't anything more than a temporary alliance, and only for one common goal. Even then, some lands choose to abstain from getting involved in that matter. The Land of Fire stood still and could only watch. They were both unable to help and unwilling to go after their ally, the Land of Whirlpools. Besides that, the Land of Grass didn't get involved. They weren't in a much better situation than what Ken had left them in. They hadn't even repaired the cage building yet. Some of the other smaller lands also didn't get involved. But the most notable missing power in that conflict was the Land of Wind. Yes, the village hidden in the sand was not participating. Despite being among the 5 great hidden villages and not having good relations with the Uzumaki clan, the Tsunagakure was unable to participate. They had lost a vast majority of their power in the Second Shinobi War, with Konoha's White Fang almost single-handedly dominating the entire battlefield on that front. They were in no shape to go after the Uzumaki clan. They would just get shredded during the after-party of the Uzumaki clan's demise. After all, dividing the spoils of war was not going to be a peaceful endeavor in any way. The Third Shinboi War was going to start right then and there, that much was obvious to all of the people involved. Besides them, there was also another one of the 5 great villages that wasn't getting involved. And that was the Land of Water and Kirigakure. They had just lost the second Mizueka at the end of the Second Shinobi War. Their council was still in disarray even after a year, and no new cage was appointed. They were simply in no position to make such a large decision and get involved in the Third Shinobi War that early. Now, even without the few forces that abstained from the temporary alliance, there were still thousands of shinobi gathering at the edge of the Land of Waves. It was only a matter of days before everyone was gathered in one place. The boats were already being prepared, as several were being borrowed from local fishermen in the region. The power of almost 8,000 shinobi, an army which also contained 2 of the most powerful people in the world. The third Reikage, A. The third Tsuchikage Onaki. The Reikage had also brought along his son, A. But he didn't bring B. A Jinchuriki was always better left in the village, that way both the Jinchuriki and the village would be safe. So Killer B was left to protect the village, while his sworn brother was off to gain more experience in the field. The third Tsuchikage was a short man, already past middle-aged. He had just a bit of grey hair left on his balding head. Despite his balding head, he still had a rather thick mustache and a long beard. He wore a split-apart green coat divided into 4 sections with yellow trimmings, and a red collar underneath that. He donned the traditional Iwagakure outfit consisting of a light green vest and mesh armor. He paired all of that with a pair of sandals. But truly, his most defining feature was still his large red nose. Despite his relatively harmless and even comical appearance, he was one of the strongest shinobi alive, wielding what was arguably one of the strongest Kekki bloodline limit comprised of 3 nature releases, ever. The dust release. The old Tsuchikage was confident in the upcoming raid. He flew above the rest of his men as he stared at the seas in front of him. In the darkness of the night, the moonlight was barely reflected on the wavy waters in front of him. And for some reason, he couldn't help but get a foreboding feeling when looking at the scene in front of him. There's no way things could go wrong at this point. Right? Onaki then shook his head. No, no matter how strong the Uzumaki clan is, they will die regardless. I need to worry more about what comes after. And so, the old man set up camp there on the shore, as they were going to wait a bit more for all of their allies to gather up. Unbeknownst to Onaki, the upcoming march was going to be a lot more grueling than anticipated. Chapter 63, Freak Accidents, Weather Conditions, and Discord. The Shinobi Alliance was quick to gather up. All of the Kage held a meeting in order to decide on the best course of action. Kage from all of the small hidden villages was present, but most of their voices were small. Even with their forces gathered together, they couldn't really compete with the 2 behemoths that also joined in. The Tsuchikage and the Reikage were the only ones that held any actual influence in that meeting. They were to dictate the way that the operation was going to go. Now, one could ask why the smaller villages even agreed to mobilize under such conditions. But it just goes to show just how important Fuinjutsu was in the shinobi world. The smaller forces could only hope to somehow suck up to the larger forces in order to get their hands on some techniques. But together they did form a significant enough force to grab something after the Uzumaki clan was destroyed. Even among the smaller villages, there were still notable powers. For one, there was the Kage of the Takigakure, from the land of waterfalls. He was the Jinchuriki of the 7-tailed beast, Chmei. His power was at least on par with the Kage from the large villages. Though their shinobi didn't have the same power and skill as the ones from the larger villages. Still, the Takigakure was certainly a contender for a spot in the 5 great villages, as the first Hokage had seen it worthy enough to receive a tailed beast. There were other groups among the smaller villages, ones formed specifically to grab as many benefits as possible from the Uzumaki clan. The meeting went without any issues, though the atmosphere was certainly tense. Everyone was well aware that they weren't going to be allies for long. As soon as the fight with the Uzumaki ended, the struggle for resources would start instantly. But in their hubris, no one even stopped to consider whether they would be able to even take down the Uzumaki clan. They never even stopped to think how many of them would even make it to Uzushiogakure. But who could blame them? Together they were a force great enough to take down any hidden village. What exactly could even stand in their way anyway? Well, the Tsuchikage's premonition did end up manifesting. Despite going against his gut, Noki still suggested the ships start sailing at night, for them to reach the shores of the land of whirlpools while it was still dark. The journey was going to take 2 days regardless, but the time of departure was somewhat equivalent to the time of arrival. But it was not going to be a pleasant trip. It all started with the accidents. As soon as they set sail, as soon as the shores of the land of waves were out of sight, their ships were slowly starting to sink. The shinobi worked tirelessly to repair the holes that kept popping up here and there. They chalked up the situation to them taking faulty boats from the local populace. But the Reikage was a bit more suspicious. Especially since he also noticed a strange shadow stalking through the waters around their ships. But then again, it could have also just been a shark or something. I mean, none of their sensors had said detected anyone trying to sabotage them. And some of the ships did look as if some monster took a large swipe at them. But there was nothing they could really do about it. Jumping into the waters was dangerous. Regardless, after a few ships sank, the accidents stopped happening. Some water-style shinobi were put on guard though, just in case something happened. That helped to further tire the shinobi alliance out. Because of their slow response, some shinobi were now stuck in rowboats, and many of them were bunched up together in the remaining ships. Of course, the cage all had their own heavily guarded ships, so they didn't have to worry about cramming in with the other regular folk. But the accidents were far from the worst of it. Just as the regular shinobi thought they could finally relax, the natural disasters started occurring. Whirlpools constantly formed in front of them, forcing them to take detours. Or even ruining some of their rowboats. But the worst one was the whirlpool that started right in the middle of their fleet. Many shinobi got dragged to the bottom of the ocean, and the cage were forced to watch as hundreds died in the harsh waters in the middle of the ocean. What the hell is happening? The wreckage was beyond confused. They were taking the safe route. So why the hell were there whirlpools there as well? Had the Uzumaki clan created some sort of formation to control the waters around their land? Highly unlikely, the very concept was ludicrous. It would take an exorbitant amount of chakra, even for an Uzumaki Fuinjutsu master it sounded too wasteful. It was also near impossible to set up such an array on the floor of the ocean. Bad luck it seems. The Tsuchikage scowled as he floated above the waters. But it all felt too convenient. No one really thought that it was just bad luck. Someone was clearly sabotaging them. But their sensors hadn't managed to pick up on anything. Maybe it really was just bad weather conditions? The cage moved quickly, sending shinobi to use various jutsu in an effort to redirect the flow of the whirlpools. Water dragons rose out of the whirlpools, spinning in the opposite direction as shinobi jumped in and tried to undo the whirlpool. They managed to rescue some of the shinobi, but many were still swallowed up, not getting the chance to even try to resist the waves by walking on water. The bodies were nowhere to be found. It was almost as if someone had gotten them stuck to the bottom of the sea. Those were the very first casualties of the war. A war that had yet to even begin. The whirlpools continued to happen throughout the night, their shinobi didn't even get the chance to rest. By the morning, there were at least 1,000 shinobi missing. They were obviously dead, swallowed up by the waters of the ocean. Only the jonin could really escape the whirlpools, having gotten accustomed to the dangerous waters. But the chunin that were stuck on rowboats were as good as dead, none of them survived. At first, jonin did their best to save the teams they were leading, but slowly, they all lost hope in being able to do so. The violent currents were far too dangerous for them to do anything. Some still got saved whenever the cage got involved, but everyone was tired by the end of the night. Sometimes, the Tsuchikage would unleash a dust-release jutsu in the eye of the whirlpool, which always seemed to undo them. But that wasn't always possible, since there were always shinobi around, getting in the way of Knox's techniques. It wasn't their fault though, they were all being dragged to the point where the Tsuchikage needed to aim. The Tsuchikage also didn't have infinite chakra. Dust release was a very powerful technique, but it was also very demanding. It was a rather large loss, but it was only for the smaller villages. The Cloud Village and the Rock Village were still standing strong, and most of their shinobi were never on the rowboats to begin with. Regardless, together they still had somewhere around 7,500 shinobi, so they were not exactly in any danger of being outnumbered by the shinobi of the Uzushiagakuer. Unfortunately for them, the worst had yet to come. The morning was mostly uneventful, even the whirlpools stopped happening, which gave the shinobi some time to rest. Unfortunately, rest was simply not in the books for the poor shinobi of the Alliance. The first one to go was the cage of Kamuragakuer, from the land of tea. His death was witnessed by a few dozen shinobi from nearby ships. The guards on his ship were all found dead, with their heads twisted in odd manners. Most of them looked like they didn't even get the chance to resist. No one got to see how the culprit escaped, as everyone's gaze was attracted by the spectacle. The cage's body was blasted out of the roof of his private quarters. It spun around in the air a few times before landing directly on the top of the mast. The corpse landed with precision right on top of the wooden mast, getting impaled through the abdomen in a gruesome fashion. The cause of death was later deemed to be asphyxiation. The cage's fingers were all twisted, while his eyes were gouged out and his tongue was nowhere to be found on the ship. An investigation was immediately started, as everyone instantly became vigilant. There could only be one explanation after all. There was a traitor among them. The ship of the cage that had died was strangely spotless, there was only blood in the cage's room, all of which was presumed to belong to him. Besides that, the guards were killed cleanly. Well, their heads were twisted to the point where it looked like someone was trying to unscrew their spines from their bodies. But there was little blood involved, just body horror. But the shinobi found a break whenever they found the body of one of the cage's elite guards on the lower deck of the ship. Finally, they had found signs of struggle. Specifically, they realized that one of the kunao of the guard was bloody, while there were no piercing or slashing wounds on any of the bodies on deck. That could only mean one thing. The assassin/traitor had gotten injured. The cage immediately got to work, and their most trusted shinobi all started checking the wounds of their troops. There had been some wounded in the previous nights due to whirlpools, but slashing and piercing wounds were completely different from scrapes and bruises. So, they were able to find the culprit right away. And that was where things became even more complicated. The culprit was a chunin from the Cloud Village. He was the only one among the few thousand shinobi that had managed to get injured by a kunao before the shinobi war had even started. The chunin tried to deny his faults, saying that there was no way for someone like him to be capable of such a thing. He even had a good alibi, which some of his comrades were able to confirm. He had been sleeping at the time the murder took place. He even claimed that he had felt someone nicking him in the back while sleeping, which was what had caused his wound. But who could even believe that? Certainly not the other villages. The Reikage killed him instantly, claiming that he had absolutely nothing to do with the matter, and denouncing the dead Chuhuanin as a traitor of the cloud immediately. At that point, thanks to his swift actions, no one dared to challenge the Reikage. But the seed of doubt was already planted. No one dared to trust the Cloud Village. And no one dared to sleep anymore either. The Reikage was mad. He clenched his teeth together so tightly that he had almost cracked them. He wanted to call out that his Cloud Village had been accused wrongly, but who in the hell would believe him? To him it was clear. Someone from the other villages wanted to make his Cloud Village look like the culprit. From that point on, the seas were strangely silent. But no one dared to calm down. They were not even in the territory of the land of whirlpools, and all of them were restlessly looking around, hoping to not be the next victims. Suddenly, the Shinobi Alliance was no longer as allied. Noki found the situation annoying as well. He knew that the Reikage was smart enough to not make such a stupid mistake. It was far too suspicious. But there was nothing he could do either. Siding with the Cloud Village was not something he could do, as the smaller villages had all already decided that the Cloud could not be trusted. Noki wanted to avoid a situation where all of the other small villages ganged up on the big ones. But that possibility was going to be a reality if he made it look like the Cloud and the Rock villages were already colluding together. The Tsuchikage racked his brain for hours, trying to find a culprit in his mind, trying to remember who had any grievances with the cage that had been murdered. But he couldn't think of anyone in particular. It was only then that it had finally clicked. Someone is breaking our Shinobi Alliance apart. At this rate, we'll be at each other's throats before even stepping into the land of whirlpools. The very thought made the Tsuchikage anxious. He wasn't afraid for himself, he was strong enough to survive regardless, but he knew that the possible losses in that situation far outweighed the benefits. But it was already far too late to return. I need to inform the others. Now. But that was when the second cage died. The cage from the land of rice. He died in a very similar fashion to the first victim. His ship had been more defended, but this time the guards on the deck and on any other part of the ship weren't even touched. They were alive and well. The bloody weapon was found on the ground in the cage's room, and only the guards that were with him in the room were dead. The second cage's death had been a lot more rushed. He was decapitated, while his men met the same fate. This time, the rock village was blamed for it. The shinobi were more vigilant this time around. No one dared to sleep. Despite no one from any other village believing the cloud shinobi that had been killed, no one wanted to take any chances. But it seemed that it didn't even matter how vigilant they were. Their opponent was far more devious than expected. There had even been other rock shinobi who testified that someone had jumped out of the water, stabbed their comrade in the back with a kunai, and then jumped back in. They were even able to provide a description of the man that had done it. They described a shirtless man wearing a grey fox anbu mask on his face, wearing black trousers and sandals. But which of the hidden villages was ever going to believe the words of the rock shinobi? The Tsuchikage didn't act as harshly as the Reikage. Instead, he imprisoned the suspect on his ship, while they investigated. But his fears were already realized. Much like the Reikage, he sat on his chair in frustration. What will come of this war? But Noki was not going to take it lying down. He immediately called a meeting with the remaining cage. This is clearly deliberate. Someone is trying to sow discord between us. We need to address this as soon as possible. Otherwise, this expedition will be doomed before we even get to see the walls of Ozushiagakuer. Chapter 64, Strained Atmosphere, Meeting, and Culprit. The meeting of the cage was set up immediately. It was clear that everyone had something they wanted to say. The situation had taken a turn for the worst in the most unexpected way possible. Noki had taken extra precautions so that the cage of the smaller villages would not feel threatened and refuse to join. He went as far as to dismiss his own guards after setting up the meeting on his ship. The Reikage, as a show of good faith, also decided to come alone. It was still a bit disingenuous on both of their parts, as the two of them were more than strong enough to fight all the other cage present. But the situation had not yet devolved to the point where the smaller cage felt as if they were all in the crosshairs of the great villages. Some alliance had already formed between the smaller cage. And all of them had brought their strongest to accompany them, just to be sure. Noki was okay with that. He would accept anything as long as the meeting itself happened. He knew that addressing the recent events was of utmost importance. All of their plans were already on the verge of falling apart. They all gathered in Noki quarters, which were arranged accordingly. All of the cage sat down at that table. There were originally 13 of them in total, from the 13 lands that had decided to take part in the operation. But now only 11 of them were left. First off, I want to thank all of you for coming here, despite the recent disaster. The atmosphere was tense, and Noki knew that he had to start the meeting right away. He would have to juggle all of their worries, and he had to plan out his words as much as possible in order to calm them down. Ha! Disaster! A raspy voice broke out in the room, as one of the cage chuckled a bit, his face hidden by a shadow that was cast over his face thanks to his cage hat. His name was Yadea Tomichi, and not much was known about him. He was the cage of the village from the land of Keys. He wore an all-white coat that covered most of his body, much like all of the other cage present. They all appeared as inconspicuous as possible. It was an assassination through and through. Calling it a disaster might be appropriate. But hearing you speak about it feels a bit strange, Lord Tsuchikage. One of the other cage also spoke out, his voice edged with a bit of spite, especially by the end of it. Immediately as he spoke out those words, the room broke out into hushed murmurs and voices. Many had already reached their own conclusions about the recent events. And none of the recent events painted the great villages present in a good way. Noki couldn't help but sigh deeply when hearing the words of his temporary allies. I already expected the worst, but I can't help but be disappointed with their short-sightedness. The Reikage also huffed a bit, knowing very well that the smaller villages didn't see his cloud village in a better light. I don't see any reason or need to skirt around the issue. Someone is clearly aiming to separate us. Noki decided to ignore the offhand comment of the other cage. Their mission was of utmost importance, and there was no place for petty squabbles and misunderstandings. An eerie silence immediately descended upon the room, as Noki managed to capture the attention of everyone present once more. I also think the same. A gruff voice spoke out this time, not Noki nor the Reikage. It was surprisingly the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, the cage of the Takigakuer, waterfall hidden village. He simply went by Yuzuzo. He wore clothes similar to the other cage, but his frame was just as large as that of the Reikage. He was a man with an intimidating presence. Ever since the meeting began, he hadn't raised his head once, always staring at the table. As if, and actually in, contemplation. Noki smiled when hearing Yuzuzo. If the Reikage had been the one to agree with him, then it wouldn't have been a good look. Someone that was uninvolved and siding with him was much better. And why do you think that, Lord Yuzuzo? One of the other cage asked with narrowed eyes. He clearly had his reservations but respected the opinion of his peers. It's all too convenient. The same gruff voice was heard as Yuzuzo responded without looking up. Ever since we started, accidents have been occurring left and right. Boats sinking, whirlpools which shouldn't be happening in these parts, assassinations blamed on the two parties everyone was already anxious about. It's too convenient. Yuzuzo was normally a man of few words, but this time he saw the need to explain his suspicion to his peers. He knew the importance of him doing so. He knew that the fall of their shinobi alliance was already happening. He was smart enough to see through the strange assassinations that had happened as well. Yep, convenient. But who's to say one of us couldn't have been responsible for that either? We already have evidence pointing towards two culprits. And we all know what villages they belonged to. Yadea decided to weigh in once more, not holding back with the speculation at all. Although he said one of us, he was clearly only referring to the Cloud and Rock villages. Especially by the end of his small speech. Both of the people that got accused of the crimes were at Chunin level, at best. One could argue that they were hiding their strength, but that's unlikely, their chakra reserves said otherwise. I don't think they would have been capable enough to pull off something like that. Even I am not confident enough I could pull that off. Yuzuzo didn't seem very perturbed as he spoke, despite bringing many horrifying images to mind. Instead, he was challenging even the validity of the accusations waged against the two great villages. Even better for Noki, the rest of the cage seemed to somewhat agree with Yuzuzo. Tisk, I still think the Cloud and the Rock are the most likely suspects. They would have enough reasons to kill us. Yadea seemed to be determined to cause more problems. Much to Naka's displeasure. It seemed that the Land of Keys really had it out for the two great villages present. He was making a point. Both the Reikage and the Tsuchikage wanted to avoid the smaller cage from forming an alliance. A war between them would still happen after the raid on the Uzumaki clan. But he was mostly sounding ignorant to the people with a better understanding of the situation. People like Yuzuzo. Well, if that was truly the case. The Jinchuriki didn't even take a second to think about his reply before opening his mouth again. All of you would already be dead. His voice seemed to somehow make the atmosphere in the room even tenser. HOH? Is that so? Yadea's tone sounded malicious, he clearly felt insulted. Yes. Although we are all cage in this room, the Reikage and the Tsuchikage wouldn't need to resort to any tricks if they truly wanted to get rid of us so soon. Yuzuzo's gruff voice didn't falter for 1 second. And he spoke the truth. Among the people at that table, he was the only one that individually had the chance to keep up with the two strongest cage. And that was just because he was a Jinchuriki. We would still survive if a fight were to break out. One of the other cage scoffed a bit, unable to help himself. All cage had their pride after all. They were all confident in their own abilities, they all specialized in different things, and some refused to believe that they were that far behind the 5 cage. But the reality was very different. The Reikage could only scoff when hearing them argue with each other. Whether or not we could kill you is not relevant. The Reikage punched the table in front of him lightly, causing cracks to spread out all around it and capturing the attention of everyone present. The important part is that we have no reason to even try and kill each other now. Our main mission and objective is to get our hands on the techniques of the Uzumaki. That's why we even mobilized so many of our troops in the first place. The Reikage was clearly frustrated with the whole situation. He immediately started admonishing the people in the room for being led on so easily by the group or person sabotaging their expedition. Although a bit rude, the Reikage speaks the truth in this matter. Noki coughed a bit in his fist as he tried to dampen the impact of the Reikage's frustrated voice with his own calm one. We all have a common goal, which is the very reason that this alliance came into existence. The fact that we're in this situation means someone doesn't want us to get to that common goal. It goes against both the intentions of the Rock and Cloud villages. I would go as far as to say that it goes against all of our interests combined. Noki smiled internally as he noticed many of the cage nodding their heads in agreement. It seemed like the meeting was proceeding just as he wanted it. But not without detractors. Humph. Yadea still seemed unconvinced, but he didn't seem to speak out anymore, which was at least an improvement. Well, then. Now that we've gone through that, I think we can safely assume that the reports of our shinobi were correct. Noki scratched his chin as he remembered the description of the culprit that was given by his men. The man with the fox mask. It's not exactly a detailed description though. One of the cage muttered as more of them finally started accommodating the theory that all their misfortune up to that point was at the hands of a third party. It reportedly happened very quickly, to the point where my shinobi barely had any chance to react. Noki scoffed internally as he remembered the reports. In the first place, the one that had gotten blamed was only a chunin, while around him were only genin, so they barely had any chance of capturing the culprit. They were dealing with someone that was capable enough to assassinate Kage in a rather brutal and swift manner. Do we even have any indication as to who might have been responsible for this situation? Everyone was curious as they looked towards Noki. They assumed that he had some evidence regarding the identity of the party responsible. After all, there were few people in the world capable enough in order to pull off something like that. We don't really have any way of knowing the identity of the person spotted, but we can safely assume they are helping the Uzumaki clan with their involvement. Noki didn't have much to give them, unfortunately. They were dealing with a careful opponent. Devious, cunning. Noki couldn't even know how the culprit was hiding among their people. He seemed to have the habit of jumping in water. That was likely how he always escaped the scene of the crime. So he could swim fast enough to keep up with their boats at the very least. I remember when the ships were getting destroyed. I remember seeing a strange silhouette in the waters. I didn't think much of it back then, but it was likely the culprit. Or one of the culprits. The Reikage seemed to have calmed down now that the smaller villages were no longer as hostile to him. It's likely a group. That could explain how they were able to kill everyone on the ship of Kamuragakur. Otherwise, it would have taken someone on the level of the 5 cage to pull such a thing off silently. Yuzuzo spoke out again, trying to remember the detail of that scene a bit more. The way everyone had died there was a bit too systematic. It was either the work of a good assassin squad or a figure powerful enough to not be unknown. I also agree with that. Although only one person has been spotted, we can safely assume that this is the work of a group. The Reikage nodded in agreement. Noki also nodded, but he didn't say anything yet. Silence spread out throughout the room as everyone tried to understand how the Uzumaki clan would be able of such a thing. Did the Uzumaki infiltrate us during our departure? No, our shinobi should have noticed something like that. We searched all of the boats thoroughly, there were no stowaways. It's also unlikely for there to be someone using the transformation jutsu. Again, our more experienced shinobi would have picked up on it immediately. Does that mean the culprits are just swimming alongside us? Or maybe clinging onto our ships from the outside? Even then, our sensors haven't felt a thing. It's unreal. Conversations quickly broke out as the cage present all started brainstorming. They needed to find the most likely situation, the most likely culprit. They knew that they were helping the Uzumaki clan, but they didn't know if they were the Uzumaki clan. Even then, there are few groups that can match this description in the world. Yes. We already know the strength of the Uzumaki clan. Even their elite shinobi shouldn't be able to pull off such an operation. Silence spread throughout the room once more, as the cage struggled to think of a possible culprit. There is one person that I've heard of. Capable enough to avoid all of our sensors, and reportedly powerful enough to pull off such assassinations. Yuzuzo was the one to speak up next, immediately capturing the attention of everyone present. The Reikage also scowled a bit, as an image was painted in his mind. A very familiar image. The red dot. He needs no introduction really. He is the founder and current leader of the Dark Brotherhood, a bounty hunter association situated in the Land of Iron. Yuzuzo immediately brought up the one person he thought capable of such a thing. The red dot. Everyone knew that moniker, everyone knew of his capabilities. He was capable enough to stroll through whatever land he wanted undetected. He was strong enough to take out an entire hidden village. But did he even have the motive to help the Uzumaki clan? He had shown no indication that he was interested in them in the past. Regardless, he did become the main suspect in the minds of many. I don't think he's responsible for this incident. Surprisingly, the Reikage was the one to speak out in favor of Ken. Everyone looked at him with a bit of confusion. Not quite understanding why the Reikage would bother sticking up for the infamous bounty hunter. I've worked with him in the past. He's a strange person, certainly capable enough to pull something like this off, but he is not interested in our conflicts, at least not enough to interfere. Everyone seemed surprised by the Reikage's words. It was a lesser-known fact that the two of them had worked together on a mission. No one knew the actual contents of that mission though. If even the Reikage is willing to stick up for him, then the red dot must have left quite the impression on him. The Tsuchikage narrowed his eyes as he looked at the situation with some skepticism. How can you be so sure that he wouldn't get involved? We're talking about the techniques of the Uzumaki clan here. Yuzuzo was also not exactly convinced. Fuinjutsu was important to all shinobi, and anyone running an organization. He wasn't willing to just take the Reikage's word for it. The Reikage scowled a bit when seeing that not anyone was willing to believe him. Therefore, he was forced to show some of his cards. Even if he's interested in Fuinjutsu, I can at least confirm that he's not here. I have some of my most capable men monitoring his actions. He's been recently spotted collecting some bounties in the Land of Iron. He had been one of the forces monitoring Ken closely, especially after their mission together. It simply wouldn't have made sense for Ken to be near the Land of Whirlpools. Not only did they have absolutely no evidence of it being him, he was also publicly spotted. How recent are we talking here? Noki asked as he rubbed the bridge of his nose. Things were looking rather bad for them. They had absolutely no suspects if they also ruled out the red dot. The last report was yesterday before we set sail. He even appeared in public. It's not exactly unusual for him to do so either, at least in the Land of Iron, where he is reportedly in the good graces of the Daime. It could have just been a transformation, right? Noki asked as he still hoped for them to have already found the culprit. Uncertainty was a far greater concern than blaming the wrong person to him, so he wanted to keep the blame on the red dot if possible. That would at least provide everyone with a known common enemy. But the Reikage couldn't afford the villages going after Ken and the Dark Brotherhood, especially since he still wanted to have Ken as a subordinate. Or at least an ally in the future. That's why I sent 2 elite jonin to keep tabs on him. I wanted to take no chances. They would have been able to tell if the person that had appeared publicly was using transformation. He also still looks exactly like in the reports, same height, hair, mask, and everything. We have no reason to believe he's a different person. Both Noki and Yuzuzo could only nod at that point, accepting the Reikage's explanation. Their lack of hard evidence somewhat stopped them from throwing any more baseless accusations. Especially since the Reikage seemed adamant about protecting the red dot. Unfortunately, that also meant that they were back to square one. They had found nothing, they only knew that a person or group was sabotaging their expedition. And just as they were about to start brainstorming again. Boom! Chapter 65, Interruption, Mistake, and Chaos. The plan had to be carried out in a hurry. I did my best to contact both the Dark Brotherhood and the Uzumaki leader for cooperation. Unfortunately, the Uzumaki clan didn't respond. Regardless, with the aid of Tasho and one of the younger recruits, we were able to create a perfect double of me. It's a good thing that so many of the children idolize me, as they all let their hair grow because of that, wanting to look more like me. And that's exactly what we needed on this occasion. A public show. It does help that I've appeared publicly plenty of times in the Land of Iron, so my presence wouldn't come into question at all. While my cover was being prepared, I had already started moving. The only real point of entry into the Land of Whirlpools is from the Land of Waves, so my destination was rather obvious. Still, just to make sure, I asked Saburo to check for rumors as to where the army of shinobi might be stationed. Funnily enough, it was exceedingly easy for him to find them, as the shinobi had been rather brazen in stealing the boats of the common folk. The underworld is ruled by various information networks, and almost all of them rely on word of mouth. Beggars, bar owners, and ramen stall owners, they all hear interesting rumors and sell them as information for Ryo. Empires are built on the back of information, and it seems that the shinobi army that's attacking the Uzumaki clan didn't make much of an effort in covering their tracks. Rather brazen. I was a tad disappointed to hear that the Reikage was also involved in this. One of the main forces participating even. I guess I shouldn't expect much more out of the leaders of the shinobi world. They don't care who they involve in their mad power struggles. Well, it's not like I cared about him all that much. He was just another useful tool, but not one vital to my plans for the future. I don't care if he dies in this war at all, especially since he's starting it. But at least the information I received gives me the certainty I needed. I didn't have a lot of time. I sealed off most of the tenketsu in my body in order to allow an almost full transformation. My speed far exceeded that of regular shinobi, and I was able to reach the border of the Land of Whirlpools in a matter of hours with little energy spent. From then on, I would have to swim, and swim I did. Just like before, after a few minutes of staying in the water, my body morphed to match my environment. My swimming speed became better and better as time passed and I got used to gills and whatnot. It still almost took me an entire day to reach the shores of the Land of Waves. And by then, I could feel that the shinobi were already setting sail. They need to cross these waters to reach the Land of Whirlpools, and they chose this part because it's peaceful. But how about I make it not so peaceful? I started by using my claws and cutting into their ships. At first, it was small cuts, trying to appear innocuous, but then I started ruining the hulls properly, which managed to sink quite a few ships. I had to stop at some point though, as I could feel the Reikage noticing me in the waters. He didn't act in any way. Thankfully, my form doesn't resemble a human all that much, so he must have assumed I'm some fish or shark. Regardless, this means I'll have to tone it down with the boat tearing. But I already did plenty of damage. A few hundred shinobi were left in rowboats thanks to my efforts, and some even had to take turns walking on the sea. Meanwhile, the larger ships were now more packed together. I can feel the shinobi in them, packed together like sardines. I waited a bit more before starting the next part of my plan. The whirlpools. It's not that hard for me to create them. I simply started using Dragon Twister underwater repeatedly. At some point, the whirlpools became self-sustaining, and I could go ahead and create more. It wasn't difficult for me, just made me dizzy at most. But I was quite satisfied when I saw hundreds get swallowed up by the currents I was creating. They did manage to undo most of them at some point, but I had already collected plenty of bodies at the bottom of the sea, many were caught between the rocks as well, and the pressure of the ocean was keeping them down. I continued with the whirlpools for a while. Then something interesting happened. That flying midget did some kind of jutsu that completely erased my arm. It would have actually killed me if I didn't dodge it in time, so I got off easy. Regardless, I had to go to the depths and heal up. I continued with the whirlpools for a while. That stupid midget really got on my nerves. His technique is outrageously powerful. When I was hit by it, it all happened in a split second. One moment my arm was there, the next I could no longer feel it, the water was gone as well. He served as a good reminder that the strength of my scales won't be able to block every jutsu out there. I did learn to dodge his attacks by the end, but I don't even know how many limbs I've lost thanks to him at this point. Thankfully, I managed to make him kill plenty of his own as well by keeping the current strong until the last second. That's sure to help with the morale of the Shinobi Alliance. This is as much a game of dwindling the numbers of this army, as much as it is killing their morale. Eventually, morning came, and I made sure none of these pissers ever got any sleep. I went for the weakest cage I could find first. Don't even know what village he's from, no hard feelings though. Killing his guards was relatively easy, and planting the fake evidence was just as easy. The cage himself almost put up a fight. But I blitzed him with overwhelming speed and broke his fingers before he managed to do anything. I had to stuff his mouth with my fist before he screamed out in pain. But it wasn't that messy overall. I didn't torture him needlessly though, I killed him swiftly then made it look like I had tortured him, before throwing him with enough precision to impale him on the mast. Blaming one of the larger hidden villages came naturally. It wasn't even that difficult to do. I didn't think it would actually stick through, but the rakeage killed the fake culprit right away. Which greatly affected the morale of the Cloud village. That didn't even seem to do anything good for the Cloud either. Well, I guess it stopped the other villages from potentially attacking the Cloud, but he could have tried to prevent it in different ways. I could sense the distrust in all of the other cage present. They are certainly not going to turn their backs to the shinobi of the Cloud village anytime soon. It seems that this alliance is a lot more fragile than I had thought. So I decided to take advantage of that as well. If the smaller villages and the great ones are somewhat split, then why not blame both of the great villages? Make it look pretty, and make them team up against each other. I swiftly killed off the second cage, further affecting the morale of the entire alliance as I impaled yet another one of their leading figures on the mast of his own ship. I did it in more of a hurry though, as it was impossible to do it unnoticed at this point. There were too many people on the ship to assassinate quietly. Thankfully the cage had opened up his window to let in some air. Hope that air was worth dying for. Planting the evidence was a tad messy this time, couldn't really find a straggler quickly enough, so I just settled with the smallest group I could find. I assumed that, at that point, tensions were so high that it was impossible for any village to believe witness testimonies. And right I was. No one believed any of the witnesses. It's a shame that the midget managed to catch on, and called that meeting. I listened to it the best I could, but I had other things to do as well. Such as planting as many explosive tags on the hulls of the biggest ships housing the most shinobi. Normally, this would be much harder, but the strongest shinobi are defending the meeting, or are stationed in the ships around it. I don't know if the cage intended their meeting to have such an effect. It might have just been the distrust that drove them to bring as many elites as possible. Regardless, it gave me an opportunity to really affect their numbers. It's sad that I only have so many paper bombs and explosive tags. I could have taken down their entire fleet in this manner, but oh well. Time for a little explosive interruption. The sound of the explosion wasn't the end of it. All of the cage jumped as they felt the seas around them rattling. The shinobi that had accompanied the smaller cage all rushed outside to check the situation at the behest of their leaders. And outside was pandemonium. Fires had broken out all around them, around a dozen ships were sinking, and some had already started drowning. The screams of the less experienced shinobi rung out, further demoralizing those that were already starting up a makeshift rescue for the drowning. Water dragons rose out of the oceans to put out the fires. Shinobi also spit out water streams at the flames in hopes of quelling them finally. Meanwhile, shinobi stepped on the uneven and wavy ocean and tried their best to pull out as many of the weaker ninjas as possible. All of the cage came out of the meeting room in that instant, and they all looked at the situation in shock. Shit! Noki immediately took to the skies as his fears had been realized. He knew that the meeting would put all of the attention of the strongest figures in the alliance in one place. He just hoped that the villages had been smart enough to not do exactly what they did. Well, their intelligence wasn't exactly the issue, it was just that most of them didn't care much about the young shinobi they had called to the war. Most of the cage only cared about the safety of the village, and a shinobi dying in a mission was considered an honor for them, to be able to die for their village. Not all of the cage were that uncaring though. The Reikage had come completely alone, as was customary for someone as strong as him. Yuzuzo was also completely alone, as a Jinchuriki, he was already a powerhouse. He didn't believe himself to be in need of protection of any kind. One or two of the other smaller cage also left behind enough people to protect the weaker shinobi. At sea, they were most vulnerable after all. Unfortunately, not all of the cage seemed to understand the importance of having more numbers. And they were about to take heavy losses. All of the ships that were sunk belonged to those from the smaller villages. Ken had tried to stick a few paper tags on one of the Reikage's ships, but they were swiftly noticed by the more experienced shinobi that were more alert. They still took some damage, but they were able to mitigate most of it with some clever jutsus to contain the damage of the explosions. Ken thankfully mostly prioritized destroying the ships with the most people but with the weakest shinobi. Basically, he aimed to kill off as much cannon fodder as he could in one fell swoop. The cage also realized the intentions of their saboteur/saboteurs, and they immediately sprung into action, a bit too late for many of their shinobi, unfortunately. As soon as the explosions died down, whirlpools started appearing once more all around their fleet. But there was a stark difference. This time, they weren't appearing one by one, they were appearing multiple at the same time. The Reikage grit his teeth as he jumped up and climbed onto the mast of the ship they were on. The Tsuchikage was already floating around there, looking at the situation with rage. In the distance, the Reikage was able to see a flash of lightning dashing into the waters. A is going towards the saboteurs. I'm plunging in as well. You do your best to stop as many whirlpools as possible. The Reikage wasted no time as a lightning aura rose around him and he dove towards the waters. I know already. Noki flew as fast as he could to the nearest whirlpool, and brought his hands together, forming a triangle with his fingers as a white light took shape in the middle of his hand sign. The light then expanded into a pillar that shot down into the middle of the whirlpool he floated above. Noki sweated a bit as he realized that he may have injured quite a few of their own men. The struggle continued after that. Noki moved around, from whirlpool to whirlpool, trying his best to destroy them while minimizing the damage. Meanwhile, the stronger people around them were doing their best to pull away as many people as possible to make way for Knox's attacks. They weren't having much success, unfortunately. Not everyone was well versed in water-style jutsu, which was rather imperative. That was when Yuzuzo stepped in. Well, flew in more like. He was covered in a thick dark yellow chakra cloak, completely covering his body and clothes. On his back were 4 large wings that beat at great speeds. Near his tailbone was one chakra tentacle that shot towards the water and coiled around as many shinobi as possible, pulling them out of Knox's way with ease. But only one tentacle wasn't going to be enough. He morphed his form to match his need, and his one large tentacle separated in several, all acting alongside Noki and allowing him to disperse as many whirlpools as possible. Noki greatly appreciated the assistance. The two of them were able to take care of things more smoothly, while the other cage had all gone to aid their own villages. Even with all of them working together, the chaos raged on for a good 10 more minutes before things finally calmed down. Noki panted a bit as he had somewhat exhausted his chakra reserves. He could still go on if needed, but he also knew that he needed to preserve his energy, so he floated down and back onto his ship, letting the others continue with the cleanup. Yuzuzo was completely fine. Chakra exhaustion was not a concern for a Jinchuriki. The chakra tentacles he had grown out of his tail were still putting people on broken pieces of wood to keep them afloat. The Jinchuriki eventually turned back to normal, judging the situation to be under control. This is a fucking mess. Yuzuzo scowled underneath his cage mask as he crossed his arms. Then, he noticed a bit of blood rising out of the waters nearby. After the blood, came a rather burly arm, one of a darker skin tone. That was when Yuzuzo remembered something rather crucial. Wait! Didn't the Raikage and his son dive in after the perpetrators? Chapter 66, Underwater Struggle, Death and Complications. As soon as Ken made his clones and started forming as many whirlpools as possible, A descended into the waters. Unlike before, the sensors could pick up on the use of ninjutsu, and they were able to direct A properly. The son of the Raikage didn't hesitate for one bit. He plunged into the depths as his body sparkled with lighting. He cut through the water as steam rose up from all around him. Bubbles rose to the surface as electricity spread out everywhere the cage went. A managed to keep his eyes peeled open even under the salty sea, his cloak of lightning preventing the salt from harming his eyes. And finally, A saw it. A strange humanoid-looking creature. Scaly, with fish-like features. A short black hair and a grey fox Anbu mask. The strange transformation immediately reminded him of Ken, but there were also plenty of differences. Ken didn't seem to have any gills or fins, nor did he seem to have a human torso while transformed. There were plenty of other differences, but A didn't have any time to consider them all, as he rushed in towards the closest clone to him. He now understood how the whirlpools were happening as well. The clones of the masked assailant just seemed to be spinning with enough velocity to create an underwater current strong enough to suck everything in. It was impressive, but A didn't have the time to marvel at it either. He knew that he had to stop the whirlpools from happening. The first clone he attacked was what first made him realize that his mission wasn't going to be as easy as he had hoped it would be. As soon as he reached the depths and came closer to the middle of one of the whirlpools, he felt his body being pulled towards the middle of it. Even he found it difficult to resist the current, but that wasn't the only issue. The clone of the masked man noticed him almost immediately, and instead of facing off against him, it decided to start running away. Underwater, A's speed seemed to be no match for the man-fish hybrid. He was left in the dust as Whirlpool had already become self-sustaining. Shit! At this rate, I won't be able to catch any of them. That was when his father joined him. The Raikage had been trailing behind A from the moment that he had jumped into the water. With sickening precision, the Raikage sliced the clone that had been fleeing from A in two. The clone exploded into a flurry of lightning, which sparked the waters around them even further, but it wasn't able to do any harm to the Raikage. The father and son duo reunited wordlessly underneath the waters, and the two of them teamed up to go after the other clones. Together, they were slower than the man and his clones, but together they could work to catch them by surprise. Or so they thought. When they approached the next clone, it was ready for them. Its claws were already extended. It used the momentum from the underwater tornado it had been forming to fling itself towards A, its tail spinning towards him like a cleaver, aiming to decapitate him right away. The Raikage was about to interfere, not willing to just sit by and get ignored in that way. But he wasn't being ignored at all. Before he could even react, something extremely heavy crashed into him and sent him reeling, plunging further and further into the depths of the sea. The Raikage was forced to exhale a bit as he was smacked into the bottom of the ocean. It was then that the Raikage noticed the actual speed of their opponent. Shit! This thing is as fast in water as I am on land. We need to get out of here. The Reikage now knew that he had no chance of facing the shinobi in water, so he immediately went all out. Black lightning extended from his body as all light vanished around him. He was in the abyss of the ocean, and as soon as he turned to his black lighting, all of his vision was gone. Maybe it was a foolish thing to do, as he had no way of knowing how the man he was fighting fared in the dark, but it was also the only way that the Reikage saw himself matching his opponent in speed. The only problem: the Reikage had been completely separated from his son. Shit! The water around him bubbled as he started swimming upwards at renewed speeds. It was then that 4 figures circled around him, like sharks circling around freshwater fish. One of the figures passed by the Reikage, hitting him with a tail strike that caused the Reikage to spin underneath the water. The Reikage grabbed the man-fish hybrid by the tail, tugging him closer as he tried to escape. He didn't hesitate for a moment as he snapped the neck of the figure, only for it to explode into lightning once more. More clones seemed to gather around him though, which was proving troublesome. Especially now that the Reikage could hardly see them. The Reikage scowled as he realized the intentions of his enemy. He's trying to slow me down. Shit! I need to get to A. And while he was struggling to fight and reach the surface, A was off trying to fight who he assumed was the original masked man. He had witnessed him making more clones after all, so it was a rather obvious conclusion. He realized that there was a speed difference, but he knew that as long as he managed to grab onto anything, he would win. The original seemed to have started forming yet another whirlpool. Most of them had already died down, as the clones were focusing on the Reikage now, so A had an easy time spotting the original in the eye of that whirlpool. He dashed towards the fishman hybrid with fury, his hand outstretched and hopping to latch onto the man's tail at the very least. The masked man seemed to notice him. He immediately turned tail and ran, but he seemed to get snagged into the current of the whirlpool for a few seconds, and A knew to take advantage of that. With a confident smile on his face, he grasped onto the tail of the original. The Reikage sliding burned bright as he prepared to pull himself towards the masked man. It was only then that he noticed it. A white light was quickly approaching him from above. A immediately recognized it as the Tsuchikage's dust release. He immediately let go of the tail and tried to move and dodge the dust release jutsu. He wasn't as fast as he would have been on land, but he could still avoid it maybe. But then the tail that he had let go of coiled around his arm, pulling him back in. A's eyes widened in fear as he only got one last look at the masked man. Curse why! He didn't even get to finish his thoughts before his entire being was erased alongside the whirlpool that he had been struggling to escape. And just like that, only an outstretched hand was left of A, still clutching onto my tail. I couldn't help but let a smile reach my lips. I flung the arm back to the surface. I've no need for it. But it will serve a nice message for the Reikage and the Cloud Village. I've done enough damage for now. From here on out, I just need to lay low and observe. Now, I can finally allow myself to vanish into the depths of the sea, hiding in places that even the sun can't reach. The Reikage finally managed to deal with my clones by the feel of it too. He seems to be on his last legs, running out of air, but I don't feel like killing him. He had proved useful in that meeting from earlier after all. Still, so much for A. His impulsiveness is what got him in the end. I set up a rather obvious trap. He should have known that the Tsuchikage was working to undo my whirlpools. He just got blinded by the prospect of catching me. Oh well, good riddance. He was always hostile to me. I wouldn't have trusted him to be as agreeable as his father once he took over as Reikage. It's better this way. Still, I couldn't help but sigh internally as my senses washed over the multitude of bodies that had accumulated at the bottom of the sea, all trapped there by the pressure. The bodies are so warm that nature energy still exudes from some of them, some even still have chakra signatures. But they all are just as good as dead. So much bloodshed. All because shinobi can't even try to coexist peacefully. In the end, I can only shake my head in disappointment and let the pressure of the sea massage my somewhat tired muscles. Well, at the very least, I hope that the Reikage learned a lesson from this. The Reikage returned to the surface in a flurry. He noticed that the fight was over, so he assumed his son was already somewhere on the ships. After looking for a few minutes, he ran into the Tsuchikage, who was still resting. Old Noki didn't seem to have any idea of where his son could be. He was merely catching his breath and had been doing so ever since the situation had concluded. The Reikage continued looking and eventually ran into Yuzuzo as well. Looking intact and clean, like he had just watched from the sidelines the entire time. But the Reikage knew better than to assume that. He knew that Jinchuriki were powerful, and very rarely were they cowards. "Oi, Jinchuriki!" The Reikage shouted. He tried to appear calm and authoritative, but panic somewhat seeped into his voice. Yuzuzo didn't seem to have any reaction to meeting him. "Yes, Lord Reikage." Yuzuzo answered, his voice devoid of any fear, his eyes hidden by his hat. "Have you seen my son, eh? He's basically the spitting image of me, just younger." The Reikage provided a basic description as he clenched his fists. "The last time I had seen him, he had plunged into the waters. You followed after him, did something happen?" Yuzuzo tilted his head slightly as he observed the Reikage. "Shit!" The Reikage lashed out when hearing that, not at Yuzuzo, just in general. He kicked a plank and cracked the wooden pieces of wood they were floating on. "We got separated in the middle of it. Our enemy seems to be specialized in underwater fights." The Reikage was still able to compose himself and give a basic explanation as he rubbed his forehead in frustration. "I see. But I assume most of his attention was focused on you, right? I'm sure your son can handle himself, who knows? Maybe he's giving chase and trying to catch the enemy." Yuzuzo quickly attempted to calm down the Reikage, to soothe his thoughts. And it seemed to work out just fine. The Reikage sighed and shook his head. "That man didn't seem able to damage me even in my regular lightning mode. A should be just fine. Thank you for the assurance. I guess we'll have to go on with the mission while waiting for him to catch up to us." The Reikage was clearly still worried, but he didn't seem to want to prioritize his worries instead of the mission. Instead, he went back to his people. They needed his guidance. Meanwhile, Yuzuzo's gaze narrowed as he scowled. "It's safe to assume that A is dead." He had already studied that arm. He had hidden it in a scroll before the Reikage had arrived there, so he knew who it belonged to. The cut was too clean. To the point where it didn't even look like it was cut. It wasn't hard for Yuzuzo to assume what could have done that. Just earlier, the Tsuchikage had been spamming a jutsu capable of causing such wounds. The arm had some marks on it, as something extremely strong had coiled around it and exerted a lot of force. It was almost as if he had been held in place. I can easily paint a picture of what happened down there. A is dead, and the Tsuchikage may have unintentionally killed him. Yuzuzo could only clench his teeth together as he realized just how much that fact complicated the situation. This saboteur really is fucking with us, isn't he? Chapter 67, Damages, Casualties, and a Father's Instincts. Yuzuzo didn't have many options on what to do. The evidence pointed to the fact that A was dragged or thrown into the Tsuchikage's attack, which was what killed him. But the Reikage was not going to care about such details. As soon as he heard that Noki was the one to kill his son, he was likely to start a war with the Rock Village. The fight would start right away. Our alliance is already on the brink. It's hard to tell if we can even take on the Uzumaki clan as we are. Adding this on top of that will completely ruin us before we even reach the shores of the land of whirlpools. The worst part? Yuzuzo firmly believed that all of that was the work of only one person. Rather than belief, he was absolutely certain. Even the tailed beast within him was only able to detect one presence underwater during the chaos from earlier. The man with a grey fox mask. The one who had played them all. He had stayed hidden, ruined them slowly as they crossed the ocean on a boat. The ocean was his territory by the look of things. He was both almost impossible to trace and just as impossible to fight. If both the Raikage and his son were completely overwhelmed, then no one in the entire world was able to fight that masked man on the open seas. Even now, Yuzuzo had no way of telling if the one responsible was near them or not. Was he still trailing them? Waiting to strike again? Maybe, but even his tailed beast couldn't keep track of him. At least not while the seal was still active. He could release it, they were on friendly terms, but it could cause a great commotion. And the masked man was likely more than able to scurry away with how fast he was reported to be. This is going a lot worse than even the worst situation that I could have imagined regarding this war. Well, the world is not exactly as predictable as you conniving shinobi like to think of it. A loud voice boomed throughout Yuzuzo's mind. He could only shake his head and sigh. It was rare that Chmei, the seven-tailed beast, spoke to him. Although they were on friendly terms, they were also similar in nature. And that meant that they were both mostly silent and observant. Indeed, some things are simply not within our comprehension. Well, from here on out, it's safe to assume that attacks like before are going to be a lot more difficult. Everyone was now on high alert, and most of the fodder that could have been lost to whirlpools was already gone. This meant that the saboteurs' main method of attack was mostly rendered ineffective. But that was only because their numbers were severely reduced. It was likely that their numerical advantage against the Uzumaki was diminished greatly. Counting the casualties isn't going to be fun. But I have an even less fun duty right now. Yuzuzo, as the man to discover the remains of A, was now tasked with dealing with the situation. He did have the option of ignoring it, but that wasn't exactly optimal either. He wouldn't get anything, and on the off chance that A's death was discovered, he'd even be held in scrutiny. Getting rid of the hand could also leave traces, which wasn't good. Currently, Yuzuzo reached the point where the best course of action was just going to the culprit directly. This should also help build relations between the Rock Village and my Waterfall Village. If everything goes well, we won't even have to antagonize the Cloud. The Tsuchikage had already returned to his quarters, while his elites were off assessing the damage done to their fleet. Yuzuzo also saw them in passing, and it wasn't looking nice, that was for sure. They had started the journey with close to 100 ships of varying sizes. They had enough space for everyone. The first attacks took down around 10 ships, which placed many on rowboats which didn't last very long either, mind you. Now, Yuzuzo had already counted around 40 destroyed ships from the explosions, debris, and whirlpools. Many were also damaged badly, sailing only on prayers and dreams. Yuzuzo still didn't have an estimate of how many had actually died, but they were already down to around 50 ships, give or take a few, so things were not looking great for them or their morale. But morale was not even a concern at that point. They had already lost thousands by the look of things. Yuzuzo reached the Tsuchikage's quarters right away, and just as he reached for the door, two masked figures appeared by his sides with kunao already pointed towards his neck. Lord Tsuchikage is currently tired, please refrain from interrupting him. They were Enbu tasked with protecting their lord, dressed in the usual Enbu garb. If Yuzuzo was intimidated in any way by their kunao, then it sure was impossible to tell. His cold eyes shined as his eyes wandered to the masks of the Enbu threatening him. He seemed indifferent even, although his face was still hidden in the shadows. His cold eyes told the two Enbu everything they needed to hear. It was as if they were looking at the eyes of a beast. Both of the Enbu seemed to tremble slightly underneath his gaze. I understand that you must do your job, and I admire your loyalty to Lord Tsuchikage. Yuzuzo's voice was just as calm and collected at his gaze. However, there are very pressing matters at hand. Matters that need Lord Tsuchikage's attention. I'd advise not getting in my way. It wasn't very often that Enbu felt threatened. They were usually devoid of fear, prepared to throw their life away at a moment's notice. But something in Yuzuzo's eyes, in his scent, awakened that base instinct in the Enbu. Something that they had thought they lost. Fear. Fear was, after all, just self-preservation. but their instincts and their determination to follow orders still clashed. Thankfully, before Yuzuzo had to act on his threat, Noki decided to finally intervene, saving the lives of his subordinates. "Let him in, you two." His voice broke the stalemate, and the Anbu immediately retracted their weapons and returned to their stations, protecting the entrance to the Tsuchikage's room from the shadows. Yuzuzo wasted no time entering the room and closing the door behind him with a thud. "This better be important, I was serious about being tired," Noki said as he sat on one of the chairs inside the room. His office was still styled for their meeting, no one had the time to clean up, so he was just sitting at the end of the table. "Oh, don't worry. You won't be thinking about resting when you hear of this." Yuzuzo's cold gaze made the Tsuchikage raise an eyebrow. Noki then raised his hand, catching a scroll that Yuzuzo had sent his way. "What's th?" he spoke as he opened it up and tapped the seal on it. He was interrupted by a puff of smoke, and a bloody arm appeared on his table. Naka's eyes immediately widened, and he prepared to swear at Yuzuzo and call him a madman for bringing such a thing to him, but then he stopped in his tracks, as he recognized the arm. Isn't this the arm of that cloud brat, eh? This wound?" His eyes remained wide as he immediately came to the same realization that Yuzuzo had come to. "Shit!" the Tsuchikage exclaimed as he waved his hand a few times. 6 shadows seemed to rush out of the room, opening and closing the door behind them. They were Enbu protecting the Tsuchikage's quarters. Now sent away. Finally, some actual privacy. Yuzuzo sighed as he grabbed a chair near the Tsuchikage and sat down. "This is bad," Noki said as he brought his thumb near his mouth. Slowly, he seemed to be biting into his nail, as his eyes narrowed down. Yuzuzo closed his eyes and waited for a bit, knowing that Noki needed some time to assess the gravity of the situation and run through a few situations in his head. After a few moments of silence, Yuzuzo tapped the severed arm. It disappeared in a puff of smoke. It was better not to be spotted with it on the table as they spoke. Noki nodded when seeing that. "Does the Reikage know of this already?" His voice sounded thoughtful and careful. "About the reaction I expected." Yuzuzo shook his head as he opened his mouth to confirm the situation further. "No, if he did, we wouldn't be here talking. He was thrown into the way of your last attack, that's where I found the arm. I somewhat recognized it, so I hid it after inspecting it a bit." "Shit. The Reikage is surely going to notice his son's absence though." "He already did. I hid this arm from him. It's safe to assume that the Reikage knows his son's fate, but it's better not to jump to conclusions for now." Noki nodded as he looked at the scroll in front of him with furrowed eyebrows. After a few seconds, he raised both arms and brought them together, making the hand sign for dust release. Out of his palms came a cone of white light, which only enveloped the scroll and stopped before reaching the table. The scroll was disintegrated instantly. "It's better to not leave any traces. Thank you for bringing this to me, you have done the rock a great service today." Noki nodded towards Yuzuzo. The two of them continued talking after that, furthering their ties a bit more as they assessed the situation. And while they were doing that, the Reikage was off on his own, his gaze still scouring the seas for any sign of his son. A part of him knew. The bond between father and son was strong, and the two of them had truly been inseparable. The Reikage had trained A to walk in his footsteps and become a proper pillar for the Cloud Village in the future. Although A had a lot left to learn, and a lot of personality flaws to fix, the Reikage was still proud of him. That pride, that affection that he had for his son was what held him back from accepting the reality that was staring him in the eye. His son was no more. The Reikage had gotten a foreboding feeling the second that the clones of that masked monster started holding him back, delaying him. And now his son was nowhere to be found. But he did have one slither of hope left. One small ray of sunshine on the storm that raged above his head. And that was the fact that A's body was nowhere to be seen. It was a light devoid of warmth, as the masked monster could have just dragged the body to the bottom of the sea. But wouldn't it have been a better move to let it float up and affect the morale of their troops? Maybe Yuzuzo was actually right. Maybe A was trying to track down the saboteur, keeping him at bay? But that went against the A that the Raikage knew. Although impulsive, he respected orders to AT. The Raikage knew that his son wouldn't abandon his duties to chase someone needlessly, especially when he had no genuine way of catching the masked man. Regardless, the Raikage had no way of confirming anything. So, as a father, he refused to believe that his son was dead. There's no way he's dead. No one can tell me otherwise. Unless I see his body, I won't accept that fact. And so, the Raikage took his thoughts away from the disappearance of his son. He still had a duty as the leader of the Cloud Village. He had plenty of things to worry about and work on. He didn't have the luxury of focusing solely on his worries for his son's safety. So, he got back to work, assuming the role of the steadfast pillar that his people needed. And while all of that was happening, Yuzuzo finally left the Tushikage's residence. He cracked his neck as he then directed his cold gaze at a small seal on his palm. It's always better to have leverage. Chapter 68, Uncertainty, Departure, and Shores. The expedition continued. What remained of the Shinobi Alliance was now restless and skeptical. All of them had experienced loss. The headcount had led to them realizing that they had lost around 2,600 men and women. Their total numbers were currently at 4,900 shinobi. Still a sizable force, but not as overwhelming as when they had started. The Kage were completely stumped. They had lost almost half of their troops in the span of one day. They had also lost 2 Kage, and a Kage-level figure, who was currently considered missing in action. But despite their great losses, they could still have a chance to take on the Uzumaki. Even by the most generous estimations, the Uzumaki clan's shinobi only numbered around 1,800, if they counted genin, which would normally not go to war. The problem was that the Uzumaki genes led to those shinobi all being more powerful than normal. A Chunin Uzumaki was far stronger than any Chunin from all of the other nations. Only Konoha had an advantage when it came to bloodlines, but they were allies. Some Uzumaki shinobi were weaker, such as those that had their bloodline a bit more watered down. But the Uzumaki were still a dangerous force. The numerical advantage was a necessity when facing the Uzumaki, otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat them. Now, their previously overwhelming number advantage was whittled down to a mere 1-to-4 advantage. The Shinobi Alliance would lose if every Uzumaki shinobi managed to take down at least 4 enemies. And they had a massive advantage, as the battle was inevitably going to happen in their own territory. And that meant one thing. The extermination of the Uzumaki is no longer set in stone. Yuzuzo couldn't help but shake his head as he walked over to his own ship and walked into his quarters. To add another layer atop that, their Shinobi Alliance's morale was now dead in the waters. In the short span of one day, the people that were steadfast and confident took a turn for the worst. Jonin watched their students get swallowed up by the harsh and unforgiving whirlpools. Camaraderies and families were broken on the spot. After watching their comrades die one by one, their confidence turned to paranoia, as the prospect of traitors being among them was still the subject of rumors among the remaining troops. Yuzuzo only speculated that there was one culprit. He didn't have any real evidence. They had no way of knowing even how many people were involved in the attacks. The steadfast and loyal nature of the shinobi in the alliance quickly turned to distrust. After all, how could they not be distrustful of the leaders that had placed them in such situations? Alas, the shinobi were still fiercely loyal to their respective villages, so there was little to no concern about them defecting. Still, there was no joy to be found amongst their troops. The one silver lining, the ray of hope amidst the abyssal seas that surrounded them, was the thought that they only had a few more hours of the journey left. On land, they would no longer have to worry about the waters drowning them. There, they would be able to feel safer. But no one was able to relax. Not yet. The waters were strangely calm, but they had no way of knowing when they would be attacked next. Underneath the waters, Ken still rested, swimming only to keep up with the small fleet of the Shinobi Alliance. He knew that he had done a lot of damage, but at the same time, he realized that he couldn't do much more of it. The Shinobi were all on high alert, and most of the cannon fodder had already been purged. Those that were left were either especially skilled Chunin, special Jonin, or regular Jonin. At that point, there was little that his whirlpools would be able to do. Besides slowing down the alliance, of course, but that much wasn't going to do anything. What should my next move here be? On one hand, I could try to make a few more whirlpools, hoping to kill off a few more shinobi with them. But at the same time, I think they're already used to this type of attack. It's unlikely that I'll be able to kill more than 100, which doesn't really make much of a dent in the remaining numbers. I could try planting a few more bombs, but I don't have any. I could also try destroying more ships with my claws, but at this point, doing too much might risk them realizing who I am. Getting too close to the ships in general is much harder now that everyone's got their eyes on the waters. Thing is, the second they reach land, I won't be able to do much of anything to them without risking getting found out. Water provided me with the greatest cover imaginable until now. The depths of the ocean aren't exactly traversable, only someone like the Reikage can even survive there. My partial scaled sage mode allows me to live underwater indefinitely. And I can also easily keep up with their fleet. I'm afraid the Uzumaki clan is on its own from this point on. But, honestly, I think that they'll be able to manage from this point on. Their village felt like an actual fortress, with enough fuinjutsu and traps that I don't see how the Shinobi Alliance would be able to destroy it. I just hope my letter reached Yorihiko, and that he acted accordingly. Regardless, I think my job here is done. Well, I still have to go pillage all of the bodies they left behind. They're still trapped at the bottom of the sea, carrying plenty of valuables. I don't mind getting a few more techniques and equipment. My interference with this war ends here. From here on out, I can wish the Uzumaki clan the best of luck. I'll just send Yorihiko intel on the incoming army, and get to collecting my due from the bodies in the ocean. Making a profit off of war isn't that bad. Especially when nothing can be tied back to you. I always kept the resources of the Dark Brotherhood a secret, so our library becoming a bit fuller won't rouse any suspicion. Good thing I prepared a cover for this whole mess. But even without it, they wouldn't have had any evidence to link this to me. The Reikage barely saw my figure while he was fighting my clones under the water. I also look completely different from how I did during our last meeting. He may connect the dots with the transformation, but at most he'd contact me to ask about my clan or lineage since my transformation also looks significantly different while in water. Overall, this has been quite a success just with the resources I've gained. I just hope my actions assisted the Uzumaki clan enough. The Reikage and the Tsuchikage, that flying midget, are still extremely dangerous opponents. The Uzumaki might still lose this war, but at least total annihilation is less likely to happen. After the war is over, I will return to make a few deals with them. They wouldn't refuse to assist me after I helped them to this extent. It's better this way. I have no assurance that I'll be able to steal some fuinjutsu techniques after they actually get destroyed. There's also that Jinchuriki, which appears a bit weaker than B, but more experienced. I can't believe that he's actually fooled both the Reikage and the Tsuchikage. I guess I should never underestimate the cleverness of some shinobi. I did pay attention to their interactions, and while I didn't hear their words, I could still feel what happened above the waters. This is a bit problematic. I kinda wanted the Reikage and that midget to break up and start fighting. Alas, I guess I'll have to send Yorihiko some information regarding A's demise. I'm sure he'll be able to use it against them at the best possible moment. Well, better get to it. I have to get my message to Yorihiko before the alliance actually makes its way to them. Thankfully, I am much faster than them. In spite of Ken's momentary inaction, the situation didn't calm down at all for the shinobi. They were unable to rest, uneasiness spread everywhere as many even started contemplating how they would fight in the upcoming war. The cage all noticed this, and it wasn't a good sign. The shinobi were tired before the first war even happened. How exactly would they handle splitting up resources after the Uzumaki fell? Well, at that point, it was more the question of will the Uzumaki even fall? Had you asked any of the cage at the beginning of the expedition, they would have all given you a confident and resounding yes. But now? This expedition is doomed. Better cut my losses before it's too late. Yadea, the cage representing the land of keys, was the first one to depart. His boats silently separated from the fleet, and no one stopped them. At least at first. The second the other cage noticed Yadea's intentions, they all flew out to meet him. The Tsuchikage and Yuzuzo were the first ones to respond and go meet with Yadea, to try and persuade him to remain. The other cage joined them, calling a de facto meeting on the Yadea's ship. But unfortunately for them, they were met with a wall. This is preposterous. Noki, shouted as the Yadea shook his head at the delegation of cage in front of him. I understand your grievances, however, this conflict has already proven to be a bit too much for my men. Yadea's response was resolute, uncaring for the temporary comrades in front of him. We're still well on our way to defeating the Uzumaki clan. We still have a great numerical advantage. The Reikage grit his teeth as he also tried his hand at convincing Yadea. A numerical advantage so insignificant that it will turn to nothing when we enter their territory. They're Fuinjutsu masters, Lord Reikage. We're jumping in their backyard, feel free to expect the absolute worst. Yadea was unimpressed with his attempt. Even if we're evenly matched, we still have more powerful figures on our side. We have Lord Tsuchikage, Lord Reikage, and even a Jinchuriki. One of the other cage also tried to persuade Yadea, but that seemed to backfire on him. Oh yeah. So glad that our alliance has such powerful figures. Tell me now, how exactly do you plan to gain anything from this, HMM? Yadea glared at the cage in question, putting him on blast instantly. The cage stumbled a bit, as he seemed confused for a few seconds. Tisk, so much indignation in your voice, yet you're the one being a coward. The Reikage didn't give him time to respond, unfortunately. Yadea didn't seem afraid to speak out either, he turned his gaze to the Reikage and scowled. Currently, the ones that have already taken the most casualties and losses are us, the smaller nations. Yadea's voice echoed throughout the room, as the cage of the smaller nations listened attentively. As things stand, even if we do win against the Uzumaki, we will incur heavy losses. At the same time, most of us smaller cage haven't been left with too many forces to move. At that point, most of the faces in the room seemed to turn sour, as Yadea pointed out a very possible reality to them. How exactly will we, smaller nations, benefit anything from this? Even if we band together, all of us, we still wouldn't be able to do anything against the cloud and the rock, put the waterfall and their Jinchuriki in, and there will be nothing left for us. The smaller cage in the room all seemed to be shocked by that statement, many of them taking in the information with scowls on their face. Shit! This is the worst outcome that could have come out of this whole meeting. Noki could feel some veins popping as he grits his teeth. We have already agreed to split up the rewards evenly between us. That was a premise of this entire alliance. Noki quickly refuted, hoping to take everyone's thoughts away from the war that was bound to start after the Uzumaki supposedly fell. I am sure we all know that wouldn't have been the case. All of our nations have been preparing for a third great shinobi war for a while now. We all know when it was going to start. Yadea shook his head, further angering Noki. For a split second, Noki even considered killing Yadea on the spot. But he quickly shook that thought out of his head. It was the worst possible solution, to the point where it didn't count as one. It would end up further raising tensions with the smaller nations and painting a huge target on his back. Still, the fact that Noki even considered it, meant that Yadea was really getting to him. But how couldn't he? With his departure, more were bound to leave as well. It was only a matter of when. Unfortunately for them, the meeting didn't lead to much after that. Yadea was hell-bent on leaving. And with him went around 350 able-bodied shinobi that could have helped in the war. And after he left, the worst possible outcome stared Noki in the eye. 3 more cage left. The ones that had incurred the most losses due to Ken's attacks. They simply didn't feel like they stood to gain anything more from continuing to fight alongside the alliance. So, they decided to cut their losses. Together, their forces were only compromised of around 600 shinobi. And with that, the overall force of the shinobi alliance was down to approximately 3,950 shinobi. And when seeing their numerical advantage dwindle, 2 more of the smaller villages pulled out. At that point, Noki couldn't even do anything about it. The snowball was already rolling. Yuzuzo could also only curse their misfortune at that point. The Reikage was also ripping out his hair, his frustrations aided by the fact that his son A was still missing. Even worse, the ones responsible for all of their misfortune weren't even there. It's all because of that man. The Grey Fox. That was what the other shinobi in the alliance had started calling him, the only one that had been seen among their saboteurs. The uncertainty such a figure provided made things a lot worse. And now, with the departure of those other 2 nations, there were only 5 nations left in the alliance. And all of their numbers together only amounted to around 3,100 shinobi. At that point, Noki could only bury his face in his own hands. Just as I had feared. We lost before we even reached the shores. Chapter 69, Capitulation, Crushing Defeat and Disappointment. Ken hadn't expected the alliance to start falling apart just as he was about to leave. He decided to stick around a bit more when the first cage left, and he was glad to have done so. At this rate, I'll be able to just give the Uzumaki clan the good news that they no longer have anything to worry about. For now at least. After so many nations had left the alliance, the ones that were left now were forced to have a meeting, to debate whether or not it was worth it to continue the operation in any way. The last villages present hadn't suffered many losses, especially the great ones. But now they didn't have any assurance whatsoever that they'd be able to win the war in any way. Ken decided to do his best and listen into their meeting, clutching onto the ship that the meeting was taking place in and popping his head out of the water just slightly. The sound of the crashing waves still annoyed him a bit, but he could still hear the meeting take place, much like he could the last one. And the meeting went about as well as he had expected it to. The remaining nations made the unanimous decision to retreat and regroup for now. They went as far as to sport white flags, to avoid any attacks on their way back. Now, the Reikage was absolutely livid at that. The fate of his son hadn't even been confirmed yet, but now the entire operation was being called off. Unfortunately for him, his son wasn't going to just appear on his doorstep anytime soon. He, much like all of the other Kage involved in the alliance, was forced to return home with bad news. A failure on all observable factors and measures. One so monumental that they couldn't hide it at all, no matter how much they wanted to. So, they decided to just tell the world what had happened on those seas. Despite Yuzuzo's insistence that there was only one perpetrator, the whole ordeal was blamed on a previously unknown special division of the Uzumaki clan, which had derailed their invasion completely. For now, the only face they had for that division was a man they could only call the Grey Fox. One that, from Reikage's testimony, was powerful enough to stand on his own against most shinobi, though his abilities on land weren't tested. One thing was clear. The previous members of the Shinobi Alliance needed to do some proper information gathering before they even dared to come close to the Uzumaki once more. Either that, or they needed some other way to reach it. The waters were far too dangerous if the Uzumaki were capable enough to mobilize someone like the Grey Fox and his Anbu squad. They didn't know the identity of anyone involved in the Anbu team, so they weren't able to give any kill on-site orders at all. One order was issued for the Grey Fox though. It was a run on-site order, mostly issued by the smaller villages. The rock village also issued it, as Oniki didn't want to take any chances. Even if only underwater, someone capable enough to face the Raikage and his son at the same time was not something a regular shinobi could handle. The entire expedition turned into a monumental waste of resources, time, and reputation. All of the villages involved became somewhat of a laughingstock for the rest of the shinobi world. But, at the same time, everyone became just a little bit more afraid of the Uzumaki clan. Even the Leaf Village couldn't help but become shocked at the news of the Uzumaki successfully repelling the invasion. They had completely resigned themselves to having to watch their longtime allies die. Hiruzen, the third Hokage and current god of shinobi, could barely wrap his head around the fact that not only had they survived, the shinobi alliance hadn't even made it to their shores. Hearing that it was the work of a special division that specialized in underwater combat and sabotage tactics didn't make things much better. The third Hokage thought that he had a good understanding of the Uzumaki clan's strength. It seems our longtime allies have hidden quite a few things from us. Although a bit disappointed, Hiruzen couldn't blame them. He fully understood their position and respected them nonetheless. Unfortunately, one of the leading figures in the Leaf Village didn't see the situation quite as favorably. Danzo had already resigned himself to never being able to become the Hokage as long as Hiruzen was alive. The destruction of the Uzumaki was something he all but expected. He didn't care much for them as allies, he just saw them as a nuisance, especially since they weren't all that willing to share their techniques fully with the Leaf Village. Only a few select people were thought fuinjutsu by the Uzumaki, and they were selected carefully and not allowed to share what they had learned. Danzo had tried to get one of his loyal subordinates, brainwashed puppets, to be selected, but he hadn't managed to. He hoped that fuinjutsu would become more widespread with the fall of the Uzumaki, so he wasn't all that pleased to hear that they had essentially crushed the alliance of nations that had come together against them. Finding that the Uzumaki clan had hidden such significant power also made him extremely uneasy. Especially when hearing of a figure that everyone titled the Grey Fox. The Uzumaki hiding a person powerful enough to scrap with the Raikage, even if only underwater, was scary. It might be worth becoming less trusting of the Uzumaki in general. I should speak to Hiruzen about that soon. But, no matter how shocked the world was, no one was as shocked as Yorihiko, the Uzumaki clan leader, and the Uzumaki clan by extension. Someone coming out of the blue and helping them was in itself appreciated. Yorihiko had received an anonymous message not long after the leader of the Dark Brotherhood had left. It had given him instructions on evacuating the civilians within the clan before the war actually happened. Yorihiko hadn't actually gotten around to doing that. He knew that they would just get hunted down regardless. The only way they had to leave the land of whirlpools was the place that the Shinobi Alliance was supposed to attack them from after all. The letter did instruct them to put them on a few ships on the opposite shore, claiming they would guide them through the treacherous waters, but Yorihiko wasn't about to put the lives of his people in the hands of a random person. So, he had only moved the civilians to bunkers that had been built in preparation. But it seemed that it wasn't even needed anymore. At first, Yorihiko thought that the Leaf Village had somehow pulled through, and managed to assist them. But that also didn't make much sense. After the war, the Leaf wasn't left in a state in which they could afford to spare any resources to assist them. Sending a specialized squad to completely derail the invasion was completely out of their capabilities at that time. Just as more questions were rising in Yorihiko's mind, someone coincidentally came to visit him again. Now that the Shinobi Alliance is retreating, I can go back to negotiating with Yorihiko. I'm sure that the news will travel all over the world by the time I get there, so he'll surely be curious. The true question is, how much of my involvement should I reveal to him? Outright stating that this was all my doing might not work out all that well for me. Especially if Yorihiko decides to use that information against me down the line. In the future, my Dark Brotherhood will have nothing to fear, but it would be troublesome if he tries something funny right away. But at the same time, telling him the truth will reap the most benefits. Make him feel indebted to me in some way. In the end, all of my worries lie in whether or not the Uzumaki clan's integrity can be trusted. And it's quite difficult for me to rely on their integrity when I don't know them all that well. I think I'll just go the safer route and just imply that I had something to do with this, that way Yorihiko wouldn't be able to hold anything against me, and I have some plausible deniability if the wreckage comes to me later on. I still have that cover I prepared beforehand, the public sightings and all, which will certainly be useful. After all, if Yorihiko claims that I had visited them not long before the war was to happen, they still wouldn't be able to connect me to the attack itself thanks to said cover. Yes, that does sound like the best idea. Wherein comes the most pressing issue? My hair is currently shorter than it was when I last visited Yorihiko. I cut it to avoid having others draw too many similarities between the red dot and the one facing the Shinobi Alliance. A good move, but things didn't fully go to plan. I didn't think I'd meet up with Yorihiko so soon, or at all. I didn't think I'd be able to fully stop the invasion after all. My plan was to just slow them down, then go and assist the civilians in crossing to the land of hot water. Granted, I didn't receive any confirmation that Yorihiko would go along with this plan, but that way at least my consciousness would be clear. I didn't just sit by and watch thousands of innocent lives get snuffed out while fully being able to help them. That's commendable in itself. I also saved many more lives today. Since I essentially stopped the Shinobi War that the wreckage was going on about in our last meeting. Well, I think I just postponed it for a few years. At least I hope I did. But that remains to be seen. Back to my short hair, which remains the most pressing issue currently. I could use transformation jutsu and try to make it match my previous hair. There is the worry that I wouldn't get the right shade of black though. There's also the fact that other shinobi will be able to detect me more easily and tell that I am transformed. There's always the option of leaving and returning a few months later to talk with Yorihiko. But striking the iron while it's hot would likely reap the most benefits. I do have a theory now that I think about it. I was never much of a nerd. I do remember studying a lot about anatomy at some point. I faintly remember that hair growth as a process works in a very similar way to the process of regenerating wounds. It's not entirely the same, but very similar. Nature energy can speed up regeneration to great degrees. How far of a stretch would it be to use this energy in order to manipulate my hair molecules to form and attach to the old ones faster? Well, it did sound like a bit of a stretch at first, but I managed to do it after a few hours of trial and error. Turns out, nature energy is a lot more versatile than I had thought. I might have to look into other ways of manipulating my body using it in the future. That's for later though. After regrowing my hair back to its usual length, I continued making my way towards the Uzumaki clan's village. I also pulled out my armor, coat, and mask from the seal on my wrist. I changed quickly. I'll also later have to burn the clothes that I wore during this whole operation. But I might keep the mask, just in case I ever need an established identity in the future. Making my way back towards the Uzumaki clan wasn't difficult, thankfully. I still remembered the way. Gaining a meeting with Yorihiko also shouldn't be hard, some people there already know me. It was a bit disappointing to see that Yorihiko hadn't actually listened to the letter that I sent him. But that was to be expected anyway. If the war was to happen, all of these deaths were to be on his hands. He probably wouldn't care though, they're part of the village after all. Giving their life to the village is a privilege in itself. Or at least that's how most brainwashed shinobi see it. Whatever, no use in moping about it. That's just the way this world works. There's no changing it. At least I'll benefit a lot from this matter. Let's see just how sincere Yorihiko's gratitude is. Chapter 70, Gratitude, Honesty, and Family. Yorihiko sighed as he looked at the masked man in front of him. The red dot looked much the same as he remembered him. He initially wanted to postpone the meeting or try to cancel it altogether until the situation became a bit more clear. It was only after a bit of thought that he realized Ken could be able to shine some light on the situation. He was, after all, present on the land of whirlpools while the Shinobi Alliance was approaching. Ken. I was not expecting us to have a meeting this soon after the last. Or ever. Yorihiko was the one to start the conversation, dismissing his guards at that exact moment. Even if they were his trusted people, he needed Ken to be willing to speak out honestly. And the masked assassin was likelier to do so in a private environment. Although, expecting honesty out of Ken was a bit much. Indeed, I was also not expecting the Shinobi Alliance to give up so easily. Ken shook his head, his long hair swaying slightly as Yorihiko eyed it suspiciously. The only known culprit was said to have short hair. Yorihiko did consider the possibility that Ken had some way to regrow his hair quickly, but he had no actual evidence to point towards that. They were torn apart on their way here, as I'm sure you already know. Of course, I know. News travels very quickly. The Raikage son also appears to be missing. Ken smiled underneath his mask as he crossed his legs. Correct. Do you know how many casualties they had? Yorihiko's eyes narrowed a bit as he looked over one of his reports. Unsure if that was ever publicized. But it should have been in the thousands. Ken shrugged as he remembered the bottom of the sea being covered in a blanket of bodies, entire hills of corpses for the fish to feed on. Spoken as if you've seen it with your own two eyes. Yorihiko said as he tilted his head. Oh, I wouldn't go so far. I've not seen anything, unfortunately. Technically, not even a lie. The honesty in his tone was almost like a curveball to Yorihiko. He's either a very good liar, or is actually being truthful. It wasn't that hard to infer that the casualties ranged in the thousands. If it wasn't that major, then the Alliance wouldn't have disbanded/fled with their tails between their legs. I guess I won't be able to prod too much from him like this. Understood. I'll be more direct then. Did you have anything to do with this whole situation? Yorihiko noticed that Ken wasn't going to admit to it unless confronted directly. Even if I did, I would never admit to it, Lord Yorihiko. Ken's tone was neutral, speaking as if it was nothing more than a matter of fact to him. Yorihiko narrowed his eyes once more at the assassin. However, now that the situation has blown over, I think it would be convenient for us to renegotiate our deal, wouldn't it? There it was. Yorihiko smiled as the situation somewhat clicked in for him. I see. So he's not really bothering to hide his involvement from me, but he won't admit to anything that could be held against him in the future. Smart. Ken was already a significant force on the world scale, no one would dare accuse him randomly without any real evidence. Yorihiko read a bit between the lines, but it wasn't that hard for him to figure it out in the end. He's either the only culprit, his association helped him, or he is connected to the culprits in some other way. Yorihiko would have to verify if Ken was spotted anywhere during the 2-day period. And that would be more of a clarification for him. But even then, he wouldn't have anything concrete to be able to relate the incident to Ken reliably. He had been precise in the way he had handled the whole situation. Not appearing personally at all, not letting himself be linked to it in any way. Fine. Still, our clan appears to have found itself owing someone quite a large favor. He's fought almost the entire shinobi world and made no enemies in the process. Inadvertently also gaining an ally in us. Yorihiko at that point had two choices. Play dumb and send Ken out, or reward Ken accordingly and make a reliable ally out of him. There was also the middle ground, which would be treating that as a regular negotiation. But that would have similar effects to the first choice. The first choice, as well as the middle ground, would end up losing any possible partnership with Ken, the Dark Brotherhood, and the Grey Fox, if he even was a different person. He did consider it for a few seconds. His clan was essentially in the clear for now, the hidden villages had squandered a lot of resources. They were going to be safe for a good while. But not forever. Yorihiko realized that his clan was still a big target. There was also the reveal of them having someone like the Grey Fox in their ranks. Which wasn't all that good in the long run. They had plenty of powerful shinobi and spies. But they didn't have someone of that caliber. Yorihiko knew that the fabled grey fox would either serve as a deterrent or as a target on their backs. The balance in the world shifted. Our Uzumaki clan now appears far more capable and powerful than it actually is. This will certainly spell our doom eventually. It was that thought that helped him make his decision. I can certainly provide you with techniques. But I can also do much better than that. How about I send a Fuinjutsu master with you? They can stay at your base from now on, teach you and your people as much as you need to learn. Ken would have raised an eyebrow if he had any. The Uzumaki had never given away any of their masters. The Leaf Village included. Unless it was for marriage, of course, but that didn't really count. They always sold the services of their masters. Knowledge was closely guarded, so sending a master off to teach others was extremely unusual. That would be quite generous of you. Ken was about to comment on the exclusivity of the offer but decided against it in the end. So the Uzumaki have decided that it's better to keep me and my organization close. Hey! Ken didn't for one second think that the Fuinjustice masters wouldn't report back to Yorihiko. They were most likely going to also act like spies. But that was fine. Having Yorihiko know some things wasn't that big of a price to pay when compared to what he was getting out of it. Starting a Fuinjutsu division within the Brotherhood just like that, hey! Generous indeed. I just realized that cooperating with your Brotherhood would be beneficial to our Uzumaki clan as well. Yorihiko nodded with a smile as he took out a few scrolls from a seal on his palm. As a gesture of goodwill, I will send with you my only son. He is still young and has a lot of room for growth as a person, but he is already a fully fledged master. I appreciate your goodwill, Yorihiko. I'm sure our cooperation will be a fruitful one. Ken shook the clan leader's hand as the two of them smiled warmly at each other. Ken's face was still hidden, but the intent was there. Yorihiko's eyes shined as he closed the deal with that same smile on his face. He also handed Ken the scrolls, informing him that they were high-level Fuinjutsu techniques. He also gave Ken a basic description of all of them, including their names. The first notable one was the 4 Red Yang formation. It required 4 participants, all needing to have chakra reserves comparable to that of the 5 Great Cage. It was certainly requirement heavy, but it was for good reason. It was an almost indestructible barrier that spanned a huge distance. No one could get out, no one could come in. It was certainly one of the strongest barrier techniques, if not the strongest. Then there was the chakra draining seal. That one was quite self-explanatory, but Yorihiko explained it himself anyway. It allowed the user to place a seal on an individual which slowly drained them of chakra. All of the chakra was transferred to the user. That one was also very useful. Not as advanced as the previous one, Ken could think of a few uses for it. And, last but not least, a sealing technique called Crimson Seal. It was somewhat of a mix between fire style and Fuinjutsu. Its other name was Fire Release, Heavenly Prison. Yorihiko explained that the ones who are subjected to the technique would have a red seal spread throughout their body, preventing them from molding chakra and from using techniques. It will also drain them of their chakra at a slow but steady rate. It was somewhat sadistic. But Ken could see a lot of practical uses to it. Its best feature was that whenever the one afflicted by the seal tried to leave, they would only get to a certain distance before bursting into flames from the inside. The technique would seal the fate of the victim through a quick, usually non-consensual, cremation. The user of the sealing technique could also ignite the seal whenever they wanted. Ken couldn't help but get excited when hearing about the utility of the seals presented to him. I can't wait to learn Fuinjutsu properly. Yorihiko claimed that the techniques were just gifts he was willing to give him in order to sweeten the deal. And needless to say, Ken was sold. He was long before any of the seals were given, but he wasn't going to refuse a free meal. He already wanted to have a partnership of sorts with the Uzumaki clan, so the entire exchange was a net positive for him. After that, the meeting concluded on a high note. Ken kept the scrolls, and he went off to sleep in his assigned room. He was allowed to spend the night there as Yorihiko briefed his son on the entire situation. His only son, Uzumaki Kazue, was excited at the prospect of not dying alongside his clan. He had been in a good mood ever since hearing that the Shinobi Alliance had been crushed mercilessly. But he didn't expect to receive a long-term S-class mission from his father right as the news set in for the rest of the clan. So you're telling me that I have to go and actually teach others our techniques? Uzumaki Kazue was a red-haired and violet-eyed young man. Around 1.7 meters tall, with a rather muscular build. There was no trace of fat on his features. His face and body were littered with numerous scars, all gained from his exploits in the Second Shinobi War. He was only around 21, much older than Uzumaki Kushina, his little sister. The Uzumaki clan leader's family was quite split up, unfortunately. Yorihiko's wife had died while giving birth to Kushina. She was weakened by illness. It was an unfortunate loss, but thankfully no one blamed Kushina for it. It was rather the opposite. She inadvertently became Yorihiko's treasure while growing up. Anyone that so much as looked at her funny would be set straight instantly. He had even assigned 3 Anbu squads to protect her at all times when she was in the land of whirlpools. But the siblings hadn't interacted a lot. While Kushina was growing up, Kazue was stuck training himself and doing missions, eliminating threats, and fighting in the Second Shinobi War. And his training certainly paid off. He was now the youngest Fuinjutsu master in a fully fledged elite jonin. With chakra reserves on par with his father. After the Second War ended, Kazue returned home to find his sister missing, sent off to Konoha for her own protection. He was young and hot-headed, a trait shared by many of the Uzumaki, but he was also loyal to a fault. He was more than prepared to die alongside his father if it meant killing even one more of the people that were going to be threatening his sister's life in the future. He was happy that the worst was avoided. But he wasn't expecting to be sent on a long-term mission now. Yes. You'll be going to one of our newer allies. The Dark Brotherhood. Yorihiko nodded, smiling with pride while looking at his son. Sounds familiar. Wait. You mean that group of bloodthirsty bounty hunters? Kazue's eyes widened in realization. I guess the rumors paint them as such. Regardless, that matters little to us. I can't give you any details, but know that their leader played a big part in our survival this time around. Yorihiko's gaze turned serious for a few seconds as he stopped playing the part of the father and turned back to begin the clan leader. He didn't like being vague with his own family, but he was also not willing to compromise his relationship with Ken and his associates. Understood, Lord Uzukage. Kazue merely nodded with a serious gaze. He didn't try to ask for more explanations. He knew that the job of the Cage/clan leader was the most important one, and he didn't blame his father for taking it seriously. I knew I could rely on you. You must do your best to learn more about them, at the same time, teach them to the best of your ability. Yorihiko nodded to his son as he spoke. Of course, sir. Kazue responded in kind, taking his clan leader's orders to heart. So we aren't holding back our techniques this time around, hey? I guess it was about time. Kazue couldn't help but sigh as he left his father's office. He walked down the halls of the cage building while his gaze scanned the walls. So the Dark Brotherhood was the one that saved us this time around, hey? Or their leader, I guess? Grey Fox, or whatever. The leader was named differently from what I remember though. Kazue rubbed his chin as he remembered the nickname of the leader. Red Dot. I can't wait to meet him. Chapter 71, Peculiar Character, Camping, and Hate. Kazue didn't quite know what to make of the Dark Brotherhood leader during their first meeting. The Red Dot, or Ken as he preferred to be called, was a quiet and reserved individual. But he also had an air of mystery around him, certainly aided by the fact that he always wore a mask. No one really knew how he looked from reports. No one had ever seen his real face. At least nothing like that was ever made public. The first thing that Kazue did was shake the Red Dot's hand. He wanted to test his grip strength. Kazue himself was also a swordsman, one of the best in the Uzumaki clan. He wanted to test Ken's grip strength. Needless to say, Kazue almost had his hand crushed in the process. Thankfully, the nature energy-powered Ken decided to go easy on him. There were already very few people in the world that could even dream to match up to Ken in pure strength. And he was only growing stronger as time passed. He was still young. Even so, Ken was still impressed with Kazue's strength. He really lived up to the name of Uzumaki. His calloused palms also allowed Ken to guess that Kazue was a swordsman, which was certainly a big plus. Not only that, Kazue's chakra reserves were larger than all of the blades put together. Well, chakra reserves didn't instantly mean he was stronger, but it was still impressive. If Ken was to rank him, then Kazue was somewhere in between him and Akira, the third blade. It was hard to tell who would win between the two of them. Kazue only had any chance of winning because Ken assumed he would have some sort of sealing technique to deal with Akira's immortality. Otherwise, all Akira needed was a drop of blood to kill Kazue instantly. So a fight between them could go either way. Regardless, Kazue wasn't even a member of the Dark Brotherhood, he was just there on a mission. So his presence at their compound didn't really mean that they were going to get a strong fighter. Ken was a bit disappointed. Or he would have been had it not been for the excitement he felt at the prospect of creating a Fuinjutsu specialized division. He couldn't wait to spread out formations around the mountain that the compound was located on. They would no longer have to worry about being taken by surprise when Ken wasn't there. Saburo's sensory abilities were also decent, but he couldn't compare to the range that a proper formation made by an actual master could have. Meanwhile, Kazue was trying his best to understand Ken more and more throughout their journey. Which was admittedly hard. Ken and Kazue didn't speak all that much on the boat ride to the Land of Waves, they were taking the safe route out of the Land of Whirlpools, as Kazue couldn't exactly run across an ocean. Well, he technically could have with his chakra reserves, but it would have been too tiring for him to do so. They only really started speaking more when camping out in the middle of the Land of Fire. So, where exactly is your brotherhood located? Was the first question that Kazue had. Like most shinobi, he didn't have much knowledge about the Land of Iron. He only knew that the brotherhood was there, but that was about the end of his knowledge. Our brotherhood is located on an unnamed mountain range somewhat near the borders of the Land of Hot Water and Land of Rice. A prime spot for us to be able to collect bounties from all three lands nearby. Ken didn't hold back on the details at all, even surprising Kazue with how much he spoke. It didn't really make sense to keep such things hidden from Kazue though, as the Uzumaki prodigy was certainly going to see plenty of the Dark Brotherhood's secrets during his stay. Interesting. I've had a few missions in the Land of Hot Waters in the past. Kazue rubbed his chin as he remembered the bloody affair that was the Second Shinobi War. I'm sure you've had. Shinobi rarely tend to stay within the confines of their own territories when handling missions. Ken's tone sounded a bit spiteful in Kazue's ears, but he decided to ignore the slight jab. So, how many members will I have to teach exactly? Kazue asked as he started making plans for his teaching endeavors. He had the theory on lockdown, but he wasn't all that experienced as a teacher. The more people he needed to teach, the harder it would be. Ken also realized that, but he didn't complain too much. He had all the time in the world to slowly teach the entire brotherhood about Fuinjutsu. It was also better to have someone younger teaching the children, he could relate to them a bit better. At first, you'll have a batch of around 10 students, most of them will be academy-aged. You'll also be teaching the blades. You can think of them as the top brass within the brotherhood. Ken nodded as he decided to make the initial class of 10 students. In truth, he hoped to have everyone in the brotherhood at least somewhat proficient in Fuinjutsu, while also having a department fully specialized in it. It was a big dream, but he was sure he would achieve it with the Uzumaki clan's help. Yorihiko was also likely going to help with more techniques if needed. After all, He hadn't even asked Ken for anything in return for sending his son to the Dark Brotherhood. Well, their contract still stood. As in they would be able to use the services of the Dark Brotherhood for free. Theirs was essentially a full alliance, not unlike the alliance between clans in the same hidden village. There were some lines, but they otherwise fully supported each other. Ken still drew the line at openly offending too many hidden villages, but that line was going to become more blurry with time, as the Brotherhood grew strong enough to handle whatever threats were thrown its way. So, these blades. Mind telling me more about them? Kazue's questions didn't end there. Ken proceeded to explain more about the structure and future plans of the Brotherhood. To Kazue's surprise, the Brotherhood was much more than an unorganized band of bounty hunters, as the rest of the world was painting them. It was growing to be a proper hidden village. One within a country of samurai. The two of them kept talking into the night, all until Kazue had to go to sleep. Ken didn't need any sleep, he had rested enough while within the Uzushiagakuer. The two of them continued their travel after that, avoiding all patrols that may have spotted them while dashing from tree to tree, from rock to rock. The landscape around them changed often, but they still mostly passed through forests, as most of the lands were lush and brimming with nature. Trees were always friends for the shinobi, they provided both coverage and ease of transportation, as jumping from tree to tree was sometimes even faster than a horse and carriage, depending on the skill of the shinobi. Kazue was thankfully skilled enough to keep up with Ken. Well, as long as Ken didn't try to speed up too much. They were still going at a steady pace. Eventually, the two of them reached the Land of Iron. At that point, they were already within safe territories. Ken took out 2 winter coats from the seal on his wrist and threw Kazue one of them, as the landscape around them quickly shifted into a snowy one. The Land of Iron was cold most of the time, all of its residents had gotten used to the temperatures though. An elite jonin also had no problem with cold temperatures, but Kazue still appreciated the gesture. The two of them didn't have to travel for much longer to reach the Dark Brotherhood compound. The wooden walls were taller than Kazue had imagined. There were also plenty of guard posts along the wall. All of them were stationed. Kazue managed to see at least 9 jonin lining the walls of the village, all of them wearing blank masks, wide-brimmed straw hats and long coats. They really are building a hidden village here, hey. Kazue had already expected to see other shinobi within the Brotherhood, but he hadn't expected to see so many jonin right off the bat. Especially since they were all acting odd. All of the jonin were unmoving. To the point where all of them had snow accumulated on their hats and shoulders. Even the gate guards were the same. The snow fell off of them as they nodded to Ken and Kazue as the two of them passed through. I know shinobi are usually determined and steadfast. But it's almost as if they aren't even human. Kazue was a bit unnerved, but he didn't speak out about it. Not even when some of the guards were slowly rotating their heads towards him. Meanwhile, Ken was either oblivious to their strange behavior, or he didn't care enough to address it despite feeling that Kazue was bothered by it slightly. An elite jonin should be composed enough to not need any hand-holding in any situation after all. Despite the fact that it was snowing all around the small compound, the streets and the training grounds were immaculately clean. There was a large bonfire in the middle of the training grounds, and even while it was snowing, Kazue was able to see quite a few children out and about, either training or enjoying their free time. It was somewhat comforting to see that the Dark Brotherhood was not too oppressive of its youth. But it did make sense considering what Ken had told him. All of the people present, children included, were only there because they wanted to be there. They were allowed to leave at any moment. From Ken's admission, the Brotherhood would even escort the children to the nearest orphanage with enough space for them. It was extremely generous considering the way that shinobi usually treated their young. And Kazue was well aware of that. He had seen plenty of shinobi of the same age as some of the children training in the compound. He had seen them in the form of corpses scattered around large battlefields. Father! You're back! One of the children finally noticed Ken, and they were then swarmed by dozens of children, all of varying ages. They were respectful enough to give Ken enough space, only crowding the space around him as they made way for him to reach his office. They all excitedly started telling him of their exploits during training, some of them even bragging about learning how to cook better. Ken sighed a bit, feeling some of his tiredness being relieved as he listened to the children attentively. "I'm glad that you are all having a good time. I hope that no one has been slacking. Training will only become harder as you grow older." Ken simply patted some of the younger children on their heads as he walked by. Kazue couldn't help but smile a bit as he looked at the scene. Even though Ken was wearing a mask, he could imagine the smile that was spreading on the assassin's lips. But the atmosphere seemed to die down a bit when another person stepped in. "Children, please don't bother our leader too much. Go back to your training." A man wearing clothes similar to those of the guards, the only difference being his mask. It was white, with only one red slash in the middle. Kazue recognized the man as the First Blade. Ken hadn't told him their names, only their titles. "You'll learn their names eventually if they trust you enough. For now, just refer to them as their titles if needed." Kazue gave the First Blade a curious look as some of the children finally noticed him as well. They had been so fixated on Ken that they hadn't even spared him a glance. But now more and more of them were looking at the red-haired man that their leader and father had brought back. Let's just say their reaction was less than pleasant. Kazue could feel their hostility. All of them seemed to have similar thoughts, and none of them were friendly. It was only then that he remembered something Ken had said. "All of the children in our compound are war orphans. I hope I don't have to explain why they may dislike you at first." Kazue was, after all, still wearing his headband. And the children weren't ignorant enough to not know how to identify a shinobi. They didn't attack him or anything, they wouldn't have dared to try anything against someone that Ken considered a guest. But Kazue still felt quite bad when feeling the hateful gazes of so many children. Even worse, he understood exactly why they hated him. As someone that had participated in the Second Shinobi War, it would have been a lie to say that he didn't feel even a tad guilty under the gazes of those that were truly affected by their conflict. The children all returned to their training after the First Blade insisted upon it once again, but some still eyed Kazue cautiously. Ken didn't make any effort to stop them either, knowing that it would be in vain. There was not one child that didn't detest shinobi within the Dark Brotherhood. And he knew that changing their perspective on that was going to take a very long time. Hell, he himself detested shinobi. So he wasn't even going to try and change their perspective in any way. He just needed them to mature enough to be able to stand some shinobi. Kazue and Ken continued towards the blind assassin's office after that, with the First Blade silently trailing behind them. As they passed the guards stationed at the doors of the building, Ken seemed to signal one of them for something. The guard only nodded wordlessly and dashed away towards a large stone door in the distance. Kazue assumed it led to some cave system, used either for housing or training. The Uzumaki prodigy sighed as he cleared his mind slightly, calming down from the previous encounter. "I guess it's time to meet the Blades." Chapter 72, Meeting the Blades and Invite. The three shinobi/assassins made their way to Ken's office without much issue. Ken sat down in his chair, resting his feet on his desk while stretching his upper body and sighing deeply. Tasho, the First Blade, stepped by his side and stood straight with his arms crossed. And Kazue dragged a random chair in front of Ken's desk and sat down. He only did so after Ken nodded, however, not wanting to appear disrespectful to the organization leader. The three of them didn't speak much, they merely waited for a few seconds, before the door swung open. Kazue turned his head to the newcomers. Two men walked into the room without any sway in their steps. Their clothes were similar to those of the First Blade, with the only difference being the mask. Second and Third Blades, hey. Kazue narrowed his eyes a bit as he tried to judge the two of them. To his shock, he couldn't get a read on either of them. Both gave him a rather disturbing feeling though. "I guess I shouldn't expect less from Ken's subordinates, hey." Glad the two of you made it. Sorry to disrupt your training, third blade. And thank you for clearing up some of your schedule, second blade. Ken's voice was the first one that rang out in the room. The door seemed to close behind the blades, and the two of them bowed to Ken in a respectful manner. No problem, boss. I'm more curious about how you've been doing and who's the newcomer. The third blade responded in a somewhat amused tone, as he slowly raised his head and looked towards Kazue. Oh, I'm sure we'll hear plenty about that. The deal with the Uzumaki clan appears to have gone quite well. The second blade spoke in a much calmer, more dignified voice. He seemed to recognize Kazue, which caused the Uzumaki shinobi to raise an eyebrow. I doubt I made a big enough name for myself in the war to get recognized so easily. I guess it makes sense that they would look into our clan thoroughly before dealing with us. As Kazue was pondering on that, the two blades walked to Ken's side as well. The third leaning on the desk while crouching slightly, and the second walking behind Ken, standing beside the first. Now, these are the current top members of my organization. As you can see, there aren't all that many of us. Ken turned his head towards the Uzumaki shinobi as he spoke. That is quite fine. I can understand the concept of quality over quantity. Kazue smiled a bit as he looked at the three blades in front of him. Although they had casually walked to Ken's side, the Uzumaki could still tell that they were wary of him. It was a good thing, especially for shinobi. The only person he couldn't feel any wariness from was the second blade. And he was the most unnerving out of all the other blades. It's safe to assume he is better at hiding his emotions. Which is even more impressive. One would argue that all shinobi could hide their emotions. But that wasn't the case unless they were part of the Black Ops/Anbu. It was clear that the three blades were plenty skilled. For now, Kazue decided that the second was the most dangerous, followed by the first, who was almost as difficult to detect as Ken. The third blade didn't seem like anything special to Kazue, so the Uzumaki put him at the bottom of the list for now. That has been our modus operandi for a while now. Ken nodded as he remembered the number of unrequested applications they received regularly. Many stray shinobi and bounty hunters seemed to be interested in joining, but the Dark Brotherhood's doors were closed to them for now. Accepting too many shady outsiders could prove harmful at the end of the day. Saburo was already enough of a risk by himself. At least Ken knew that Saburo wouldn't turn as long as he kept his end of the deal. But not everyone was that smart. And almost all bounty hunters were greedy. Regardless, let us get over the pointless formalities. Men, this here is Uzumaki Kazue, the son of the Uzumaki clan's patriarch and a Fuinjutsu master tasked with teaching within our organization. Ken made a quick introduction, only the third blade seemed a bit curious, as he tilted his head towards the red-haired Uzumaki. I see. The Uzumaki clan really went all out this time. The first blade nodded, his tone slightly surprised, but there was no other visible reaction. Meanwhile, the second blade didn't even flinch when hearing that information, no reaction, or even an attempt to pretend that he was surprised by the reveal. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. Lord Ken has already brought me up to speed on your titles. I don't know your names, but I assume I will get to learn them eventually. Kazue patted his chest as he gave the blades an honest smile. Suspicions and wariness aside, he was well aware that he would be spending a few years at the very least with the Dark Brotherhood. Getting along with the others was certainly going to make things easier. Pleasure. Name's Akira, by the way. The only one to respond with more than a nod was the third blade. His tone was cheerful. I guess he's the most straightforward one. His reaction further solidified Kazue's thoughts about the third blade being the weakest link among the blades. But he didn't get to dwell on things for too long, as Ken started speaking right away. Akira here is friendly towards allies, no matter how long they've been with us. But you shall learn everyone's names eventually. For now, we must select your first batch of students. Besides the people in this room, there will be 10 other children. Ken had quite the list to go through. They had to select the children best fit to become Fuinjutsu experts, and since they were going with the Uzumaki clan formula, they needed to select the ones with the biggest chakra reserves. I can certainly work with that. I'm assuming I'll be provided with accommodations as well, correct? Kazue nodded as he still remembered Ken mentioning something like that before. Correct. Your accommodations will be within this building. Ken nodded before turning his head towards the first blade, who also nodded and started speaking. We will set up some ground rules. The first rule was simple. Never go into the basement. The second blade's research is secretive in nature, and it is completely forbidden to outsiders. You are to not bother him in any way unless under Ken's instructions. Kazue only nodded towards the first blade, already expecting something of that nature. The second rule was also simple. That was to not go into the training cave without proper authorization. Those were the only two rules that really restricted Kazue in any way. There was another where he had to inform either Ken or the blades if he left somewhere or planned to go somewhere, but that was neither here nor there. It was all understandable/expected. The Dark Brotherhood would obviously need to know Kazue's location while his teaching mission was still active. After that, the rest was mostly about scheduling his classes and the children he'd be teaching. They weren't yet selected, but they would be by the end of the day. In fact, Saburo's clones were already watching and judging which children were best equipped to learn Fuinjutsu. They needed to have both good chakra reserves and patience, while also having to display high intelligence. Eventually, the 10 children were selected. It wasn't that difficult either. Most of the children within the Dark Brotherhood were intelligent enough to grasp the opportunity to be there in the first place. The training of the Brotherhood had already conditioned plenty of them into learning patience. So it ended up being more of a contest of chakra reserves. Surprisingly, the child that was missing a leg, Tatsuksho, was one of the best in that aspect. His missing limb had somewhat affected his improvement speed when it came to physical training, but he seemed to be extremely well fit for tasks that required quick thinking and complex thoughts. The exercises that the Dark Brotherhood had them perform weren't only physical after all. They were being tested weekly on all measurable metrics, being turned into the perfect killing machines. With their consent, of course. Kazue was happy to receive a list of students so quickly. One of Saburo's clones delivered it to him before the meeting even ended. It even provided him with a short profile of each student, talking about personality, past, observed talents, and even possible issues that may arise during teaching and possible ways to avoid said issues. Ken couldn't read the paper, but just from Kazue's changes in behavior and expression, he was able to judge that Saburo had likely gone a step above the usual with his reporting. He always has the odd habit of being too concise. I just hope that he didn't write anything weird in there. Thankfully, nothing was weird on Saburo's list. But shockingly for Kazue, the issues that were listed weren't what one would expect from regular children. None of the children was raising concerns about possible tantrums, lack of attention and motivation. Those weren't even mentioned in any way. Instead, most of them had the same issue. An utter loathing for shinobi of all kinds. Hiding headband might be a requisite for classes to go smoothly. Kazue's smile trembled a bit when reading that sentence. But he also agreed with it wholeheartedly. It was already clear from earlier when we were outside. But teaching might just be easier if I do it without my headband on. I'll just treat this like a regular undercover mission and be done with it. Kazue somewhat resigned himself. One detail that every child on the list shared was the fact that they were war orphans, and that was really all the explanation needed for the hatred. Other than that, there's not much else for today. The guards at the door will guide you to your room, you can settle in. Classes will start next week, so you can get proper rest and make a proper structure before they start. Ken spoke out after the Uzumaki was done reading the list. At the same time, the 2 guards that were outside the door of Ken's office stepped in. Very well then. I'll get settled and plan things out. Have a great day, Lord Ken, Blades. Kazue slowly got up, nodded to Ken and his subordinates, and left, following the clones out of the room. After a few seconds, the blades all walked out in front of Ken and stood in a line. "So, how were things while I was away?" Ken asked as he didn't move from his position one bit, his hand only reached up, pulling his mask off and placing it on his desk. "Training proceed normally. The child we chose as your double was also not affected in his training. He hasn't cut his hair, so he is still prepared to take your place in case anything happens." Tasho was the first of the blades to speak out, earning a nod from Ken, who was quite pleased to hear that he now had a reliable double if needed. "My experiments have also been proceeding as usual. I've also been able to create a few more clones, though they aren't exactly anything special in chakra reserves." Saburo gave the next report, not going into much detail regarding experiments, but still giving Ken the more important information of him expanding his numbers. "Good, at least we now have more disposable hands to use in the laboratory." Ken nodded as he then turned his head towards Akira. "My training has been going well. Learning from that whack job is difficult, but I'm making progress in deciphering his ramblings." Akira's assigned task, besides holding the fort while Ken was away, was to look into more cursed techniques. And to help with that, they had the still very alive, immortal that they had captured. Saburo didn't have any time left in his schedule to slowly pry more information out of him, so the task was delegated to Akira. Ken was glad to hear that everything had gone well in his absence. Besides that, it seemed that Saburo had a few more things to add. The Land of Iron had sent a delegation. "Nothing unusual, but the Daime called for you." "Again?" Saburo's voice sounded almost annoyed, and Ken also sighed in frustration. This wasn't exactly the first summons they had received from the Daime, it was actually the third. They were able to ignore it in the past, as Ken was busy with his own training and then with planning out his excursion to the Land of Whirlpools. But it was rather difficult to ignore the Daime after making a very public appearance on his lands. "I'll go visit him after resting a bit." The blind swordsman couldn't help but sigh once more as he realized how bothersome living as a leader actually was. "We could just send a representative. Like Tasho." Saburo spoke out, sensing Ken's displeasure. The first blade seemed to feel a bit called out, as he snapped his head at the strawman, who innocently ignored him. "No. They called me specifically this time around. Besides, Tasho isn't that great with diplomatic talks. All is good, I doubt it'll be more complicated than your usual assassination request." Ken just waved his hand dismissively. In a sense, ignoring the Daime's calls even once was probably a bad move. But Ken had the leverage to ignore him all he wanted. After all, the Daime still owed Ken. He wouldn't normally go and make any requests of him, now would he? Chapter 73, Personal Request and Plan. Things were going quite well for Harada Yuichi, as the Daime of the Land of Iron. Everything was proceeding in the best way possible. The Land of Iron was prospering, and crime was becoming more and more of a rarity, as the iron rule of both the samurai and the Dark Brotherhood made criminal groups extremely rare. Much to Yuichi's surprise, the Dark Brotherhood had managed to rack up enough bounties to discourage criminal organizations from settling in their turf much sooner than expected. It seemed that the assassins worked day and night, restlessly. That allowed their nation to prosper, which was a much better outcome than they had initially expected. There was also the fact that the shinobi side of the world was surprisingly peaceful, which helped with trade and commerce. A war had been avoided with the failure in taking down the Uzumaki clan, and the Land of Iron was just one of the many nations that managed to profit from that. Now, with the nation being steered in the perfect direction, towards a hub of prosperity and peace, there was one problem left. Fatherhood was unfortunately not panning out that greatly for Yuichi. As a single father, he had always done his best to keep his daughter away from the struggles of both regular life and noble life. In a sense, his daughter was a sheltered child. Or at least she used to be. All until that incident. Currently, Yuichi's daughter, Harada Yu, was becoming a great cause for concern. Her requests to learn swordsmanship had gotten more and more frequent, and Yuichi had no choice but to concede, as he was a pushover when it came to his daughter's happiness. Mifune ended up being the appointed teacher. The daimyo wanted the very best for his offspring, and there was none better under his regime than the general of the Land of Iron. The general was happy to teach the little girl something more about the blade. But it wasn't long into their training that Yuichi received a concerning report. It would seem that your daughter is more interested in assassination techniques than swordsmanship. And the final nail in the coffin? Yu herself came up to him and made an even more unusual request. Daddy! Can you get Ken, the man that rescued me, to teach me instead? The final nail in the coffin, which was Yuichi's mental state. It was only then that it clicked for the poor daimyo. His daughter was infatuated with the man that had saved her life. It was the usual fairy tale, the knight in shining armor. It was just that his daughter's knight also happened to be an assassin and to have plenty of heads impaled on his lance. At first, Yuichi immediately rejected his daughter's request, hoping for her interest to die down in time. Children were usually quite momentary in their affections after all. Unfortunately for him, Yu's affection was bridging more into obsession. And it wasn't exactly directed towards Ken. But he had no way of knowing that. Eventually, he had to cave in. He had no real choice when Yu started starving herself. So he started trying to get an audience with Ken. Once, twice. His efforts seemed to have gone unnoticed. But his daughter wasn't discouraged. She was already becoming a bit happier when seeing her father make an effort to help her. Thankfully, the third message received a response. Right when Yuichi had some alone time in his office, right after he sent his guards away for a few moments to try and relax his mind. That was when the red dot showed up in his office. It almost looked like the wind had dragged him in, even though there was no window large enough for a human to fit in. Regardless, the short man looked just like Yuichi remembered him. The only observable difference was that his mask seemed to have a different shade of red, which was a bit suspicious. I do have to commend General Mifune. Sneaking into this place has become a lot more difficult. Probably just a transformation. His voice is the same, and there aren't many people that could sneak into this place like he does. Yuichi was wearing his regular regal robes. Without the headdress this time. There was nothing to obstruct his face, so Ken finally got a decent feel of how the man looked, sensing the wind bend around his features. Features that were quite average. Sunken cheeks, but otherwise even features. Some would even describe him as handsome. But that was quite unimportant to Ken. Difficult, yet you're still here. Unannounced and unnoticed by my guards. Yuichi was less surprised this time. After Ken's last appearance, he had somewhat expected the assassin to just waltz in there whenever he wanted. Mifune hadn't yet managed to strike a deal with the Uzumaki clan, so they hadn't quite upped their game defense-wise. They just had a lot more eyes on all possible entrances. You did call for me. And from your reaction, you were expecting me. The red dot tapped his mask a few times as he spoke. I was hoping you would respond. I can't blame you for not coming sooner. I assume you are a busy man. Yuichi nodded, confirming the assassin's words without much hesitation. Let's get straight to the point, shall we? The situation is a bit delicate. I'll call on Mifune. His testimony might help you understand it a bit better. Yuichi then pulled out a strange bell from his desk, and rang it thrice, before setting it back in its drawer. I take it this isn't a regular assassination request, is it? Ken tilted his head as he asked in a neutral tone. I have a feeling this will be both profitable and annoying to deal with. Well, it never is simple when working with people like the daimyo. It's not even an assassination request. But I can assure you, you will be greatly compensated for complying. The daimyo once again confirmed Ken's suspicion, as the assassin just heaved a sigh. Fine, whatever. Let's just hope it won't take too much of my time. I had to send Akira alone to collect all of the valuables from the Shinobi Alliance corpses. It'll take him at least a month or two alone. Well, at least he'll be able to discern what's valuable and what's not. Ken pondered on a few more things that he had to do after he was done with the Diamese request. As he did so, the door to the Diamese office swung open, and Mifune walked in with a confused gaze. That confusion turned to shock upon noticing Ken, who was just lounging in a random chair. And that shock quickly turned into frustration. You. He placed his hand on the hilt of his katana, but Yuichi stopped him by simply coughing once. Now, we've already been over this, no use in repeating the events of our last meeting with Sir Ken. Yuichi's voice seemed to dispel some of Mifune's frustrations, but the general was still quite annoyed. Thankfully, he stopped reaching for his blade. Instead, he just walked up to the assassin, who was still calmly laying in his chair. How did you get in? The general's tone was certainly not friendly, but at least it wasn't hostile anymore. There are people all over the castle and walls of this city. But people tend to blink sometimes, you know. At that point, Ken was fast enough to slip by whenever a guard blinked. It wasn't even that difficult for him to do either. After all, no matter how trained a soldier was, he wasn't ever going to be as reliable as a high-tech camera/motion sensor from back in his old world. Hell, some of the richer people he had assassinated in the past even had automated wall-mounted gun turrets that responded to motion sensors. Overall, even without speed, he had snuck into more difficult places. Though he did have the proper equipment to help him. Understood. Mifune nodded and then turned to the Daime. Lord, I must apologize for this failure. Once again, our defenses have failed us. He took a knee and apologized with a resolute look on his face. No need to feel ashamed, General Mifune. We're dealing with someone that is quite likely the best in the business. Thankfully, he is an ally. Yuichi looked towards Ken as he spoke, trying to see the assassin's reactions. To his surprise, the masked assassin nodded. Indeed. We are currently allies, there is no reason to be too concerned about me strolling in here unannounced. I did receive an invitation, but it didn't state that I should come through the front door. Mifune just sighed upon hearing Ken's nonchalant tone. He got up and nodded. Still, I will instruct my men to be even more careful from now on. Mifune shook his head before looking back to his Daime. Other than that, how may I assist you, Lord Yuichi? General, could you please be so kind as to explain to Sir Ken the situation with you? Yuichi couldn't help but sigh as the meeting finally started steering in the correct direction. You. The name sounds familiar. Ooh. That little girl. Ken rubbed his chin as he finally remembered the little girl. He had somewhat forgotten about her after 1 year. All that mattered to him was that Yuichi still owed him a favor. Still, he already owes me one. The situation must be quite dire if he actually needs my help again. Of course, Lord Yuichi. Mifune nodded to the Daime before turning towards the assassin once more. Red dot. I have been training Miss Yu for a while now. And it would seem that the Daime's daughter has developed a rather strange interest in assassination techniques, as well as similar fighting styles. More specifically, the techniques you used to dispatch her kidnappers a year ago. Mifune was quick to summarize the situation. Techniques. I was just playing around. The kidnappers were a bit strong, but they were at most at the level of a regular Hatamoto. We assume that this interest is birthed out of an infatuation with you. As she has specifically requested you to become her teacher. Mifune continued as he shook his head, also a bit frustrated by the situation. Having the daughter of the Land of Iron's Daime trained as an assassin was bad enough. But she also insisted on being trained by Ken, who was overall a controversial figure even among shinobi/assassins worldwide. Ken's methods were brutal and effective, sure. But many had also called his methods a bit more akin to torture fighting. Especially the samurai that found the bodies of the kidnappers. This sounds a bit concerning. I am not someone a young girl ought to be infatuated with. Ken scowled a bit underneath his mask as he quite disliked gaining such attention from an actual child. I am glad you think that. Although girls in this land marry quite young, my daughter is still a bit too young for that. Yuichi nodded with a wide smile on his face. Reflected on it was the pride of a doting father. But Mifune seemed to have other thoughts. Although she is certainly young, she is currently 13, which is the legal age in our land. Though that doesn't matter in any way. Lady Yu is royalty, I am sure you understand the implications of that, Sir Ken. The general didn't care as much about her mental maturity, as he cared about status. After all, most 13-year-old girls were getting married in the Land of Iron. Especially young girls of noble descent. Of course, I wouldn't be interested in marriage regardless. At least not for now, or any time soon. I am not even of legal age in this country. Damn, so that little brat is actually physically older than me. Ken was a bit pissed at that thought. But there was nothing he could do about it. He only hoped he would grow old faster. So that's what you want from me? To train your daughter into an assassin? Ken crossed his arms and turned his head towards the daimyo. Well. No. We actually have a plan to put her infatuation to rest. Yuichi smiled once more as he started talking. Ken also smiled a bit underneath his mask. Good. Let's hear this plan. Chapter 74, Reunion and Plan in Action. So that's the plan, hey. Ken's shoulders slumped a bit as he tilted his head. At least I won't have to teach some spoiled brat. I can also always refuse, but making Daimyo owe me another favor is certainly going to be helpful in the future. The more leverage I have over him the better. This also sounds like easy money regardless. Yep. Do you think you can do it? Not that I doubt you can get your hands dirty, but we don't wish to inconvenience you too much with this. Mifune nodded to the masked assassin, while the daimyo sighed a bit. If you do agree, I will make sure you are paid well for this request. If our plan is successful, I am even willing to grant you a noble passage seal. Giving you an honorary title of nobility within the Land of Iron. Mifune's eyes widened a bit when hearing his lord's words. Yet he didn't get to question that decision, as the daimyo decided to explain himself right away. Since I already owe you a favor, I believe this should be enough to compensate you for your time. Mifune still seemed dissatisfied though. Accepting an assassin as nobility was quite the move. The other noble families were also definitely going to complain about it. I don't wish to gain a noble title. I am happy as long as I get proper payment. Noble title. It does sound nice, but it would essentially further tie me down to this land. Even if it's just an honorary title, I wouldn't go out of my way to gain it. That is fine. The offer will remain on the table, and you will still get proper compensation regardless. Yuichi nodded, seemingly expecting Ken's refusal already. I will go and arrange for our plan to be completed today. Mifune nodded and turned to leave the room, taking one last glance towards the assassin that had snuck past all of their defenses effortlessly before leaving and closing the door behind him. Now then. I guess I will go meet your daughter. Out in the field should be fine. Ken nodded towards Yuichi, who seemed to also agree. Of course. I will let her know to go out and meet you. I'm sure she'll be excited. Yuichi just nodded and slowly stood up, while Ken left through the door normally. That's new. The daimyo had half expected Ken to turn into a bat and leave out the window or something along those lines. Seeing him use doors was surprising enough. Thankfully the guards didn't stop him, as Mifune had already informed everyone about his presence. Ken walked through the halls while humming to himself. Sometimes, either a guard or a servant would give him a strange, almost hostile look. I guess sneaking into their leader's office makes them a bit wary of me. Whatever. The blind assassin could feel their wariness, their hostility. But he didn't really care about any of it. Instead, he was stuck contemplating how exactly he had managed to get the attention of that little princess. Hell, I was expecting her to not ever want to see me again. That type of situation would usually leave someone traumatized. He had half expected the little girl, Yu, to ask the daimyo to keep him as far away from the palace as possible. I guess she did seem relatively accommodating even back then, and went as far as to invite me to the palace. I guess a little girl that grows up on stories of heroism would fall for a perceived hero. As much as Ken found the situation annoying, he also was thankful for it. Even if he didn't get a favor from the daimyo, he was still going to request an exorbitant amount of money. After all, one couldn't just hire an assassin on the level of the 5 kg for a genin level mission. Yep, to Ken, his current predicament was very similar to some of the missions that beginner shinobi were sent on. He remembered Tasho telling him a few things about them. Missions ranging from cleaning up the streets to finding lost cats. It wasn't exactly what one would envision genin getting sent on. Even worse, the genin that had only gotten sent on such missions would then be sent to war. Expected to excel on a battlefield with nothing more than the theoretical knowledge from their academy. It was basically a death sentence. And a huge reason why Tasho had ended up where he was. Ken eventually reached the courtyard of the daimyo's palace. He sat down underneath a tree, shaking it slightly as he leaned with his back on it. Snow fell on top of his head as he took a deep breath. He didn't bother shaking it off, instead, he just started meditating a bit, feeling the nature energy gathering up around him, being drawn to him. Then, just as he formed a vortex of nature energy around him, he let off chilling murderous intent, causing it to dispel instantly. The tree he leaned on even seemed to try and sway away from him, going slightly against the wind. Nature energy was still drawn to him, but, unlike chakra, it seemed to have a mind of its own. It would either fear Ken or love him unconditionally. The blind assassin had experimented with it many times. To the point where he doubted if there was anyone else in the world with more mastery over nature's energy than him. Granted, he had yet to meet anyone capable of drawing it in or controlling it in any way. As Ken was mulling over these thoughts, a small figure ran into the courtyard. A young girl with shining eyes, and a wide smile stretching on her face. The guards couldn't help but smile warmly when seeing her pass by. Her features were fair, to the point where one could clearly tell that she was a little princess just by looking at her face. The expensive clothes made out of silk certainly helped too. Ken could sense most of her features as she ran up to the tree he was leaning on. He could sense a great number of emotions within her. Emotions like excitement, happiness, and a severe lack of patience, which was rather normal for children her age. "Sir Ken." She brought her hands together, skipping from side to side while staring at the blind assassin that was still sitting on the ground in front of her. "It's been a while, little brat." The blind swordsman slowly stood up, patting the snow off of his shoulders as he cracked his neck a few times. Now standing at his full fake height, Ken was around 1.55 meters, 5.08 feet, tall, while the little princess was around 1.40 meters, 4.6 feet. "At least this brat isn't taller than me. It's already enough that she's older." You didn't seem to appreciate being called a brat, but she was far too excited to bring that up. "Oh my god! I am so glad that my father finally managed to contact you." Her emotions were definitely reflected in her tone and mannerisms as she continued skipping from side to side like an overly excited child on Christmas Eve. "I am quite busy usually. Would you mind telling me exactly what, and why, you wish to learn from me?" The blind swordsman cut right to the chase, not exactly bothered about catching up with the little lady. "Well." You seemed to stop suddenly, bringing her hand to her mouth, seemingly gaining a thoughtful expression as she looked at Ken's mask. I do appreciate Lord Mifyun's teachings. But it's just not what I want to do. I want to be like you." You eventually managed to get out her thoughts, as her gaze eventually reached the ground. She seemed to be ashamed for a second, before turning a bit red as she remembered the day that Ken saved her. The way he killed those men. "I'll be able to do it as well one day. At least with his guidance." While Yu was fantasizing about her lessons, Ken was taking her outward response a bit differently. She seems to have turned a bit skittish, shy. Maybe the Daime was right? Is she truly just infatuated with her savior? Well, I guess his plan has more chances of being successful like this if this is truly the case. Ken, much like Yuichi and Mifune, assumed that Yu was simply lying. That she just wanted to spend some time with her savior, to get to know him on a personal level. Fine. But before I teach you anything, I need to confirm a few things. Call it a test. Ken's voice seemed to bring the little girl back to the conscious world, as he started walking into the middle of the courtyard. Oh. Anything. I'll do anything. Just promise me that you'll teach me afterwards. Yu's voice sounded even more excited than before as she skipped after him. Naturally. Don't worry, you'll forget all about wanting to learn from me after today. Ken sighed as he stood in the middle of the courtyard. He then turned his head to the side and gave one of the samurai watching them a nod. The samurai nodded back, before leaving and returning with 3 chained men. They wore torn rags, blindfolded and gagged. Their hands and legs were cuffed tightly, chains connected them all together. The men released muffled screams and tried to struggle while being dragged out by the more physically capable samurai. They were gagged, and they were too weak to resist as they ended up thrown into the middle of the courtyard, right in front of Ken and Yu. Yu looked at the 3 of them with a confused gaze, her eyes shining for a second as she looked at Ken's back quizzically. These 3. It doesn't matter what they did to reach this place. It doesn't matter who they are or used to be. Today, they will die. Ken turned his head towards Yu, while the 3 men trembled and tried to get up. 3 samurai appeared behind the prisoners, kicking them in the back of their knees, forcing them to kneel on the hard and cold ground. And you will kill them. Ken then tapped one of his wrists, but he didn't take out a long blade or even a kunai for that matter. But you won't kill them normally. No, that would be too easy. Too quick. Too impersonal. Yu gasped when seeing the object that Ken extended to her. A scalpel, one with a blade so small that any one of her fingers was bigger. Quickly, her heartbeat became faster and faster. She stared at the scalpel in her palm with a startled expression. Her entire face was hidden from everyone, only Ken could feel the slight changes in it. The panic, the fear. The excitement. Wait a minute. Something isn't quite right. Ken could feel some blood rushing to her face, he assumed that she turned red. Holy shit! Don't tell me. No, I need to confirm this. I was going to ask you to just slit a throat. But judging by your reaction, that might be too little. The samurai seemed a bit startled when hearing what Ken said. They couldn't really see their young lady's reaction after all. They were a bit uncomfortable with the whole situation in general, but they were given orders to listen to the assassin's commands, so they couldn't disobey. Ken slowly walked over to one of the men, allowing the samurai holding him down to step back. The blind assassin took off the man's blindfold, revealing the prisoner's panicked expression. He then removed the man's gag, allowing him to breathe freely. Please spare me. Those were his first words. But Ken ignored him completely, having no sympathy to give for an actual murderer. All 3 of the men brought into the courtyard were hardened criminals, with crimes ranging from child abuse, murder, smuggling, kidnapping and rape. They were going to be tortured and killed by the state regardless. Gouge this man's eyes out. Slowly. Ken slapped the man once, silencing him instantly before he turned to Yu, whose hands were already shaking. If she goes through with this, then we might have some bigger problems on our hands. Chapter 75, Torture, Natural, Father's Plight and Help. Ken studied the little girl's shaking figure with curiosity, unsure of what to expect from her. The samurai present seemed to be rather confused at the assassin's intentions. Why would he tell their young lady to get her hands dirty in such a gruesome manner? Well, not like she would accept. right? Reality is oftentimes different than what you would normally expect. With not even a second's hesitation, the little girl seemed to be possessed. She lounged forward, holding the small scalpel with one hand, thrusting it forward towards the man's right eye. Please don't. The prisoner didn't even get to finish his sentence before the little girl plunged her scalpel towards one of his eyes, missing slightly and cutting near his temple and eyebrows. The man released a pained scream and tried trashing against his restraints. The samurai and nearby prisoners seemed to flinch at the man's screams. The samurai were even about to intervene before Ken raised his hand, stopping them before they even took a step in her direction. The little girl didn't seem discouraged about missing once, nor did she seem discouraged by the man's despairful wailing. Instead, she used her free arm to grab onto the man's disheveled hair, pulling on it slightly and holding his head in place as she then took another stab at his eye. This time, her aim was good, her hands precise. Ken felt the scalpel plunge into the prisoner's iris without any resistance, squirting out blood, tears, and eye fluids. The girl didn't stop there. Her task wasn't to stab the man's eyes but to gouge them out. Slowly, painfully. All of her repressed sadism seemed to come out all at once, unleashed upon the poor prisoner that was now nothing more than a victim. His cries of pain, his requests to be saved. No one was going to listen to them. The girl then took out the scalpel. It was so sharp that it didn't even pull out the eye with it, so she could continue having fun. She continued plunging it, this time into the sides, slowly but surely pooping the eye out as she cut into the muscles that were holding it in place with almost surgical precision. Although certainly passionate, she was clearly also an amateur. She wriggled around, causing her victim more and more needless pain with each cut. After the eye pooped out, she slashed only one more time to cut it off completely, allowing the mangled eye to fall to the snowy ground, which was now almost painted red. The man ended up passing out, while the samurai watched on with both disgust and fear, as the young lady then continued to do much the same to the man's other eye. Meanwhile, Ken watched on without any reaction. His unmoving back and lack of reactions further helped unnerve all of the people watching. Yet, this is exactly what I feared would happen. But hey! At least she's not infatuated with me, per se. Ken felt the little girl's scalpel plunge deep into the man's eye. The pain seemed to wake him up once again as his squeals continued. I think I know exactly how to diagnose this. She's simply a natural sadist. Like I am, but I learned to repress it to some extent. Unlike her, I have a lifetime of experience where I just played into this same obsession. Eventually, Ken released a sigh, just as the little girl continued cutting into the man's eye. That sigh sounded almost bored to the samurai nearby, which further unnerved them. The little girl also looked up, her glee vanishing for a moment as she wondered if she did something wrong. Instead of just wondering, she voiced her concern out loud. Am I doing it wrong? The little girl's innocent voice and frown didn't at all fit her almost crazed eyes and bloody face. She could feel the samurai in the courtyard looking at her with disgust. She almost felt a little guilty. But after an entire year of wanting to do such a thing, that guilt was overshadowed by bliss. However, despite her momentary bliss, she was growing concerned. Not because of the samurai, but because of Ken's sigh and lack of reaction. Was she bad at it? Did she not have any talent? Was he disgusted by her inadequacy? She couldn't have that. She wanted him to be her teacher. Their lessons hadn't even started properly and she was already allowed to do something she could only dream of before. She needed him. Much to her despair, Ken didn't respond right away. Instead, he took a small handkerchief and patted the blood off of her face, fully revealing her face to the world. Her eyes were almost bloodshot, she seemed to be out of breath. Her black hair almost dangled in front of her eyes. And her cheeks were adorned with a deep blush. You did plenty, Ken said before placing his arm on the suffering prisoner's head. The little girl took her hand away at that moment, extracting the scalpel out of his left eye as well as she watched Ken's hand. Before she could even open her mouth and ask to be allowed to play more, Ken's hand seemed to grow in size, becoming covered in scales. His fingers dug into the prisoner's scalp as the man struggled for a few more seconds. Before crunch, the man's remaining eye, weakened by Yu's knife, popped out of his crushed skull as his life was finally snuffed out, sparing him any further pain. Monster! What a monster! The samurai all reacted the same, reaching for their blades as they sweated heavily in front of the masked assassin. Ken didn't even acknowledge their presence there. He simply sighed as he shook bits of the brain off of his hand with a flick of the wrist, further painting the snow around them. That. Yu looked at the scene with wide eyes. She then blushed and brought both of her hands together. That was amazing. Can I learn to do that as well? She skipped happily from side to side, much like she had done when Ken had first seen her. Needless to say, it seemed a lot less innocent when she was smeared in blood from head to toe, after torturing a man. Unlikely. You'll possibly be able to do something similar. Ken didn't give her a straight answer, instead, his head turned to the other two prisoners. The two of them trembled, the cold and the fear had gotten to them. Getting to hear their comrade getting tortured by a clumsy little girl didn't help their anxiety. One had already pissed himself, the snow turning a deep yellow as he shook and cried under the blindfold. That's awesome! I can't wait! Yu's figure shook with excitement, her hands raising as she then also turned to the other two. Can I keep going? She brought her hands together, almost pleadingly. Ken considered it for a moment, before sighing deeply. Before the samurai could even react, Ken unsheathed the blade of one of them, cleaving the heads of the two criminals in that same motion, before plunging the blade into the ground in front of its owner. The samurai that had his sword stolen couldn't help but take a step back in fear as he felt his empty sheath. The others grasped their blades, fear gripping their minds as not one of them could even react to the assassin's movements. This concludes today's test. You can go rest for now. Ken waved the disappointed little girl off. Yu's excitement may have been dampened, but she was still pleased to have passed Ken's test. Even more, she had gotten a glimpse at her teacher's true strength. He was even faster than Mifune. Well, I can't react to either of them. But he seemed faster. The little girl fled to her room after that, happily humming and skipping along, unnerving all of the servants that saw her in her bloody clothes. Eventually, one of them did drag her to take a bath. And while that was happening, Ken entered Yuichi's office once more. Mifune was already there, looking at the ground with a dark expression, and Yuichi was looking even more grim. I'm guessing you received a report already. Ken crossed his arms and tilted his head at the daimyo. Yes. One of my men came and told me the moment it all started. Received a detailed report minutes after it was done. Yuichi didn't raise his head to look at the masked assassin. Ken just sighed and sat down on a tatami mat nearby. WWH Yuichi's voice was interrupted by Mifune's booming voice. Why would you let her go through with it? The general sounded almost personally insulted. It couldn't be helped after all. The general saw you as his granddaughter. He didn't like the thought of her staining her hands in such a gruesome manner. He was angry, frustrated. And he didn't have anyone to take out that frustration on. No one besides Ken, that is. Who could technically be blamed for the escalated brutality of their plan? General Mifune. Yuichi sighed when hearing his general's angered tone, but he didn't try to calm him down. He did want to hear Ken's answer first. Why, hey? Ken shook his head when hearing that question, lamenting its stupidity before signing once more. I can't expect them to know what it's like. It was a gamble, of sorts. A test. Ken's voice made Yuichi raise an eyebrow. As a father, he could feel anger boiling in his veins, but as a leader, he knew that he couldn't latch out at Ken. A gamble. You tarnished Lady Yu's purity for a gamble. Mifune was less restrained though. He was a powerful samurai, unafraid of anyone and anything. Sorry to say this, but there's not much purity to be found in her. Ken's words seemed to grate Mifune further. The general took out his katana, seemingly resolved to die if it meant taking down the man that had just insulted his perceived granddaughter. This time, Yuichi calmed him down. He did so by wordlessly walking in between him and Ken. He didn't take Ken's words as an insult. He knew that the assassin wasn't the type to throw baseless insults around. He looked at the assassin with a stony expression before opening his mouth. What do you mean by that? Yuichi's eyes were cold, his tone betrayed his true feelings. Anxiety, fear, concern. At least he's a good father. Maybe Yu's fate isn't bound to be the same as mine. Ken shook his head before opening his mouth once more. No one is that eager on their first kill. Let alone their first time torturing someone. That is unless they've played out that same scenario a million times before in their minds. Even then, it would be difficult for a greenhorn to replicate what she just did. She has a talent for this. Much like I do. With each sentence that came out, Yuichi's concern grew more and more. Mifune also put his blade down, his anger being snuffed out by a similar feeling to that of the daimyo. It wasn't far-fetched to say she had talent. When it came to killing, one's mentality was one of the most important factors. And she seemed to have no qualms about getting her hands dirty. So. Little you wanted to do such a thing for a while now? But how? Yuichi looked at Ken with wide eyes, his tone resembling that of a concerned father more and more, as his stony exterior broke completely. Children being accustomed to killing and torture wasn't all that uncommon in that world. Especially amongst shinobi. But you had been specifically sheltered from that since birth. She was the jewel in Yuichi's eyes. And he couldn't bear the thought that his upbringing may have brought her to a point where she became a bloodthirsty maniac. You tell me. How long has she wanted to get involved in this world? How long ago did she request to be trained? Ken slowly sat up and stood face to face with the daimyo, turning his head up to him and pretending to look him in the eye. Around the same time the kidnapping happened. Yuichi's own eyes widened as he listened to his own words. Don't tell me. Mifune's eyes also widened, as he also reached a conclusion on his own. Regardless, Ken was there to clarify things for them. Speaking from experience. That was her breakthrough. The first glimpse she had of this world. She was captivated by it. Enamored with it. Not with me. At that moment, Yuichi's shoulders slumped. So it all comes down to that. Hey! He had tried to ignore it. He had done his best to think that the attempted kidnapping hadn't affected his daughter that badly. But he couldn't deny the reality staring him in the eye. His daughter was shaping up to be a true sadist. Someone that found true pleasure in death and inflicting pain. The exact same type of person he had sought to shield her from in the past. What do I do? Was the first question that reached his mind. Behind him, Mifune sheathed his blade, his gaze resolute, his teeth clenched together. Yuichi struggled a bit internally. The first thing he figured was to try and help her suppress her urges. To try and shield her from herself essentially. To do just like he had done before, but better. Unfortunately, he now knew that such a thing was impossible. He couldn't shield his daughter at all times from everything. One day he would also no longer be there for her. She needed to somehow be able to stand on her own. What do I do? This time, the question was less pronounced, almost as if he was losing his energy gradually. For a split second, the thought of imprisoning her came to mind. To keep everyone else safe from her, from the monster she was bound to become. But he quickly discarded it. No. Even if she's like this. She's still my daughter. I will love and support her through this. Maybe it's just a phase. At that point, Ken could almost guess the thoughts going through his head. The assassin took another step forward, his arm reaching up and patting the daimyo's shoulder. I know this is hard to come to terms with. I understand how this would be difficult to see. But you need to understand that this won't change. Yuichi looked towards Ken once more, his gaze discouraged, his eyes downcast. The assassin ignored the emotions flowing out of the father as he continued. Today's events prove that she's too far gone already. If it hadn't happened, she would have likely found another outlet. Maybe an animal, maybe a servant. But it is inevitable. The very thought seemed to send a shiver down Yuichi's spine. Behind him, Mifyun's shoulders also slumped. He now understood the situation fully. And he naturally blamed himself for it. Maybe if I gave her more guards. If our background checks were more thorough. If I actually managed to teach her swordsmanship beforehand. Teach her self-restraint. Alas, perfection wasn't ever going to be achievable. They had done everything possible in order to shelter her. All in vain. Everything was ruined by one half-baked plot made by a few somewhat powerful kidnappers. So. What can I do now? In the end, the father couldn't help but seek advice from Ken. It was safe to say that Ken was speaking from experience. Even Mifyun marveled at how he was able to dissect the situation and understand you with such precision. And unlike them, he wasn't just speculating that she was infatuated with something. He had proof. The true question is, how much do you love your daughter? Ken's voice sounded almost comforting. As if he was making an effort to sympathize with the father's plight. More than anything else in this world. She's all I have. Yuichi answered earnestly. He no longer cared about his position, he no longer cared that he was speaking to a suspicious individual. Thanks to that, the blind assassin realized just how serious Yuichi was. Good. She has a support network of sorts to fall back on at least. The assassin paced around the room for a few seconds, thinking about his next words for a bit, contemplating the best course of action for himself. I could take care of her. No, I should do that. The Daime would both be eternally grateful to me, and I would shield the world from her. Teach her properly. Direct her sadism properly. We need to teach her. There's no use in teaching her restraint at this point in her life. Hell, it's likely impossible. I tried to restrain myself plenty while in my youth. It just made the spree a lot more brutal for my victims. She likely tried restraining herself for a year already. Today was when she got to let off some steam. Mifyun spoke out this time, sighing in frustration as he sat back down, gripping his knees with a grave expression. Indeed. The most we can do is teach her how to use her talents accordingly. I will take her under my wing. Turn her into a sharp blade, one that won't be pointed at innocent lives. Yuichi looked at Ken with wide eyes. Through all the concern and fear, he could feel some relief as well. Why you would do that? The Daime was clearly desperate, being helpless when it came to taking care of his daughter was grueling for him. Mifyun opened his mouth, he was likely reflexively going to reject Ken's offer. But can I claim to train her as well as he can? I already tried during the past year. I failed constantly. I couldn't even grasp her true desires. His own inadequacies were what stopped him from speaking out. I will do it. Ken ended up answering the Daime. It seems I have more work in the future. But I also technically have the land of iron in the palm of my hand now. I would say it is worth the hassle. Chapter 76, Happiness, Father's Instinct and Departure. Is something wrong, Father? Yu's voice rang out as she stood before her father inside his office. She was dressed in new clothes, all blood was washed off. She now looked just like before, as if nothing at all had happened. Behind the Daime stood Mifyun and Ken, shoulder to shoulder. Well, close to that at least. Mifyun was still taller than Ken by quite a bit, at least while Ken's transformation was still active. We need to talk about what happened in the courtyard earlier. Yuichi's voice sounded serious, his expression told little Yu that the situation was no laughing matter too. Did I do something wrong? Was the first thought in her mind. It wasn't that she didn't realize that gouging out someone's eyeballs was wrong. She wanted to do it either way, and she thought that she wasn't going to get in trouble if she was following Ken's orders. Was Sir Ken's orders not approved by father? Would I be able to blame him for that then? Her mind was running on overdrive. The last thing she wanted was for her father to look at her in a bad light. She was prepared to sacrifice anything in order to avoid that. Mifune and Yuichi could both read her mind just from seeing the frantic look in her eyes. The slightly panicked expression was currently etched into her face. Still, they waited for her response. "Why yes, father. Did I disappoint you?" It was a question that could have had many meanings. It was exactly the question that the three of them were expecting to receive from her. On one hand, it could be that she was asking if she was disappointed in her performance during Ken's test. Either she had done badly, or she had done too well. After all, it could be that she was concerned she may have disappointed her father by letting her bloodlust show to such an extent. By getting carried away at the moment and letting loose on the prisoner in a manner befitting royalty. Here was the crucial part. I should do as Ken instructed here. He's the one with more experience when dealing with such things. Even if it feels wrong. No dear. In fact, it's the opposite. You went above and beyond what we may have expected. Encouragement from a father figure. Yuichi couldn't help but question himself internally. Was he really right in encouraging such a talent? Letting her grow? But Ken thought otherwise. It's important that no matter what she does, she feels like she can rely on you. That she'll always have someone to fall back on. You need to do this if you want to keep your relationship with her intact. Ken's words rang in Yuichi's mind. It was clear that the assassin knew what he was talking about. Even Mifune seemed to agree, it was the most diplomatic approach to the situation after all. But it still felt wrong. "Thank you, father." Yu squealed a bit as she ran up to her father, almost jumping over his desk and landing in his now open arms. Yuichi's feelings swiftly vanished when he embraced his daughter. The daimyo observed Yu's reaction, and his expression immediately softened. A large smile spread across her cheeks as she buried her head in his chest, her entire face lit up as her eyes seemed to regain their life. Yuichi's eyes widened for a second. He couldn't help it. Even with all of his pampering. He hadn't seen Yu that happy ever since. Ever since her mother passed. Ken was right in the end. I can't afford to lose my daughter. Yuichi patted his young daughter's head with a warm smile on his face. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel thankful for Ken's intervention. Who knows what could have happened without him here? I already owed him a favor, but this goes beyond that. Being able to see you smile. This is a debt that I can't ever pay back. The father and daughter duo hugged for a bit more. Ken and Mifune stood unmoving during that time. Mifune sometimes glanced at the assassin. He wasn't fully okay with Ken also being allowed to stand by the daimyo's side since he was still technically an outsider. But now that Ken was to be taking care of Yu, it was simply a waste of time to mistrust him. It was also hard for Mifune to be mad at Ken when seeing Yu's smile. If he had any bad intentions, he already had a lot of chances to act out on them. Even if he has more ulterior motives, he's already proven to be an ally. The samurai sighed a bit before his gaze rested back on the daimyo and Yu. Meanwhile, Ken was contemplating how the training was going to be done. He did propose that Yu would come to his compound and live there for a few years, but Yuichi wasn't fully okay with not seeing his daughter for that long, which was completely understandable. We might end up with a schedule where she returns home once or twice a month. But I sure as hell am not wasting all of my time here. Ken shook his head before his senses fixated on the little girl for a moment. Her first kill. Hey! Even if he had been the one to technically finish off the prisoner, she was the one that had killed him. She did the most damage essentially. Ken couldn't help but sigh internally as he remembered his very own first kill. He was older than Yu when it happened. He couldn't remember exactly by how much, but he remembered the details of it perfectly. His reaction wasn't that much different from Yu's either. The thrill of drawing that first blood was what got me hooked. It all started with a drunken fool one merry night. He may have been violent, and gotten himself kicked out of a bar, or maybe his wife kicked him out of the home because of his drinking. None of that mattered. What mattered was that he stumbled upon Ken, or Joseph, that merry night. Ken remembered how he had gutted the man with a switchblade, how he had stuffed some trash in his mouth to keep him from screaming out while he was bleeding like a pig. In retrospect, Yu's first kill might have been better. It was neither as messy, nor was it involving a random drunk passerby. Ken didn't exactly take pride in what he had done. Not that he ever had. But it was thrilling, to say the least. That guilt was what drove him to aim higher. To go for people that actually deserved to die, at least by his standards. He also killed plenty of good people, cops, detectives, and even some good politicians. It was either for money, pleasure, or by mistake. Money was nothing more than an object to Ken regardless. It was just a way to keep his spree going for longer. He did become the best assassin for hire and even became filthy rich. But the blood of innocence that stained his hands still made him ashamed of his past. As for the countless others, who cares anyway? Snake dying in the snake pit wasn't worth crying over. It was only a shame whenever someone that didn't belong fell in. Ken sensed the girl's happiness once more. It was even more concentrated than when she was torturing that criminal. I'll make sure she won't have to live with such regrets. Make it so she'll always be able to justify her actions while also satisfying her needs. While the blind swordsman was mulling over his thoughts, Yuichi decided to finally continue his pre-planned speech. Little Yu. The daimyo patted his daughter's hair once more before he cupped her cheek and turned her gaze to meet his. Lord Ken vouched for your talent. He was even impressed by it, to the point where he wishes to help you develop it properly. Do you accept his guidance? Yu seemed more and more excited with every sentence that her father spoke. But before she could accept, her father continued. By accepting, you will leave with him, and you will learn from him. You can't complain to him about your treatment. Nor will you receive special treatment compared to his other students. Yuichi kept his expression unchanged. He wasn't fully on board with the idea either. It was hard for a father to let his young daughter wander off at the end of the day. In the end, Yuichi and Mifune realized that Yu would live alongside the other youngsters in the Dark Brotherhood. They wouldn't be able to shelter her at all, and she would have to get used to a significantly different way of life. In the end, it all hinged on her. Was her determination to learn and develop large enough to give up her current life? Well, I accept. Her voice rang out with clarity. Her answer was exactly what Ken had expected. There was no hesitation in the girl's voice. Her features were still just as happy and excited as before. In fact, she hugged her father once more, thankful for the opportunity he was giving her. Thank you for letting me do this, father. Yu snuggled up to her father once more as she spoke out. She also turned and looked at Ken with an almost euphoric expression. She mentally thanked the assassin that had also made it all possible. You're more than welcome, Yu. Just promise to visit me from time to time, don't forget about your old man. Yuichi ended the speech on a high note. A wide smile spread on his face as he slowly wrapped his hand around his daughter one last time. The two of them stayed like that for a few more minutes, before Yuichi sighed and slowly softened up, his daughter also getting up and walking in front of his table, facing her father with a resolute gaze. So, when are we leaving? Her confidence was skyrocketing, and Yuichi sighed a bit when seeing her. Now, you have 10 minutes to pack your bags, not 1 second more. Grab only essentials, I will throw away anything that's unnecessary. Ken was the one to respond this time, as he stepped forward and walked by Yuichi's desk. Yu's eyes widened when she heard his answer. The little girl immediately started leaving her father's office in a hurry, only stopping to bow to the people inside before running away. Silence stretched in the room for a few seconds, before Yuichi sighed and turned his head towards Ken. Please take care of my daughter, Ken. I'll send a delegation whenever I want her to visit, they'll take care of bringing her safely to me. You don't have to bother yourself with that. The blind assassin merely nodded at the daimyo's words. Very well. I'll make sure no harm comes to her. Training will still be harsh, but I'm sure she can take it. It seems you raised a strong girl. The assassin then started walking away. Yuichi's gaze traced his steps as he closed the door behind him. Mifune sighed a bit as he finally spoke out. I assume you want someone to follow them. The daimyo looked at his general, seemingly pondering about it for a second before shaking his head. No. It's no use. Lord Ken would certainly notice if he was being tracked. And I doubt there's anything that can harm her while she's with him. The general frowned a bit when hearing that. But he didn't protest in the end. From here on out, Yu's fate lies in that man's hands. At least she won't turn into a tyrannical noble and a serial killer. And so, Ken's meeting with the daimyo ended on a high note. The blind swordsman's payment was still set to be sent to him during the next check-in of the daimyo's delegation. It was going to contain a rather substantial sum, as Ken had gone above and beyond this time around. But no amount of money was going to change the fact that Yuichi now was indebted to Ken. Any and all plots that the daimyo may have been cooking up were now erased in an instant. What are the chances of Lord Ken using the front door to leave this time around? The daimyo turned to his general for a second. Very low. He's probably just going to jump the walls with the young lady on his back. Mifune sighed as he remembered the assassin's habit of ignoring regular customs. Please make sure to inform the samurai that Yu is leaving with him. We don't need any misunderstandings to happen now. Naturally. Mifune also left the room after that, to inform his troops of the development. And finally, the daimyo was left alone with his thoughts. Chapter 77, Forest Training, Oddity and Classes. Lord Ken can only really be described as a strict teacher. It's only been a day since we've left the capital. One day since I've left the safe confines of my father's palace, and I'm already having to struggle to catch my own food in the wild. Lord Ken still gave me the appropriate knowledge, told me how some animals behaved, how to successfully corner them, where their most vital spots are. It was basic knowledge, the type I am used to cramming already. I could tell Lord Ken appreciated how quickly I picked up on what he taught me. Even if he didn't outright praise me, I could still feel it. So I had some of the basics down now. At least the bare minimum for survival in the wild. But I still clearly lack practice. Lord Mifune's training did prepare me for combat, but it was always fighting on an even, pristine, training ground. Fighting in a forest provides its own obstacles. But I am willing to grit my teeth and power through it all if it means getting more opportunities to learn his art. The art of killing. I can't help but think of it as a form of expression. Especially after getting to do it myself. I am still a bit disappointed that I wasn't able to finish off that prisoner, but I will certainly get the opportunity by following Lord Ken. For now, I'll still settle for hunting down rabbits. Skinning them is actually pretty fun, although I was a bit hesitant at first. Lord Ken said it helps me with my precision and dexterity, which I will certainly need a lot of in the future. Rabbit meat is actually really delicious. Maybe it just tasted better because I caught it and made it with my own hands? Regardless, I am glad I received this opportunity, and I only have one man to thank for that. Said man is currently just sitting on a sturdy branch, seemingly looking down at my little makeshift campsite while resting. I can't tell if he's actually sleeping or not, but I've yet to actually see him tired. It's hard to tell since I've not even seen his face yet. I'm sure I'll get to see it soon. I can barely wait. Someone that can produce such beautiful art will surely look handsome. Although, I don't know. Would that even fit the art he practices? This form of art is certainly what my calligraphy teacher would call grotesque. Whatever, he is the master, I am the student. His appearances don't matter in any way. Yet, Lord Ken's next lesson is what matters most. Especially to me. Wire traps and how to set them up efficiently. Ever since that incident, I have had this fascination with wires. The way they can be used to manipulate flesh, is to string up bodies. It was simply amazing. But I was never able to try anything with them. I was too shy to ask my father for them, I was afraid he wouldn't like my fixation on them too. Looking back, I think I could have just asked him. He clearly cares about me regardless of what I do. He's the best father I could have asked for. Now, unfortunately for me, Lord Ken is only teaching me the basics regarding those as well. I did insist on learning more, but his exact words were, "Never ask for more, dear student. Especially when you're not even close to mastering the basics." My rebellious nature led to me pouting a bit at that. And Lord Ken decided to make my lack of knowledge extremely clear. A small demonstration was all he needed. He showed me how a basic wire trap was more than enough to trap a person and leave them helpless. And that person was me. I was entangled and hung upside down before I even realized what was happening. Thankfully, I was wearing proper training clothes, not a skirt, that would have been embarrassing. But I highly doubt Lord Ken would have been too moved by the sight of my panties. Despite the fact that I am already at a marriageable age, Lord Ken still treats me like a complete child. I like it. It just goes to show how far ahead of me he is. Be it in his mastery of the art, or in his maturity, he is far above me. But oh, I will catch up. I can only dream of the day I finally get him to acknowledge me. But that is going to take a lot of time and dedication. Thankfully, I am young, so I have time. And I am nothing if not dedicated. Our journey lasted a few more days after the wire trap incident. During those days, Lord Ken continued to teach me more and more about survival and even chakra molding. He even gave me the manual for the 3 basic ninjutsu that shinobi use. Apparently, despite not being an actual shinobi, Lord Ken uses shinobi arts too and even claims they can be crucial to survival at times. Thankfully, I was able to impress him a bit with my chakra control. I trained diligently with Lord Mifune. I am not able to imbue an object with chakra yet. My external control is almost non-existent, but I can do the basic training exercises for chakra control. I can even stick to a tree trunk for a few seconds. But my lacking external control didn't seem to matter to Lord Ken. He was impressed enough that I am able to control the chakra within my body. This makes things a lot easier. But external chakra control will be a necessity for proper shinobi arts, as well as other techniques I'll be teaching you. So I got to work. Molding chakra with hand sings and doing various exercises that were in the book Lord Ken gifted me. And before I knew it, we reached a rather large fortress in the middle of a mountain range. Large wooden walls surrounded 24 buildings of varying sizes. "We're here." Lord Ken patted me on the head and continued walking. The gates were guarded by masked men, who didn't even glance at us as we passed by. They're almost like statues, they seem to be protecting the village. I can see them posted up on watchtowers too. From their robotic movements and trained postures, I can already tell. This place is going to be a lot of fun. Ken had met many people in his 2 lives. He had met hypocrites, manipulators, sadists, and masochists. He had danced with the clinically insane and he had tangled with the most depraved minds. So, with his boundless experience, he was able to pinpoint with overwhelming accuracy that the little girl he had brought into his village was fucking crazy. The blind monster wasn't above swearing when the situation called for it. And the little girl had already proved herself back in that courtyard, acting like a shy schoolgirl confessing her love while slowly gouging out a man's eyes. But the more time Ken spent with her, the worse it got. It's almost as if she's a mix of the worst possible quirks a schizophrenic person is predisposed to having. She was a sadist with an overactive imagination. She sometimes even had trouble with her thoughts, getting caught up in her own little mind and missing her prey while hunting. She was also, to some extent, masochistic. The last thing that Ken had expected when stringing her up in a trap was for her to actually be excited. And it wasn't just the excitement of a student seeing the possibilities of what they could do. It was almost as if she took almost sexual pleasure from just feeling the strings almost cut into her skin. Besides that, she was also violent, bloodthirsty. And her priorities were extremely skewed. Ken was unsure how to react when he sensed her show more hesitation while skinning a rabbit than when she had tortured a man. Better not dwell on it. I'll teach her as much as I can, but she'll be by herself most of the time. I'll just be there for guidance in case it's needed. Ken allowed her to live in his mansion, in one of the empty rooms. But she would also have to sleep outside 4 times per week in order to get used to sleeping on trees and rocks. She seemed to accept whatever training Ken had in mind, having no complaints at all regardless of where she slept. Ken went to his office after letting the little girl settle in her new quarters. Saburo and Tasho alongside the Uzumaki prodigy, were already waiting for him there. Leader. Good to have you back. The first blade stepped forward and took a knee in front of Ken, bowing his head as well. Saburo, the second blade, followed in his footsteps and also greeted Ken in a similar fashion. Kazue only nodded towards Ken, his hands crossed. He did stand up from his chair as a sign of respect. It seems that you've brought back quite the unexpected baggage. Saburo muttered after his greeting, raising his head and looking at Ken directly. Baggage indeed. She's the Daimi's daughter. She'll be in our care from now on and will learn from us. Ken's words were like a bombshell. They dropped on top of the head of everyone in the room. Kazue especially stared at the blind assassin with wide eyes. What daimyo in his right mind would allow his daughter to be trained by a group of bounty hunters? Besides the problem of rank and royal dignity, there was always the problem of safety. Was the daimyo of the Land of Iron really that trusting of Ken? Or maybe he just didn't care about his daughter. I know you all have a lot of questions. Long story short, little Yu was adamant about me being her teacher after encountering me once in the past. And after she proved herself more than just a spoiled little girl, I agreed to train her. You could say that her father owes me a lot now. Ken decided not to go into detail about how the girl had proven herself, or about how the daimyo had thought that Yu was actually smitten with him at first. The people in the room also didn't ask any more questions. Ken had already quenched most of their curiosity. Well, you arrived just in time. Sir Kazue is going to start his teachings today. Ken turned his head towards Saburo, who noticed that and continued speaking. We ended up agreeing to postpone them momentarily, at least until you returned. We are well aware that you wish to learn Fuinjutsu as well. The strawman continued speaking with a smile on his mask-covered face. I appreciate it. Ken turned his head towards Kazue and nodded. After that, Kazue went and prepared to begin his lessons, while Ken listened to Tasho's reports on the state of the Brotherhood and the progress of the children among other things. Good. Things are progressing steadily. Just as I had foreseen. The children are exceeding my expectations. Their determination and diligence are nothing if not commendable. Needless to say, Ken was extremely pleased with what he was hearing. Many of the children were already showing some semblance of mastery over Ken's original technique, presence control. Currently, only those above the age of 10 were allowed to start training it. And most of them were progressing nicely. It's only a matter of time before they become skilled enough to be led on missions. Ken sighed a bit when thinking about that. He only wanted the recruits that were 13 and above to go on missions. And virtually all of them would still be under supervision until they reached at least 16. Currently, only around 13 children fit the criteria. But Ken felt it was safer to have them train a bit more before sending them out. He still believed 13 to be quite young at the end of the day. But at 13, they would essentially become part-time bounty hunters. Only going after the weakest bounties alongside Saburo's clone squads. Their tasks were going to mostly consist of seeing action on the field, and possibly fighting the opponents Saburo or Tasho picked for them. In essence, they were only going to be in an internship program, preparing them for their jobs at 16. But those were still plans for the future. The present was plenty interesting. As Kazue was preparing for his lessons, Akira was still at the bottom of the sea, searching for bodies while attempting to whistle underwater. It was boring work for the immortal bounty hunter. He had a small boat floating randomly above. He would sometimes resurface and eat there, but he spent most of his time underwater. He didn't need to breathe in order to not die, but drowning did hurt a bit. Thankfully, Akira's pain receptors were pretty numbed, so he was mostly feeling like he was getting stung in his lungs a bit. I hate this job. Akira couldn't help but sigh underwater. The job wasn't bad because it was somewhat painful. But it was so boring. But one thing was for sure. This place is a fucking gold mine. I get why Leader was adamant about looting it. And so, Akira's work continued. It was going to take a while more, but the third blade felt that it was worth it. While he was struggling to find more stuff, Kazue was already greeting his students. The class began in force. Ken was also present, sat down and was ready to listen. He was not much of a visual learner, unfortunately, but listening was nice too. He could also envision the things that Kazue was either drawing or writing on the blackboard. He just had to pay attention to the strokes and movements of Uzumaki's wrist. At some point, he did decide to just open a window, allowing some wind in and giving him a better vision of what was on the board. He could feel the wind bending around the chalk-smeared blackboard, and the forms became more vivid in his mind thanks to that. Fuinjutsu. What a fascinating art! Chapter 78, Letter, Technique, Seals and War. Hello, Father. I hope this letter finds you well and healthy. Sorry for not being able to come and visit, I didn't want to interrupt my training just yet. The months that followed my arrival at the Dark Brotherhood compound have been amazing. Sir Ken is undoubtedly a great teacher, and more than anything, a very creative person. His training regime is both grueling and compelling. It's nothing like the boring sword swinging that Grandpa Mifune had me do. P.S. Please don't tell him I said that. I've learned exactly what I wanted to. It's actually refreshing how much there is to learn. Apparently, Sir Ken's art is a lot more complex than I initially thought. There are a lot of weird techniques that I didn't even think about. He's also been teaching me some basic ninjutsu, which I've mastered. Apparently, I have wind and fire nature chakra. Teacher has wind and lightning, but he apparently also has mastered quite a few fire release techniques. I was really excited to learn that, which is why I'm telling you as well. So you can be excited with me. I've learned a lot about assassination already, I've even had some chances to experiment in combat. It's mostly sparring with some strange clone. But it's really like a human. Shinobi techniques are really weird. It did take me a whole 6 months, AI, the entire time I've been training here, to take one down. I've already gained some proficiency in controlling wires with my chakra. I've gotten a lot better at throwing weapons as well. Well, that's most of my progress. It's apparently pretty good though. Sir Ken said that I am already comparable to a Chunin from the other lands, which is apparently decent enough to warrant a few head pats. I've also made plenty of friends around these parts. There are a lot of children my age here, family status and other ranks don't matter to them at all, it's like we're one big family. We're all learning essentially the same things too, apparently, I'm not even close to being the strongest here either. There's some sort of ranking. There are around 80 of us, of varying ages, and I am apparently ranked number 26. That's pretty good though, teacher said that it's actually very good since they've all been training for longer than me. The ones within the top 20 are already going out on supervised missions. Well, they don't get to do much from what I heard, but they still get to watch and learn. The ones in the top 5 are actually allowed to engage in fights too. They've already killed people from what I've heard. That made me a bit jealous, but I'm sure I'll get the chance as well when I'm considered ready. All the children in the top 10 are actually older than me, by the way. And number 1, named Tatsuksho, apparently, is already strong enough to hold his own against a special jonin. So he's also pretty talented. He's apparently already killed a lot of people. He even volunteered to go on missions first actually. The weirdest thing about him? He's missing a whole leg. Apparently, teacher worked together with him to develop some sort of movement technique, so he moves really fast. I can barely react to him actually. By the way, we hold some nice in-house tournaments to decide the ranking. It's all supervised though, and injuries are always handled by one of the older guys around here. He's apparently part of the Blades. I was so excited to meet him. He was relatively kind too, though he felt a bit off, certainly not as kind as my teacher. Anyway, I've already talked, written, your ears, eyes, off, so I'll just get back to training now. I promise I'll visit you this month. I also want to see you after all. Miss you. With love. Yu Koxoxonoxo. The Daime sighed a bit as he finished reading the letter his daughter had sent him. Despite agreeing to regular visits, Yu had vehemently rejected going along with the delegation every time they appeared. She was too engrossed in her training. The delegation was also unable to force her to come. They were also too scared to do so since they were essentially surrounded by faceless masked assassins that watched their every step. Mifune wiped a tear from his cheek as he stood to the side. To think she'd grow so quickly. The old general felt a bit strange. Although he knew Yu was talented, he hadn't expected her to show that much progress under Ken. Just goes to show that she wasn't exactly all that passionate when I was training her. Although the old man was disappointed, he still felt proud that the little girl he had watched grow up was following her dreams, and very successfully at that. Being a regular chunin didn't mean a lot in the grand scope of things. But one had to take into account that she had only been training for around 6 months. Still. To think that competition is so fierce among the youth in the Dark Brotherhood. Really, a place brimming with talent, hey. The two leaders of the Land of Iron continued to mull over Yu's letter for a while after that. To them, it sure seemed like the children there were talented. But only the children knew the amount of hard work and dedication they put into getting to where they were. To them, rest was wasting time, and training was already in their blood. They no longer even cared about free time. Despite it being allocated to them during the day, they still continued to train. Eating was the only time they took a break. That or when their muscles could no longer go on. Discipline wasn't forced onto them, but they had disciplined themselves to go through all of the hardship necessary to become stronger, to never have to worry about losing anything dear to them ever again. And their efforts were certainly rewarded. The father, their dear leader, the man that had given them the chance to turn their lives around. He started training them personally. He started paying more and more attention to them, to the point where he took breaks from his own training to help Tatsuksho, the one that was most disadvantaged among them, to create a special technique. And oh boy was it special! It was extremely difficult to pull off, but it paid off greatly. A technique that combined a basic wind release jutsu, the gale palm and the body flicker technique, which was mainly a movement technique used outside of combat for travel. The technique created by these two was titled Air Flicker, by Ken, or the Flash Step, by Tatsuksho. The user essentially vitalized their body using the body flicker technique, heightening their speed to sickening degrees. Then the user would jump towards the sky, as high as they could. Now, the important part of the technique was that the user needed to be able to mold wind nature chakra with their feet in order to perform the gale palm technique. This was only possible for those with wind chakra affinity, as well as those that had already completely mastered the gale palm normally. It was a very basic wind release jutsu. Normally it could only hold the power to knock an adult over from a few meters. And that was more than enough for the user to perform the flash step. Gale palm formed what was essentially a gale platform that allowed the user to body flicker in midair instantly. It required a lot of concentration and mastery, but Tatsuksho had put a lot of effort into it for over 5 months, and he was already able to use it in combat, to great effect at that. To others, he looked like a blur, flashing around everywhere and hitting the enemy from impossible angles while quite literally flying. Ken himself was pleased with the technique and decided to add it to his arsenal. It was, after all, a very good way of taking an enemy by surprise. Seeing Tatsuksho benefit so much from Ken's teachings made the children train even harder. Thanks to Akira's hard work, they had a very large library of jutsu to learn now, and they all started doing their best to master new techniques as well. Akira's spoils weren't just constrained by techniques though. Unfortunately, money wasn't a lot, the shinobi looted were off to war after all, and they didn't bring much of their personal wealth with them. But the food was definitely good for their resources. It was all sealed away safely, so they weren't going to go bad anytime soon. The third blade had also found quite a bit of throwables and weapons, swords of varying qualities, and quite a few blades made from chakram metal. Thanks to them, the Dark Brotherhood now had to invest in building an entire armory, a big one at that. Thankfully, they weren't strapped for cash. The daimyo had held his promise, and his payment for Ken was certainly generous. To put it bluntly, it was enough to expand the Dark Brotherhood compound 10 times over. It allowed them to also invest in some stronger walls, sturdy stone walls and watchtowers. Though they weren't completed yet. It was a lengthy construction after all. Regardless, life continued in the compound. The construction crews weren't allowed to actually enter it, unless they were building something inside. They had set up tents outside of it instead. Kazue's Fuinjutsu lessons were also going well. Akira was a bit disappointed that they had started without him, but he turned out to not be too interested in Fuinjutsu in the end. Well, he still learned some of them, especially the ones that were crucial to the Dark Brotherhood's defense. Ken had already prepared quite a few contingency systems. Only around 20 children had any knowledge of Fuinjutsu now. It was still basic, but it was enough for now. Saburo was able to progress a lot, training alongside his clones certainly helped. Tasho was surprisingly even better. He apparently was quite talented in Fuinjutsu, to the point where he was already mastering quite a few sealing techniques, though none of them was overly complex. Ken, however, had shown the most progress. His senses allowed him to feel exactly how chakra flowed into something, his honed control allowed him to form seals extremely easily. It was a bit of a struggle to write them down at first, but practice always made perfect. He was working hard, his goal was also very clear. Master the Crimson Seal and the Chakra Draining Seal. The Chakra Draining Seal was actually a requirement for all of the blades. It was vital for Ken's plans actually. Ken had already mastered the Draining Seal in fact. It was the easiest one of the two. He had gained some proficiency in the Crimson Seal, but he was able to do it only around 60% of the time, which was certainly not optimal in combat, but at least he was getting there. Unfortunately, while the Dark Brotherhood and Land of Iron were working hard to develop further, the other nations weren't quite so friendly. The Third Shinobi War had started in force, with the powers that hadn't participated in the war immediately taking advantage of the ones that had suffered great losses in it. The rock and the waterfall villages were the ones to start the war. In fact, they had carried out a series of planned attacks on the villages that had been weakened the most. It was certainly devious, former allies attacking each other for profit. But that was exactly the way that their world worked. The ones getting attacked were already expecting it anyway. Many of the smaller lands had banded together already, preparing for the worst the second that the raid on the Uzumaki turned out to be a massive failure. The situation was blown into an all-out war when the other great villages also got involved. The Cloud joined the Rock and the Waterfall, forming a makeshift alliance. The Leaf also got involved, alongside the Mist and the Sand, which mostly worked individually, striving to reap the most benefits. Surprisingly, the Uzumaki were now also involved. They joined the war immediately and went after the powers that had threatened them before, allying with the Leaf and striking at the Rock Cloud Waterfall alliance. The situation was still ongoing, so there wasn't a lot of news on how successful they were. Regardless, Ken could only scoff at the way things had escalated. He had expected peace to last long after the previous failed attempt, but it seemed that humans could really never have enough land or resources to satisfy themselves. It was a shame, but well, life goes on. But the clock was ticking. 6 more months. That's all they have left. Ken sat in his office, his feet resting on his desk as he flicked another knife towards the photos of the 7 swordsmen. Chapter 79, Duel, Friendship, Technique, and Time. The constant training was starting to take its toll on some of the blades. More specifically, Akira was bored out of his mind and wanted to do something more productive with his time. It seemed that he now found killing off random bandit hideouts boring as well, so in the end, he started sparring with the others. Well, he tried to anyway. Saburo told him off in the kindest way possible, and Tasho told him it was a complete waste of good training time. Ken was also not that keen on sparring with anyone, he was far too busy training both himself and the children in the Brotherhood. He had little free time since he took a more direct approach to the training of the children, but at least they were all advancing much faster than expected. Unfortunately, that meant Akira was now left without a playmate, sparring partner. At least until Kazue stepped in. The Uzumaki prodigy figured that it would be an easy way to pass some time, as well as gauge the strength of the blades a bit more. Ken did advise him against accepting the duel. In his words, this has no chance of ending well for either party. But Kazue just thought it would be a good way to pass some time, it was just a spar at the end of the day. They also did it away from the compound, in a clearing somewhere near their mountain. Kazue still considered the third blade to be the weakest at that time, so he figured it would be an easy fight to pick. At first glance, Akira appeared to be a happy-go-lucky former shinobi, one that shouldn't really have any place within the blades. The Uzumaki member's perception did change a bit when the fight started. Akira's smile didn't disappear at all, his attitude was the same, but it was as if a switch had been flipped. His speed instantly put Kazue on the ropes. The third blade was already on him the second the fight started, slashing at him with 2 blades. Kazue was hard-pressed to block, as he stepped backwards, his hand was scratched a little. The Uzumaki watched with wide eyes as the third blade licked a single drop of blood off of his blade. Akira then immediately sliced at the ground underneath him with a smile on his face, forming a strange pentagram seal. At that moment, Kazue knew he had to do something. In a fit of panic, shining golden chains sprouted from his back and tore apart towards the third blade and the ground in front of him. Akira didn't seem too perturbed, he just laughed a bit and jumped through the hail of chains without a worry in the world, rushing towards Kazue once more. The Uzumaki gulped a bit as he realized that the spar would turn out more bloody than he had expected. His chains immediately impaled Akira's arms and legs and drove him into the ground, cracking it and raising a huge cloud of dust. Kazue was immediately worried about harming Akira a bit too much, he immediately opened his mouth to apologize. Sorry, I shouldn't ha. At that moment Kazue felt his entire world stir, he felt a sharp pain digging into all of his arms and legs, a pain that immediately rendered him immobile. The dust cleared as Akira laughed a bit more. The third blade had landed on his back, and was still impaled into the ground, underneath him was his own cape, with a very familiar sigil drawn upon it. Shit. Kazue didn't quite know what the sigil was for at first, he had attacked exactly because he didn't want to find out. Now he understood exactly what it was. He took in a bit of my blood, and now we are linked together. What a suicidal technique. Akira stared at him with a slightly crazed smile. Every time he struggled a bit against his bindings, Kazue felt more pain. How can I even break out of this? Unfortunately, Kazue didn't get the time to figure that out, as a voice broke out from beside him just as he was about to try and fling Akira away with his chains. I think this one counts as a stalemate. Ken was already by his side, his masked face facing Akira, who was still struggling, unable to break out of the adamantite sealing chains. The blind assassin couldn't help but smile when feeling the chains. He had observed the battle since the beginning exactly because he wanted to personally see how the fabled chains worked. Feeling them in person was certainly something else. I don't even know if I can cut them. Ken understood more and more why the other nations saw the Uzumaki as a threat. Besides the fact that their bloodline granted them absurd chakra reserves and endurance, they also had bloodline limits such as this. Kazue didn't argue against calling the situation a draw, he just retracted his chains and apologized once again for injuring Akira. He then looked in shock as Akira's wounds closed themselves off in seconds, with not even the slightest trace of them left on his body. After that incident, the two of them would duel many times. Slowly but surely, Kazue had figured out how Akira's technique worked, but it did take losing a few of the spars. It was a lot harder for him to catch Akira in his chains now that the third blade knew they were impossible to break out of. Kazue wasn't foolish though, he understood that if they were on the field, he likely wouldn't stand a chance against Akira. He would have died in their first encounter if they were actual enemies. Akira seemed to be able to shrug off all of his attacks, and all he really needed was a drop of blood to end a fight for good. Ken was a bit against them constantly sparring at first, but he didn't bother stopping them either, as he didn't want to take Akira's fun away. Kazue did learn a valuable lesson. Appearances can be very deceiving. Akira may have had a nice demeanor and was easy to get along with. But he was also the most insane, arguably, of the blades, while also simultaneously being the strongest. His insanity was a product of his past experiences, just like his strength. Kazue, despite not joining the Dark Brotherhood, still managed to find a rather good friend in Akira, who was a very genuine person. It was a rare breed in the shinobi world, so the Uzumaki did understand that he was lucky to find a friend in Akira, especially when so far away from home. Ken was also not against them being friends. Especially since now, Kazue was putting more effort into teaching Akira separately. Yu was also picking things up quickly, so it wasn't like he had much time to police the relationships that the blades entered. The little princess was proving to be even more absorbent than a sponge. She took everything in stride and with unextinguishable enthusiasm. It was quite endearing to Ken, as he got to see a more childish version of his past self, one that was a bit less flawed, in her. She had the same aspirations as he once had, but she had a proper teacher to stop her from straying off on the wrong path. It was something he sorely lacked. She also had a network of people supporting her in her father and Mifune, which was certainly doing wonders for her mental state. By her age, Ken was still hopping around in the foster care system. It wasn't a pleasant time, but he did blow off steam by killing small animals. Yu had directly started killing people. Well, bandits. Prisoners more specifically. They were mainly just props for when Ken decided to teach her more about torture and information gathering. She had a remarkably steady hand now, and she could torture people for hours with a smile on her face. She looked so cute and innocent in those moments. If only her hands weren't covered in blood the entire time. Really spoiled the image. Regardless, Ken had, at some point, decided that training Yu was a worthwhile undertaking. And not just because he was now on the best of terms with the Land of Iron. She's just that talented. Just like me. I am curious to see what she'll grow up into. Besides that, Ken had also started training in some other techniques that he couldn't quite comprehend from his past life. More specifically, he started experimenting with the technique of the former One assassin back in his past world. It was the one that had come before him. The former best in his field of expertise. The man was mostly a legend and had essentially retired by the time Ken/Joseph started his spree. The man did also have a nickname of his own, the Reaper. It was a lot more straightforward than Ken's own. His technique was essentially a weird method of using vibrations to burst blood vessels within the human body. It was said that he could kill or knock someone out just by tapping on a wall that stood in between them. It was a technique so deadly that it had become infamous, and many had tried their hands at it. But only the Reaper was able to do it consistently. Now that he could perfectly feel the vibrations in the air, he decided to try it out. Ken quickly discovered that most of the rumors were likely exaggerated. It was a lot harder to do through walls, completely impossible without chakra and specifically the wind nature. The Reaper likely was able to do it through glass walls and windows only. He tested it on prisoners, and it took quite a bit of time for him to figure it out on his own. He only knew the theory of it, but he had never been able to even put it into practice in the past. At first, he could at most only burst someone's eardrums and rattle their brains a bit. Then, his vibrations started causing brain hemorrhage, and that was about the most powerful they could get. Ken did discover that putting in a lot of chakra could lead to turning someone's brain to mush using said vibrations. The technique was a bit draining as the people in his current world were tougher, so the vibrations themselves needed to be stronger. There was a small caveat with the technique. One needed to create vibrations by tapping on a surface. It could be either near a human's body, or the human body directly. But Ken couldn't create the right vibrations without touching a proper, solid surface. Still, the technique was deadly even with that small restriction. So deadly in fact, that it slightly scared the strawman as he looked over the bodies Ken's training left in its wake. Without knowing any better, Saburo immediately assumed that Ken was the one to create the technique. He also asked Ken a bit about how it worked. And the explanation somewhat sealed the deal for him. A close quarters S-ranks wind release technique that essentially attacks only the insides of one's body. Such absurdity is really only possible when our dear leader is involved. Good thing we aren't enemies. Really, this partnership is looking more and more advantageous as time passes. The strawman whistled as he collected the dead bodies of the prisoners and disposed of them. And as he was doing that, Ken slowly walked back to his office. His senses studied the current state of his organization. Before he had realized it, he had spent entire months researching his newest technique. Before his own eyes, many of the children in the Brotherhood had reached the age where they were now given the choice to join a department. All of them chose to enter the bounty hunting division. Tasho's department was immediately expanded, as he now had 26 new recruits, all ranging from 14 to 15. Ken was somewhat forced to slightly lower the age of entry. Some children showed a lot of promise, and virtually all of them wanted to be in the field already. Regardless, no matter how much they begged him, Ken wasn't budging much when it came to age. 14 was the limit, and it was already pushing it. He didn't like the idea of children running around on battlefields. Even if the children weren't exactly helpless. But now we have more than enough hands. So much progress in such a short time. Ken reached his office at some point, but he didn't sit down. Instead, he walked over to the posters of the Mist Swordsman and smiled underneath his mask. I guess the time has come. Time for revenge, that is. Chapter 80, Seven Swordsmen, Diversion, and Red Sky. The war raged on between all factions in the shinobi world. Nations ate at each other's throats with ravenous fury and greed. The shinobi world was never peaceful. To them, peace was a strange state of being, one that they couldn't quite understand. In truth, ever since the warring states, things had never really gotten better. The only actual period of peace was when the first Hokage, the god of shinobi, was still alive to uphold it. Only someone on the level of the god of shinobi can truly uphold peace. Only during their lifetime, however long or short it may be. That was the only real conclusion that could be drawn from the first Hokage's exploits. After all, the first had made a lot of mistakes. Mistakes that included arming several shinobi villages with living nukes called the tailed beasts. He had hoped that they'd serve as some sort of deterrent, that they would make the warring nations a bit more careful before starting a war, a variable to take into account before taking action. Unfortunately, reality crushed those useless hopes and dreams. The Jinchuriki were nothing if not weapons to be used for mass destruction. Ken could barely even count the number of places and sceneries ruined by the involvement of the tailed beasts. Instead of being a deterrent, they became a factor that emboldened the nations that housed them. and the people were left to suffer as a result. Be it a wayward attack from a shinobi, or a full-on tailed beast blast from a Jinchuriki. Civilian villages have already been targeted heavily during the Third War. And it's only just begun. After all, the quickest way to destroy a nation was by ruining its infrastructure and making lives harder for its civilians. And the fastest way to do so was by slaughtering said civilians, ruining their homes. And sometimes, powerful shinobi were also sent on such tasks. Many times they found them demeaning, as killing helpless civilians was somewhat boring to trained murderers. However, this wasn't the case for the 7 swordsmen of the mist. They had already gone on a killing spree, getting rid of the dozen or so teams that were defending the area, so now they had free rein to slaughter the villages in said area. They had plenty of time before the Land of Fire sent reinforcements. So much time in fact, that JZ Biwa and Jinpachi Munashi had more than enough time to play around. JZ was dressed in his usual attire, a black tight-fitting sleeveless shirt, black pants, and sandals. His headband was also black, sporting the Mist Village's symbol proudly. His face and neck were both covered in bandages, and his sharp teeth glistened under the sun. He made sure to feed his blade as much blood as he could, piling up villagers and creating a small pool made of corpses. He left his long sword rest in the pool of blood, all the while he played around with a severed hand. The madman whistled as his decapitating carving knife soaked in blood, repairing any and all nicks in the large blade. Jinpachi was a bit less practical in his fun-having. He wore an extremely loose, long-sleeved pinstriped shirt and black pants and sandals. The top of his head was wrapped in bandages, and he had an eye patch covering his left eye, sprouting from under his kirigakure forehead protector. He simply started playing a twisted version of golf with the corpses, exploding them with his blade and seeing how far they flew. He experimented with corpses of varying weights and ages, and he discovered that the corpses of children flew much further than those of adults. The lower the height and weight, the further they flew essentially. Aramo Sakoji was also laughing along. His grey hair was pointed upwards towards the sky in an unusual manner, allowing him to stick out from the rest. The large blade on his back also helped. He was the current wielder of the Hiramekurei, a powerful blade with 2 hilts that could change its appearance to its user's wishes as long as it was manipulated with enough chakra. He wore clothes grey mist Anbu attire, also wearing a vest with a few pouches on top of it. Reiga Kurosuke and Fugyuki Sukazan weren't engaging much with the others. Reiga, the wielder of the fangs, was just laying on the roof of a house while surveying his surroundings. His long green hair swayed in the wind that Jinpachi's explosions were creating. He was dressed in a traditional Mist Anbu uniform with a white mask that displayed a pair of thin eyes curved upwards and a mischievous smile. The emblem of the village was on the forehead area of the mask. Fugyuki, the wielder of the same hada/shark skin, was resting in the forest nearby, also on the lookout. He stayed further away from Jinpachi's explosions as he found them annoying. Fugyuki was a massive man, standing tall at around 2.5 meters tall. His orange hair was also long enough to reach his knees, making it longer than most men. He wore regular Mist Jonin attire underneath a white cloak. His living blade was now strapped over his shoulder via a large belt. They were just minding their own business while staying on guard, expecting reinforcements from the Land of Fire to arrive at any moment. After all, they were there to cause a distraction. That was their only job. Ever since the Mist Village had joined the Rock Cloud Waterfall Alliance, they had started being called the Upper Faction in the shinobi world. 3 great villages joining together alongside one of the biggest smaller villages. It was certainly a force to be reckoned with. But that didn't mean they had no one to contend with. Even if they didn't have a proper alliance, the Sand and the Leaf villages were both fighting against their alliance. The Leaf itself was already allied with the Uzumaki clan, and most of the smaller villages had already joined up together. Everyone was doing everything they could to survive and reap the most benefits while doing so. That was the premise of the Third Shinobi War. Now, why exactly was the Mist asked to send their strongest group of Jonin to a random village somewhat near the borders of the Land of Fire? Well, Kushimaru Kuriareri didn't really know. Neither did the other swordsman. Kushimaru was also in the village, sitting on a chair in the middle of the street while his long needle blade leaned on his shoulder. He just wore the conventional mist Anbu attire and mask. His long and spiky blonde hair as well as his blade were the only real ways of recognizing him. The more time we spend here, the more I feel like we're missing something. Kushimaru was usually silent, but he still spoke to his teammates at the very least. Well, at least to the teammate that was by his side. Jinan Akabino, the current wielder of the helmet splitter / kabutori, a mallet and axe hybrid tied together at the hilt. He also wore his Anbu attire underneath a black cloak that covered most of the rest of his body. He didn't bother wearing a mask, but he still wore his forehead protector. He sat down by Kushimaru's side, leaning onto his mallet with a bored expression. We're certainly missing a lot of context regarding this mission. But it's still relatively easy. Despite their strength and importance to the village, they weren't keyed into what exactly they were creating a disturbance for. A diversion, that was their mission. Diversion from what exactly? Whether it's the assassination of a cage, the stealing of some important information or just general reconnaissance, it's not really something that concerns us, we just have to follow orders. Jinan was bored out of his mind, sure, but he still understood that they were likely sent there for a good reason. It's possible we'll run into the White Fang or the Seinen while here, so that may be why this mission was entrusted to us. But it still feels like something a group of regular jonin should have done. Kushimaru sighed underneath his mask as he twirled a wire around his fingers. They said they'd send us more orders while we're here. I'm guessing it'll contain more details. Jinan shook his head and slowly stood up. I'm going to patrol the forests. I'll send you guys a signal if I find anything. Jinan then walked away, leaving Kushimaru alone to his musings. This reeks of conspiracy. Kushimaru huffed as he tried to piece a puzzle in his mind. The Cloud and Rock insisted on us being assigned this mission, and the Mizu cage relented. Our presence here leaves the mist a bit less defended. So the Cloud and Rock decided to send some squads of their own to defend our borders. But what would the Rock and Cloud gain from that? Even with us there, the Tsuchikage and the Reikage could likely take over the mist by themselves. The Mist Village should also be relatively safe from attacks since it is far from the war zone in the middle of the continent, being just an island to the east. Politics were never going to not be confusing to Kushimaru. The silent swordsman, much like the rest of his peers, was a lot better at killing than anything else. It was very likely that nothing shady was going on. And the Mist Swordsmen were just sent for guerrilla warfare against the Land of Fire to demoralize them. Regardless, those thoughts kept bouncing around in Kushimaru's head for a while. There was a lot that could go wrong in such a mission as well, which made him even more anxious. The swordsmen would probably be able to win against a Seinen, they were strong enough to stand up to Cage, and even if they didn't win, they'd be able to retreat pretty easily. But if they ran into the White Fang of the Leaf, they'd be demolished. Hunted down like dogs in the night. The White Fang was, at the end of the day, the man that had single-handedly won the battle against the Sand Village during the Second Shinobi War. He was not someone that the Mist Swordsmen could win against. Especially not while they were in his territory. Fortunately for them, they weren't going to run into the White Fang at all. Unfortunately for them, they weren't going to have a fun time either. Kushimaru looked at the sky for a second, only for his eyes to widen as he noticed a strange red gleam covering the sky. A barrier. The other swordsmen also noticed the change, and they immediately ran towards the middle of the village, where Kushimaru was sitting. The hell is happening? JZ growled as he arrived there, his large blade slung over his shoulder. Well, obviously a barrier. But does that mean this mission was a trap? Fugyuki scowled, showing his sharp teeth as the same hata on his back seemed to twitch. Most likely. Either that or the Uzumaki are here instead of the Leaf Village reinforcements. Both options are a worst-case scenario. Jinan already had his axe and mallet in each hand, preparing for a fight to break out at any second. We can still break out of this. But I won't be getting any natural lightning, it seems. Rhaegal looked at the red barrier that covered the sky with narrowed eyes. His blades, the fangs, showcased their full power when he also had natural lightning aiding him. We just have to break the barrier directly. Jinpachi gripped his explosive scroll blade, his eye darting around everywhere as he tried to look for any enemies. I guess the solution is pretty obvious. We just do what we know best. Kushimaru slowly stood up and grabbed his blade, the sewing needle/nuibari. The swordsmen seemed to have reached an agreement. They all brandished their weapons and prepared to move together against any enemy that showed themselves. They weren't about to go off separately and attack the barrier. They were instead going to slowly move towards the edge and try to break out with excessive force, something they all had experience with. Fugyuki was especially confident, as he knew the barrier was going to be made out of chakra, and his same hata was going to be able to consume it no matter how tough it was. Well, you guys are lively as I remember. But all of their confidence seemed to crash as soon as they laid their eyes on the man that had made his presence known. And no way. The hairs on Jay-Z's back stood up. The man could feel fear seeping into his bones. He could also feel a slight phantom pain in his neck. So it really was you. Kushimaru's hand trembled a bit as he gripped his nuibaru even harder. The red dot. Fugyuki gripped the hilts harder as those words left his mouth. The figure in front of them was still barely visible, but they could still see the mask within the shadow. A pristine, pure white mask, with a blood-red circle in its very center. Chapter 81, Planning, Dark Brotherhood and Summoning. Tracking their movements was never the hard part. They have never been particularly quiet in their work, and this time around they made the most sound, almost as if they were asking for attention. Thankfully, we've been tracking them for a while now. Kazue was nice enough to give me a hand too. Besides calling on other Uzumaki shinobi nearby and becoming pillars supporting the barrier, he also made sure that the Uzumaki and Leaf wouldn't interfere, no matter how much noise we make here. I made it clear that this is a personal vendetta against the swordsman. But Kazue likely just wants to help the Leaf and the Uzumaki by getting rid of the mist swordsman. But his intentions don't really matter. What actually matters is that he helped make this possible. This way, I don't have to strike a deal with the Leaf to get them to back off, and I don't have to deal with any other interference either. I also don't have to ask the Blades to hold up the barrier, which would have been difficult in itself since their chakra reserves can't really compare to those of the Uzumaki shinobi. Akira and Saburo may be able to, but we need more than 2 pillars to hold up the barrier. This way, I can also see how my closest associates fare against top jonin from the hidden villages. Kazue himself may be a good benchmark, but he is also not an enemy, so a battle to the death isn't possible. The swordsman targeting villages isn't all that surprising. Seems that the Third Shinobi War is already shaping up to be just as bloody as the Warring States period, which is quite regretful. Surprising as it is, it seems that the shinobi world seeks to be more and more combined with the regular world with each war. But I guess they were always the same world. Even if the shinobi were supposed to be in the shadows, they still step out in the light and kill each other en masse. Even Anbu, the supposed black ops that actually deal with assassinations in each village, take part in these wars actively. Regardless, there is nothing I can do to change the warmongers that started this. I'll at least finish what I set out to do. What I've been preparing for all these years. Let's see how the swordsmen fare against the Dark Brotherhood. The 7 swordsmen of the mist would have been ignorant if they hadn't heard about the red dot before. They also could connect the dots slightly to the child that they had killed back in that forest. When the red dot first appeared, they thought that he would come after their necks sooner or later. But after months of nothing happening at all, and the red dot not even targeting the mist in any way, they somewhat reached the conclusion that the red dot was likely unrelated to the child they had killed. A large bloody coincidence that they just happened to look the same, and wear similar masks. After a while, that conclusion was solidified, as the red dot showed strength comparable to that of the 5 Great Cage. There's no way that child could have gotten that strong in such a short time. It's simply not feasible, was their reasoning. Koshimari even then was not quite convinced, leading him to be a lot more cautious of his surroundings at all times, to the point where he had become slightly paranoid. But the consensus was still that they were going to be fine. That the little monster they met in that forest had died. They didn't bother to look for reports of other incidents that may have happened around that time. If they did, they may have heard that a clean-up crew was murdered in cold blood by an unknown assailant. And they may have been able to better connect the dots. But as things stood, they all figured that everything was going to be fine. At least until the cruel world they lived in decided to play a nice prank on them. As I've said. Lively as ever. The red dot's voice was chilling, emotionless even. It made the swordsman feel even more nervous. They expected an emotionally charged and revenge-driven man to come after them. They weren't expecting this. The tone in which he spoke, the casual manner in which he seemed to carry himself. It was almost as if they were looking at a bored food stall owner just trying to get his shift over and done with. Kushimaru gulped a bit as he twirled a wire around his fingers. There's still 7 of us. We can take him on. Together we are the strongest force that the mist has, we won't fall here. Despite feeling uneasy, he still spoke out to his teammates. They seemed to agree, their confidence returning momentarily. JZ and Fuyuki were the least motivated by that little speech. They were the 2 that had almost died to Ken back when he was still a child at the end of the day. Fuyuki was well aware that he would have been dead even before getting the chance to retaliate if it wasn't for the same Hata. The living blade could sense an enemy's chakra signature and life force no matter how well they hit it. It was, after all, a blade that fed on chakra. If same Hata hadn't warned him back then, he would have been skewered like a pig. So he knew to be even more cautious now. JZ, however, in his infinite wisdom, seemed to gain a really strange idea in his mind. Kushimaru is right, we've even faced Cage before. It's not like we're bound to lose here. Ha! To think you'd come back alone and give us the chance to finish the job. Do you want to get to see those stupid bandits so soon? Taunting an enemy as strong as Ken was rarely a good option. But JZ figured it might give them an edge if their opponent truly did lash out and attacked them recklessly. The others around him seemed to silently agree with him, preparing for any eventuality as they all waited for Ken to make the first move. In such a situation, the one that made the first move was always going to be at a disadvantage after all. They also had a numerical advantage, so they knew better than to give that up so easily. As long as they were together, they were well defended. When exactly did I say that I came here alone? Ken's voice quickly dampened their mood though. The 7 immediately acted and turned to stand back to back. All around them, white masks seemed to peek out from the darkness. Dozens upon dozens of them appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Shit, multiple enemies. Of course, there would be more of them, they even had the resources to trap us here. Kushimaru immediately started manipulating his wire to form some sort of perimeter around him and his comrades. The Dark Brotherhood, hey! Jinan scoffed as he looked around at all of the assassins that now encircled them. Shit! They seem to be ranging from Chunin to Jonin. There's over 50 of them. Fuyuki scowled as his eyes scanned the faceless crowd still somewhat hidden in the shadow of the trees. They got this close since we were too focused on him, but we can manage them. Kushimaru scowled underneath his mask as his eyes also darted around the village. Focused or not? I don't know if we'll be able to take them all on while also having to deal with him. Rega's green hair moved with the wind, as he looked up at the red sky with an anxious expression. 4 of us can keep him busy, while the rest take care of the fodder. Aramo transformed his 2-hilted massive blade into 2 separate swords as they shined a deep blue. Apologies. We weren't able to bring much fodder with us. I'm afraid we only have trained assassins. 3 men stepped forward at that moment, clearly different from the rest. They all wore different masks, one had 1 red slash in the center, one had 2, and the last one had 3. The blades, hey? Didn't know there were only 3 of them. Jinpaika held his explosive blade with a rather anxious expression. The blades had already become known to be part of the top brass within the Brotherhood. They rarely appeared in public. The third blade did build a very bloody reputation recently though. He was said to brutalize his enemies in extreme ways. Much like the Mist Swordsman did. The one that had spoken out was the one with 2 red slashes, the second blade. A man that had never made a public appearance before. His voice sounded slightly amused and even. Excited? Well, all of you can rest easy. You won't have to die today. Though your future lives won't be something to look forward to. The third blade sounded even more excited. He didn't even bother to hide the fact that he was finding amusement in their anguish. Leader. Everything has been prepared to your demands. We are ready to begin at any point. The first blade seemed to completely ignore the Mist Swordsman, speaking directly to Ken, who simply nodded. Very well. You can all go to your spots. Ken's bored voice echoed through the entire area, and the masked figures all nodded silently and vanished into the shadows, including the blades. The 7 swordsmen of the mist prepared for the worst. They could thankfully still sense some of the masked assassins as well, as they seemingly couldn't hide their presence as well. Ken's figure stepped forward, causing the Mist Swordsman to almost flinch. He seemed to wear a sleeveless long coat, held close by a button around the chest area, only his long hair and mask were visible still. The cornered swordsman immediately noticed something strange. He's taller than described in the bingo book. The figure approaching them was around 1.8 meters, 5.9 feet, tall, taller than the average adult even. While the red dot was reported to be around 1.5 meters, 4.9 feet, tall, much shorter than the average adult. Something isn't right. He's not transformed either. Kushimaru mused as he set up traps all around them with his steel wires. I guess they just got it wrong. That or he just grew taller. He's still a teenager, I think. Jinan's tone sounded a bit anxious. The Mist Swordsman didn't like to be reminded of the fact that the beast standing in front of them was technically a child. Even more shocking was the fact that said the child had already shaken the world of shinobi to the point where he was considered on par with the 5 Great Kage. His presence is nothing like back then. Shit, I think we're actually going to die. Or whatever the hell they have in store for us. Torture maybe. Jay-Z was already panicking internally, preparing for the worst. Ken immediately proved his superiority. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of them, his hand outstretched towards the one closest to him, which was Jinan. No you don't. Kushimaru's voice rang out as wire sprang out from the ground, coiling around Ken violently as Jinan also swung his axe towards his neck, hoping to behead him in one go. Die. Jinan's axe seemed to connect, it shone as the Jonin imbued it with as much chakra as he could. I got him. The swordsman couldn't help but become excited at that moment. He could feel his axe touch the skin on the beast's neck. Close. A cold voice rang out from behind him, and the figure he had almost touched turned into an afterimage. Shit, he got in between us. Was all that any of them could think. But before they could even muster up some sort of defense, they all felt as if they were pushed, losing their balance. Ken then jumped away, turning in the air and landing in a crouched position. At that moment, Kushimaru's eyes widened as he noticed a seal on the back of one of his teammates. A forced contract seal. Shit. He's marked us. His voice rang out in panic, but it was already too late for any of them to get rid of the seal. Reverse summoning jutsu, 7 Hell formation. Ken cut both of his thumbs with the nail on his index finger and planted them onto the ground. The 7 shinobi in front of him disappeared in a puff of smoke at that moment. Let the fun begin. Chapter 82, Reverse Summoning and 7 Hell Trials. The Summoning Jutsu. An extremely versatile and powerful technique that could help one summon a contracted beast to help them on the battlefield. The contracted beasts existed in many forms, intelligent beings of many races that lived on sacred grounds of their own, unreachable to the secular world. The means to contact them were also mostly unknown to anyone besides those that were lucky enough to stumble upon them. No one wanted to give up such vital information after all, and doing so would even lead to them losing their contract with said species. But what exactly counted as a contracted beast? Was it only mammals? Not really. Insects, amphibians, birds, just about every living being could become a contracted beast. And humans were not exempt from that rule. So, to answer the question of what counted as a contracted beast, any living being with chakra that has a contract seal on it. That was simple really. So then, what was the reverse summoning technique exactly? Well, it was merely a way for someone to teleport a contracted beast to a location that was marked beforehand. How exactly did this work against the swordsmen of the mist, who were elite jonin? The contract seal in itself was easy to break for someone at that level. But it still took a few seconds in order to do so. Seconds that, to someone like Ken, were more than enough to send them away. But it was certainly costly to do it, especially against unwilling/resisting targets. It required an absurd amount of chakra. So much chakra in fact, that Ken would have likely turned into a statue had he done it using his own reserves. But that was where the chakra draining seal came into play. All of the members of the Dark Brotherhood were marked as donors while Ken and a few others were marked as receivers. The chakra draining seal was placed on the abdominal region, and all Ken had to do was activate it, and chakra would be drained from the donors and received by him. He only took chakra from the ones that had stayed behind in the compound, as well as a few of Saburo's clones. This would become the Dark Brotherhood's shared chakra technique. Normally, such a technique would require physical touch. But as long as the donor and receivers were connected in some way, touch wasn't needed. And every member of the Dark Brotherhood was connected to the leader. All of them were his contracted beasts. The technique was just one of many that Ken had thought up for the Brotherhood. They were implemented with Saburo's help and heavily relied on Kazue's Fuinjutsu teachings, obviously. The 7 swordsmen were also not transported far away. The 7 Hells formation was set up around the village, so the swordsmen were all still within the gigantic 4 Red Yang formation held up by the Uzumaki. The 4 Red Yang was massive, it was after all, large enough to cover an entire hidden village. It was also strong enough to trap a tailed beast effortlessly. The second the barrier was erected, the swordsmen had no way out anymore. But they didn't know that yet. Kushimaru reacted to his change in scenery almost immediately. The tall masked swordsman was in a large forest, the trees around him cast shadows everywhere, to the point where the Jonin could barely even see anything in front of him. Shit, we're separated. Kushimaru quickly erased the contract seal on his back, where Ken had pushed him earlier, and started observing his surroundings with caution. Where? The swordsman's thoughts were interrupted by a whistling sound. He immediately ducked, avoiding a few kunai that stuck to the tree in front of him. Damn! Was hoping that would work. Kushimaru raised an eyebrow as the voice of a young girl echoed through the woods around him. What's this, a joke? The mist swordsman felt genuinely insulted. Was he really regarded as so weak? Did the red dot really send a little girl after him? Joke? I didn't say anything funny yet, mister. Why don't you try to move a bit? Immediately after the little girl said that, Kushimaru moved his hand, swinging his blade at a tree nearby. The sewing needle wasn't sharp, it was mostly for stabbing, however, Kushimaru's chakra still allowed it to cleave through a tree like it was nothing. There, I move. Kushimaru responded in an annoyed tone as the large tree started falling in front of him. In that instant, all hell broke loose. The mist swordsman could feel dozens of steel threads tightening on his body, his eyes widened as he immediately shifted his body and slipped in between the threads. He used his nuaberi to entangle his own wire with the threads, stopping them from cutting further into his body as they also stopped moving the second that the tree in front of him hit the ground. Wow! You're really violent, mister. The little girl seemed to taunt him. Kushimaru grunted as he stayed still, trying to better evaluate the situation. I can't tell where her voice is coming from. I also can't feel her presence, at least I don't think so. There are some assassins around me, but they haven't acted yet. There were clearly some traps around me, good thing I reacted quickly. Maybe your eyes have adjusted to the darkness now. How about you take a better look around? The little girl's voice broke him out of his musings for a second, and the Mist Jonin took another look around him. Then he noticed. Every tree, every leaf, every branch. They all had wires coiled around them. Everywhere he looked, there were wires. If he moved even a muscle, he would get tangled up. Shit! Welcome to the string hell. Specially made for you with teacher's instructions. The little girl's voice sounded out in excitement as dread started to set into Kushimaru's mind. We are going to have so much fun. The little girl's voice sounded disturbing, especially to the trapped Jonin. While that was happening, a few kilometers away, Jay-Z was also going through a trial of his own. His decapitation carving knife swung around madly in the clearing that he was summoned to. His opponent? It was none other than the third blade. The weird part? The third blade was not even bothering to block his attacks in any way. With each attack that Jay-Z landed, Akira took the opportunity to cut his skin. Only a minute had passed since he was transported to that clearing, but Jay-Z's body was already filled with shallow cuts. And his opponent? Kman, man! I'm not having enough fun here, the madman wasn't even scratched. Every time Jay-Z's blade cut through him, the man healed right back, almost instantaneously. The only evidence the swordsman had that he had ever attacked him was the chips on his large blade when they came into contact with his abnormally tough bones, and the fact that the third blade's clothing was not regenerating. Jay-Z panted as he held onto the decapitation carving knife while panting. His usual fighting style relied on brutality and swordsmanship, causing as much pain as possible with every swing in hopes of outright killing the opponent or causing enough pain to make killing them easier. But that was seemingly impossible with the opponent in front of him. Try harder. Jay-Z's blade halved the madman, cutting him in two from his torso, only for him to get kicked heavily by his disembodied legs as the madman just reconnected himself almost instantly. Even using the hidden in the mist technique and silent killing was useless. Each time Jay-Z struck, Akira struck back. There was no point in the silent killing techniques when the target couldn't even be killed. How the hell am I supposed to fight this thing? He wasn't the only one that had his fighting style denied, however. On the other side of the barrier, Jinpachi was also in a stalemate. His back was filled with sweat as his one eye scanned the empty field around him. I'm basically standing in a field of explosive tags and bombs. One small explosion from his blast scroll, and he was sure that the entire field, as well the area 1 kilometer around him, would be scorched in a fiery explosion. Quite the masterpiece, isn't it? A man wearing an empty white mask spoke out. His voice sounded dignified, and somewhat familiar to Jinpachi, though they couldn't quite put his finger on it. Are you insane? What the hell kind of plan is this? You just going to kill yourself to take me out? Jinpachi was mad. His explosive scroll blade was essentially rendered useless in that field. To put more salt on the wound, the man in front of him seemed to be a regular jonin judging by chakra reserves. Just a regular assassin. Not even a blade. Well, this is more of a suicide mission for them, so it's understandable. The one-eyed swordsman was panicking heavily, trying to think his way out of the situation, somehow. He did think about running away. But not only was he still within the barrier, he was also standing in the middle of a minefield. One wrong step and he'd be dead regardless of whether or not he used his weapon. You seem a bit anxious. But thank you for worrying about me, although you should worry about yourself more. The strawman's clone laughed a bit at the swordman's panicked expression. Our leader sure has a fun imagination. To think I'd get to witness such a fun scene. In all honesty, Kushimaru, JZ, and Jinpaika had it easy. Especially when compared to Fugyuki. The second the man was transported, he immediately received a palm strike to the chest, which sent him flying into a large rock. That was the nice part though. As his opponent, the first blade hadn't just given him a friendly pat on the chest. Fugyuki growled as he erased the contract seal, only to feel a strange aura covering his body. Looking down at his torso, he could see glowing red writings spreading all across his chest from a fiery palm print left behind where he had been hit. Fugyuki immediately swiped the same hata towards his opponent, who had been slowly approaching him. In that instant, the crimson seal was completed, and a burning pain seeped into Fugyuki's bones. Aekr! The man screamed in pain as he clutched at his chest, the seal burned into his flesh constantly, and his eyes watered. The pain of burning alive was unbearable. Tasho just looked down at him as he clutched at his chest and rolled on the ground. The same hata still tried to bite at the first blade, so the man kept his distance. The more you hold onto that thing, the more pain you'll feel. The seal reacts to the use of chakra. Tasho's voice was calm and collected, uncaring for the man's pain. Fugyuki seemed to have heard him, so he let go of his blade, which wriggled in confusion for a second. Now what? Was the only thing he could think of the second that his blade hit the ground. At that moment, the first blade had already thrown a few shuriken his way. The gigantic man instinctively tried to dodge them by enhancing his body with chakra, only for a burning pain to stop him in his tracks. Thankfully, the same hata quickly got in the way, acting as a shield to its wielder as it released an intimidating screech. What a strange weapon! Tasho spoke out in a bored tone as Fugyuki struggled to regain his composure. Let's see how long it'll last. Unable to suck out the chakra from anything around it. Humph! Tasho laughed and jumped away, disappearing into the trees around them. The same hata wriggled in anger, seemingly asking its owner to take it up and go after their enemy, but Fugyuki knew he couldn't. The same hata has a constant drain on chakra. If I wield it, this stupid seal will burn me alive. Scared and defenseless. Fitting. The voice of the first blade was all that Fugyuki could hear as he clenched his fists. You! The tall swordsman growled in a low tone as his blade wriggled around him. As the swordsmen were going through excruciating hardship, Ken was merely sitting down in one of the houses and observing them. He could feel most things happening within the barrier, and he was relatively pleased with the way things were proceeding. He had studied the fighting styles and blades of the swordsmen. He had prepared something akin to a personal hell for all of them. Reiga was already countered by the fact that he couldn't use his swords at full power, but now he was also pitted against around a dozen of Saburo's clones. All expendable and skilled. He was being slowly hunted down through the forest, while Saburo was playing around with him. Jinan was a bit more special. He didn't have any obvious weakness that could be exploited due to his blade. But his fighting style was extremely straightforward. A bit too straightforward. And that ended up being his downfall. Close quarters combat? Who was ever going to engage him in that? Instead, he got assaulted with jutsu and projectiles while he ran around like a rat, trying to dodge as many as he could and screaming in pain whenever he got hit. And finally, Aramo, the wielder of the Hiramekurei. His trial was very similar to Fugyuki's. He heavily relied on transferring chakra to his blade and changing its shape. So one of Saburo's clones just placed the crimson seal on his back and was just watching him struggle and suffer. Ken was humming as he observed their struggles. His plan was working much better than he expected. He felt thankful at that moment. Both to the Dark Brotherhood that was doing his bidding, and to the Uzumaki clan that was aiding him as well. Even so, his plan had required quite a bit of time to pull off, and it also required a lot of manpower to set up all those traps. But at that moment, it felt worth it. To feel their anguish and panic, to sense their helplessness. Eventually, the leader of the Dark Brotherhood slowly got up. He needed to be the one to finish off at least a few of them after all. Let's see. Kushimaru's trial is the one I am most concerned with. I don't think you and the other children are prepared to face someone like him. Chapter 83, A Swordsman's Anguish, Struggle, and Demise. Kushimaru panted as he looked around him warily. His body was filled with small cuts, his arms had suffered the most, and the hand he was using to manipulate his wire had most of its fingers almost cut off from the strain he put them under. All of the trees around him had been cleared, to the point where Kushimaru was finally able to get a breather and re-strategize his approach to his opponent. Or, it was more accurate to say opponents. The little girl seemed to have been the one to set up the traps. She was also constantly throwing projectile weapons towards him, but he was able to reflect those almost reflexively regardless of his injuries. It was child's play for someone like Kushimaru, no matter how well aimed they were. But the bigger threat to his life was the one-legged masked assassin. The young man proved to be the bane of Kushimaru's very existence. His speed was overwhelming enough, to the point where Kushimaru could barely even react to it. He was sure that the assassin he was fighting could easily make a very frightful reputation for himself if he decided to participate in the Third Shinobi War. He hopped around everywhere, gaining momentum as he seemed to step on the air itself, gaining more and more speed and attacking Kushimaru with both extreme strength and speed. His attacks consisted of either slashes with a tanto, or axe kicks that Kushimaru could barely even avoid. The axe kicks were the most dangerous, as the Jonin was quite sure he'd be taken out of the fight if he was actually hit by one. Every time Kushimaru tried to attack the one-legged assassin, he seemed to be able to move and avoid it. It didn't matter if he was in the middle of an attack, just landed on the ground, or still in mid-air. His movement technique was just that absurd. Kushimaru was still able to block most of his attacks, relying on his superior instincts and experience. Tatsukusho, the one-legged assassin, still managed to land a few hits on Kushimaru, but the elite Jonin always made sure to protect his vitals. But even with his vitals protected, he was still slowly losing too much blood. It was already becoming an issue, and the assassins that were attacking him weren't relenting at all. He may have gotten rid of most of the wire traps around him, but he was still far from breaking through the blockade that was around him. For now, the most he actually managed to do was build some sort of perimeter around him using his own wire. His Nuibari also managed to stab one of the assassins that were coming after him. He had managed to injure him, but it was both not in a vital spot, and a rather bad trade, as Kushimaru was slashed 3 times in the back because of it. It was an encirclement that he simply wasn't able to break out of on his own. His style of fighting was not as bombastic as that of Jinpachi. Even so, he was able to hold his ground and even gained some downtime which allowed him to think of a way out. "You're no fun, mister. Always so cautious, so boring. I bet you've never had a girlfriend." The little girl's voice always mocked him, but he ignored it. He realized that she was just trying to psyche him out. He was far too experienced to fall for such tricks though. "It would be so nice of you to shut up from time to time." Kushimaru still ended up responding to her, not provoked by her words, just wishing for some silence from her grating voice. Someone so innocent-sounding and deceitfully sadistic was always grating to the ears to listen to, at least for Kushimaru. He preferred it when sadists didn't hide their intentions behind an innocent-sounding voice. There was also a rather clear pattern. Every time she spoke out to him, she would throw some projectile towards him. With a sigh, he tilted his head to the side, dodging a rather large windmill shuriken, which didn't even graze his shoulder, passing by only 1 millimeter away from it. You're so slow." The second that last word came out of the girl's mouth, Kushimaru's eyes widened as he heard a puff of smoke from behind him. His gaze immediately darted towards the shuriken he had just dodged, only to see another masked assassin, stabbing a blade towards his chest. Just as the Jonin was about to dodge. Earth release, antlion technique. The very ground underneath his feet caved in, sucking his legs in. It was as if a hole had opened up underneath him, and the ground around him was being pulled in from all sides. Shit! They were preparing for this the entire time. He should have realized it earlier when he took down their traps, that they were cooking up something else. Kushimaru wasn't about to let himself be bested like that though. His hand moved quickly, and his Nuibaru immediately blocked the assassin's blade, which was already almost in his neck. The Jonin then did something unexpected. His hand moved almost like that of a ghost, pushing back the masked assassin despite his injury and stabbing his sewing needle straight for his heart. He missed his mark quite a bit as he was still sinking into the ground, but it seemed to not matter at all, as the assassin he attacked seemed to burst like a balloon of water, splashing the Jonin as his eyes widened. At his side, an assassin was ready, his hands already placed on the ground as he finished a jutsu. Lightning release, spider web. A web of lighting spread out on the ground from the place where the assassin's palms touched ground, and Kushimaru was instantly paralyzed by lighting, his body twitching as his hair stood up unnaturally. Shit! They got me! Kushimaru still didn't give up, he continued to struggle against his paralyzed muscles, hoping to regain control before any of the assassins approached. That was the moment when the ground stopped pulling him in and simply broke underneath him. 3 different masked assassins were already emerging from the ground, stabbing their blades at him before he could even react. Shit! They allowed themselves to get pulled in using the earth jutsu from earlier. Kushimaru was completely stumped at that point, his paralyzed muscles barely managed to twitch once more before he was stabbed in 3 different places by Tontos. Ah! So this is it, hey! The mist swordsman could barely believe his eyes. The assassins didn't retreat though, instead, they stuck to him, before letting go of their Tontos, and each pulling out a kunao, and stabbing him again. They all jumped back after that, leaving their weapons in the shinobi, knowing the fight was already over. Oh well, that was disappointing. The little girl also appeared off to the side, she was the one that had started the entire move, by throwing the shuriken. Master was adamant about not taking it easy on you, but you were really overhyped, let me tell you. Yu continued speaking out, mocking the shinobi even as he was on his last breath. Kushimaru just heaved a sigh and fell backwards into the ground, blood already pooling underneath him. If these children were just recruits, then it's safe to say that the others are also going to die. Now, NR.17, it's no use mocking him anymore. Besides, it's my understanding that the Mist Swordsmen are stronger as a group. Individually they aren't exactly anything special. Well, they are still top jonin. The one-legged assassin addressed the girl in a rather pacifying tone. It wasn't that he cared for the pride of the dying shinobi or anything, it was just that he was against underestimating an opponent with the fame of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. In Tatsuksho's eyes, it was better to remain cautious at all times, no matter what opponent they faced. NR1, you're always so uptight. Live a little, the young girl shook her head and looked towards the one-legged assassin. He had dealt the most hits to the Mist Swordsman, and his title seemed to reflect that. NR.1, the very first ranking in the selection of recruits that had graduated. Kushimaru sighed as he realized he hadn't even been bested by said NR.1, instead he got taken down by the combined effort of the others. The Dark Brotherhood. What a frightening group. Ken had also arrived at the scene while the children were carrying out their assassination. Needless to say, he was very proud of what he had witnessed. The very crux of what he had thought the children. Teamwork, decisiveness, cunning, using the territory and the elements to one's advantage. All of those concepts were masterfully shown in the performance of the children. The blind assassins walked forward to the field where Kushimaru lay, dying. Seems death isn't going to spare you. Shame. I wanted to do it with my own 2 hands, but you are so pitiful in that state. Ken's voice seemed to come out of nowhere even for the children, who were also unable to sense him approaching. Kushimaru also only noticed him when his figure cast a shadow above his head, covering him from the moon's red glow. Why you? Kushimaru had so many words to tell the blind assassin in front of him. So many things that he wanted to say. But he was already far too weak to speak up. mere moments away from his final rest. Koshimari knew that the next moment he closed his eyes would be his last. I hope the red dot's vengeance ends here. May the mist be spared from his wrath. Those were Kushimaru's last thoughts as he left the world. Ken stood over him still, listening as the mist swordsman's heart stopped beating. He stayed like that for a moment, seemingly trying to search for something. Before he sighed and turned his head towards the children that had taken him down with their collective effort. Good job, children! The masked assassins seemed to take great pride in hearing Ken's praise. All of them seemed to tremble slightly, before managing to suppress their excitement. Teacher! Were you here the entire time? Yu walked up to him in a casual manner, skipping towards him with a wide smile spreading underneath her mask. Tatsuksho just crossed his arms and leaned on a fallen tree trunk nearby. He did also enjoy Ken's praise, but he was already accustomed to it, so he could hide his excitement when getting it. I was here for a while. But I was watching over all of you the entire time. Ken tilted his head as he looked at Yu, who seemed to be pouting underneath her mask. Although he couldn't see it, he could still tell from her mannerisms, as he had gotten to know her very well already. What? You didn't trust us to take care of him? Kmen, Master Yu seemed to be quite offended at the notion, but the other assassins nearby didn't dare to. They all took it as a compliment. A proper father will always be concerned for his children's well-being. If it wasn't already apparent by the extensive training they all had to do before even thinking about going into the field. The well-being of the children was at the forefront of the Dark Brotherhood's concerns. You are all still essentially in your internship periods. I let you deal with him since I knew you would be able to do so in theory. You did exceed all of my expectations as well, which is a pleasant surprise. Ken took another appreciative look over his students as he spoke out. You seemed to still be offended at the insinuation that Ken didn't trust them enough, but she ended up letting it go. She could easily understand where Ken was coming from. The man they were facing was stronger than anything they had faced in the past. They also struggled against him quite a bit. To the point where the initial traps were broken down before they managed to take him down and they had to improvise. It was still essentially a flawless success, but one of their own did still get injured a bit. Now then. You all should go rest. Nr. 15 can go to the second blade and get healed up properly. He'll come to you as soon as you leave the barrier. All of the children noticed and became blurs as they ran away on Ken's orders. Yu and Tatsuksho were the only ones to linger for a few more seconds. The little girl-turned-assassin looked towards her teacher with a bit of concern. Sir Ken. You always taught us that being emotional while killing others was a big mistake. Please do try to live up to your teachings. That was all she said before she turned around and left. Tatsuksho didn't say anything in particular. He merely gave Ken an understanding look before turning around. As a war orphan, he understood the desire for revenge. So he was in no place to judge his beloved teacher and father. Even if Yu and Tatsuksho wanted to stick around, they didn't want to interfere with whatever other plans Ken had with the Mist Swordsman. Ken didn't react much to Yu's words. He merely sighed and grabbed Kushimaru's blade, placed it in a scroll that he took out from his wrist, and walked off. He turned into a blur after a while, headed elsewhere. Let's see how Jinpachi is faring in his explosive trial. Chapter 84, An Explosive Grave and Despair. Jinpachi was struggling hard. His enemy, the mad suicide bomber, was just having a jolly time making fun of him, completely uncaring for his own fate. Jinpachi could already tell that the man wasn't a clone of any kind he knew, so he was sure he was speaking to a real person. So why was he that confident? Did the Dark Brotherhood really have such madmen? It sure fits the rumors surrounding them anyway. But Jinpachi knew that he needed to do something. Or at least try. He could tell that his comrades weren't going to have any better of a time. Unfortunately for him, as he was wasting time racking his mind for answers, the strawman assassin in front of him decided to act. You know, this entire thing becomes a lot more boring if you decide to just stop engaging with me and close off." The masked strawman sounded almost offended behind his refined facade. He slowly started doing some hang signs, one that Jinpachi recognized to be of a fire-style jutsu, which made him immediately become wary. Wait. Are you clinically insane? You'll kill us both. Jinpachi was not the type to parley, he didn't like speaking to enemies, and he didn't like explaining himself. He was as straightforward as the ability of his blast sword. But the current situation forced him to not only speak with his opponent but actually plead with them. "Anxious are we?" The strawman seemed to finish his hand signs, his hands were still together. "Why, you don't have to do this. No one's forcing you to throw your life away." Despite the panic and the fear, Jinpachi still tried to prepare his own jutsu, something to protect himself with as the world around him blew up. "Really now? Are you saying the two of us can escape together or something?" The strawman seemed to very much enjoy playing with the mist swordsman's mind. Jinpachi's ability was among the strongest among his peers, seeing him so helpless and afraid was both unexpected and extremely satisfying. In all honesty, Saburo had expected Jinpachi to try and pull something by that point. But the mist swordsman was uncharacteristically reserved now. "I guess leader was right. This guy doesn't have that extensive of an arsenal jutsu-wise. Take his explosions away and he's pretty much defeated." Still, Saburo had expected the explosive Jonin to be a lot more prideful, calm and collected, less panicked at the very least. Well, I guess facing death and helplessness in such a way will make him act a bit different from the norm. Disappointing still. Yes. We can escape together. We can go to the barrier A and I can blow it apart and we can both go our own way. Jinpachi was clearly desperate, even if he was a Jonin, he couldn't hide it properly, especially not from someone like Saburo. "Oh? Are you going to leave all your comrades behind as well?" The strawman sounded shocked as he spoke out, his hands were still together, he had yet to fully complete the technique he had been cooking up. In truth, he wasn't even preparing any jutsus, he was just psyching Jinpachi up by pretending to do so. Jinpachi's trial was more of a mentally grueling one. Forced into a place of helplessness, played around with like a little rat in a cage. There was no feasible way out for him, and he had no definite way of surviving. Well. It's safe to assume the others are doing much better than me. I doubt any of them will survive. But the two of us still have a chance. Jinpachi seemed to be gaining confidence, seeing that the masked assassin in front of him wasn't outright refusing his suggestion. But his hopes were soon dashed, as another figure appeared on the field. "This seems to be going about as well as we expected it to." It was an appearance so sudden that the blast swordsman first heard his voice before actually taking notice of him. It was none other than Ken, standing right by his side motionlessly. "Well, his character is quite predictable, leader. He is extremely simple-minded." The strawman assassin simply shook his head and shrugged. Jinpachi gulped as cold sweat filled his back. "These fuckers. They're just playing with me." He was panicked, maybe simple, maybe a bit insane. But he wasn't stupid enough to not realize what was happening. But... he. The mist swordsman released a peal of insane laughter as he looked at Ken, who stood by his side. "I may be simple-minded. But do you think it was a good idea to walk into the death trap you prepared for me?" "That's right. This is my chance to take down this beast. If I am destined to die here regardless, I'll at least pull the two of them in hell with me." Without any hesitation at all, Jinpachi raised his blast blade and smacked it into the ground. His speed was great, but it was really nothing to Ken, who just let him do his thing. "Figures." The strawman clone just shook his head. The very second that the explosion started, the clone seemed to fall apart, straw and dry grass coming off of the mummified corpse that Saburo had been manipulating. Ken only snorted a bit when he felt the heat of the explosions reaches his skin. As if something like this could actually injure me, let alone kill me. The assassin's skin was immediately covered in scales, his body becoming beast-like in nature and growing muscles at an inhuman rate. The transformation was instant. The toughness of his scales made the explosions feel more like a slight breeze, and the heat they produced like getting a very weak tan. The explosions raged on for a few seconds, the entire forest around them being blown apart as the minefield responded with a chain reaction that shook the very earth around them. As the explosions died down, Ken just swiped the smoke away from around him with his tail, blowing apart the cloud of black dust and soot around him with ease. Looking to the side, he felt Jinpaiku's body land on the ground with a slight thud. His body was clearly half charred. And he was surprisingly still breathing? The Mist Swordsman was certainly resilient, much like his companions. But he was only alive due to luck, and not for long. Ken feel him unleash a second explosion during that entire madness. He likely used it to propel himself into the air in a desperate bid to avoid the inferno down below. He was only partly successful, hence most of his stomach being brunt and sprawled on the ground, and his legs missing. Seems you managed to kill yourself. You really are simple-minded and predictable. You only managed to kill a special clone in the end. Although, technically, the original dispelled it before you did kill it. Ken didn't really bother holding back, mocking the man in his dying seconds. Jinpaiku's eyes would have widened greatly if he still had the energy to spare for that. Was that all for nothing? My life was worth nothing in the end. Shit. Jinpaiku could only feel regret and anguish in his last moments. He wanted to speak out, to lash out against the red dot for one last time. But his mouth was no longer working. That was the way Jinpaiku died. With nothing more than a sad whimper, as well as signs of useless struggle against an unavoidable fate. However, Ken could still take some small amount of pleasure from feeling his last emotions. Getting him to kill himself was indeed more satisfying than just doing it myself. But this still doesn't feel like enough. The blind assassin's skin turned back to normal as he unsealed his tenketsu. He slowly crouched down and grabbed the blast blade. Just holding it felt repulsive, but Ken knew better than to throw away a good weapon. It was just a tool at the end of the day. And so, Ken just placed the tool in a separate scroll, before placing the scroll back into the seal on his wrist. He also took out another cloak, as his current one was mostly just a tattered rag no thanks to the explosions from earlier. His other clothes were fine, albeit slightly burnt, nature energy seemed to have protected them as well. He had spares to wear, he had prepared them, but there was no need for now. On to the next one. JZBwa, Akira should be handling him right now. A few minutes earlier while Jinpachi was struggling for his life, trying to desperately plead with the strawman, JZ was still struggling against his opponent. No matter how much he cut, no matter how much his blade chipped and healed itself with his opponent's blood, his enemy was still standing. He was also growing desperate. He did think about trying to flee and even attempted it a few times. But each time he tried to do so, his opponent would just drag him back to the place they started. Not by using some genjutsu, or some complex tactic. He quite literally grabbed JZ's leg and dragged him back as one would a child. Laughing all the way as he did so. JZ had also tried using the hidden in mist technique to flee, but the immortal he was fighting did the exact same thing as before, just in the mist. His silent killing techniques, the things he had poured his life and soul into learning, were all useless. His opponent was just not bothering to stop his attacks. Be it water dragons, water waves, slashes, decapitation. The beast just regenerated instantly and mocked him for even trying. JZ had also tried to trap the beast, as he wasn't one to give up easily. But the beast also had overwhelming strength, to the point where he could break out of the water prison with ease. The Mist Swordsman simply wasn't fighting a human. It wasn't long before he realized that, despite technically landing more severe hits on the third blade, he was still nothing more than prey in front of the assassin. His death warrant was signed from the moment the fight started. Hell, it was likely signed the moment that the red barrier covered the sky. JZBWA's trial wasn't just one where he faced an opponent that regenerated much like his blade. But it was also one where he faced an opponent both more brutal and psychotic than him. At that point, all he could do was struggle madly. But even struggling wasn't helping in any way. It just seemed to make his enemy more pleased. JZ liked to think of himself as intimidating. As a sadist, he had built up the reputation of a person that inspired fear. But as his hopes of getting out alive were slowly waning, and despair was setting in, he was also realizing that his cruelty and sadism were nothing in front of the third blade. He hadn't met his match, he was completely outclassed in every single category conceivable. And slowly, but surely, JZ was actually growing tired. A few full minutes of swinging his massive blade around wouldn't have tired him in any way in the past, but the current situation just made his blade feel heavier. The sword that constantly healed itself was becoming more and more like a heavy hunk of iron. The mental strain of seeing everything he had be shrugged off, the futility of the entire situation, the uncertainty that it all gave him. It made him stop in his tracks. And at that moment, a large explosion rang into his ears, a shockwave rushing over his entire body as a large explosion occurred in the distance. It made him lose his balance, and in that moment he fell on one knee, plunging his blade into the ground and using it as support. And he didn't get up. That's it. Out of wind already. And the third blade made it a point to sound as disappointed as he could. JZ grunted as the beast he was fighting didn't even sound slightly winded. Kushimaru always said that making an enemy bleed means killing them is possible. What a fucking joke. He had gone and lost all hope, despair fully set in. What was the point of continuously swinging his blade? What was the point of struggling so much? He was just pushing against an immovable wall. And what was behind that wall anyway? A fucking red barrier that he didn't even know if he could escape out of. But even if, by a God-given miracle he actually got through the beast in front of him, there was still no chance in hell or high heaven that the red dot was going to allow him to leave. We are all just playing into his hands. Struggling in a senseless battle. He knew from the explosion from earlier that one of the other swordsmen was already dead. Jinpachi was sure as hell not able to make an explosion that big. It's likely Jinpachi that got killed by an explosion now that I think about it. Just like I am going to die at the hands of a man that can regenerate much like my own blade. His current bout of depression didn't even let him think of the possibility that any of the other 7 swordsmen were going to survive. He had started feeling a deep fear from the moment that he saw the red dot. Hell, he had a brooding sensation from the moment that the red dot had made a name for himself. Now he was just going to become a head served on the platter for a monster. I see you lost all passion for our little dance. The third blade simply shook his head, fully disappointed. His clothes were a mess, filled with holes and blood, but his body was spotless. Akira walked up to the mist swordsman, smiling underneath his mask. That went far better than our leader had predicted. Seems like things are about done here as well. JZ's very spine trembled when he heard that voice. The same voice that he still had nightmares about. The same muffled giggles he heard whenever the old wounds on his neck started flaring up. Leader. Everything's going swell, just a bit hungry here. This guy gave up already, he was pretty boring to fight too. Akira immediately bowed to Ken, greeting him with respect. JZBWA's eyes darted to his side, where the red dot stood straight, towering over the kneeling mist swordsman with a tilted head. You did an amazing job breaking his spirit. You should go eat, wouldn't want you going feral right now. Ken nodded to Akira, who just laughed a bit and waved at his leader, before turning around and simply leaving. The mist swordsman didn't even react to that. He already knew that the third blade had seen him as nothing but a toy the entire time. The third blade seemed like the type to break his toys. But it was clear that he wasn't supposed to be that man's toy. No, he was just the red dot's prey. You. was all Jay-Z could muster as his dejected eyes looked up at Ken. You were a disappointment through and through. I will give you one chance to redeem yourself though. Chapter 85, Cracked Mirror, Accepting One's Fate and Futility. You were a disappointment through and through. I will give you one chance to redeem yourself though. Jay-Z's eyes widened once more at that phrase. Redemption? Was there truly a way out for him? Was the red dot truly going to give him a new chance at life? Maybe recruit him? Is that why the third blade didn't kill me? Was he just there to test me? Delusions quickly filled his mind, as his desire to live overwhelmed all of his senses. But Ken's plans were a tad different from his delusions. The blind assassin just grabbed Jay-Z's large blade and stepped on it. Crack asterisk. Jay-Z's eyes widened as he saw the blade he had treasured so much, one of the toughest swords created, which was also capable of regeneration. Break. More specifically, it was broken into dozens of pieces. The only complete part was the hilt, which still had around a dozen centimeters of blade on it. I want you to repair this blade. With your own blood. If you are able to do it, then I'll let you live. Ken's words were like a waterfall, dousing any flame of hope that he had left. He had already lost quite a bit of blood fighting against Akira. Now he was asked to repair his blade on the spot, with his own blood. He's just asking me to kill myself. Was the realization that dawned on him before he took another look at the scattered pieces of the cubic aribchm, which now littered the ground. With a trembling hand, he brought all the pieces together, placing the hilt on the ground and arranging them like one would a broken vase. And no. Maybe I still can fix it. I know better than anyone how this blade works. I know how blood is needed to fully repair it. I can't possibly do that, but I can at least stick it back together. Yet, he still clung to hope in a place of hopelessness. The very nature of all humans. To expect the world to bend around them, to assist them in their survival. Delusions that were only born from entitlement. Jay-Z's eyes darted around in a panic as he put the blade together on the ground in front of him. Ken just observed him, his blank expression covered by his empty mask. There was no pity to be found in him, for he knew the type of person Jay-Z was. But strangely enough, he was also not feeling as much pleasure as he had expected from sensing Jay-Z's struggle and the way he so desperately clung to any shimmer of hope that Ken was willing to afford him. Jay-Z's hands continued to tremble as he took out a small kunai from his pouch and slit his own wrist. His blood sprayed on the blade before him, and Jay-Z's lips trembled as he moved his hand around and let his blood spray on the blade evenly. Eventually, he started feeling dizzy, but it wasn't enough still. He needed more. He continued to draw upon it, making another cut, and another. Until he felt that his mind was going blank. And no. Come on, just a little bit more. He was on the verge of fainting, and the blade in front of him repaired itself, metal regrowing to fill in the cracks that Ken had made. Come on. Jay-Z struggled internally to stay conscious, knowing his life depended on it. Until finally. I did it. He had filled in the cracks. He had done it. He was Fr. I said fully repair it. Not just patch it up. I don't appreciate liars. I'll just have to do it myself. Jay-Z's tired eyes looked at Ken in desperation, as he watched the blind monster take the large blade from the ground. And plunge it directly into his chest. I see. How it is. Was all that Jay-Z could muster before his eyes lost their light. Ken plunged the sword deeper and raised it to the sky, allowing Jay-Z's body to slide towards the hilt of the blade. His blood covered the entire blade evenly, and Ken felt it being absorbed into the blade, healing the blade. Ken then just threw Jay-Z and the cubic aribch on the ground. He tilted his head in confusion. For someone that had once made killing his entire life, his entire personality. The fact that he looked at the corpse of the person that took something important from him and felt nothing. Was strange. Ken raised the sword once more, allowing gravity to slide the body off of the blade, before placing it in another scroll that he had prepared beforehand. Maybe I'll be more satisfied with the others. I'll just go and check on the next one. Ken walked away once more, this time heading for Fugyuki, the wielder of the same hata/shark skin. Upon reaching the scene, he observed the way that the man fought. Well, he didn't seem to be able to do much. The Crimson Seal had turned a would-be difficult battle into a cakewalk for the first blade, who just did his best to force the Mist Swordsman to wield his blade. Tasho made a point of never using chakra to attack, as he knew that it would just feed the blade, allowing it to last for longer. And it was clearly already dying out. The same hata while active consumed a lot of chakra. Usually, it had an owner to wield it, but it wasn't supposed to fight on its own for such long periods of time. Fugyuki knew that, which was why he was growing desperate. It was only a matter of time before the blade became hungry for good. And since it was smart enough to judge the situation, he was most likely going to end up as food. Shit! How the fuck do I get this stupid seal off? He had tried holding onto his blade for a bit more, in hopes that it would be able to absorb the Crimson Seal, but that didn't work one bit. It just gave him more searing pain, as the seal burned into his flesh. I was expecting a lot more struggle on your part, Fugyuki. You were always touted to be the strongest of the 7 Mist Swordsmen, your blade was considered the strongest too. A man with such impressive chakra reserves, touted to be on par with the Uzumaki even. Fugyuki scowled, showcasing his sharp teeth as he still tried to think of a way out of his current predicament. But it seems that your chakra reserves were the only thing you had going for you. I guess same hata was doing much of the heavy lifting. Just like it is now. The sentient blade wriggled once more, extending from the ground and blocking a few shurikens from the first blade, who was just lazily sitting on a tree a bit further away. You sure are gloating a lot. What are you even hoping to achieve here? Fugyuki was certainly frustrated, the lingering burning pain that coursed through his muscles wasn't helping much in all honesty. Me? I don't wish to achieve anything at all. I only care for one person. And your presence seems to bother him, which is why we are in this predicament. Tasho was extremely straightforward. He couldn't care less about the Mist Swordsmen. He personally didn't care about them in any way. But what actually mattered to him was the way they affected Ken. The way he seemed to be fixated on them. After establishing the Dark Brotherhood, and the training of recruits had started, Ken had already started planning out the deaths of the 7 swordsmen. Tasho was sure that he had been thinking about it for much longer. But he didn't seem to want to kill them himself. No, he just wanted to witness them suffer, to be the cause of that suffering. Death was not something they inflicted upon him at the end of the day. Tasho knew the reason Ken was seeking out the Mist Swordsman. He was the only one among the Blades that knew the full story. Ken had opened up about it to him long ago. And he hadn't shared that story with any other soul. His blind leader didn't try to glorify it or to spin it in any other way to victimize himself. He knew it was just the product of bad luck. But that didn't mean he didn't wish for revenge. And he had gained the means to get said revenge. So it's all because of the red dot in the end. Tisk, such a fucking joke. So many powerful assassins doing the bidding of one revenge-driven child. Fugyuki's words made Tasho raise an eyebrow underneath his mask. I guess it would look like that to outsiders, hey. The first Blade sighed as he knew that it wasn't the case. In truth, none of the powerful assassins would even be assassins if it wasn't for Ken. With the exception of maybe Saburo, who was already a shinobi and trained in assassination beforehand. They were there as Ken's tools. But they were also there thanks to Ken. They had reached a point where others could only envy. They all had gained both power and a family, all thanks to the revenge-driven child that Fugyuki was cussing out currently. Tasho didn't care for any of his words, however. If revenge was truly the only thing that drove him, then he wouldn't have created the Dark Brotherhood in such a way. Even if it was initially for revenge, it's already morphed into much more than just an organization that acts as his eyes in this world. Tasho had been there from the start. He himself could see the way the picture became bigger and bigger, the way Ken's values seemed to change as the brotherhood grew and he got more and more attached to the children. But you guys are the ones keeping him back. The thoughts of revenge need to vanish completely, and you 7 swordsmen of the mist must disappear alongside them. Fugyuki clenched his teeth as he realized that cussing out Ken wasn't going to provoke Tasho into either coming closer or using any jutsu to feed the same Hata. Shit. Am I really going to die here? I just need to get rid of this first blade and leave the barrier. The same Hata should easily be able to poke a hole through it. It's a chakra construct at the end of the day. Tasho. A quiet voice broke through their stalemate, as Ken appeared by the first blade's side, sitting down and just staring at Fugyuki and the same Hata. Leader. The first blade made it a point to immediately jump down from that branch and take a deep bow facing Ken. The same Hata tried to take advantage of that, slithering like a snake towards the first blade's exposed back, a gigantic mouth growing from its tip, aiming to kill its target in one bite. But it didn't get to, as it felt something grab onto its tail and toss it back towards its owner, crashing into a tree beside him. Stay put for now, shark skin. Ken poked out as he tilted his head. Tasho quickly turned to face him, thanking him silently before taking a step back. I guess he'll handle it from here. I wasn't able to break Fugyuki's spirit, unfortunately, but I did drain the same Hata quite a lot. Red dot. Fugyuki's forehead filled with sweat as his disheveled orange hair fluttered in the wind. But whatever he had to say, Ken wasn't interested in hearing him. I've wasted many hours thinking about this moment. The blind swordsman sighed as he took a step towards Fugyuki, who leaned back a bit by reflex, his back hitting the tree behind him. Just to see all of you struggle. But it still feels like it's not enough. Do you understand what I mean? Ken extended his hand towards Fugyuki, showing him an open palm, calloused and stained with Jay-Z's blood. You can take all the revenge you want, it won't revive those bandits. It still feels stupid to think about it. That all of this originates from one random trip to the Land of Iron, where we decided to take down a group of deserters for some pocket money. Fugyuki seemed to have given up at that point. He knew he stood no chance against Ken, Crimson Seal or not. Bad luck on both ends of the stick. But their blood is on your hands at the end of the day, so I need to repay the favor. Fugyuki just grit his sharp teeth and nodded. So, how will this go? The mist swordsman was already helpless, but he wasn't one to despair. He was a shinobi, he wasn't greedy or stupid, and he knew that this was just the type of world he lived in. He was prepared to lose his life at any point. If it's my fate to die at his hands, then that's fine. I tried my best for the village, I did enough to repay them for raising me. I can die with no regrets. He realized that Ken didn't care about the mist. He had also confirmed that they just went after the bounty in order to make sure that he wouldn't seek vengeance with the mist. This is simple. Same Hata will eat you. Both Fugyuki and the sentient blade seemed to be confused at that. Fugyuki looked at his lifelong partner, the same Hata, and just sighed. So be it. I guess you will find it a nice home afterwards. But that will be none of my concern. Fugyuki shook his head. The same Hata pointed its tip towards him, almost as if it was apologizing for something. Fugyuki just smiled as the same Hata opened its mouth widely and bit off his head. His last thoughts were also relatively simple. I just hope the mist won't be stupid enough to cross him after this. Ken watched the scene for a few moments, as Fugyuki's body fell to the ground, lifelessly. You can spit it out. The intelligent blade seemed to nod and listen to Ken's commands. That was strange. Tasho was a bit surprised to see such a scene. The same Hata jumping ship on its own was not something he expected. It shouldn't be. The same Hata is smart, it knows when there is no point in struggling anymore. At this point, it can either listen to us and let us find a suitable owner, or get scrapped alongside its previous owner. Ken shook his head. The same Hada then slithered up to the two of them but didn't attack, it just seemed to wait for a command. The blind swordsman didn't bother to mention that the same Hada was a parasitic being in nature as well. It was always going to do what benefited it most, no matter the bonds it forged with its owner. It had been a conjecture of his for a while after learning how the sentient blade worked. The scene in front of him just confirmed it. Tasho. You keep the same Hada for now. The first blade nodded and walked forward. The same Hada also extended its hilt towards him, allowing him to grab it without much issue. Tasho then tied it on his back, and the same Hada covered itself with bandages. The first blade felt a drain on his chakra when he held the hilt of the blade, but it stopped when it rested on his back. What now, Lord Ken? Tasho then turned back to his leader, who still seemed to be contemplating something. Kill all the other swordsmen. I don't care anymore, just make sure to collect their blades. Saburo can have their bodies. There isn't much left of Jinpaiku's. Tasho nodded with determination when hearing Ken's orders. I will relay this to the others as well. After that, the first blade turned into a blur and vanished. Ken just heaved a sigh and walked back towards the village. This feels pointless. Chapter 86, Hollow Revenge, Future, and White Fang. I could only sigh as I placed all the blades in their respective scrolls, storing them all within the seal on my wrist. Tasho was allowed to keep the same Hada for now, it seemed to like him anyway. Saburo also took the bodies with him. Jinpaiku's was too far gone, but the others were good enough for him to mummify and use as puppets. They are inevitably going to be weaker, as most of Saburo's strawman clones are mummified alive. But they should still be decent enough. His technique is still intriguing. The more I find out about it, the more curious I am about what other things there may be in this world. The Dark Brotherhood is already back at the compound by now, reverse summoned there by the people that stayed behind. Tasho and a few more wanted to stay behind with me, but I need to spend some time alone. The curtain of the Four Red Yang formation has also already fallen, revealing an empty dark sky, with only a sliver of moonlight shining through in this small village. The Uzumaki held the barrier through their own efforts, but it wasn't even needed in the end. So much work for so little gained in return. Inefficient. But this was never supposed to be a matter of reward. This was purely for revenge. One might even say that revenge was supposed to be the reward. After all, why else would I go against the mist? What would I stand to gain? Sure, getting a few shiny swords can be considered as profit. But it hardly matches the risks I am undertaking. So, in the end, the only proper reason for hunting down the 7 swordsmen is revenge. Revenge for the time they killed my family, and for the time they almost killed me. They said revenge was a dish best served cold, but even still, it didn't quite feel like an appetizing meal. The more I felt them suffer, the least I cared about them. Maybe it's because of my growth through the years. The time I spent mulling over the moment I would get to kill them. I raised my expectations so high, that I could never match them. But my expectations were only really for myself. I expected this to feel different. I expected to actually feel more satisfaction from this, to feel some modicum of ecstasy even. Finally getting justice for my family. For the ones that raised me in this life, took care of me like I was one of their own, gave their lives for me. But in the end, nothing really changed. The wheel still rolls the same, and the sun still rises and falls the same way. What I'm trying to say is, what exactly have I accomplished with this? No, that's not the right train of thought. The 7 swordsmen of the mist were scum, not deserving of life in my eyes. Killing them is not the problem. The problem is that I expected more from myself. So, where does this leave me? Not like my life ends with my pursuit of revenge. That was never going to be the end of me. I have already built a new family. Started caring more and more for the people of the Dark Brotherhood. In retrospect, I only managed to do it so easily thanks to the warmth that the samurai had shown me. They taught me how a father should behave himself. Even if they weren't strong, they still served as proper role models for my addled mind, which was still searching for a purpose at the time. In the first place, this life was given to me as a second chance. I wanted to use it to redeem myself and live an honest life. But that might have been too much to ask for in the end. People like me aren't made for peace. Maybe that's why I was born into this blasted world in the first place. Sent to a place where I could put my skills to use, while not becoming a complete outcast in society. While my revenge rang hollow, it is still very much a done deal. So I am now free to just live my life quietly. As quietly as the leader of an assassin organization can, I guess. The Mist will certainly try to find trouble with us, but at this point, the Dark Brotherhood is powerful enough to handle a mere mist village. I am not even worried. Even if they have something up their sleeve, and they prove too troublesome, I can always call upon the Uzumaki for assistance. They won't ever hesitate to fight someone that is already their enemy. I guess we'll just see where the future takes us. After all, there is too much that I cannot know. One day we will also be forced into war. I need to at least make sure that we are beyond ready. The more preparations we make now, the fewer losses we accrue later on. For now, my utmost priority will have to be developing the recruits further, as well as recruiting more people in general. Expanding the organization should be the obvious next step. But I think it might be better for me to look into myself as well. Mount Maiboku, was it? The home of the Toad Sages. I need to find my way there somehow. I think I remember something about one of the Leaf Seinen. He was said to be able to summon a huge toad during the Second War. I guess I'll have to get in contact with the Leaf now. He's the most obvious entry I have right now. Let's just hope they are more welcoming than the turtles. Well, talking about the Leaf. They seem to be approaching this place. I wanted a bit more alone time, but meeting that Toad Seinen should buy a higher priority than a bit of self-reflection. Even better, it might be worth waiting to find out more about myself before another bout of self-reflection. I guess I'll just wait for the Leaf Shinobi to arrive here and have a wee chat with them. Anbu of the Leaf all ran in the direction of the village. It was impossible for the strongest village to not notice a huge barrier appearing in their territory after all. The Uzumaki clan had already informed them that it was just there to serve as a coffin for the 7 swordsmen of the mist, but Danzo, the founder of the route, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, the current Hokage, felt the need to send people to check out the scene. Everything seemed to be over by the time their shinobi got there, but it looked like an entire war had happened. Huge parts of the forests around the village were missing, and the largest damage was done to the part of the forest that was seemingly blown away with a powerful explosion. It was rather frightening to the Anbu that had checked out the scene, but they weren't exactly worried. After all, they had their captain with them. Sakumo Hatake, or the Leaf's White Fang. His spiky, silver-colored hair danced into the wind as he stood in the middle of that exploded field, his cold eyes glancing around, looking for any remains of evidence pointing them to what might have happened. The Anbu captain wore a standard Leaf Shinobi uniform with a pair of gloves, a flak jacket, bandages on his right arm, and the addition of a distinctive short white sleeve which had red edges and the leaf symbol on its back. He also wore a holster diagonally over his right shoulder which held his white light chakra saber. His weapon of choice, a tanto he had received during his service for the Leaf, a powerful short blade that was made out of chakra metal. The Anbu he had taken with him, a small squad of 10 agents, were all scouting either around the area or ahead of them. They had already taken a look at other places where it seemed like a battle had taken place. The remains of traps were scattered all over the place. It was clear that the Mist Swordsmen both put up a fight and didn't have it easy in any way. Sakumo was a bit upset that the Leaf wasn't exactly given a good description of what the Dark Brotherhood had in store for the Mist Swordsmen. They had hoped that it wouldn't cause too much of a mess with the surrounding area and fauna. But it seemed that the assassins weren't exactly concerned with such matters. "Sir Sakumo! One of the Anbu appeared behind the musing captain, a man wearing regular Anbu garb, combined with an animal mask. He had one knee on the ground as he addressed his superior respectfully. We've found traces of battle in several areas, we assume all of the bodies were collected and brought to the middle. The village itself should still have them unless the Brotherhood decided to keep them. The Anbu quickly gave a report of the situation, his voice cold but filled with awe and respect for his captain. Sakumo just looked at him, gave him a warm smile, and nodded. He then turned into a blur, as he dashed towards the village in question himself. I doubt there's any of them left. But I wouldn't mind actually meeting someone from the Dark Brotherhood. They seem to have close ties with the Uzumaki clan. The relationship between the Uzumaki clan and the Dark Brotherhood was a confusing one for the shinobi world. Their alliance hadn't exactly come out of nowhere, however. It was just the first sign of the Uzumaki clan's willingness to share its knowledge of Fuinjutsu with the world. After avoiding destruction at the hands of the shinobi alliance, they had done quite a few drastic changes to the way they gatekept their techniques. They still kept the most valuable techniques to themselves and their allies, but they now made fair trades regarding techniques that were more elementary, essentially allowing other nations to eventually develop their own Fuinjutsu masters over time. The change, while drastic, was expected. After all, the Uzumaki clan was strong now, but they needed to ensure their survival for future generations as well. Now its only real enemies were the rock, the cloud, the waterfall, and the mist. The ones that were allied together already. Normally, their enemies would have targeted all of their allies as well. But the Raikage was very much against involving the Dark Brotherhood in the war. The others also agreed with him because involving the Brotherhood would also mean involving the Land of Iron, a force that would essentially tip the scales of the current balance, which was currently somewhat in their favor. The politics of the Third Shinobi War were very much confusing to Sakumo. There was a good reason he never wanted to be Hokage at the end of the day. He had never been good with politics. He very much preferred working in the field, that was where he excelled. And now, to his surprise, he came face to face, mask, with someone he hadn't expected to meet. Red Dot. I had expected the Dark Brotherhood to have left by now. The silver-haired shinobi crossed his arms and looked at the dangerous assassin with a wary gaze. They weren't enemies, but they weren't truly allies either. The only reason that the White Fang didn't prepare to reach for his blade already was because of their common link, the Uzumaki clan. They have all left already, including those of the Uzumaki clan, which were keeping up the barrier. Sakumo wasn't exactly surprised by the gruff voice that responded to his greeting. I remained behind to mule over some things. I wasn't expecting to run into Konoha's White Fang here. Ken shook his head as he understood exactly who the person in front of him was. He had a certain presence about him. He was certainly among the strongest shinobi that Ken had ever met. Certainly stronger than the dead son of the Raikage. At least that was the vibe Ken got from the Shin boy. There was no sure way to tell without actually fighting him. His reputation did put him above however. Ken recognized Sakumo by the descriptions he knew of him. The man was dressed exactly as he had been during the Second War. Well, I apologize for interrupting you. Sakumo was surprisingly polite. He scratched the back of his head and showed the assassin leader in front of him a bright smile. I do have a few questions if you don't mind. The White Fang raised his palms up in front of his shoulders as he approached the assassin slowly. No need to be so tense. I do have the time to answer you. I also might have a mission for your village. Ken responded by stepping towards him as well, taking his hands out of his coat and showing them to the silver-haired shinobi as well. Sakumo blinked a few times, forgetting most of his questions, as his mind filled with curiosity. A mission. Chapter 87, Questions, Youth and Escort. A mission, hey. From someone that is comparable to one of the 5 Kage no less. Sakumo narrowed his eyes at the suggestion but didn't outright reject the notion of it. Normally, hidden villages only took missions from the land they resided in, and the ones they happened to be allied with, It wasn't unusual for a third party like Ken to try and issue a mission to the Leaf Village. It was a rather common occurrence even. The Leaf always had to properly vet their sources and understand the people that issued missions for them, which was why they normally tended to ignore outside requests. In times of war, that was especially the case. But Ken was a bit of a special case. I think the Hokage himself will have to decide whether or not to take the mission. I can't make such radical choices myself, even as an Anbyo captain. I can't promise you anything about us accepting a mission from you, but I can promise to relay it to Lord Hokage. Sakumo decided to be upfront about it with Ken. At the end of the day, he wasn't scared of angering the assassin, and they were still technically not enemies. That is truly all I can ask for. Thankfully, the Red Dot very much understood the White Fang's position and even seemed to appreciate his bluntness. So, you said you had a few questions for me. Ken tilted his head at the Anbyo captain, his long spiky hair swaying in the wind. Sakumo nodded, remembering his questions. As he prepared to speak, the squad he had brought with him also made it to the village. All of them appeared behind their captain, warily eyeing up the assassin in front of them. First off, this is more of a personal gripe, really. Why did you have to destroy so much of the forests? Sakumo scratched the back of his head as he spoke in a kind and patient tone. Ken could feel the displeasure of the Anbyo behind Sakumo, but the White Fang himself seemed to not be that upset about it. It was nowhere near as pronounced at least. I admit that I played around with the swordsmen instead of killing them quickly. I apologize for the destruction caused in your territory. We are willing to repay you properly for the damages. Ken bowed his head slightly, showing his sincerity to the now wide-eyed Anbyo captain. His apology seemed to have come out of nowhere for the Anbyo behind him as well, as they all eyed him with both shock and confusion. Sakumo ended up just shaking his head and giving the assassin a warm smile. He is a lot more reasonable than the rumors paint him. Still, one part of it still Ken's statement bothered Sakumo. Playing with targets, hey? Some would consider that a bit unprofessional. The Anbyo captain didn't outright judge Ken, but the blind swordsman still noticed his apprehension. I can assure you that this was a personal matter, not representative of the Brotherhood's usual MO. Ken's rough voice broke through Sakumo's thoughts, making the silver-haired shinobi blink a few times as he processed information. The fact that it was a personal matter had some implications. He hadn't been told about that beforehand, but their Hokage likely knew about it from the Uzumaki. Hiruzen had to be clued in, so he knew not to ask too many questions. He had likely been too busy and had forgotten to share it with Sakumo, who now understood the situation a bit better. I understand, apologies for doubting you as well. Compensation will have to be discussed with the Hokage as well. It might be better for you to meet him at this point. Sakumo smiled once more at the Brotherhood leader, but he was the only one smiling. The Anbyo behind him all seemed to recoil at the notion. Letting a dangerous assassin have a meeting with Lord Hokage in the middle of a war. They didn't wish to appear disrespectful and outwardly question their captain's decision, but they all still had clear doubts about the situation. One of them even decided to study the assassin a bit closer. Said Anbyo happened to be a member of the Hyuga clan. His eyes suddenly shifted as he activated his dojutsu, the Byakugan. His pupils became larger and turned completely white, veins popped up around his eyes underneath his mask as he looked at the assassin. The Byakugan itself was a powerful dojutsu, one that was said to be on par with the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. It allowed the user to see everything around them at a 360-degree angle. It allowed them to see kilometers ahead of them and scout areas before even stepping into them. It also highlighted a person's chakra network and weaknesses. To add to that, it assisted the user in finding ways to exploit them. It even allowed a user that was skilled enough to split ninjutsu apart by targeting its weak spots. It was a frightening bloodline ability to fight against. To the point where even Ken had heard about it in the past. The blind swordsman obviously couldn't see the change in the Hyuga member. After all, he couldn't feel the wind bending around his features since he was wearing a mask. But he could feel the change in the man's chakra. He even became wary for a second, although he didn't exactly feel threatened by the group in front of him. The only one that would be able to face him was Sakumo, who didn't seem that confrontational. The Byakugan user looked at Ken for all of 2 seconds before he gasped and took a step back. "Wwa." He broke his silence, gaining the surprise of both Sakumo and the people around him. He, however, wasn't thinking about the attention he had just garnered. Instead, his mind was reeling, trying to understand what exactly he was even looking at. This thing isn't even human. He could see the mangled chakra network of the beast in front of him. It was nothing to scoff at, his reserves were already impressive enough. But the most shocking thing was the lack of something crucial to all shinobi. Tenketsu. The only thing enabling shinobi to use the chakra latent within their body and mold it to create different effects. The red dot was already known to be able to use ninjutsu and chakra quite easily. His control over it was said to be masterful from what was observed. So how come he was unable to see any tenketsu? In truth, Ken did originally have his tenketsu intact, he even trained using them. But after a while, he decided to cover them up slightly, to avoid the possibility of them being used as a weakness. After gaining more mastery over nature's energy and his transformations, he managed to alter his body in such ways. He did need to uncover them whenever he used jutsu, but that wasn't difficult to do. It just required concentration. No one but Ken was privy to that knowledge. So there was only one real explanation that the Hyuga member could come up with on the spot. The red dot wasn't human. Can we really afford to bring this thing into our village? The Anbu's back filled with sweat as he tried to look for any weakness in the red dot's body. Only to not find anything. That was even more concerning. No matter how strong someone was, they always had a weakness. Even Sakumo had a weakness. Exploiting said weakness was the difficult part for people at his level. But the red dot didn't even show any weakness. None that the Anbu member could find. "What are you?" That was all that the Hyuga asked after he turned off his Byakugan. His comrades and superior still looking at him quizzically. Sakumo was confused at first, but then he noticed the fact that the Hyuga had his Byakugan active. So he realized that he must have seen something strange. "That is very much related to the mission I have for the Leaf Village." The White Fang sighed. "Apologies for the rudeness of my subordinate." He decided to apologize for the disrespect. He was also curious as to what the Hyuga member had observed, but it was better for him to find out later when Ken wasn't present. No harm done. It is not that big a deal. The red dot himself was both not going to go into detail about his situation to them, and not going to dwell too long on whatever disrespect the Hyuga member had shown him. "Got it. Thank you for your understanding. Another thing I've been meaning to ask you. Are you perhaps young?" Sakumo narrowed his eyes as he looked at Ken, they were now the same height. But Ken was originally reported to be an extremely short man. A stature fitting for an assassin. The blind swordsman sighed as he shrugged for a moment. He considered answering that for a moment. He had no real reason to actually hide his age from the world. But at the same time, he had no reason to answer such a personal question in the first place. "I'll leave that up to your interpretation." Ken ended up giving one of his patented non-committal answers as he crossed his arms. Sakumo nodded, his eyes appearing conflicted for a moment as he just shook his head and looked at the ground. It was already wildly speculated that the leader of the Dark Brotherhood was young. But there was still a more popular theory, that he was able to alter his height as he wished. It gave him even more of a mystical air, and it very much fit in with his reputation and presence. Even if the Grass Village had once tried to paint him as a madman, it wasn't all that effective over time. In the shinobi world, infamy and reputation were one and the same. No one with a large reputation was in any way liked by many. In the first place, being liked was a luxury that couldn't be given in times of war. Instead, the main currency was fear. Reputation nowadays was only built from infamy, as that was the one to cause the most fear. The White Fang? Well known for crushing the forces of the Sand Village and executing many of their strong shinobi. Feared throughout the elemental nations. The third Hokage and current god of shinobi, Hiruzen Sarutobi? Well known for having surpassed his teacher, the second Hokage, widely considered the strongest Hokage, or at least on par with the first. All of his feats inspired fear in his enemies, even if he was more kind-hearted in nature, he was still one of the most fearsome shinobi alive. The problem was that Ken, who now Sakumo suspected to be a child, had also built a similarly fearsome reputation at a very young age. He had also essentially built an entire hidden village of his own in the Land of Iron, a place that was famously against shinobi in general. I'll have to report this to Lord Herzuin as well. The White Fang sighed a bit as he took another look at the village. It was in ruin, mangled bodies piled up everywhere. The Anbu captain didn't need to ask in order to know who had done it either. Even if the Red Dot had done it, he wouldn't have admitted to it. But since he even had a mission to give the leaf, he was not going to cross them in such a way. Too bad the 7 swordsmen died already. Would have loved to take a stab at them for spitting in our faces in such a way. The period of silence lasted for a bit, all parties involved seemed to have plenty of things to think about. In fact, the conversation died down entirely. The White Fang decided to stop the impromptu interrogation. Instead, Sakumo started leading Ken towards the leaf, to meet with the Hokage. Enemies or not, the leaf was never all that welcoming to outsiders. Everything should work out as long as I escort him personally. He didn't want some arrogant genin or chunin to try and pick a fight with the strongest bounty hunter alive. So he would have to make sure such a thing had no chance of occurring. Chapter 88, Hokage, Mission and Price. Hiruzen sighed as he took another puff from his small pipe. His short black hair was covered by his red cage hat, he was also wearing the white mantle that came along with his position. Underneath that, he wore a black jumpsuit, clothes very much similar to those of the traditional ninjas of old. He was quite shocked to learn that he now had to meet the Red Dot, leader of the Dark Brotherhood. Sakumo gave him a quick report of their conversation while the assassin was waiting outside his office. He was closely monitored by Sakumo's Anbu squad, but he was there on peaceful matters regardless of that. The Hokage understood the situation to some extent, but there were still many questions to ask, and the masked assassin didn't seem to be too interested in giving Sakumo detailed answers regarding everything. Although polite, the Red Dot was not exactly open when speaking to others, so it was going to be up to Sarutobi to find out more. The contents of the mission he had for them were also quite interesting to the third Hokage. Meet and speak to Jiraiya, of the 3 Seinen. It was a rather simple request, almost effortless from Sarutobi's point of view. But it did carry the specific risk of Jiraiya being the Red Dot's target in some way or another. A hidden village was never going to truly trust an outsider. Even if they did join in. Sure, Jiraiya was strong. But Sarutobi doubted that he would be able to handle the likes of the Red Dot. Hell, he knew his students best. So he doubted that all 3 of them together would be able to handle Ken. The rumors he had heard painted Ken as someone that even he would have trouble fighting. But there shouldn't be any reason to worry for now. He hasn't shown any hostility, and he is known to not go after villages unless they slight him in some way. Sarutobi already understood that Ken's attack on the Mist Swordsman was a personal matter. And he also already knew that the Grass Village in the past was the one to try and assassinate him first. So to him, the Red Dot was still a third party that didn't quite wish to fully get involved in their wars. But some things he needed to check personally. Call him in. And all of you leave my office, give us some privacy. The third Hokage spoke out to his Anbu. Despite their apprehension, not one of them dared to go against Sarutobi's orders. The room was emptied in seconds, and Ken stepped into it right after. The assassin looked much as Sakumo had described him. Taller than other official descriptions, but otherwise looking exactly the same. Lord Hokage. A pleasure to meet the god of shinobi in the flesh. The assassin certainly showed manners. He even bowed slightly when faced with the third Hokage. He conducted himself in a way befitting a political guest more so than a danger to the village. That the Hokage could certainly appreciate. Oh, the rumors always over-exaggerate everything. It is a pleasure to see you as well. I was hoping to meet you one of these days. Sarutobi was a modest man, so he quickly signaled to the assassin to stand straight. It wasn't that he felt uncomfortable with people bowing to him, but an outsider with the red dot's reputation doing it just felt wrong. Well, that makes two of us. I'm sure you've been briefed on my little request. The blind assassin smiled under his mask as he spoke out. He didn't bother giving out his name, as the Hokage hadn't bothered to introduce himself properly either. Ken wasn't against keeping things professional regardless. The Hokage seems friendly enough. At least friendlier than his Anbu. The spec ops of the village was always going to be suspicious of an assassin that strolled in and requested something off of their village. Ken wasn't going to outright blame them, or feel offended by their suspicion. But it was still annoying to deal with. The fact that the third Hokage was not similar in demeanor to the deceased son of the Raikage, was a good sign to him. It meant that a proper negotiation was on the table. I did read about your request. I must say, we will need a few more details regarding it before accepting it. I'm sure you understand, but the Seinen are a great asset to the village. Above all, they are also my students, so I must look out for them. The old Hokage spoke out with honesty, showing care for his students, something that Ken didn't quite expect off of the leader of a hidden village. Normally, they would be quite impartial with everyone unless they were part of their families. They needed to be so as to not show favoritism in any matters. If too many people felt dejected about preferential treatment, then things could quickly get ugly. But it all depended on the loyalty of the shinobi at the end of the day. I don't mind giving you more details. I was expecting to have an explanation to give. I wanted to give it directly to you, however. The Hokage nodded, allowing the assassin to continue while he studied his mannerisms with a sharp gaze. The assassin didn't move much when talking. His lack of presence coupled with that made Sarutobi feel almost as if he was speaking with a statue. My goal is actually MT. My Boku, the home of the great Toad Sage. I need to speak to him. Your student is the only person that may be able to get me there. The Hokage stroked his pointed beard. Gamamaru is the one he's seeking, hey. I may need to find out more. I doubt Jiraiya would be willing to help with just this much information. The great Toad Sage? He is a revered figure from what I know. Not everyone gets to meet him. Why do you wish to seek him out? Sarutobi also didn't want to risk worsening relationships with MT. My Boku by allowing an assassin on their territory. If Ken was after Gamamaru's head, then Sarutobi wouldn't be able to help further. Inma. Pay attention to his words. Make sure he is honest. On his table, a small black scroll shook slightly, a movement that couldn't be noticed by the naked eye. But Ken didn't have eyes. He wasn't restricted by having to rely on his sight. He felt the slight vibrations coming from that small, pen-sized scroll. He already knew that there was another presence in the room, but he had trouble sensing where said presence was. Not anymore. Some sort of summoning. A living weapon maybe? Regardless, it reacted just now, so I should probably not try and bullshit too much. My intentions are not evil regardless. I wish to meet the Toad Sage to find out more about myself. A tailed beast told me that he'd be my best bet in finding out more about my origins. A tailed beast. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow at that, but he also noticed that Enma didn't react in any way. I guess he's being truthful. This might actually turn out quite interesting in the end. Might be worthwhile to tell Jiraiya to stick with him throughout his visit to MT. My Boku. If the toads allow him to meet Gamamaru anyway. Yes. The one residing within B, of the Cloud Village. The assassin continued to answer honestly, his senses split between Sarutobi and the strange living scroll. He didn't feel it vibrate anymore, but he still paid attention to it just in case. I see. We will contact Jiraiya and ask him to take this mission on. But we do need to talk about payment. Ken nodded, already expecting the subject to pop up at some point. It's not like we're friends. Unlike the Reikage, the Hokage doesn't seem all that interested in currying favor with me. The problem here is that he knows I need this badly since I sought him out in the first place, so he has the upper hand in these negotiations. Well, what are you willing to pay for this meeting? I am sure you had already planned a payment method beforehand. Sarutobi slowly reached for the smoking pipe on his desk and took another puff. The Hokage had relaxed a bit now that Ken had made his intentions clear. He was still cautious, but at least he could relax enough to smoke. Indeed. I am well aware that the Leaf is one of the richest villages, so I doubt my brotherhood would be able to provide much in that sense. However, we can always offer our services to your village. I'm sure you know the type of jobs we can take. Any enemies or outlaws you want dead, you wouldn't need to spare the able-bodied shinobi to take care of them. Just contact us. Sarutobi listened to Ken's proposal, nodding a few times before taking another puff of smoke and releasing it to the side. I'll be honest with you, Red Dot. We currently do not require such services. We already have divisions within our village that take care of the dirty work. They are not currently needed in the front lines either, nor would they normally operate there. So I don't think I can accept these terms as is. Currently, we are at war. And as the leader of the village, I need to strive to make the most beneficial decision to aid us in our war effort. I hope you understand our plight. Ken scowled a bit underneath his mask. Of course, it goes around to this in the end. Who would have thought? Although Sarutobi's words sounded like an outright rejection, he was actually just hinting at something else. He was indirectly asking for help with their war. And Ken wasn't stupid enough to overlook that. He had somewhat expected it to happen as well. Sarutobi continued speaking after judging the assassin's lack of reaction. You seem to be on good terms with the Reikage, and by extension the alliance he's part of. On terms good enough to convince him to not give any retreat orders to the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Don't think we wouldn't have noticed. We tried intercepting any and all communications to and from them. They were told to wait for further orders in the middle of enemy territory. That is too unusual to be a coincidence. The Hokage narrowed his eyes at the assassin. That was one of the biggest reasons why the Hokage didn't fully trust the Red Dot. And Ken himself could only sigh at Sarutobi's pointed words. No matter how friendly, shinobi will always be shinobi. It is normal for him to be suspicious of the situation. I certainly wasn't expecting him to find out about their orders. I guess I looked down on the Leaf Village a bit. Overall, he just wants me to help with their war. I can do that. After all, I do still have an ace up my sleeve. Hell, I don't have to get involved directly to help with his war. My relationship with the Reikage is merely a business one, of that I assure you. Since our overall services don't interest you, then I can pay you by breaking the Rock Cloud Waterfall Mist Alliance. Chapter 89, The Reikage's Plight, Confusion, and Targeted Rage. The Reikage's tired eyes scanned through the papers in front of him. War was a brutal affair, even if the cloud was prepared for it, they were still facing difficulties. Especially now that the Uzumaki clan was more involved than ever. Thankfully, their alliance stood strong. The Rock Cloud Waterfall Alliance was stronger than ever. The Mist also joined, changing the name a bit, but the first ones to join the alliance were still the closest. After all, they had all been originally part of the Shinobi Alliance and suffered losses side by side. And now sought out reparations and fought against the world, together. Such a nice fairy tale. Belonging in a storybook really. But in truth, none of the nations within the Rock Cloud Waterfall Alliance had suffered many losses during the Uzumaki invasion. But they were taking advantage of all the nations that did suffer losses in that incident. But it was all for a noble cause at the end of the day. Profit. Still, the Reikage couldn't help but rub his eyes and clench his fists in frustration when remembering the events of the Uzumaki clan invasion. What was supposed to be a sound victory turned into an absolute catastrophe, one in which the Reikage had also lost his son. B was devastated as well, even vowing to go out in the world and look for him, refusing to believe that he was actually dead. He was not allowed to do so. They were, after all, in times of war. Jinchuriki weren't allowed to roam freely even under normal circumstances. But the Reikage appreciated his spirit. In truth, the Reikage himself was also like that at first. But father or not, he had to come to terms with the facts at some point. His son was dead. There was absolutely no hope of him being alive. Even if he had been held captive all that time, there was no reason to believe that he hadn't been killed already. After all, there was no ransom request, no effort to even contact him and gloat about it. It was then that the Reikage realized that A was most likely dead at the Grey Fox's hands. And that got him thinking. Where exactly did I see a transformation like that of the Grey Fox? His mind immediately thought of the red dot. The one person he knew to have such ability. But the transformations were different, vastly different. The red dot appeared to not be at all specialized in underwater combat, while the Grey Fox was only specialized in that. Maybe they just happened to be of the same clan. It's possible. That was the thought process of the Reikage at that time. It was what led him to actually reach out to Ken in the end. The blind assassin found it convenient, as he had something to request off of the Reikage as well. Intercepting the retreat orders to the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist was no big deal for someone like the Reikage to pull off. He did his part, now it was Ken's turn to do his. To find out what happened to A. That was all the Reikage asked for. It was all he could ask for. He didn't care about the Mist Village or their alliance. All he really cared about was learning what fate befell his son. Even if he died, A wanted to at least have a body to bury. Something, however small, to at least give him some semblance of closure. And if there was someone capable enough to find that out, then that person was Ken. The Reikage trusted the man's skills. He just hoped that he wouldn't have to wait for too long. There was also the issue of revenge. The Reikage pondered on it, but he couldn't ask Ken to go after the Grey Fox either, there were too many variables at play for that. Getting involved in the war also didn't feel like something the assassin would be willing to do at the time. There was also the fact that the Grey Fox was part of the Uzumaki clan, which could complicate such requests. After all, the Dark Brotherhood was said to be doing business with the Uzumaki. Most problematically, the Uzumaki were now doing business with several hidden villages in fact. Obviously, they weren't doing any business with the nations that had participated in the failed invasion. The Reikage found the situation as troublesome as could be. The Uzumaki were inadvertently building friendly relations with several nations. So it was going to become harder and harder for him to organize another alliance against the Fuinjutsu masters. I hope I don't have to wait long for Ken's report. He said that he would get to it right away, but I still expect it to take a few more weeks. The Reikage could only cross his hands and sigh in frustration once more. Patience had never been his strong point. Like father like son. Some things simply never changed. But years of leadership forged the Reikage into a cold, calculating man. He always had just enough patience before jumping headfirst into something. But matters concerning one's family always made patience a difficult virtue to hold onto. It had already been a week since the 7 swordsmen were reported dead. The Reikage didn't care much for them. He was just going to call their death an operational mishap, no one would blame him for it. It was quite the fault, sure, but the Reikage could always blame it on someone else, and designate a fall guy. Worsening relations with the Mist was nothing compared to finding out more about his son's fate. Those brooding thoughts ate away at the Reikage's mind for quite a while. There was not a moment of silence where he didn't think about those things. And unless he found closure, he knew that things wouldn't change at all. I need some air. Lord Raikage. A masked man entered the room at that very moment, interrupting the Raikage's inner monologue. What? The Raikage grunted as he rubbed his eyebrows in frustration. He was getting irritated easily lately, always being on edge did that to a man. We intercepted a message from the Dark Brotherhood. As requested, we brought it to you right away. The Anbu spoke out in a straight tone, not showing any anxiety or fear in front of his leader. There was only reverence in his tone and demeanor. He, like everyone else in the village, madly respected the Raikage. Good. Put it on my desk, after that, you can leave. I wish for a moment of privacy. The Raikage's monotone voice was the same, but his eyes lit up in excitement. The Anbu nodded and gently placed the bound scroll on the Raikage's desk, before turning into a blur and disappearing from the room. The Raikage's eyes narrowed as he looked at the scroll on his table. He knew that Ken wouldn't waste his time, nor get his hopes up by sending a random message at such times. So there was really only one possibility. He sure works fast. It had only been 1 week, yet the red dot had already gained enough intel to form a report. The Raikage's lips quivered slightly, turning upwards into a smile as he opened up the scroll. Inside, a report of events was there. From the perspective of the Grey Fox. The Raikage's eyes lit up once more as he read the opening paragraphs. As quite some time has passed since A's disappearance, finding evidence out at sea proved to be a foolish endeavor. Therefore, I used my connection to the Uzumaki in order to get in touch with the Grey Fox. The Raikage couldn't help but appreciate the lengths to which Ken was willing to go in order to get the information. Getting in touch was not something that the Raikage, or any of his allies, had been able to do. But the report of the Grey Fox. It was not a pleasant one. At first, I was fighting the Raikage's son underwater, we were both trying to get the better of each other, I was mostly trying to run away. It was guerrilla warfare at the end of the day, we didn't wish to openly engage people like the Raikage or his son. But as I was retreating, he was following me. And before I even realized it, his entire body was engulfed in a white light. It disappeared completely, the only thing left off of him was his arm, which was outstretched, grabbing onto my tail. That was the account of the Grey Fox. For a second, the Raikage felt his breath quickening, his mind filling with rage. He could recognize the jutsu even from such basic descriptions. The dust release of the Tsuchikage. Wait. The Grey Fox could technically be lying. I can't take his words at face value. But Ken's next words seemed to give them more clarity. I believe this is the true version of events. I made it clear that I was searching for A of my own volition. We were friends at the end of the day. While there is a possibility the Grey Fox could have lied, I am inclined to believe him. More members of his squad were able to provide similar renditions of this same story. The Raikage's fist trembled as his desk filled with cracks, every muscle in his body twisted in rage as he clenched his fists harder. After all that time, he finally had a target for that rage. The most possible outcome. After all, there was no way anything else could have taken A out so quickly, without leaving any trace at all. The story was not only believable, but it was also so obvious that the Raikage was mad he didn't figure it out beforehand. But the Tsuchikage wasn't the only target for his rage. One of the members in the Grey Fox's squad witnessed the cage of the waterfall pocket the arm. It should still be in his possession. The Tsuchikage should also be aware of your son's demise, as the Jinchuriki went to visit him right after the ordeal. The Raikage ground his teeth together in rage. They lied to me. The both of them. So many tears, so many hours wasted, so much frustration, so much rage. All because of them? I'll show them. I'll show them. Are you sure this will work, sir? Tasho stood by my side, and both of us sat in a tent in the field. I summoned him here not long after I sent that message to the Raikage. I explained the situation to him, brought him here for counsel, and in case I need someone to read things for me. I didn't quite explain the whole scheme to the Hokage. He demanded payment up front for the mission, as he isn't quite sure I can pull such a thing off. Of course, it will work. I may not be the best judge of character, but Reikage and his son were open books. I can already guess how he will react. It's only a matter of time before their flimsy alliance breaks apart. Tasho nodded at my words. He seems to also wholeheartedly trust my judgment. So what is the next course of action for us? A good question. Before deciding on my next move, what would be the next move for our opponents? Let's go with the most obvious. Knowing the Reikage and the rage he must be feeling, he'll seek revenge as soon as possible. The Reikage will likely call a meeting first, to catch the both of them unaware and try and kill them in one fell swoop. I can feel Tasho rubbing his chin by my side. Do we intervene at that point? Or rather, do we intervene at all? For now, we set up camp and wait. I'll try to spy on them and make sure everything goes according to plan. Their meetings always happen on neutral grounds, so I should be able to sneak in and out rather easily. My voice and the wind are the only two things that can be heard in this lonely tent. Tasho is so quiet that even his breathing is muffled. But he seems to have understood the plan. Very well. In that case, we wait. Chapter 90, Camp, Guests and Requests. The Reikage huffed as he observed his shinobi as they set up the tents for the impromptu military camp that their meeting was going to take place in. This isn't going to be a pretty affair. But I need to get to the bottom of this. The Reikage had calmed down slightly, all that anger turned into calm. His eyes gained a coldness that they hadn't had in years. Ever since his own brother had died, the previous also the previous Jinchuriki of the Eighth Tails. The man had died because the Eighth Tails had managed to break the seal placed on him. At that time, the Reikage had almost murdered the tailed beast in a fit of rage, leaving it unconscious in the middle of a lake surrounded by collapsed hills and mountains. That battle had lasted 3 days and nights, against a being that knew no fatigue. But he won regardless. He won only because his rage settled in the middle of the fight, his mind clearing in time for him to salvage things and fight with calculated efficiency, befitting his status. It was also that moment he had gained the scar on his chest too, falling on his own hell spear as he passed out from fatigue. Nothing of that sort would have happened had he fought conservatively the entire time. Therefore, the Reikage now had a perfect reminder of what letting your anger control you could lead to. Even if the matter now concerned his son, his own blood, he still couldn't allow his anger to control him. That was why he wasn't going in alone this time around. Reikage Yobi was by his side. "B, I am glad you decided to join." The Reikage nodded to the Jinchuriki. The death of A had affected him heavily, to the point where he was a lot less upbeat. His passion for music was still the same, but he seemed to be pulling out his notebook and writing down lyrics less and less. The Jinchuriki was simply not in the right space to write his lyrics. Not while his brother, A, was dead and his killers roamed free. The Reikage didn't force him to join the operation, he wanted the village to at least have a last defense in case he found his end on the very field they stood in. But B wanted to come regardless. He wanted to be there to help put his brother's killers to rest. Even so, the two of them understood that their opponents were powerful. They would have to get very creative if they wanted to be able to kill them. Simply blitzing them wasn't going to cut it. So they needed to prepare the field, and hope that they didn't bring all that many guards with them. On their side, they had brought quite a few people, but also left a lot of them in the village, making sure that it was going to be protected regardless of their absence. They were forced to pull back from all foreign nations that they were invading. It was certainly going to rouse a bit of suspicion, but the Reikage couldn't afford to spread his forces out too thin. The fact that he and B were both there was bad enough on its own. They needed to make sure that the Cloud Village was defended well. Failure was simply not an option for them. "How much do you think it's going to take them to arrive?" The Jinchuriki lost his musical intonation as he looked at the already set up tents in the military camp. The Reikage looked at the sky and raised his hand, making it into a clenched fist. B could feel a bit of wind on his face as some dust rose up around them. The Jinchuriki simply looked at the Reikage's fist, where a rather large bird had landed. The Reikage held onto its claw and took the message that was tied to its leg, before simply letting go of it and allowing it to fly away. Almost mechanically, he looked at the message and studied it with those same cold eyes, narrowing them slightly when he got halfway through it. Probably another day or two. More than that and they'd be showing disrespect. A complication has occurred, however. B raised an eyebrow at the Reikage's words, his mouth twisted into a scowl. Complication. The Mist is also joining this meeting. Rather displeased that they weren't invited to begin with. The Reikage seemed to mimic B's scowl. Shit. B cussed out loud as he looked around their camp once more. Can we deal with 3 Kage and their guards just by ourselves? The short answer was maybe. Even with the element of surprise, they had no way of killing all 3 of them. There was also the possibility of the Mist retreating when finding out that they had no finger in the pie that was the unfolding situation. But that was also unlikely. What do we do, Lord Reikage? B bit into his fingernail for a few seconds, trying to think of ways the situation could improve. The fear that his brother wouldn't see justice in that meeting was the worst part. Tell the others to send a message to the Mist. Tell them to back off, but don't give them any details. If they continue regardless, then they had their minds set from the start. The Reikage's scowl deepened as he thought of the situation more and more. Immediately, the possibility that the Mist was seeking revenge for the death of its swordsman became a huge possibility. In light of more recent events, he hadn't bothered to hide the Cloud's involvement in that whole matter all that well. At least not well enough for the Mist, apparently. In this case, it might be better to just kill the Mizu Kage as well. The Reikage stroked his white beard as the paper in his other hand burned, scorched by lightning in a split second. I will relay your orders further. B bowed slightly and ran off to do as he said. The Reikage knew that the Jinchuriki was still worried, but his mind was becoming calmer and calmer by the minute. The 3rd Mizu Kage is coming in person, alongside whatever other guards he can bring. While he was not as strong as the 2nd Mizu Kage, the 3rd was still very powerful. A user of lava release and also soot release, he was an extremely troublesome opponent. And could put cogs in the wheels of their plans. The Reikage knew he was stronger than the Mist Kage, but he knew that defeating him alongside the Tsuchikage and the Kage of the Waterfall was going to be almost impossible. The Tsuchikage alone was going to need the Reikage's full attention. His dust release was the most dangerous out of all the people that were going to be present there. We might need outside help. The Reikage didn't like the idea of asking for help regarding his son's murder. It felt like he simply wasn't strong enough to take it on his own. But if he missed the chance he had created right now, he would lose the element of surprise. The Tsuchikage wasn't stupid, he and the Jinchuriki of the waterfall both knew their guilt, and it was highly likely that they suspected something bad was happening. The Reikage himself knew that he wouldn't be able to find it in himself to act all friendly with the killer of his son, so he knew that the friendly facade would fall flat rather quickly. Things are bound to get colder within our alliance if I don't act tonight. Another opportunity like this will not show up again. We need to grasp it. So, he now had to choose. Try their luck as they are right now. With a high possibility of losing the fight and being forced to retreat. Or call for help from any allies. But who could he even call? Immediately, his mind went to the nearby lands, those that could hopefully make it in time for the meeting. For a second, he considered reaching out to the Leaf but decided against it. They couldn't be trusted not to take advantage of the situation if the Reikage or B were left weakened after their fights. There were also some smaller lands nearby, but they were all enemies of the Cloud, so they also couldn't be relied upon. So that left him with only one reliable party to call for aid. One that could still be nearby. The Dark Brotherhood. They had delivered a message to him rather quickly. It was fair to say they would be able to make it in time as well. He knew the red dot was extremely fast, so if anyone in the world would make it in time, then it was him. I need to contact him, now. Contact the agents in the Land of Iron. Send a message to the Dark Brotherhood. Urgently. The Raikage's shout reverberated throughout the camp. A masked figure nodded and turned into a blur, vanishing into the distance to contact the others and relay the orders. Meanwhile, the Raikage went and personally started writing up the message, while his men prepared the means of transportation. Let's hope for the best. Around a day later, Ken sat on his chair, listening to the wind outside his tent while his legs were crossed and rested on the table in front of him. Breaking up the alliance of the cloud, rock, waterfall, and mist was a rather simple task in his lack of eyes. It was something he wanted to do regardless of his deal with the Hokage. The reason was rather simple as well. He had the means to do it, and it was something he felt was the right thing to do. He hoped that it would put a stop to the Third Shinobi War, or at least reduce its scale in a meaningful enough way. The fact that he could also use this to not have to pay the Leaf anything for their help in reaching Mt. Boku. So. You're telling me the Raikage wants to pay me in order to help avenge his son? Who I killed? The unmasked assassin scratched his chin as he listened to Tasho read out the message. Well, essentially. At least this is what one of Saburo's clones intercepted from a carrier hawk. He sent it to us immediately. The turtles are still a reliable mode of transporting information, thankfully. Tasho responded with a slight nod. The same hata on his back seemed to wriggle in amusement for a few seconds before settling down when the first blade slapped its hilt. Well, I can't refuse an offer that good. Being there in person might also help against their attempts to reject the Raikage's accusations. The blind monster slowly stood up, putting his mask on, covering the large smile that was currently spreading on his lips. I suggest you wait another day to make your way there, wouldn't want to arouse suspicion by getting there too soon. Ken hummed a bit when hearing Tasho's suggestion, considering it for a moment before shrugging his shoulders and laughing a bit. Oh, I say we just head there now. Just claim we were hunting down some random rouge in a nearby land. You're coming with, by the way. Ken patted the first blade on the shoulder and started slowly walking out of the tent. Tasho blinked a few times and turned around to watch Ken's back as he left the tent. The living blade on his back wriggled a bit. Tasho assumed it did its equivalent of a shrug. I will never be able to fully guess what is on Lord Ken's mind. Chapter 91, Council of War and Provocation. The Tsuchikage felt unease as he looked at the military tents that were set up in the distance. He had only brought a few people with him, those that he could spare. Around 10 Anbu members. Onaki had thought of also bringing Kitsuki, his son, along, but decided against it since the meeting in itself seemed to be quite spontaneous. Most of their shinobi were still actively engaged in conflict, and the sudden military meeting that the Raikage requested left them somewhat open. The cage of the waterfall, Yuzuzo, was also in a very similar position. With him, he only brought around 5 Anbu members and 2 shinobi squads of Jonin leading Chunin. A total of only 11 people. It wasn't much, but the Jinchuriki doubted that the Raikage was going to launch an all-out assault against their enemy with only the forces they brought to the meeting. But Yuzuzo, much like Onaki, felt extremely uneasy. Granted, the Jinchuriki always felt uneasy near the Raikage ever since that incident. This, however, was different. The two of them looked at each other, their gazes meeting and eyes narrowing. It was not something they could explain. Just a strange unease, the type a wild animal would get before a disaster occurred in their forest. Immediately, their minds jumped to the worst conclusion. Did he find out? But it was impossible. In the Tsuchikage's mind, the only evidence that existed was destroyed that day. And the Raikage was not so brash as to act without proper evidence, right? Yes. He was likely just overthinking things. The Raikage was his ally for now. He was going to stay cautious, as always, but he didn't need to worry too much over things that were unlikely. Unlike him, Yuzuzo was not able to calm down effectively. Internally, he was panicking a lot, his mind running on overdrive trying to think of ways that the Reikage could find out. The only feasible one to him was if he contacted the Grey Fox, or the Grey Fox contacted him. But the Reikage wouldn't be so stupid as to believe an enemy and turn against his allies. The Grey Fox, even if he witnessed those events with his own eyes, had no way of proving anything. The burden of proof was his to bear, and since he was an enemy, it was unlikely that the Reikage would take his words over theirs. Unfortunately for the Jinchuriki, no matter how careful and intelligent one person was, they always missed something. In this instance, Yuzuzo didn't consider the possibility of a trusted third party collecting the information from the Grey Fox, and vouching for its credibility. Regardless, the Jinchuriki opted to tread carefully while in the camp. And right behind them arrived the mist. A party of around 20 shinobi, Anbu, and Jonin, all trailing behind one man. He was handsome and tall, with black sclerae and no visible pupils. He also had long black hair that reached down to his back, and on his head, he also wore a blue cage hat. He wore the standard Kirigakure attire complete with pinstriped arm and leg guards over which he wore an open white coat that covered most of his back. That man was the Mizukage, and he was also planning something, but it wasn't going to go in line with Yuzuzo's thread carefully dogma. No, he had invited himself to that meeting in order to ask for an explanation. A good reason why the Cloud had interfered with their operations and had gotten the 7 swordsmen killed. The evidence he had was scarce, but all signs were pointing towards the Cloud, and he had no other lead to go after, hence his appearance there. He planned to inquire about the situation, as well as ask for a proper report regarding the situation from the Reikage, who was supposed to be watching over the front with the Leaf Village. All of the Kage greeted each other outside the camp, before proceeding. It didn't take more than a few seconds for them to realize that the Reikage had pulled in a lot of people in that camp. There were easily around 30 Anbu in there, which was a bit excessive. The Mizukage raised an eyebrow when seeing just how many of them there were. Somewhat confused since the Cloud was supposedly fighting on quite a few different fronts. I guess it's a show of strength. That was his best guess. It wasn't like the presence of a few Anbu made that big a difference. At the end of the day, the Reikage alone was enough of a threat to keep them all on their toes. Yuzuzo and Onaki thought the same, but something else was welling up inside them as well. Suspicion and paranoia were mounting, but it was already too late to back off. The worst had yet to come, unfortunately. As they all left their troops in the middle of the camp and walked inside the biggest tent. Inside greeted them a few chairs, 5 of them, to be exact. And some people were already waiting inside. On one seat sat the Reikage, his arms crossed, an expression bordering on impatience. Behind him stood Killer B, the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails. Yet another massive red flag for the Rock Waterfall Kage duo. But an even bigger red flag was set down right across the Reikage. A tall man with long spiky hair reaching all the way down his back. His body was mostly covered in an open black coat, only revealing a few bits of red samurai armor. He also wore a pair of steel-toe boots and the most recognizable part. A white mask with a large red dot in the center of it. The red dot. Yuzuzo and Onaki both stared at the man with narrowed eyes. At that moment, the Jinchuriki also remembered his suspicions of the red dot being related to the Grey Fox. The pieces started slowly setting themselves into place. But he didn't have all the time in the world to consider things. Sit down. All of you. The Reikage's voice urged them to take a seat. The Kage didn't immediately listen, instead, they started questioning the assassin elephant in the room. Why is he here? The Mizukage was the first one to do so. He was already well aware that the Dark Brotherhood were the ones to kill the 7 swordsmen of the Mist. His presence there may as well have been the Reikage declaring war on the Mist, it was offensive to that level. The most annoying part was that the Mizukage had zero hopes of being able to kill Ken at that moment even if he tried. Killing someone at their level required a lot of planning and preparation, one couldn't just jump headfirst into such things. Ken here is an ally of mine. I invited him because I wish for him to join us. The Reikage was the one to answer, keeping his tone cold while speaking. The other Kage all seemed shocked when hearing that. The Mizu Kage especially. But before he could open his mouth and disagree with such a decision, the masked assassin moved, turning his head towards the mist Kage and finally speaking out in a gruff voice. Lord Mizu Kage, I presume. The situation with the 7 swordsmen of the mist was nothing more than a personal matter, they killed people I held dear. I have nothing against the mist itself. His explanation was short, his tone almost emotionless. The Mizu Kage raised an eyebrow, taking a good look at the assassin. A personal vendetta. Hey? I guess acting recklessly eventually caught up with them. Still, he still dealt a blow to the mist by killing them. Fine. But I wish to speak more with you later, alone. I also wish for the blades to be returned to the mist. They are the treasures of our village, after all. The Mizu Kage could only sigh and accept defeat. It wasn't like their village had the resources to even go after the likes of Ken. They were in the middle of a bloody war, they couldn't afford to spare any resources at all. Of course. We can speak about that later on. Ken simply nodded, agreeing on a one-to-one conversation seemingly on a whim. The Reikage looked at the assassin for a second, before the corner of his lips turned upwards and he shook his head. Later all of you will be dead regardless. The Reikage smiled internally as that thought wriggled in his mind for a few seconds. The Mizu Kage eventually nodded and sat down, taking the seat furthest away from Ken. The Tsuchikage soon followed, taking the seat behind him while eyeing the taller assassin with a quizzical gaze. Wasn't he reportedly smaller? A fake? Doubtful, he feels too dangerous to be one. Maybe some sort of appearance-altering jutsu that's not detectable even by us. The Tsuchikage couldn't quite put his finger on it, but he didn't like looking at the strange assassin. His presence was fleeting, a ghost in human clothing. Exactly as the rumors described him in all aspects but his size. Now, the only one left standing was Yuzuzo, who seemed transfixed on Ken for a few seconds. His tailed beast screamed warnings in his mind. Don't get close to that thing. Get us out of here. The 7-tailed beast seemed completely against the meeting now. It seemed to be completely unnerved by the assassin's presence. Komei wriggled inside Yuzuzo's mind, trying to comprehend what it was looking at. But it felt like she was looking at an unsolvable Rubik's Cube. A human that was more nature energy than man, being almost entirely made out of the energy that was supposed to be extremely fickle and dangerous to control for humans. Anything wrong, Lord Yuzuzo? Before the Jinchuriki even realized the red dot's mask was already facing him, almost as if he was making eye contact. Almost as if on instinct, the Jinchuriki looked away, his back filling with sweat. He concealed his anxiety as he shook his head and stepped forward, sitting down on the chair closest to the abomination. He felt uncomfortable even sitting near him. It was almost as if he could constantly feel something crawling around his neck. The others looked at the scene and felt a bit odd. Why is he putting so much pressure on Yuzuzo? The Tsuchikage raised an eyebrow, unsure what to think of the situation. He assumed it was because of the fact that Yuzuzo was a Jinchuriki, maybe some sort of prejudice of sorts. The Mizu Kage had similar thoughts, while the Reikage was a bit confused. Meanwhile, Ken just stared at the man and the Jinchuriki in him with a small smile on his covered face. He seemed pretty smart. Better not give him the opportunity to think too much. The pressure he was putting on Yuzuzo was nothing more than a form of killing intent projected outwardly using nature energy. It gave the atmosphere around him a gloomy vibe and made for a very good scare tactic. Ken was not expecting it to work so effectively on a Kage, however. He had no way of knowing that he was being inadvertently helped by the tailed beast within Yuzuzo, who was unnerved and scared of him before he had even started projecting that aura. Now that everyone is seated, I think it's time we start this meeting. I'm sure everyone is curious why I called it in the first place. The Reikage decided to start speaking, not dwelling too much on why Ken was intimidating the spineless Jinchuriki. The other cage immediately started paying attention to him, Yuzuo included. He was still uncomfortable but seemed to have somewhat accustomed to Ken's intimidation tactic after a bit. I assume it's to announce bringing Ken in. I am a bit offended that you didn't call me as well, however. The Mizukage spoke out, his eyes turning towards the Reikage. The cloud leader just shrugged. Honestly, didn't know how you'd take the news. I wanted to talk with the others first. Then address you formally as well. The Mizukage nodded, seemingly accepting that explanation for now. But in all honesty, it was something else that I wanted to discuss, and it mainly just concerns the other two, not you. The Reikage narrowed his eyes towards the Tsuchikage and the Jinchuriki. At that point, both of them seemed to be taken aback, gulping slightly as the words they hoped to never hear left his mouth. Why did you kill, and hide the remains of my son? Chapter 92, Accusations, Panic, and Chaos. Why did you kill, and hide the remains of my son? The Reikage's words echoed throughout the tent, his accusatory tone and cold gaze sent a shiver through the spines of the people involved. The Mizukage was the most surprised, however. His eyebrows rose in confusion as the entire image finally clicked in for him. Wait. Does that mean? The Mizukage turned his head and looked towards the red dot with wide eyes. He's likely here to help the Reikage. For some reason, I feel like I shouldn't be getting involved in this. But the Mist Village leader pondered about taking revenge for the 7 swordsmen once more. The preparation he needed was nullified by the fact that he had both the Tsuchikage and a Jinchuriki by his side. Sure, they still needed to deal with B and the Reikage, but the Mizukage had high hopes of being able to hold the assassin back enough for at least the Tsuchikage to be done with his fight. The Reikage was strong, sure, but so was the Tsuchikage. In fact, Oniki was the one with the strongest attack power in the room, one that completely ignored defenses. The Reikage's question managed to do one thing besides putting the cage on the spot. It also warned them. They now couldn't be taken by surprise if a fight was to break out. To the Mizukage, that felt like a grave mistake. Yes. I can use this to get rid of the red dot. If he's gone, the Dark Brotherhood will fall with him. And we'll be able to recover our swords as well as save some face at having lost good jonin to bounty hunters. In the end, it all came down to that. The Mizukage suppressed a smile as a perfect picture started developing in his mind. Alas, the third Mizukage still had much to learn. Despite being the right hand of the second Mizukage, he still didn't personally know either Oniki or Yuzuo. There was never going to be a surprise attack, because the two of them would never be taken by surprise so easily. Especially not when they knew their guilt and were already cautious around the cloud. The Reikage understood that, so he decided to try and get some answers out of them. To better understand why such fate would befall his son. That is quite the accusation to throw around, Lord Reikage. Oniki seemed to recover from the shock first. Yuzuo also recovered eventually. He took another glance towards the bounty hunter/assassin standing by his side. The Jinchuriki's eyes widened as he immediately reached the same conclusion that the Mizukage did. Shit. The red dot is here as hired help. But the Tsuchikage has the right idea. Maybe we can talk our way out of this. Accusation, hey. Then would you like to explain why exactly my son's arm, the only thing left of him, is in the Jinchuriki's possession? The Reikage's face shifted in rage as veins popped up on his forehead, and lighting flickered around his hair as he spoke. The Tsuchikage scoffed. What arm? Why would Yuzuo have such a thing? That's right. I find such an insinuation to be insulting. Yuzuo gritted his teeth as he composed himself enough to speak out as well. We are willing to forget this happened. The Jinchuriki was interrupted when he tried to continue. Insulting, is that so? Ken, who sat by his side, seemed to turn his masked face towards him. What do Yuzo was about to verbally lash out, to question the assassin's meddling in the matter, but Ken's pressure seemed to build up as he interrupted the Jinchuriki once more. If it's nothing more than a baseless accusation, then I guess you wouldn't mind if we searched you, right? That way, there will be no more suspicion, and we can go on with this meeting. The Reikage nodded at Ken's suggestion, his eyes narrowing. He appreciated the fact that Ken was helping confirm their information. After all, A's arm was an extremely valuable piece of blackmail towards the Tsuchikage. It was something that Yuzo couldn't afford to entrust to anyone else, nor store anywhere. It was something that was much safer with Yuzo's eye permanently on it. Therefore, it was likely on him at all times. That's preposterous. How can I accept such a thing? The blind assassin smiled underneath his mask, realizing that he had hit the nail right on the head before he continued applying more pressure verbally. Well, as I've said, by allowing a search, you would prove your honesty. And if nothing can be found on you, then you are clearly innocent. And without that arm, the Tsuchikage would also be able to claim innocence unless proven otherwise. Ken's words were like a bucket of cold water pouring onto the Jinchuriki's head. The sleight of hand he pulled on the, at the time, panicked Oniki was now coming back to bite him in the ass and in colossal fashion. Fine, whatever. Just allow them to search you, Yuzo. Oniki crossed his arms and huffed when hearing Ken's words. There shouldn't be any issue then. I'm glad I destroyed that arm back then, I guess it was the right choice in the end. Internally, Oniki couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. His relief made him somewhat oblivious to the panic that Yuzo was displaying, unfortunately. But the Mizukage wasn't at all oblivious. He could feel the slight shift in the tone of the usually stoic Jinchuriki. He could see the man's eyes jumping around the room. This situation is looking more and more interesting. The Mizukage rubbed his chin as he noticed the discrepancy between the behavior displayed by the Tsuchikage and the one displayed by Yuzo. Don't tell me. It wasn't hard for him, as an observant third party, to put together the pieces of what had occurred. The Mizukage would have smiled in amusement at the situation was it not inappropriate. Aye. Yuzo's tone continued to sound more and more frantic, losing his usual cool demeanor in the process. This time, it was impossible for the Tsuchikage to not notice it. The old man's eyes widened as he immediately turned his head towards the Jinchuriki. Don't tell me. Oniki gritted his teeth as he finally put the pieces together. His anger was skyrocketing. Internally, he started weighing his options. This fool pulled a fast one on me. And he clearly has that arm on him, otherwise, he wouldn't be acting as if there's a stick up his ass. The first thing Oniki thought about doing was outright disintegrating Yuzo in anger for his betrayal. That would get rid of the evidence, sure. But that would also leave him in a bad/incriminating position. The Reikage was certainly just going to take that as an admission of guilt, and the Tsuchikage was not going to attempt to fight both B and the Reikage at the same time. He then turned his gaze towards the Mizukage, who nodded, providing him exactly the assurance he needed. The Mizukage is helping us. Likely wants to settle his dispute with the red dot. We can work with this. You better give me an explanation after this. Oniki whispered to Yuzo before he immediately brought his hands together. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. A white square immediately came out of the Tsuchikage's palms. It violently expanded towards the sitting Reikage and B, who were both in range. In a split second, the Reikage's body was completely covered by black lighting, his eyes filling with rage as he rolled backwards and grabbed B, pulling him aside as the chair and everything around it disintegrated. B Black the Tsuchikage was surprised, but he didn't get the time to speak. Before he could even react, the enraged Reikage was already on him. How dare you! With an enraged shout, the Reikage's hand expanded into a large black lighting claw, which slashed towards the Tsuchikage. Oniki was by no means slow, but even so, he was only able to slightly shift his body and fly upwards, avoiding a lethal attack. But the claws still dug into his body, dealing quite a bit of damage and leaving 2 slices across his chest and 1 on his face. The Tsuchikage was immediately sent flying, breaking through the roof of the tent as he also flew upwards of his own volition to avoid any further punishment from the Reikage. Onaki looked down, his eyes wide in shock as he watched the tent he left behind burst into an explosion, both purple and yellow lights flashing out of it. The entire camp was swiped by a powerful gust of wind, as the pressure broke all of the tents with ease. Onaki could clearly see Yuzuzo and Bee grappling. Bee's purplish octopus tentacles wrapped around Yuzuzo's yellow segmented tail. The 8-tail Jinchuriki was clearly overpowering the 7-tail one. The chakra tentacles pulled onto Yuzuzo, dragging him towards Bee, who was already almost fully transformed. His entire body was covered in purplish chakra and bones, his head had grown long and pointed horns. Yuzuzo was also transformed. A yellow coat covered his entire body as wings grew out of his back. He tried to fly away and gain more distance from Bee, but the cloud wrapper was not giving him an inch. Onaki only scoffed when seeing that, realizing that Yuzuzo wouldn't be much help against the Reikage, who looked up at him with anger still. The Tsuchikage noticed that the Reikage was not even attempting to target Yuzuzo, which confirmed something else for him. I guess they delegated roles already. As expected, the Reikage never had the intention of letting them walk out of that tent unscratched. As the dust cleared slightly, Onaki noticed something else. The red dot was still lounging on his chair, unbothered by the fights going on around him. There was only some blood around his chair, signifying that something had happened there. The Mizukage was nowhere to be seen. Shit! I have to at least get rid of the Reikage. Onaki gritted his teeth and floated down a bit more, putting his hand together once more and concentrating. Dust release. This time, a pillar-shaped ray fell down from the sky towards the Reikage, who moved out of the way immediately. Onaki grunted a bit, realizing that he wouldn't be able to hit the Reikage at all under those circumstances. The camp was already in chaos. The cloud shinobi that were present already attacked and killed a few of the shinobi from the other villages. Shit! As expected, we walked right into a trap. At that moment, Onaki cursed himself for not following his intuition and just calling off the meeting or not attending it at all. Too late for regrets. I'll at least kill as many people from the cloud as I can. The Reikage can't walk on air, so I am relatively safe here. Onaki smiled at that point, and directed his attention at the shinobi below, his eyes glinting slightly. Then, a shiver passed down his spine, as he immediately rolled backwards in midair, and a black flash passed right by him, only scratching his back slightly as it continued to go upwards. Onaki's panicked gaze immediately turned to the skies, only to see the Rayatga already above him. The Reikage roared as he kicked the air behind him, immediately propelling himself towards the Tsuchikage, who managed to roll to the side once more, his focus fully on dodging his enemy's attacks. Down below, Yuzuzo was not having the best time of his life. When he noticed Onaki's intention to attack, the very first thing he did was raise his hand towards the red dot, much to the disagreement of the tailed beast within him. Yuzuzo was hoping to at least take him by surprise and land some hit, but all that it led to was him getting his chest sliced open in the blink of an eye. The Jinchuriki didn't even see Ken draw his blade, but the assassin's hand was already on its hilt before he even realized it. After that he was bum-rushed by an enraged bee, who almost impaled him on his horns was it not for his tailed beast reacting in time and giving him chakra to protect himself with. Ken continued sitting on his chair. The only visible reaction to the whole situation from him was the fact that his hair moved in the wind. The Jinchuriki were stuck in their own stalemate, and he was just a casual observer. Or he would have been was it not for the presence of the Mizukage. The Mist Leader acted quickly after all hell broke loose, he didn't allow Ken to sit for too long. Lava release, scorched earth. The Mizukage's hands were a blur as he finished the hand signs in milliseconds and punched the ground. Immediately, the whole area around him erupted in lava, the ground cracking with dryness and the rocks boiling with anger. The red dot's chair had lava rise up from all sides, covering it in seconds. Let's see him dodge that. But just as the Mizukage was getting excited, the red dot appeared from a puff of volcanic smoke behind him and swung his blade towards his exposed back. The Mizukage reacted in time thankfully, turning around and trying to block the sword with a tanto of his own. Sparks flew as the Mizukage's blade filled with chakra. The man was determined to stop the assassin's blade. He was so fixated on the assassin's blade that he missed the fact that the assassin's arm seemed to suddenly become bulkier and became covered in thick scales. All it took was for him to blink once. And the next thing the Mizukage knew was that he was flying out of the destroyed camp and into the forest with a broken hilt in his hand, as well as a swollen wrist. Ken, who stood tall in the middle of the camp, flexed his scaled arm and gripped his sword with a calm smile beneath his mask. Things went even better than planned. Regardless of who wins, I win. Might as well have some fun with the Mizukage. And just like that, the blind monster vanished from the chaotic camp. Chapter 93, Mizukage's Power, Struggle, and Survival. The Mizukage rolled to break the momentum as he passed through a few trees. He felt pain, but his mind was not fixated on it. Instead, his eyes were wide open looking at the direction he came from. Shit! I could barely react to him. And he's much stronger than me, I can't possibly block his blade. Just so you know, attacking me means you aren't getting your swords back. The Mizukage's blood turned cold, his eyes widening as he heard a voice from above him. He immediately rolled to the side and looked up. The masked assassin was just sitting down on a sturdy tree branch, legs crossed and head tilted to the side. Running away isn't something a cage ought to do. The Mizukage grunted as his hands turned into a blur. Soot release, black cloud of death. The Mizukage turned his head to the ground and spat out a thick cloud of smoke. In an instant, his surroundings, as well as a huge part of the forest, turned completely black. If he's faster and stronger than me, then I'll take away his vision. His breathing will also be affected by the soot, and it's only a matter of time before he chokes out because of the increased carbon in the air. The Mizukage smiled a bit as he strategized a way to deal with the assassin. This is a rather nifty skill. But it won't do you much. The Mizukage heard a voice from behind him and immediately rolled to the side. He felt the earth tremble where he had stood before. His sensor skills told him that he had just dodged an axe kick in the nick of time. I guess you weren't all that attentive to rumors about me. But I am a pretty good sensor. Ken slowly got up, dragging his leg on the ground as he stepped forward. Tisk. The Mizukage, his hands moved once more. This time he decided on a more damaging approach. Lava release chakra mode. The Mizukage gritted his teeth as he used one of his trump cards instantly. Ken tilted his head as he felt the temperature in the forest rise up. He smiled a bit as he realized what exactly he was feeling. A technique similar to that of the Reikage. Interesting. The Mizukage's entire body was now constantly exuding lava and was covered in a layer of lava and red chakra. The ground at his feet bubbled madly as it seemed to turn into magma just from coming in contact with his feet. The mist cage could only grit his teeth as he felt his skin heating up. The technique was a very dangerous one. If used for too long it would burn someone's insides. It didn't increase speed, but it provided the Mizukage with a layer of defense that harmed his opponents, as well as a large boost in attack power. Unfortunately, the form was not sustainable, and Ken could feel it. He could feel how uncomfortable the Mizukage was. Shit! This was supposed to be a last resort. But what else am I supposed to do? One good hit from him and I'm done for. But I only have a few minutes in this form. The only person in the world that could use this form risk-free was the Jinchuriki of the Four Tails. And that's purely because of the tailed beast's chakra alignment. Ken immediately tested the waters, throwing a kunao that he spawned in his hand with a flick of the wrist. The kunao melted before it even reached the Mizukage, who just scoffed at the attempt. Don't even think about it. Lava release, blast breath. The Mizukage brought his hands together once more and spat out a large stream of magma towards the assassin. The Mizu cage then punched forwards. And Ken immediately jumped to the side. Looking back, he could see a large ball of magma swallowing his previous position. I don't know if I can easily heal after getting hit by that. Burns are always annoying to deal with, some also leave scars. I can't attack him physically either. Well, I can try flying slashes, but he can likely block most of what I can do unless I go all out. Needless to say, Ken was quite impressed. The last thing he had expected was for the Mizu cage to actually put up a praiseworthy struggle. So much for just playing around a bit, I guess. I was going to spare him as well. He basically has nothing to do with this whole feud, and I didn't think he'd be much of a threat. Ken sent a flying slash, clashing with the magma blast and sending it flying everywhere. He didn't even flinch when a few droplets of magma fell on his skin, burning it slightly as he jumped backwards. Till now, the Reikage and the Tsuchikage were the only ones I thought would be able to give me trouble. The Hokage is also pretty strange. I thought he didn't feel that special in person, but he's supposedly the strongest Kage currently. The blind swordsman rolled to the side once more, dodging blast after blast of magma. The forest and ground around him had long since started melting. The rock boiled over into scalding magma, the trees turning into charcoal. The field was now unrecognizable, and the heat created fires that were spreading throughout the forest. Ken sent another flying slash. This time, the Mizu cage tapped his hands on the ground, raising a wall of molten lava right in front of him. Ken scowled as he saw his flying slash bend into the magma, which seemed to turn elastic as it bent around his slash and blocked it with efficacy. More and more droplets fell on his body, blocked by his armor which was already heating up and distorting. Ken just scowled and ripped it off his torso, throwing it forward to block a smaller magma bullet while he jumped to the side once more. He wanted to conserve as much energy as possible in case he needed to deal with the Tsuchikage, so he didn't want to go all out either. The blind swordsman jumped, as the magma wall turned into a wave that swallowed a good part of the forest below him. The Mizu cage seemed to notice that, with a smile, he made a few more hand signs. Lava release, molten bullets. He immediately spat out dozens of small magma balls towards the assassin that was currently free-falling. They bent around in mid-air, attacking him from different angles and trying to follow his trajectory. As if I'd get hit by that. Ken immediately found his footing in mid-air and vanished right before the molten bullets hit him. The bullets hit each other and caused a bright explosion. The Mizu cage panted as he felt his skin burning. I'm wasting too much chakra. Shit, what can I even do if he's able to dodge in mid-air? He had already tried his best to ruin any footing that the assassin might have had. Ken was constantly burning his legs when stepping on the ground. But that didn't seem to do anything, much to the disappointment of the struggling Mizu cage. The mist leader looked up, to see Ken flickering around in mid-air. He was becoming faster and faster as he gained momentum, to the point where he became impossible to track. Shit, what's his next move? The molten cage prepared to raise a dome around him, to try and block any attack that the assassin had in stock. And just as he raised that dome, a large flying slash, much bigger and more imposing than the ones sent before, was flying towards him. Despite the raised dome, the Mizu cage still rolled to the side, listening to the instincts that screamed at him to dodge regardless of said dome. The defense he had built only served to slow down the flying slash, as it hit the ground with a thunderous screech, creating a large and deep scar in the burnt-down field. The Mizu cage didn't even have enough time to exhale properly as he felt someone else appear further off to the side. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. The mist leader only had enough time to turn his head and see a gigantic wave heading his way. Shit! Was all that he had the time to think before the wave collided with him. Steam rose as the Mizukage's temperature cooled down forcefully. Almost as if on cue, the lava covering the mist leader cooled down into the stone, trapping him as the water crushed him and pushed him away further into the forest. Ken landed on the now wet ground without any issues. A clone landed near him as well, he had made it in preparation for something similar to what Tasho had pulled off. But he didn't get to use it, unfortunately. There was no need for that, Tasho. The blind assassin spoke to the figure that walked out of the still-burning forest. I know you would have won Lord Ken, but I remember you saying that you didn't wish to exert yourself too much before the outcome of the fight is decided. A masked figure walked out of the forest, dressed in clothes similar to those of Ken, the only difference being the fact that he wore light armor more akin to that of Anbu underneath his coat. His mask had one red line in the center, and on his back was a large blade covered in bandages. How are things looking on that front? Ken didn't push the issue further, knowing that Tasho wasn't trying to ruin his fun on purpose. He just dispelled the clone and felt his chakra returning to him. The big fights are still very much the same as when you left. Currently an ongoing stalemate. B seems to be slowly gaining the upper hand against the waterfall cage, but he seems to be avoiding large-scale attacks because of the presence of allies on the battlefield. Tasho gave his leader a quick situation report. But there wasn't much to give in the first place. Ken had only been missing for around 4 to 5 minutes. Predictable, but it can't be helped. The Raikage was adamant about bringing more men along just in case. Seems to have backfired. Ken shook his head, while his first blade just shrugged. It's also possible that B doesn't think his opponent would get injured enough to warrant the drain on his chakra. Impossible to read his thoughts. The blind assassin considered Tasho's words for a few seconds, before nodding and slowly turning around. Anyway, I'm sure he'll pull through. He's pretty strong. Can you go and deal with the fodder so the cloud troops can take a step back? Just as a precaution. Tasho nodded and vanished in a puff of smoke. Ken sighed as he was now alone in the burnt-down aftermath of his entertainment session with the Mizu cage. The outcome didn't really matter to him in regard to the Hokage's request. There was already no salvaging the alliance even if they all stopped fighting now. But Ken still wanted the Cloud to win. Bloodthirsty warmonger or not, the Raikage was still someone Ken could have some use for in the future. He was both already invested in building a friendly relationship with Ken, and already considered Ken an ally. I should check on the Mizu cage. He seems to still be moving. The Mizukage's bones trembled, he couldn't even count how many bones in his body were crushed as the cooled-down magma that covered his body cracked and pushed into his body. The pressure of the large wave was too much for the human body to bear. A regular person would have died 100 times over. Thankfully, the Mizu cage was still alive. But for how long? He could only move his limbs slightly, most of his injuries didn't even give him the liberty to use ninjutsu. Technically, I could still survive. The Mizukage's shallow hopes were dashed against the rocks as he felt a figure walk over to him. He half opened his eye to look at the figure of a tall man. The same man that put him in his current position. One wearing a white mask with a large red dot in the center. He didn't look completely untouched, granted, he was now covered by a slightly burnt coat, wearing only a pair of pants and burnt sandals underneath it. He had on his hip a long blade that dragged on the ground as he walked forward, unperturbed by his appearance. So his clothes had taken damage, the problem was that he wasn't injured in any way. If he lets me live. Well, this was a rather anticlimactic ending. You were so focused on attacks coming from the sky that you didn't even bother to look to the side. Ken shook his head as he crouched down near the Mizukage's head. The Mizu cage let off a pained chuckle. Indeed. I have much to learn. Too bad I don't have any time left. The mist leader did think of begging to be spared for a second. But he still had his pride. Ken wasn't known for his mercy, and if he was going to die anyway, he was going to die with dignity. You know, you can still leave. I'll just tell the Raikage you escaped. He won't question me regardless. The Mizukage's eyes shot open, the man that had already resigned himself to his fate was now seeing a bit of hope. In the first place, he had no business butting in the feud between the Cloud and the other two villages. He had tried to take down Ken only for his transgression against the mist. As the Mizu cage, the village was his #1 priority. So he couldn't let its reputation fall off lest its investors gave them fewer missions. But the mist was going to be left in a really bad spot if he just died there. I am willing to vow to not go after you or the Dark Brotherhood anymore. I also understand that the blades won't be returned, and am okay with it as long as you spare me. I can assure you that no one will seek them out while the mist is under my rule. Ken rubbed his chin for a second. The third Mizukage spoke with honesty, but he couldn't speak for future generations, which was understandable. Fair enough. I had plans to deal with the mist regardless, but if they're offering to not get involved with us, then I am happy enough. Even if he's lying, in the future I'll kill him before he even thinks of activating that annoying mode of his. He wasn't concerned about the future. By the time the future generations of the mist sought out the blades, his brotherhood was not going to be troubled by a mere hidden mist village. At least not if everything went as planned. Okay then. I will remember your words, Lord Mizukage. Ken slowly stood up, much to the relief of the Mizukage, who could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ken didn't stick around to see how the Mizukage was feeling. He merely threw him a few pills to assist his healing and left towards the battlefield. Let's see how the others are faring. Chapter 94, Cage-tailed Beasts and Monsters. The Tsuchikage panted as his body rotated midair, dodging yet another swipe from the lightning-covered rakage. His small body was filled with scratches and cuts, burns, and blood. He was panting, his usually orderly hair now a messy mop on his head. He was missing both of his sandals as well. Meanwhile, the rakage was in a slightly better form. He was able to avoid the Tsuchikage's attacks, but he was mad at not being able to deal more damage. It couldn't be helped however, as he was a lot slower in midair than on the ground. He knew things would get complicated from the moment that Tsuchikage managed to narrowly dodge his first lighting claw when the fight began. He had hoped to end the fight sooner, he was already bound to become slower. I can't keep this up for much longer. Using the black lighting chakram mode for a few minutes was a lot more taxing than the regular chakram mode. It was something that the rakage would use to end battles quickly. It provided a massive boost in explosive force, strength, and speed. But it also damaged the user's body over time, black lighting being a lot more dangerous than regular lighting and much harder to control. The Tsuchikage seemed to have caught up on that as well. The short man had already stopped attacking and had gone on a complete defensive streak. He was only dodging attacks and hoping to tire out the rakage before likely dealing a finishing blow. I need to end this soon. I wonder how B is faring right now. And as the two Cage were fighting, the Jinchuriki below had transformed the battlefield completely. Ignoring the smoke and fire that had spread out all across the forests around them, the two had already taken on their full-tailed beast forms, and B was seemingly able to restrain Yuzuzo. B was currently looking like a purplish mix between an octopus in the lower body, with an upper torso more similar to that of a muscular man. He had grown a pair of gigantic arms. His head looked like that of a bull, two horns rose out of his skull. Yuzuzo now resembled a blue, armored rhinoceros beetle, with 6 green insect wings on his back, along with an actual 7th tail, all growing from the end of his abdomen. B had him on the ground, crushed against the dirt. He was holding him down with all the power he could muster while entangling his wings in his tails. He had managed to not allow the 7 tails Jinchuriki to take flight, which made things much easier for him. The 7-tail Jinchuriki seemed to be trying to wiggle out of the 8 tails stranglehold. Under normal circumstances, B would have already released a tailed beast blast right into his restrained opponent at point-blank range. But the people around them made things difficult. When surrounded by potential allies, it was harder for a Jinchuriki to go all out. It was already damaging enough that they were wrestling in their tailed beast forms. Unfortunately for B, not everyone in their immediate surroundings was his ally. And not all of them were weak. A few of the rock and mist Anbu on the side decided to step in and help Yuzuzo. Earth release, earth flow spears. Before B could realize what was happening, he immediately felt the ground underneath him and Yuzuzo shift. Dozens of spear-shaped spikes grew out of the ground and pushed into his body. They specifically avoided touching the Seven Tails Jinchuriki. B roared in rage as he felt his grip on his opponent loosened for a moment. But it seemed his opponents weren't done. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. One of them quickly spat out a water dragon, sending it flying out of his mouth and hitting B's gigantic transformed head almost instantly. B's head shot back, his beastly roar shaking the ground around him as he was forced to let go of Yuzuzo and protect his body from other jutsu that the Anbu kept firing towards him. It seemed that the other shinobi of the cloud hadn't managed to win over the combined efforts of the other villages. B gritted his teeth as he even felt a few earth chains wrapping around his tails, trying to stop him from moving. The eight-tailed Jinchuriki's roar let out a shockwave that pushed back most of the Anbu around him, giving him some breathing space. He turned his head to look at the leader of the waterfall, who had already taken flight with his 6 insect wings. He was floating in the air further away from the camp, seemingly recuperating. Shit! I can't let him get away. I hope everyone else will be fine. B immediately gathered chakra at his mouth, forming a purplish-black ball. The shinobi around him immediately got scared of the scene, all of them taking a step back. Yuzuzo also started gathering chakra at his own insect-like mouth, forming a large ball of his own. All of the shinobi from before were now scampering, escaping from the battlefield. All of them knew what was coming, and they knew it wasn't going to be pretty. Tailed Beast Bomb. B was the one to finish first. His ball of chakra flew out of his mouth, rushing towards the seven-tailed beast and crushing anything in its path. Yuzuzo didn't seem to panic though. Right in the nick of time, he finished charging his own attack. Tailed Beast Ball. His seemed to be a bit smaller than that of B, but it clashed with the eight-tailed Jinchuriki's attack nonetheless. Immediately, the entire world around them seemed to become white, and immediately, a red light washed over the entire battlefield, as the two destructive masses of chakra met each other head-on. In the distance, Ken stopped and punched the ground in front of him, raising up a large chunk of the earth in front of him for protection just as the shockwave spread. The blind assassin could feel gigantic burning trees being uprooted everywhere around him, as the blast broke even through his rock shield. He was forced to jump back, as the raised rock cracked completely and turned into shrapnel, piercing through the place where he had been kneeling previously. What destructive power! The tailed beasts really are no joke. To his side, Tasho appeared as well, speaking out with a surprised tone. He was holding the unsheathed Samehada in front of him, blocking any stray rock or tree that came towards him while skidding backwards from the shockwave. Ken could only release a grunt and nod in agreement. He could feel it in the distance. A heat so extreme that it was easily comparable to the Mizukige's magma. And Tasho could see it clearly. In the distance, a gigantic explosion expanded from the contact point of the two-tailed beast bombs. It swallowed up the entire battlefield in a red glow, morphing it into an unrecognizable mess. Shinobi really are mad. Ken muttered as he slowly stood up, ignoring the continuing shockwave while stepping forwards towards the center still. Lord Ken. Seems that the fodder of the other villages has scattered. The cloud shinobi likely lost while I was assisting you. Tasho tried to follow him, still holding the same hada in front of him for protection. That's fine. You can go hunt them down. Ignore the ones from the mist if they aren't hostile to you. Ken gave Tasho new orders. He then turned into a blur and vanished towards the battlefield just as the explosion died down. Now all that Tasho could see in the distance was a large cloud of smoke that covered what was previously a forest. The shockwave had helped the fire spread further, but it also ruined most of the forest by itself, so the field was now barren a few kilometers all around them. The Tsuchikage also took notice of what had happened below. He used the shockwave to dodge one of the Reikage stashes as well. He was getting tired, and his joints were starting to ache as well. But he couldn't give up and retreat yet. Just a bit longer. I can feel the Reikage getting more and more sluggish. And his senses were working right. The Reikage had at most a few more seconds left. The shockwave from earlier had managed to ruin one of the last chances he might have had to kill the Tsuchikage. One last hit. If I don't kill Oniki, I'll make sure to at least leave him something to remember me by. The Reikage wasn't losing hope, however. He knew he didn't have time left, but a few seconds in that mode could still be the difference between winning or losing. All he needed was a bit of proper footing. B. Immediately, the Reikage's voice roared down at the Jinchuriki. Both Jinchuriki were pushed back by the blast from their tailed beast bombs colliding, but the one pushed back the most was Yuzuzo, as he was airborne already. The bull octopus demon was still close enough to hear the Reikage's thunderous shout, so he turned his head and looked up, roaring back as its tail moved at great speeds, flicking up a bunch of rocks like shrapnel towards the Tsuchikage. Tisk! Do something, Yuzuzo! You stupid snake! The Tsuchikage roared as he moved to avoid the rocks. Then his eyes widened, as he realized what was actually happening. In front of him, the Reikage was crouched one on a large piece of rock that was flung towards them. In that instant, the world seemed to slow down for the Tsuchikage, his hands immediately moving in front of him as a white orb appeared in front of his palms. But it was already too late to avoid injury. The Reikage used the airborne rock as footing, and immediately dashed towards the Tsuchikage, with speeds that the midget could barely even comprehend. Oniki, however, still managed to react on instinct. The dust release jutsu he prepared shot out to meet the Reikage head-on. The Tsuchikage watched in fear as the Reikage sacrificed his arm and completely ignored the jutsu he had thrown out. The Reikage's hand was extended forwards, only one finger pointing towards the Reikage as he formed a sharp lighting spear. In that instant, Yuzuzo also acted, having heard Oniki's cries for help. Cocoon! He spat out countless webs of energy in between the Tsuchikage and the Reikage. They bent and weaved to form a large gourd-shaped cocoon around the Tsuchikage. The shield was fast, much to the Reikage's surprise, although his hand was already almost through it by the time it formed completely. Oniki also noticed that the defense Yuzuzo could provide was not good enough. At most, it slowed down the Reikage for a split second. Thankfully, that split second allowed the Tsuchikage to do one last thing. A Hail Mary attempt to preserve his life in that situation. He managed to turn his body slightly and push his legs into the Reikage's spear. In that instant, the Tsuchikage was sent flying. He broke the air around him visibly as he went flying far off. The Reikage huffed in displeasure as he looked back at the rock he had used as footing, which was cracked and almost pulverized. Shit! He pushed off of me. To the Reikage's surprise, Oniki had sacrificed his legs and used them to get away from there. The Reikage didn't even care about losing his arm at that point. He merely allowed himself to fall towards the ground while turning back to his regular lighting chakram mode to conserve energy. He looked at the ground in the distance. A large dust cloud has arose where Oniki had crash-landed. The dust seemed to clear quickly though, as one of B's tails waved it away to give them a clear view of the situation. It was exactly as the Reikage had expected. Oniki's small body plunged deep into the rocks of the scorched battlefield below. There was nothing left of his legs below the knee, and his thighs and abdomen were also filled with burns. That compounded with the cuts from before, as well as the not-so-easy landing. The Tsuchikage was unconscious. Yes. Now to finish that foo. Before he could even finish that thought, a yellow light swooped in and scooped the Tsuchikage's broken body. It was Yuzuzo. Now transformed into a smaller form. His entire body was covered in a yellow curtain, with 6 wings on his back. He didn't even try to engage anymore. Without even looking at the Reikage or B, he flew off in the other direction. Shit! B. The Reikage landed at that moment, and his legs moved immediately. He dashed through the broken battlefield towards the 2 fleeing cage. His speed easily outclassed them. There was one problem. He couldn't really fly. Thankfully, B was there to help. Email protected. His monstrous voice roared as more chakra gathered at his bull-like mouth. Tailed beast ball, bullets. This time, he swallowed a hastily made tailed beast ball and immediately started spitting out smaller-sized energy bullets. Dozens upon dozens of them were shot at Yuzuzo's tail, forcing the Jinchuriki to do evasive maneuvers while carrying the Tsuchikage. Unfortunately, they were too far away already for B to aim properly, leading to most of the shots missing by a rather large margin. Only one of them seemed to scrape the waterfall Jinchuriki. The zigzagging and scrape managed to slow Yuzuzo down greatly, who was also still saddled with carrying Onaki, who was only kept alive by the 7 tails churka that Yuzuzo gave him. Otherwise, the bleeding would have killed him already. The Reikage didn't want that to happen though. He wanted to kill Onaki with his own hand. Which was why he took the opportunity to jump towards the still flying Jinchuriki. Yuzuzo's expression turned grave as he felt the Reikage's approach. In that instant, he grew his only tail, striking the mad father away while continuing to flee. Email protected at, number at. Yuzuzo only heard a string of obscenities coming from the Reikage as he got further and further away. B tried sending a few more bullets towards them as he also ran to get closer, but he was too slow. At that moment, Ken also walked onto the battlefield, appearing on B's right shoulder with his arms crossed. I really missed most of the action, hey. His tone portrayed some disappointment as he watched the retreating back of Yuzuzo. They're getting away, B roared in anger as well, clearly in no mood to joke around with Ken. I'll see what I can do. Ken simply nodded, his muscles wriggling as he visibly transformed, becoming taller, bullier, and covered in scales. In that instant, B felt his shoulder being pushed to the ground underneath him cracking heavily as he realized he was just used as footing, much to Jiki's amusement. The 8 tails roared with laughter, which further annoyed B, who was still frustrated that the targets of his revenge were escaping. He voiced out his complaints inwardly, saying that there was nothing to joke about in their current situation. But Jiki only had this to say. Calm down, partner. Those 2 will be lucky if there's anything left of their bodies now that monster's after them. Chapter 95, Contemplation, Retreat, and Adaptive Predator. Yuzuzo panted a bit as his wings flapped in the wind. He had somehow managed to leave the Reikage behind, taking flight and leaving him on the ground. The lighting-charged cage was also tired out by using his more taxing form, which, coupled with his injury, was slowing him down exponentially. Still, Yuzuzo was not celebrating a successful retreat at all. The fate of the Mizu cage, their ally, was pretty much unknown. Even if he was strong, it was hard for Yuzuzo to imagine he would be able to defeat Ken. The waterfall cage took one last look behind him. At that point, the Reikage was a glowing dot in the distance. But he hadn't stopped. He seemed to still be running towards them. He's running out of steam. We should be in the clear for now. That gave Yuzuzo the leeway to analyze the situation a bit more. He couldn't help but grit his teeth as the pieces all fell into place in his mind. He had suspected that the red dot was involved in the matter even back when the Shinobi Alliance was crossing the sea. Now? Turns out he was involved in finding out the information that set off the Reikage against them. It was too suspicious in the Jinchuriki's mind to be a coincidence. This led to the obvious conclusion, at least to the Jinchuriki, that Ken was either already in cahoots with the Grey Fox or they were the very same person. From the look of things, he had done things in such a way that he was essentially playing shogi with no one but himself. Everyone, the Reikage, A, B, the Tsuchikage, and even Yuzuzo himself, they were all nothing but pieces on his table. And, when looking at the Tsuchikage's broken body, he couldn't help but realize that they had been played really well. It's my fault for keeping that arm. Although, even if I didn't have it, I think the outcome would have been the same. It seemed that his carefulness had led him to walk directly into a trap, but even so, he didn't think the Reikage would have let them go even if Yuzuzo allowed a search and had nothing on him. It was a dark thought, but it seemed that the Reikage's mind was already made up by the time they arrived in that blasted tent. He wouldn't have brought assurance, in the form of the red dot, there if he wasn't already fixated on killing Yuzuzo and Onaki. That was just the type of person the Reikage was. The questions were likely just him trying to find some type of rhyme or reason for his son's death, maybe even a slight hope of recovering his remains. Regardless, Yuzuzo was at least sure of who to focus on from now on. And that was the red dot. As soon as he got out of danger completely. It wasn't hard for Yuzuzo to realize now that the red dot had done the best job he could to affect his state of mind and thought process during that entire meeting. And, embarrassingly, it had worked like a charm. To the point where Yuzuzo was only now putting the pieces together and realizing that the Reikage was essentially just a puppet in the red dot's plan. Whatever that was. His intentions are too hard to grasp. I don't even have enough information on the type of person he is, so I can't even begin to guess at them. Many things were public about the red dot. His ruthlessness, his overwhelming strength and skill, assassination techniques that knew no equal, and the mask he wore portrayed that he had something to hide. Maybe he had a family? Maybe he had loved ones? People he cared about, parents, children, whatever it was. After all, there wasn't much reason other than that for wearing a mask, right? I bet that if I could find his actual identity, then I would be able to blackmail him into helping us with the Reikage. But that in itself might be impossible. He also thought of trying to convince the Reikage that he was being manipulated after things died down, but he knew it would be extremely difficult. The hardest thing to do in the world was to convince someone they had been fooled. I need more time to consider things. I don't even know if I can rely on the Tsuchikage anymore. He's certainly not going to trust me since I hid the arm from him. At that point, Yuzuzo gained an idea. Looking down at the injured Tsuchikage, he smiled. Yes. I doubt I'll gain anything by saving him. I reacted out of instinct since we were allies for quite a while, but I don't gain anything from saving him. If anything, he's likely to attack and try to kill me, while blaming this whole mess on my blunder. At that moment, Yuzuzo looked back. The Reikage was such a small point in the distance that he was no longer even visible. Whatever, maybe I can strike a deal with the next Tsuchikage. I doubt Onaki would have given them the details of our dealings. And at that moment, his tail loosened, dropping the Tsuchikage's body at a random point in the forest, the trees and ground below shaking as they broke his fall. A small dust cloud rose where the legless Tsuchikage had landed, signifying that his fall was not pleasant, trees or not. The Reikage will reach this forest sooner or later. I'm sure he'll find Onaki in his small crater. If he hasn't died already. Regardless, should be a good enough distraction for me to get away. Looking back once more, he noticed something strange. Wait a minute. Why has the Reikage stopped? There was no longer any light in the distance, all he could see was the dark clouds and the sky. Had the Reikage given up the chase? Impossible. Yuzuzo and Onaki had killed his son. The Reikage wouldn't have stopped chasing them for anything in that world. At that point, he noticed a large silhouette as the moonlight broke through the clouds. The figure stood amongst the clouds, somehow. It was a humanoid figure, dozens of kilometers away. A human covered in a tattered cloak, a burly body covered in dark green scales which shined in the moonlight. A long tail that seemed to be as big as his body sprouted from his lower back. And on his upper back was a pair of scaled wings, looking similar to those of a bat, spiked and bony, but also covered in scales. Yuzuzo's eyes widened as he could see the wingspan of the creature that was observing him from the distance. It was easily bigger than his entire body, flapping slowly as they parted the clouds slightly with each movement. In a split second, Yuzuzo turned around and immediately increased his flying speed, knowing that he needed to get away from that creature. One detail gave it away that the creature was not his ally. The only feature he could recognize on that beast. A mask. It was too far for him to discern what type of mask it was too much for his eyes. But his tail beast was telling him to run away almost as soon as he laid eyes on that creature. There was only one person that his tailed beast reacted like that around. The red dot. Who would have thought that he was an actual monster? His speed increased at the thought of the mad assassin catching up to him. His mind was filled with confusion. How did that make any sense? Since when was the red dot able to grow wings? Did that mean he wasn't the gray fox after all? Don't tell me. Does his body morph however he wants it to? That was the only conclusion Yuzuzo could reach as his 6 wings flapped at great speeds to carry him away from the strange monster. After a few minutes, the Jinchuriki made the mistake of looking back once more. And his eyes widened as he noticed that the assassin was now a few kilometers closer, even easier to make out even in the cover of night. Shit! The waterfall cage screamed out loud as he willed his body to go faster. He hoped to somehow outlast the abomination that was hunting him down. Minutes passed, and Yuzuzo struggled to keep his heightened pace, constantly looking back only to see that the assassin was still on his tail, slowly but surely creeping onto his trail. It was clear at that point for Yuzuzo that he had made a mistake. Dropping the Tsuchikage didn't seem to do anything to distract the monster hunting him down. I should have waited more before dropping him. Shit! He had inadvertently saved the Tsuchikage with his actions. Well, he had at least given him a chance to live. Onaki was injured plenty, so his survival wasn't fully assured. Yuzuzo's chakra had only helped patch up some of his minor wounds after all. And that fall was bound to have done some damage. Still, the situation was not looking good for Yuzuzo. The Reikage had likely allowed Ken to continue the chase and had stopped to tend to his injury. And Ken had possibly missed the moment where he had thrown Onaki. Just my luck. Shit. Fuck this. Yuzuzo immediately turned around. He continued flying in the same direction, now facing Ken. I can't outrun him, I don't know if I can outlast him. But I can at least try to stop him. There was too much uncertainty for him to just continue blindly tiring himself out and running in a direction. Without any further ado, he started gathering chakra at his mouth, preparing a small-tailed beast ball to at least slow down Ken in some way. The ball was about as big as his head. He made it as big as he could, and immediately spat it out. The assassin seemed to notice it, but kept flying forwards nonetheless. Yuzuzo scowled as he turned back around and kept speeding away. Hoping for the best. He turned his head the moment his tailed beast ball reached Ken's vicinity, and he watched as the assassin didn't slow down at all, only extended one of his clawed hands forwards towards the ball of chakra. Humph! Arrogant bastard! All the better for me. Yuzuzo had expected Ken to dodge the attack, he expected it to do little damage, but he hoped to slow him down at least. It seemed that the monster was going to clash head-on with it, which was a mistake one could only make once. Good riddance. He heard an explosion, and smiled. Looking back, he could feel a small shockwave spreading amongst the clouds, parting them as the air around the tailed beast ball burned and exploded. Yuzuzo's smile faltered when a figure flew out of the smoke. Still heading his way at the same speed was none other than Ken, his hand still extended forwards, only smoking a bit. At that point, he noticed that the assassin had gained a burst of speed, growing a second pair of wings? What the hell? How am I supposed to get away from this abomination? It seemed that getting away simply wasn't in the cards for poor Yuzuzo. Oh, but he did put in a valiant effort. Unfortunately, all it took for Ken to close the distance between them was 10 minutes. Yuzuzo was panicking so much, to the point where he immediately took his tailed beast form when he felt Ken get within 100 meters of him. Don't think you can take me out so easily. Yuzuzo let out a beastly roar as his one tail snapped in the air and thrusted forwards, piercing the air at breakneck speeds and heading straight for Ken, who was still flying at him at full speed. The masked assassin spun in the air, flying in a circle around his tail as he got closer and closer. Stop! Yuzuzo's voice was sounding more and more desperate as the assassin's claws were only meters away from his now giant body. Dash bang dash! With a thunderous roar, Yuzuzo's flight was broken. He was immediately kicked towards the ground with a force that could only be described as overwhelming. He could only let out a pained scream as his massive body crashed into the ground like a meteor, breaking the small mountain it had fallen on. But the Jinchuriki wasn't about to give up. Urged by his tailed beast to get up and at least try something, he immediately started charging up a much bigger tailed beast bomb. I'll take him out alongside this entire mountain range. Unfortunately for Yuzuzo, one needed time to charge a proper tailed beast bomb. And as he was doing so, a gigantic flying slash headed directly for him. It was so large that it completely covered the tailed beast's body. It threatened to slash the entire crushed mountain range in two. Yuzuzo only roared as he willed his unfinished tailed beast ball towards the slash, hoping to break it. Unfortunately, it was not the type of attack that could be blocked. The tailed beast within Yuzuzo felt it clearly. Senjutsu. It was at that point that it realized. We're dead. The slash broke through the unfinished clump of chakra, only losing a bit of its size as it immediately came into contact with the tailed beast's body. Sparks flew as its insect-like exoskeleton tried to put up some fight against the slash. It tried to create some sort of cocoon around itself, but it had no time to. In a split second, blood sprouted out as the tailed beast was split in two, right down the middle. The flying slash continued forwards, blasting apart what remained of the mountain range. Ken continued flying in the sky, panting a bit as he looked at his long blade with appreciation. It's been a while since I went all out. Guess I got even stronger than before. Welp, good riddance. No trace of the Tsuchikage, but it is what it is. Chapter 96, Will, Eyes Peeled, and Success. Flying didn't come naturally to Ken. He had practiced it during the creation of Flash Step, but he hadn't actually ever flown with his own two wings. Mainly because he didn't even know he had them. He had only been tracing the Reikage steps, catching up to him, when he finally sensed his targets, flying high in the sky. His frustration rose at that moment when he realized that the waterfall Jinchuriki was much faster than expected. Even if the Reikage was injured and tired, the fact that he hadn't caught up already was impressive in itself. He still had the Flash Step up his sleeve, but while it would give him the speed to catch up, it was by no means sustainable. It would take a while to even catch up, and it would surely tire him out. At that moment, Ken really wished he could just grow some wings. And from his scaled back sprouted a pair of wings. The assassin was so disoriented at first that he almost tripped and fell, something he hadn't done ever since he was a wee child in his first life. The wings had a strange feeling to them, he could control them like his own limbs, just like his tail. They also ripped the back of his coat apart as they came out, but well, you can't win them all. Still, it was then that his desire to learn more about himself grew once more. Not that it needed to grow any more, but it just added more intrigue on top of intrigue. He already knew his body adapted to its surroundings constantly. His underwater form was proof of that. But now? It seemed that his body didn't just shift in major ways because of his surroundings, his transformation depended on his will as well. He may have gotten some hints regarding that when he managed to cover his tenketsu and alter his height, but he didn't think he'd ever be able to grow more limbs from his body. At that moment, the first thing he tried while flying was to grow another arm. But he was not able to do so. He then tried to grow another leg, but that was not successful either. He did manage to alter their size greatly but did not grow more limbs. He couldn't grow another mouth, nor could he grow himself a pair of eyes. It was regrettable, but also expected, and likely for the better. Getting used to new limbs was not all that easy, and he had already lived his entire life the way he was. What he did manage to do, however, was grow a second pair of wings, which seemed to increase his speed as well. He made his body slimmer as he eventually caught up to the Jinchuriki and struck him down, slashing him in half with his strongest attack. He knew that he couldn't go easy on a tailed beast of all things, so he didn't hesitate to kill it instantly, using the vast majority of his chakra, keeping only enough to not turn to stone. He did notice the distinct lack of Onaki. He had felt the old Tsuchikage somewhere within the forest as he flew by. But the midget seemed to be immobile at the time, so Ken didn't bother going after him and wasting precious minutes while Yuzuzo got farther and farther away. Yuzuzo was already at the edges of Ken's perception at the time. Even a minute of stagnation would have likely meant losing him. Sure, following his scent might have been possible, but there was always the possibility of him hiding his scent, making clones and sending them in different directions. Just the possibility was too much of a bother. Well, now that the Jinchuriki was dead, the first thing the masked assassin did was to check his corpse. The tailed beast chakra had already dissipated, and the body of the cage returned to that of a human, still split in two right down the middle. His cage had long since been blown away, and Ken could clearly feel a split expression of pure terror on his face. It was clear that Yuzuzo's last moments were not pleasant. But Ken didn't care for that one bit. He simply walked over to his body and started searching him properly. Eventually, he managed to find the scroll he was looking for. A's arm. Well, it was most likely the scroll that contained A's arm. It was hidden in a seal hidden in between some bandages that he wore on his arm. Better to just take everything to make sure. And so, the assassin did just that. He didn't bother checking the first scroll. Instead, he stripped the Jinchuriki of everything he deemed useful or valuable before turning around and flying off. Using his wings was certainly more tiring than simply running, but it was also faster. There were no obstacles in the sky, nothing slowing him down. No flock of birds was stupid enough to even attempt to get close to him, so he had free rein to travel in the sky. The stamina consumption of flying meant that he wouldn't be able to do it endlessly like running. But he was certain he'd be able to fly for at least a few days before needing a stop for rest. But his current flight only took around 40 minutes. The chase hadn't taken that long, but the speed they had gone at increased exponentially when Ken grew his second pair of wings and the Jinchuriki started pushing himself to his limits. Now, Ken just took it at a more leisurely pace, enjoying the wind on his skin as he retracted the scales from most of his body, allowing what little chakra he had left to flow in all but his back. The first thing he felt? The Tsuchikage was no longer where he had fallen. In that instant, Ken dived down into that forest, a confusing scene for the Reikage and B, who were observing him in the distance. Ken landed on the ground, raising a cloud of dust around him. In front of him was a rather large crater, with the imprint of a small body in the middle. Blood seemed to trail in one direction and into the woods. The assassin's nostrils flared for a second. He immediately picked up a few more scents near the crater. Anbu likely. The trail feels faint, if anything, my chances of catching them are rather low. The main problem was that, no matter how good Ken's senses were, the Anbu still had countless ways of hiding their tracks, and they were used to doing so against countless techniques similar to Ken's. They were no longer within that patch of forest too, outside of Ken's overall senses. I could try to follow the scent of blood. But it seems to cut off at some point, and the others seem to have split up. Anbu are always going to be annoying. In the end, the assassin just shook his head and turned around. There was no point in crying over spilt milk. Onaki was strong, but he wasn't someone Ken couldn't handle. Now, the assassin even had an advantage in the air that the Reikage didn't, so that meant that Onaki's strategy of flying up and shooting Keki-Itta around was not going to be that easy to pull off. Ken's wings provided him with a lot more maneuverability in mid-air, making him a lot harder to hit than someone like the Reikage. Regardless, the blind assassin wrote off the Tsuchikage as someone to keep an eye out for. But otherwise not that worrisome of a threat. He's more likely to target the cloud than to target the Dark Brotherhood anyway. I doubt he'll put the pieces together and realize I was the Grey Fox as well. Yuzuzo had more chances of doing that. He seemed relatively smart, but now he was relatively dead. Still, he had been smart enough to fool the Tsuchikage anyway. Well, he took advantage of the Tsuchikage's panic at the time to pull the wool over his eyes. But it was a win nonetheless. A win that managed to put him in Ken's visors as a person of interest, someone to pay attention to and be careful around. His death meant that Ken could now focus his attention elsewhere. Ken's wings flapped as he reached the wreckage and B in a few more minutes, his wings creating a powerful wind that forced B, who was now supplying the wreckage with chakra, to close his eyes. The wreckage clenched his fist, a purplish aura covered him and 2 ephemeral tentacles grew out of that aura on his back. "How's the situation? Did you kill the fuckers?" The wreckage asked as the masked assassin landed in front of him and B. "The waterfall Jinchuriki is dead, here." Ken threw the scrolls he had taken from Yuzuzo's body. "Your son's remains should be in one of these scrolls." Ken crossed his arms and turned his head towards the wreckage, who seemed confused. "Why didn't you just check them yourself?" The wreckage's question went unanswered, as Ken just shrugged and pretended to look away. B just sighed as he got to work. The wreckage was still recovering. He also wanted to see the remains of his brother. He needed to do that in order to finally accept his death. The very first step of the process of healing from a loss. If there was no body, then even though they knew better, they would still forever be in denial. B started searching through the scrolls with a grave expression etched on his face. Ken just flexed his back, his scales entering his body and disappearing, alongside his large wings. The wreckage raised an eyebrow at that. It couldn't be helped, the scene was just that odd. The wings themselves were bigger than Ken's body, and seeing them just disappear was strange. To add to that, the assassin's flesh seemed to shift visibly as he retracted his wings, his muscles twitching as if an earthquake was contained within his body. It was both an unnatural and unnerving sight for B and the wreckage. Meanwhile, the Eight Tails was just intrigued, curious about the nature of Ken's existence still. But it didn't overstep boundaries to try and speak to him again. He merely hoped they would get a chance to do so later. The wreckage didn't dwell too much on Ken's monstrous abilities and body. Instead, his mind focused back on his own body, then on his missing arm. And then, he turned back to Ken. "What about the Tsuchikage?" He grasped at his stump. Most of the bleeding had stopped thanks to B's chakra, but it wasn't looking all that pretty. "That midget escaped. He was dropped off in the forest while I was following the Jinchuriki. I decided to prioritize chasing the still escaping target rather than the unconscious one." Ken's tone was steady, and his words sounded reasonable even, but that didn't mean the wreckage liked hearing them. "What? How long would it have taken to just fly down there and cut his head off?" The wreckage raised his voice without even realizing it. For once, he didn't care about shouting at Ken, he didn't care about diplomacy. He just cared about his son's killer getting away. "I don't know. A minute, maybe a few seconds? But the Jinchuriki was already getting away from my sensor range." Ken didn't react at all to the wreckage's raised voice. If it bothered him, he surely didn't show it. Sensor range? He was in the middle of the sky. If you kept your eyes peeled, you could have tracked him easily. The wreckage scowled, not satisfied at all with the assassin's explanation. "First off, we don't all have eyes, Lord Wreckage. Some of us just don't get that lucky. Second, if you had kept your eyes peeled, maybe you could have noticed that the Tsuchikage had only landed a few dozen kilometers from the place you stopped, and maybe you could have finished the job yourself." Ken's tone was just as cold as before, but there was a mocking undertone to it. The assassin didn't bother sticking around to hear the wreckage's response either. "You can send my payment to the Dark Brotherhood compound. Bye." After that, the assassin just disappeared. His job was done there, he saw no point in arguing with the wreckage. He didn't bother to focus on the wreckage, or B, he didn't care what they felt. But the two of them couldn't help but stare at the assassin's disappearing back in absolute shock. One of the most intimidating assassins alive. Someone capable of hunting down Cage like their prized prey. Is completely blind. B's mind had just imploded at that point. The wreckage himself was both too shocked and embarrassed to say anything. "Well, that could have gone better." The wreckage sighed as he turned and looked at the scrolls on the ground. He joined B in searching for his son's remains after that, knowing that there was no use in trying to find the assassin. Meanwhile, Ken didn't even spare them a thought. He just smiled as he hoped to feel a nice reaction from the Hokage. Mission's success. I wonder what Tasho is up to. I'll just send him a message to go back to base. Meanwhile, I'll just take my sweet time traveling back to the Leaf. Chapter 97, Taking One's Time, Children, and Perspective. As promised, Ken took his sweet time returning to the Leaf Village. He was sure they would get the message about the alliance falling apart. Hell, he was sure that the world would learn that the seven-tailed Jinchuriki got killed as well. And he was sure that his name would once again sound out in everyone's ears. Getting that much attention was a good thing, however. He had no reason to hide himself, and it just meant more work for the Dark Brotherhood. The waterfall was not stupid enough to make enemies out of the man that murdered their most powerful shinobi. They were likely just going to bide their time and try to grow stronger over time. But they were never going to pose a threat to the ever-growing Dark Brotherhood single-handedly. Ken was confident enough that the Dark Brotherhood would grow stronger than most villages. Currently, the only villages Ken thought stronger than his brotherhood were the Cloud and Leaf. Of course, he counted himself amongst the Brotherhood's forces in those calculations. Without him, the Dark Brotherhood would likely still be able to wipe the floor with the vast majority of smaller villages, but the large ones were harder targets. The Brotherhood had already grown a lot, in a very short time. The children were all grateful to their leader, and they were also glad to have grabbed onto that opportunity and persisted through the training. Many wanted to quit at first, especially the younger ones. They weren't ever going to train to become shinobi after all, they just wanted to live their lives happily. But thanks to the war taking everything away from them, even their young minds understood that there was no such thing as permanent happiness while weak. That was the realization that sparked their desire to grow stronger. And after a while, the gratitude they felt for the Dark Brotherhood's leader and his retainers was what drove them to become even stronger. Every child strived for their parental figure's agreement and attention. They weren't much different. Tasho had showered them with attention as well, but Ken was a bit different. He was hard to read at first, especially for the younger children. He didn't make too big an effort to get close to them either. At least not at first, slowly he had also started showing them more and more warmth. He became a stoic pillar to them, a person they looked up to. And the one person that deserved to be called their father. Tasho was more of a big brother to them, raising them, training them, and guiding them as a brother would. He was warm and always there for them essentially. He seemed to develop alongside them as well, growing both stronger and more mature as time passed. Akira was still as childish as all of them though, so he was no father figure. And lastly, Saburo was not exactly approachable. Well, at least he acted friendly enough. They were certainly a dysfunctional family. But Tatsuksho and the rest wouldn't have had it otherwise. The other children seemed to be getting a bit restless. No one likes whenever our father stays out for too long. But this situation is a bit different from the ones before. We had just dealt with some personal business alongside him. The 7 swordsmen were the targets of his hatred for what must have been years. I remember first walking into his office when he officially started training me and seeing their posters on that wall by his side. It was strange, really. But I didn't pay much mind to it. I focused on my training and grew as strong as possible in that short time. As you already pointed out to him directly, our stoic father figure always taught us, both through his own words and through the others' instructors, that one's feelings should never lead their actions. But then the revenge happened. Sure, it wasn't anything too dangerous for us, the 7 swordsmen were separated and killed off in quick succession. It all seemed fine at first, father was certainly acting stranger than usual. He wasn't exactly the type to mock his targets after all. After the ordeal was over, much faster than we had anticipated, we all returned to base. And only father remained behind. It's always hard to tell what goes on in his mind, but I doubt there were any pleasant thoughts in there. Revenge is a messy affair. All of us have been wronged by others in the past, be it to stray shinobi or to bandits. We all lost loved ones that we wish to avenge. But most of us have already chosen to not let that hatred rule our lives. We decided to live on, grow stronger, and live our lives with our new families while looking forward to the future. It's what our parents would have wanted from us anyway. At least this is the case for most, and for myself as well. I would love to find the shinobi that cut off my leg. I would love to slice his throat with my own 2 hands. But at the same time, it's not even worth the time to seek that lowlife out. I'd much rather spend my time with my brothers and sisters, basking in the warmth of a family, dysfunctional or not. I wish father thought the same. But at the same time, he was also more than strong enough to take his revenge. He had the means, the resources, the reach, and the influence to handle the backlash from the mist. I guess it just felt wrong to not do it. But the fact that he hasn't returned is what is truly concerning to most of us. After an episode like that, it feels odd not seeing him here. We don't know if he's safe, or how he was affected by finally having his revenge. I know he is safe, wherever he is. In my mind, there isn't much out there capable of matching him in strength. Maybe only the tailed beasts and the god of shinobi? It's hard to tell, I've only heard stories about them. But I don't know if there are many humans capable of matching up to our father. Among the older children, there is also that sense of uncertainty. What if father only wanted to build the brotherhood to take out his enemies? What if he only built it for the purpose of revenge? It was certainly an unusual thought for us, loyal children. Not once has father shown that he just wanted to use us. If anything, he is postponing our use until we are all older and more mature. It's clear that he had plans for the future, or is at least thinking for our future. But that's not the only reason that thought is stupid in my opinion. First and foremost, father is strong, his back won't bend or break in the face of any adversity. He could have easily killed all 7 of the swordsmen without breaking a sweat. And the mist itself is likely nothing to him. Father is not a normal human, that much is clear. Big Bro Tatsuksho. When do you think father is coming back? Currently, I am supervising the training of the younger ones. It's my task until Big Bro Tasho returns. Lord Saburo is apparently concentrating on something rather important in his laboratory. The little girl that stood in front of me with a confused expression must be not even 1 centimeter above 1.3 m. She has short black hair with bangs that cover her eyes. She is currently wearing black training clothes, much like the rest of us. Omabi, my cutest younger sister. Her body was small, and lithe. Besides you, she is the most flexible one among us. She is also among the youngest, being only 10 years old, 5 years my junior. Don't worry Umi, father is just out on another mission. He'll be returning to us soon enough, no need to worry about him ever abandoning us. My answer sounds a bit generic, but most of my brothers and sister put a lot of weight on my words. So just hearing me say that is enough to comfort them. It seems to have been enough for little Omabi anyway. She just nodded with a cute smile on her face and skipped off to continue her training. Feeling them respect and look up to me this much is a bit stressful. Is this how father feels when looking at all of us? I somehow doubt it. He is a greater man than me, I still have much to learn. After father personally trained me, I became one of his 2 direct disciples. You and I. Both of us have gained a heightened position in the eyes of our brothers and sisters. Even if you isn't fully a part of the brotherhood, she still is an honorary sister to us and master's first personal disciple. I am the second, despite being the first among my peers. Tisk, so you think leader is still planning to use us in some way? Was using us for his revenge not enough? Here comes number 2. Can't ever get any time to rest with this guy around. What's your point exactly, Morita? Morita, a blonde 14-year-old standing at around 1.7 meters, the same height as me. He is 1 year younger. Mr. 2 as he is called, he is the second ranking among us recruits, the one that sits right under me. My point? My point is that we should ask this so-called father to clarify his intentions. His voice grates my ears. But I don't blame or resent him either. There is no such place for these emotions in a true family. He is a disillusioned child. Father's attention and time aren't limitless, and the children that don't get his recognition may end up throwing tantrums. This is just one example of that. A childish outburst. Teenage angst, whichever it is, I don't resent my little brother for it. I have matured faster than my peers, maybe fueled by trauma among other things, but I have a good understanding of a child's mind. Still, he's lucky that Yu is currently back at her real father's home, visiting him after a big mission. If she was here, then no rumors about Lord Ken would ever be flying around as they are. And no one would dare to speak out like this. I'm pretty sure she would have spiked his food with a strong laxative at best. Regardless, he wouldn't have ended up too well. But I also shouldn't let him speak in such a manner about father. It's straining the atmosphere and interfering with the training of my smaller siblings. Just as I was about to tell Morita off, someone decided to interject. Maybe if you have such complaints, you should address them to him directly. A deep voice broke out at the side, and another person appeared in the field. It was none other than Big Bro Tasho, with that strange living sword wrapped in bandages and strapped on his back. Be Big Bro. Even if Morita has complaints about father, he would never dare to speak out against Tasho, who recruited all of us and has essentially raised us this whole time. As expected, the children flocked to him, all excited to hear news about both Tasho and our father. Morita sulked a bit to the side, unsure how to react. Tasho took off his mask, smiling at the children and speaking to them a bit, before he finally walked up to Morita, who was standing at the side awkwardly. The children were silent as they saw that. They didn't know what to expect, they may have had their own dissatisfaction, but Morita was the only one to voice them out in that manner. It had been the first time one of them had actually done such a thing. So they didn't know how Tasho or their father would react. I was serious. Toshio's voice was calm, his gaze was warm as he looked at the blonde fledgling assassin. What? Morita seems a bit panicky and confused. Thankfully, Big Bro Tasho didn't let him stir in confusion for too long. If you have any issues, don't hesitate to speak up. Leader may seem a bit cold outwardly, but he takes all of your opinions into account. If you have any complaints, you can always speak to him. Ha, I can see the panic vanishing from Morita's face, he just skulked, rubbing his elbow and looking at the ground with a childish pout on his face. Tasho then turned around to the other children. All of you can speak to him. The doors to his office are open most days. Currently, he's out dealing with the leaf and making some deals. But he will be back soon. Tasho then patted Nr.2 on the shoulder, nodding to him, before leaving us to our training. As soon as he left, the children broke into talk, voices overlapping each other as they spoke of things they wanted to tell their father, and how excited they were for him to come back. Knowing them all, they'll keep this up till dinner, we can't have that. Get back to training if you're done gawking. My shout seems to have awakened them back to reality. Father isn't home yet, so they needed to continue their training and wait for him diligently. Morita, as much as he likes to complain, also went back to training. Ah! We really are a dysfunctional family. Chapter 98, Tide-Breaking Move, War Council and Lurking Plot. The war turned the entire world and elemental nations into a turbulent ocean. Many waves rose and fell, breaking against each other as well as the rocks that popped up from time to time. But the news that broke out was what completely shifted the tide of the current war. The complete breakdown of the largest and most powerful alliance that had originally started the war. Its circumstances were strange. A few rumors circulated said that the Raikage son was murdered by the Tsuchikage, who colluded with the Whirlpool Cage and Mizu Cage. Other rumors said that the Reikage attacked the others in a fit of rage without any proper evidence and only speculations. To that point, only the waterfall cage was confirmed dead. His bisected body had been found by a few wandering shinobi that were fleeing from the scene. Reports spoke of the man's fearful gaze even in death. They were also quickly able to speculate who the perpetrator was. The Dark Brotherhood's involvement in the matter was a public thing already. Although Tasho had done his best in hunting them down, there were too many Anbu to track down and kill in order to keep rumors in check. But all was fine. To Ken, the rumors would just provide validity to the success of his mission. Although now the world believed him to be in some sort of alliance with the Reikage. There were several rumors regarding that as well. His involvement here, coupled with his involvement in the death of the Mist Swordsman, led many to speculate that the Dark Brotherhood was now getting involved in the Shinobi Wars. Some speculated that he only got involved in order to avenge the son of the Reikage, as they were rumored to have known each other. There was also the speculation that the Dark Brotherhood was just the Reikage's hired help, which was what had actually happened. The Mizukage was able to confirm that eventually, clearing a few things up with his recollection of events after he finally returned to his homeland and spoke to the rulers of the Land of Water. He wasn't able to confirm much else regarding what had occurred, only confirmed that the Reikage had accused the Tsuchikage and Waterfall Cage of killing his son. He wasn't able to confirm who had killed the Seven Tails Jinchuriki of the waterfall, but he did say it was most likely the Red Dot, claiming that the Reikage was injured against the Tsuchikage. Thanks to his words, and the royalty of the Land of Water that decided to spread it, the events of that day became a lot clearer. No one really knew what means the Red Dot was used to kill the Waterfall Cage. People that had seen the scene of the split mountain did say that it was most likely an overwhelming force. The fact that Ken was capable of such a thing essentially cemented him as a figure on par with the god of shinobi in the eyes of the elemental nations. There was also more interesting news circulating regarding the Red Dot, things that were more personal in nature. Rumors on the streets, among restaurants, and inns all over the elemental nations. The Red Dot, the world's strongest bounty hunter, is blind. It was a difficult pill to swallow, especially for people that had dealt with Ken before, like the Grass Village and even the Mizukage. The rumor itself was believed to have been spread by a grieving bee in a tavern in a random village within the Land of Lightning. It was spread in the form of a rap, which was typical for the Jinchuriki. Rumors also said that B was currently still under house arrest as a punishment for spreading said information in his drunken stupor. 2 weeks was all that was needed for that much to get out in the world. And Ken was still leisurely walking towards the Land of Fire at that time. Both unaware and unbothered by any news getting out. It wasn't like he cared about hiding his lack of sight. He had already foreseen that his reputation would grow in the entire debacle, it was only natural. He realized that would be the case from the moment he accepted the Reikage's request to get personally involved in the whole mess. More reputation, more influence, more money. More enemies. Regardless, things are looking up for the Dark Brotherhood. By the time the assassin was at Konoha's gates, he was already accompanied silently by a few masked Anbu. They formed a circle around him as he walked forwards. No one stopped him or questioned his presence, instead, they led him as he walked towards the cage building. Before actually stepping into the village, the blind monster formed the hand signs for a very basic transformation. He altered his height as he allowed his back to slouch over, he immediately took the form of a wrinkly old man with a straw hat and permanently closed eyes. He wore the clothes of a civilian and wore the large backpack of a peddler. A very basic disguise as an old traveling merchant. The Anbu around him looked at the transformation for a second, before nodding to each other and tightening the circle around Ken, to avoid any slight possibility that he would slip through and they'd lose sight of him. After all, the Red Dot had proven that he was a lot more dangerous than the Seven Tails, a tailed beast capable of leveling a small village in seconds. Sure, Konoha had its defenses, but it was better to not take any chances when dealing with such a potential threat. Anyway, having a posse of masked cloaked men was certainly catching the attention of others within the village. Quite a lot of gazes were on Ken as he walked on the pebble streets of the Leaf. From gate guards and common shinobi to stall owners, children, and civilians. Ken didn't pay them any mind, although he didn't exactly like the attention. He liked making sneaky entrances whenever possible, taking people by surprise was always entertaining, and it also provided him with an edge in any negotiation that would take place. Alas, it wasn't like he could sneak into the Leaf Village effectively. Their detection was a lot better than that of the Land of Iron thanks to the seals they employed. Ken was still quite far from a Fuinjutsu master, so bypassing their seals was easier said than done. Space-time ninjutsu was a way to do it though, but he needed to leave a reverse summoning mark somewhere in the village for that. Better to try and do that later. Here's hoping I won't need it, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Having an easy way to reach a hidden village could come in handy. But he needed to hide the reverse summoning scroll very well. It was also possible that the hidden leaf had some countermeasures against a reverse summoning jutsu, but Ken wouldn't know it unless he tried. His method of using the summoning jutsu was quite unheard of from what Kazue had claimed. Marking others as contracted beasts was an extremely unusual way of going about things apparently. Figures, hey? Shinobi were supposed to think around the rules around them, but most limited themselves to the rules of their techniques, which was why most shinobi still needed to perform all hand signs for even basic jutsu. In truth, rules existed to be bent and changed to one's will. It was just the nature of things. At least Ken believed it to be so. Ken and his posse of Anbu didn't take a long time to reach the cage building. In there, the disguised assassin was led directly to a meeting room. Tables and chairs all circled around an empty circle in the middle of the room. Ken could sense several figures within the room, plenty of them relatively powerful. If my senses don't fail me, these are likely the heads of the most prominent clans. I guess the war is really going well for them to have the time to gather like this. Ken mused to himself as he stepped into the middle of the room without any hesitation, much to the surprise of most of the clan heads present. Oh, he seems quite bold. I like him already. A large, fat man spoke out from the side. His hairstyle was similar to Ken's as well, having long spiky hair flowing all the way to his lower back. The only difference was that his was more puffed out, similar in style to an afro on top. Calm down, Shzi, this isn't the time to make friends. A colder, more calculating voice spoke out from the side. A slimmer man with his hair caught upward in a ponytail was the one speaking out this time. He does have a point, Shikaku. This may very well be a good chance to form a friendly relationship with one of the strongest men alive. Another solemn voice added from the side. The speaker this time was also a slim man with sunken cheeks, his hair was caught in his headband, and he wore his hair spiky on top and ending in a long ponytail that reached all the way to his lower back. Enough, Inoichi, Shikaku, Choza. A colder voice from the side commanded the clan heads to be silent in a demanding and arrogant tone. Ken tilted his head as he realized the identities of some of the people in the room. If I'm not mistaken, the ones that spoke out first were the clan heads of the Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka respectively. Their trio is considered to be quite deadly. I can appreciate their honesty at least. The one interrupting them may be the young head of the Uchiha clan. Wicked Eye Fugaku Uchiha. I heard a lot about him and his clan. They possess what is considered the strongest dojutsu, hey. Ken rubbed his chin as he undid his transformation, surprising absolutely none of the clan heads. It's been a while, Lord Hokage. And it is a pleasure to meet with the various clan heads present here today. Ken took a slight bow, showing his respect to the people present as a gesture of goodwill on his part. That gesture was returned for the most part. Most of the people present either bowed back slightly in their chairs or nodded in appreciation to the assassin. Ken did feel two people scoffing at his greeting, which gave him enough knowledge on who to focus on during the meeting. The head of the Uchiha, and I don't actually know the other one. Ken felt a man that stood right by Hiruzen's side scoffing. He seemed about the same age as the Hokage. He had a shaggy hairstyle, tufts of hair reaching eye level. He seemed to be dressed in standard Joinin armor, with slight variations, much like the rest of the clan heads present. Ken could also feel a distinct scar on his chin when focusing hard enough on his face, which gave away his identity. Danzo Shimura, the third Hokage's right-hand man. Ken's lips pursed as he turned his head to the Hokage. I think you have already heard about what happened with the alliance. Ken raised his head and angled his mask towards the Hokage. Hiruzen took a puff from the tobacco pipe in his hand as he nodded. It was hard to believe, really. I was not expecting such a performance, in all honesty. Sarutobi smiled as he looked at the assassin with an appreciative gaze. Oh, it was nothing. I just happened to have the right motivation. Ken nodded back to the Hokage, who just sighed at his words. Oh Lord! If others could accomplish that much with just motivation, this war would have ended within a few days. Hiruzen puffed out a cloud of smoke as he smiled and prepared to compliment the assassin's work. But Danzo chimed in at just the right moment. Enough senseless posturing. You did your part of the deal, it's only natural for you to do so. Now, although not all elders of this village agreed to make the deal with you, the Hokage gave his word before consulting with us, so we are obliged to keep it. His rough voice did help turn the atmosphere in the room a few degrees colder. The other elders and clan heads present didn't react in any meaningful way, likely already used to Danzo and his temperament. Hiruzen frowned a bit, but he didn't dispute Danzo's words. He had taken quite the drastic decision all by himself. But he had figured it to be the best course of action for the benefit of the village. After all, he didn't lose anything even if Ken failed. And even if he succeeded, the Hokage knew that the assassin's request was a rather easy one to achieve. Glad to hear the deal is still going through. I would hate it for there to be complications at this stage. Ken nodded at Danzo as he smiled underneath his mask. His tone was cheerful, happy even. The Hokage's right-hand man narrowed his eyes at the assassin's veiled threat. It was so vague that it couldn't even be considered a threat, so Danzo couldn't even call him out on it. So, how come the Toad Sage is not present in this meeting? Ken tilted his head as he crossed his arms. Before that, I hope you wouldn't mind taking off your mask. It is quite rude that you are facing us while keeping your identity hidden. Fugaku scowled at the assassin, finally speaking out, much to the displeasure of the Hokage. Great, we're back to senseless formalities. Danzo also rolled his eyes at the clan leader's arrogance. But Fugaku had all the reason to be arrogant, he was the clan head of what was most likely the strongest clan currently alive. To everyone's surprise, Ken didn't even hesitate for 1 second in taking off his mask. I must admit, there is not much of a face there. I hope that won't be a problem, Uchiha. Ken's voice did sound a few degrees colder, sending a shiver down the spines of some of the people present, especially when combined with what they saw. Fugaku's scowl receded as his eyes widened. Every elder and clan head stared at the mangled face of the world's greatest bounty hunter. Their reactions were different, some looked with shock and awe, some with pity, and some with disgust. The older elders seemed to be less sympathetic, but the clan heads were mostly shocked. Fugaku also seemed to scratch his head, flabbergasted in a sense, his gaze wandering off to the side, away from the assassins. So the rumors were true. Hiruzen even blurted out in shock, he hadn't quite believed them at first, but now? He had no choice but to believe them. Same for Danzo, who immediately started thinking of ways to use the red dots condition against him. Rumors? Well, whatever. I hope this won't be a problem, Lord Hokage. Ken nodded once more towards the Hokage, his eyeless face turned towards him the same way as before. It seemed a lot more creepy now that everyone realized Ken was just turning his head for show, not to look at others. It won't be an issue, apologies for the outburst. The Hokage slightly bowed his head, showing the assassin respect, much to the disapproval of Danzo. I also would like to apologize for forcing you to reveal your face. I'm sure you were wearing a mask for a reason, Having your identity exposed in such a way is unfortunate. Hiruzen showcased a shocking amount of honesty. Ken was genuinely surprised. The clan heads didn't seem all that shocked, some of them even nodded in understanding. After all, the only reason one would wear a mask was to protect their identity, right? It was clearly a fixture of Ken's. He likely kept his private life separate since he was an elusive individual. It is fine, no one besides the Dark Brotherhood knows this face. My identity is my mask. The fixture of a red dot, it's become a lot more symbolic than a malformed visage. The clan heads all seemed to sweat a bit at his words. In a sense, it was to be expected from the world's best bounty hunter and assassin. His identity had become so ingrained in his psyche that he didn't even think or care about having a private life. To Danzo and Fugaku, such a thing was certainly commendable. It made the assassin seem quite a bit more impressive in their eyes. Well then. Currently, we are holding a war meeting. Your arrival was a bit of an interlude, honestly. I will send word for Jiraiya to come back urgently, but you will have to stay within the village for a few days. I hope that is not an issue. The Hokage quickly pulled the subject back on track, and the assassin just nodded. That is okay with me. After that, the assassin nodded, putting his mask back on and turning around. The Anbu that had led him to the cage building were the ones to lead him to his temporary house, a small apartment off to the side of the cage building, highly monitored. At least they have nice snacks. Ken thought to himself as he bit into a few dangos on a stick. He had asked the Anbu for them, and they surprisingly gave him whatever he wanted. Hurry up and wait, hey. In the end, the assassin just sighed and went on with his day. Unbeknownst to him, a plot was already unraveling in the darkness, as a few shinobi of the Sand Village had somehow managed to slip past the village's defenses. Their objective? The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Chapter 99, Kidnapping, Tracking, and Flawed Justice. The blind assassin yawned as he did a few more handstand push-ups to pass the time. A long sword leaned on the wall by the side of his relatively large room. He was given privacy within the confines of that home, but every exit and entrance to the house was closely monitored. They really aren't taking any chances, hey. He didn't feel all that bad about their lack of trust. A hidden village would normally be that guarded. It was mostly the same while he was at the Cloud Village for a while. It did irritate him that the village elders weren't quite appreciative of his efforts. Danzo even had the gall to imply that Konoha didn't have any obligation to hold its part of the deal. The assassin was half a mind to kill him then and there. There was no point in trying to build friendly relations with a nation that didn't show him any respect or goodwill. But it seemed that the Hokage had already talked with Danzo beforehand. And Hiruzen was adamant about keeping his part of the deal. At least that was the vibe that Ken had gotten from that meeting. Only the Hokage and some of the clan heads were friendly and seemed to wish to form some sort of alliance. Maybe they were a bit forward, but at least they were respectful. It would have been nice if the others were a bit more tactful. Unlike the Uchiha clan head, who essentially ordered Ken to take off his mask. Now, the blind monster didn't care about people seeing his face. He had no reason to care about it. But it was simply a lack of respect at the end of the day. One wouldn't ask a foreign Anbu to take off their mask if they were making a deal with a different land, it didn't matter if they were in the presence of the whole war council or not. Ken was not some random bounty hunter off the street, he was a legend of the shinobi world at that point, leading an organization that was the equivalent of a hidden village in the land of samurai. He didn't need his ego to be inflated by some useless village executives, but some respect could have still gone a long way. Whatever, shinobi will always be shinobi. My presence does warrant a certain degree of caution. The real problem was the Hokage's right-hand man. And his shady demeanor. That Danzo. He isn't even an elder from what I remember, just Hiruzen's attendant. There isn't much information about him out there, all I know is that he used to be in the same team as the third Hokage. Ken pondered about it for a few minutes, but he couldn't do anything besides sigh in the end. Then he felt something strange. His senses flared, he felt as if a blanket had been taken off of his head. The barriers fallen. The Fuinjutsu that made infiltrating Konoha undetected fell for exactly 1 minute, it was almost unnoticeable to a regular shinobi, it came and went fast, but the outage was noticed by Ken's enhanced senses. The more powerful people within the city were bound to have noticed it as well. It was clear what had happened. Someone infiltrated the village. Ken had no way of knowing why exactly, he wasn't paying full attention to the entire village, too much information to process, his mind was still human after all. But the Leaf was sure to start investigating instantly, and they certainly jumped into action quickly. Ken could feel a few of the people stationed at his house running off, leaving it with less supervision. I'll take this chance. Might as well find a place to hide that scroll, and investigate whatever is happening in the hidden village. I can use that as an excuse as well if I get found out. Ken's curiosity ended up taking the better of him, and he immediately turned into a blur. The first thing he did was use the distraction of his watchers to create a lighting clone, to which he bestowed most of his chakra. He left it in the bedroom, before turning into a blur. He escaped from his extremely small window, his body twisting and bending unnaturally at great speeds as he ran off into the distance. The shinobi observing his house weren't able to observe his departure due to the mess that came with reorganizing their surveillance to work with fewer people. Ken couldn't really feel them blink because most of them wore masks, but he trusted his speed to slip by unnoticed. The blind assassin took off his mask and tied his hair in a spiky ponytail, leaving a long tuft of hair to obscure most of his face beside his mouth. He also took off his armor and put on the most unassuming clothes he had. He looked just like a civilian, he blended into the village with ease, walking on the streets with a wide smile on his face. He also managed to find a nice place to leave a reverse summoning scroll, right underneath a large dumpster without wheels. It's gonna be unpleasant to get reverse summoned into trash. But hopefully, they won't find it. The disguised assassin then put his hands behind his head and whistled as he walked off. The defensive barrier in the city was unlikely to spot him as a difference since he hadn't even left himself enough chakra to be classified as a genin, so he was free to wander for now. Ken wasn't stupid however, he realized that some more skilled shinobi will be sent to his home to check on him. If they were skilled enough, they would also notice that he had left a clone there. But only someone like the White Fang or the Hokage personally might be able to tell the difference. So he wasn't particularly worried about getting found out. Even if he was to be found out, it wasn't like he was doing anything bad. And so, his elbows raised to the sky as he smiled and blended into the streets. He looked so unassuming that no one even bothered to give him a second look. His presence was fleeting. But his senses were spread out all around him, he was feeling the wind bend around various houses within the village, and he was looking for anything out of the ordinary. Eventually, he found it. A rather large home in the distance, currently vacant, one door was open large, and there were no real signs of struggle, but Ken noticed quite a few lingering scents as he got closer to the house. It mostly permeated with a sweet smell, likely belonging to a young girl. But there were 4 more distinct smells fresh in that home. And as he stood at the door of that house, he also felt other shinobi approaching the house from other directions. I guess someone important lives here. It may be worth following the scents for now. It'll take a while for them to track it otherwise. It felt odd, the home belonged to a little girl alone from what Ken could sense, and the other 4 seemed to be grown men. It's worth observing them for a bit. Ken smiled, his hair swaying in the wind as he turned into a blur right before shinobi surrounded the house. He immediately started tracking down the culprits. He jumped over the village walls without even bothering to look behind. Strangely enough, there weren't many people guarding that part of the wall, which was likely why the intruders had targeted it, to begin with. As he ventured further into the forest at a steady pace, he picked up on yet another scent. Another person started tracking them down. Strange, was he waiting outside for his allies? But he seems to be trailing the intruders much like I am. The assassin was like a bloodhound, his spiky ponytail swaying in the wind as he jumped from tree to tree. The bangs of hair covering his scarred face didn't move at all, disregarding the wind. He trailed the scents perfectly. He was able to reimagine the route they had taken, the way they had walked, their positions. The girl seemed to be either tied up on one of the kidnapper's shoulders or on his back. And the other 3 kidnappers all seemed to form a triangle around the one carrying the girl. 2 stood in line with him, 1 covered their backs. Meanwhile, the other scent he had tracked seemed to trail behind them perfectly. The person in question seemed quite trained, but the blind assassin could still notice some mistakes. Like the fact that he had left some fallen leaves behind. Thankfully the kidnappers hadn't noticed it, but it was still a rather big mistake for a good assassin. Then again, shinobi aren't exactly conventional assassins, most of them are soldiers that use special tricks to fight. Only the Anbu, the special ops, really handle assassinations normally. The Anbu were certainly the most trained when it came to stealth. But there were some exceptions of Jonin that were particularly good at it. Ken had come to realize that nature energy and the special skill he had created in his past life were the only reasons he could outmatch some of the more skilled shinobi in stealth. They were just that good. If they had the tools he had, they would have been just as skilled. But they lacked the talent to create such a sadistic technique, and for some reason, not many people could handle nature energy like Ken could. Still, the shinobi he was trailing were all skilled. The 4 kidnappers were covering their tracks perfectly, and the one tracking them was skilled enough to not get noticed by them. Eventually, Ken ran into something interesting. The unconscious body of one of the kidnappers. It made him pick up his pace, no longer taking the matter so leisurely. He started spreading his senses to their limits, his mouth turning into a slight smile. The person tracking the kidnappers is a lot more skilled than I gave them the credit for. It seems he was able to take one out without any of them noticing it. It wasn't long before he finally found the group, his senses finally catching up to them as he turned into a blur and appeared on a tree right above them, concealing his presence effortlessly. Sensing the situation down in the forests, he realized that things were certainly dire. One of the kidnappers appeared to have been stabbed in the chest with a kunai, the other 2 seemed to be encroaching on the girl and the young boy. A boy wearing an opened-up sweater, regular pants and sandals, and a headband on his forehead. His hair was also raised up high and spiky. So the skilled tracker that made a mockery of these trained shinobi that infiltrated the village is a boy as young as I am. Well, it's hard to tell, he may be even younger. The boy seemed to have pulled the girl away from the kidnappers. He was also uninjured, which was an accomplishment in itself. He wasn't even panting, but he had lost the element of surprise. The shinobi were in a formation that made it impossible to take them all out silently one by one. He had only managed to pick off the one that had stayed in the back, but the other 3 were too close together, and they were all in each other's peripheral vision. That much Ken was able to tell when he was tracking their scents as well, which was why he hurried to catch up to them. Each kidnapper seemed to be carrying a weapon. One had a sword, and the other had a ball and chain, which was wrapped around his wrist. Ken couldn't tell much about their appearance besides the fact that they wore generic shinobi clothing and masks. They had no headbands, so he couldn't tell what villages they were from. Minato. The little girl's tired voice was the first one that Ken heard. She seemed shocked to see him. Ken could feel some of her features as well. She seemed to be wearing some sort of dress, alongside sandals that extended upwards to her thighs. She seemed to have very long hair, and she also wore her headband in the same way as Minato. And then he felt the chakra within her. So much that he couldn't even sense an end to it. It was only then that he finally realized who she was. The current nine-tailed Jinchuriki. Kazue's little sister, Kushina Uzumaki. Ken could feel the young man's head angle towards Kushina, and give her a warm smile. The calm smile on Ken's mouth receded a bit when he felt that. His lips turned downward in a slight scowl. But he wasn't scowling at the Minato rescuing Kushina. He wasn't scowling at his bravery. But rather, at himself. A child so kind ended up as a shinobi? This world really is unfair. But then again, could Ken really claim that the boy was an exception to the norm? The assassin couldn't help but think back to the shinobi he had killed in the past. How many of them had the potential to give someone such a warm smile? How many of them had the potential to live a fulfilling life? The truth was that Ken had no way of answering that question. He couldn't possibly know. He had never bothered to look at shinobi in such a way. To him, they were barely even human, not deserving of a second look as their corpses dried out in a field. He had forged alliances with some, but he had kept them at arm's length. He hadn't ever cared about actually befriending shinobi. But it was the smile of that child that reminded him that shinobi were people as well. Not the screams of pain and agony of the thousands he had killed in cold blood. For a second, that realization dwelled on the assassin's shoulders, before he heaved a sigh and shook his head. Innocent or guilty? Why did I think it would be a good idea to take it upon myself to judge that? He remembered his promise for a second. To plunge a blade into his own stomach if he took the life of an innocent. He had no way to prove that he had done so yet. But now he also realized that he was too conceited. Who am I to judge them anyway? He was nothing more than a maniac fulfilling whatever fantasy of justice he had in his mind. Nothing more than a hypocrite. Well, better that I realized this now than never. The two unmarked shinobi seemed to have approached Minato and Kushina. The young man was preparing to roll backwards with Kushina still in his hands. He hadn't even managed to untie her yet, but he had cut away some of the rope already. The two shinobi seemed to be fast though, at least faster than him while he was carrying Kushina. But they didn't get to reach Minato and Kushina. They both stopped dead in their tracks, their muscles standing rigid at the sight in front of them. Out of nowhere, a figure appeared behind their targets. A figure they could only describe as frightful. He was tall, filled with muscle, his face was mostly covered by hair, and he wore regular civilian clothing, but there was just something unnerving about the way he appeared in front of them. Neither shinobi could even feel his presence there. They both gulped as they thanked God for having their sights intact to even be able to see their opponent. But they soon realized that seeing their opponent didn't matter at all. A chilling murderous intent exuded out of the man in the very next second, their hair stood straight as their spines trembled in fear. No amount of training could have ever prepared them for that feeling of dread that set in alongside that man's presence. They weren't prepared. They weren't prepared at all. Nature itself didn't seem to be prepared for his rage. The grass around them all started bending away from the people they were trying to approach, the trees around them seemed to be bending away from them as well. Both Minato and Kushina noticed that change, their eyes widening in shock. They couldn't feel the murderous intent, it wasn't directed at them at all. But they still got a feeling of dread just from seeing the way nature reacted. They slowly looked behind, only to see a tall man tower over them. His face was mostly covered by hair, but they could only see his mouth, noticing a cold scowl on it. "Seems I've run into something interesting." The man's cold voice sent shivers down the spines of all of the people present. "I hope we can get out of this alive," was the only thing Minato could think of at the time. Chapter 100, Creepy but Helpful Stranger, Warmth and Attackers. Minato gulped as he hoped for the best inwardly. He could only hope that the newcomer would first focus on the two unmarked shinobi and that they'd be able to use that chance to escape. Minato trusted his speed at the end of the day, he knew that he could probably get away while carrying Kushina if given the chance. Kushina, who was currently in Minato's arms, felt her back get colder with sweat as she watched the creepy figure of the man behind them. But strangely enough, it also gave her a safe feeling. She couldn't feel any bad intentions from him. Kurama, the nine-tailed fox within her, watched the scene through her eyes. Its interest was immediately piqued. That thing. Did Father Hago Romo create more brothers? No, he has long since departed this world. It can't be. The gigantic orange fox could only watch the scene with wide red eyes. He couldn't speak through Kushina, hell the little girl couldn't even hear him. The seal that was placed on her was far stronger than even that which had been placed on Mito Uzumaki, her predecessor. All Kurama could do was watch without being able to do anything. He assumed the shinobi kidnapping his host was planning to try and use its power in some ways. The tailed beast planned to happily assist them. The second they so much as gave him an inch of leeway, he would take control of his host and blow up their flimsy village to bits. He didn't care about his new host's life, all he cared about was not being used by humans once more. But it seemed like such a thing wouldn't even be needed. Instead, something even more troublesome had popped up. The humanoid monster Kurama was looking at now was the source of that trouble. The tailed beast's mind reeled as it tried to remember its father's teachings. A natural tailed beast. Father feared such a thing would happen in the future. Kurama had been the one to remember most of his father's teachings. He was also the strongest among his brothers and sisters, he was the big brother of the group, and he knew he had a mission. I need to kill this thing before it grows even more. But how? The nine tails could do nothing but release a low growl that no one besides itself could hear. It remained gagged and bound inside the body of a child. So it was forced to watch as the situation unfolded. Minato opened his mouth to speak, but he couldn't even find the words as he looked at the shinobi that threatened his and Kushina's life. They were nothing more than twisted broken dolls on the ground. Both genin had barely even managed to notice after it had happened. But both of the shinobi were pancaked into the ground, their limbs bent and broken unnaturally. Their weapons were also crushed and tossed to the side unceremoniously. Two fully fledged jonin or enbyu died instantly. Minato wasn't exactly sure of their rankings, but he knew that they were above chunin. If they weren't, he would have been able to deal with them by himself. They were trained shinobi, all four of them. Minato had struggled to even take down two of them. But the man that towered over him seemed to be on a completely different playing field when compared to a normal shinobi. Kushina was also petrified, she looked at the blood of her captors pooling on the ground, filling up the small craters that their bodies being flung into the ground had created. After that, she looked at Minato, only for her eyes to widen at the resolute look on his face. She had always seen him as a pushover, unreliable, girly even. She never expected him to come to save her. That in itself was shocking to her. But seeing that resolute look in his eye, even when faced with what was essentially their certain death, just moved her in the right way. That led to her grabbing tightly onto Minato's shirt, doing her best to cling to the slight feeling of protection he was providing even in the middle of that dread. She turned her head to look at the creepy man that had killed her kidnappers. Who are you? Are you going to kill us as well? It sounded dejected, she had clearly given up to some extent, either that or she was hoping to somehow distract the monster while Minato looked for a way out for them. But it was at that moment that the feeling of dread completely vanished. The man appeared in front of them, crouched down, his mouth curled up into a warm smile, and the crushing atmosphere from before was completely crushed. Minato's eyes widened once more, shocked by the contrast as he then felt a large hand landing on his head. He was so shocked that he didn't even get to do anything. You did good, kid. The gruff man's voice had a kind cadence to it, completely unrecognizable to the youngsters. They barely had the time to process the situation, and it was already flipped on its head. To answer your questions. The strange man then looked at Kushina, giving her yet another warm smile. I won't harm either of you. Kushina and Minato, was it? The two couldn't help but nod almost on cue. Well, first off, Minato. As I've said, you did well pursuing the kidnappers on your own. You made some mistakes, but the fact that there were so few of them despite your age means your talent is among the best I've ever seen. The young boy blinked a few times when hearing the stranger's praise. It was just as unexpected as the first one. But this time he managed to calm down. Thank you, sir. He thanked the stranger with a resolute gaze, as one would their superior. Minato couldn't really help it, although kind, the strange man just had an authoritative demeanor, that coupled with his strength, It made it impossible for Minato not to treat him as an impromptu drill instructor. Kushina also noticed that, which led to her giving her savior/colleague an odd look. "What's your name?" The little girl looked up at their scary savior with a confused gaze. She was hoping to maybe recognize his name. "My name is Ken. I have another title, which I'm sure you'll learn. It's nice to finally meet you, however, Kushina. Kazue, your big brother, spoke very highly of you." At that point, Kushina was also starting to feel better. She immediately felt her bindings give way, the rope being ripped apart in an instant as she and Minato were both yanked to their feet. "No need to sit down while talking." The kind man spoke to them as he crossed his arms behind his back. "Why, you know my brother? How is he? I've not received many letters from them lately." Kushina immediately became excited. It was more than clear that they were no longer in danger. In Kushina's mind, they were the furthest from that as they could be. The man had not only untied her, he had killed the kidnappers that remained, he had acted with nothing but kindness towards them, and he also seemed to know her family. Minato also seemed to have similar thoughts, his fists clenched as he pondered on the day he would be able to grow as strong as Ken. "Your brother is fine. He is actually my teacher in Fuinjutsu, quite a talented individual." Kushina's eyes seemed to shine when she heard that. Talking about home was her one escape from her bullying. She didn't resent her father for sending her there, she knew their situation. Even now, things weren't entirely safe for the Uzumaki, which was why she wasn't called back home yet. Or so she figured out. She had no way of knowing what agreement her family and Konoha had reached. It was impossible for the Leaf to let her go, however, as she had become the Jinchuriki of their tailed beast around the time the Uzumaki clan was already faced with destruction. Now, it was impossible for Kushina to fully return to Uzashigakure. No one would bar her from visiting her home, of course. The two Leaf and Whirlpool were still allies. But she'd most likely end up married to someone in Konoha to strengthen her bonds to the city. It would likely be attempted in a manipulative way as well, not some forced arranged marriage. Hidden villages just had that way of doing things. Her father almost certainly knew that, so the relationships between the Leaf and the Whirlpool were bound to become a bit more strained in the future. Ken was well aware of those things. Kazue hadn't been quite upfront about the situation, but the blind monster was easily able to pick up on some things. "Are you here to bring me back to the Uzumaki clan?" The little girl seemed excited at the prospect. The assassin did notice the little girl giving Minato a sideways glance, and he could feel some disappointment from Minato as well. "Ah, to be young and in love again." The assassin pondered like an old man, which he technically wasn't that far off from. But it wasn't like he had ever been in love. Brushing off that thought, the assassin decided to finally respond and kill the suspense. "Oh, no such thing. I was just passing by and happened to notice the whole thing. I was tracking all of you down and decided to intervene." Kushina seemed to immediately deflate at Ken's answer. Her disappointment could be felt even by Minato, who patted her back, giving her a warm smile. Ken thought he'd feel some excitement or relief from the boy, but it seemed that he was actually feeling sad for her too. Damn! This kid really is honest, hey. It was almost as if he didn't have a bad bone in his body. Killing one of the kidnappers did indicate he wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty, but his innocence seemed to be untainted by that action. Well, I doubt he'd be that broken up killing someone to save his sweetheart anyway. He's also a shinobi at the end of the day. But he also seems like a good person. As the assassin was pondering that, he felt the two of them hugging, Minato giving Kushina a few warm pats on the back. "Ah! They!" The assassin just sighed as he coughed into his hand, breaking the two of them out of their immersions. They broke their hug, but neither seemed to feel disappointed about it, they just seemed embarrassed. Sorry for that. I was just hoping it doesn't matter anymore." "Thank you, Sir Ken." The little long-haired girl bowed her head to the assassin. She was embarrassed at having floundered about like that in front of her savior. Well, saviors, Minato was also there. And he was sweet enough to comfort her. But she'd have to think more about that later. She couldn't be rude to the person that helped both of them out. It's fine, Kazue did tell me you were an emotional girl, and that you put on a strong face. He did also mention he'd come to visit you sooner or later. Minato raised an eyebrow at the first part, before smiling once more and looking at Kushina with a bit of affection. He likely had figured that much out by himself already. Kushina seemed to be a bit stunted by hearing Ken air out her dirty laundry in front of Minato. But she couldn't help but smile when hearing the second part. Her brother was someone she hadn't gotten to spend much time with, he was always out on missions. But she knew him, and she remembered the few sweet moments they had fondly. He was one of the few family members she had left, and she wanted to meet him more, speak to him more. When she learned that her village was likely going to be exterminated, she entered a rather severe bout of depression. That, coupled with people picking on her for her hair color, led to her lashing out and beating bullies left and right. The fact that her home had survived had mellowed her out a bit, but she was still beating bullies left and right, frustrated with homesickness. But it was only a matter of time before she grew up a bit more and was able to visit on her own. And the fact that her brother would visit her just warmed her heart further. From your reaction, I think I'll tell him to visit you sooner rather than later. The assassin smiled warmly once more, this time patting the girl's head. Kushina was taken aback at first, much like Minato, but that hand simply gave her a feeling of safety. The man in front of them simply had no ulterior motives. Either that or he was the best actor to ever exist. This was why Minato didn't feel jealous at all when looking at the scene. He simply felt a strange warmth. But that warmth was soon interrupted, the atmosphere around them turning a lot colder. Ken's hand fell to the side, as his head angled towards the woods. You can all come out now. Not like you weaklings will ever be able to hide from me. Both Minato and Kushina were shocked to hear that change in tone. It was as if they were looking at a completely different person. From caring and warm, to callous, cold, distant. It further highlighted the contrast they had felt before. Ken really isn't a simple person, hey. Both Minato and Kushina couldn't help but think that. Then the worst-case scenario happened. More and more masked men appeared to surround them from all around the forest in front of them, advancing in a half-circle formation. There were easily 30 people there, which only spelt out trouble. Kushina gulped as her hands trembled a bit. Minato clenched his fists and grit his teeth, hoping for the best. What are you all up to? Are you working with the kidnappers? Ken asked as he crossed his arms. He asked a question with a rather obvious answer, his tone was cold and nonchalant. His forward and confident nature did manage to inspire trust in Kushina and Minato, who had almost forgotten that he had turned the last two shinobi to mush before they even had the chance to blink. Still, they were dealing with a lot more shinobi now, and they had no reason to believe they'd be any weaker. Sir, I doubt they're willing to talk things out at this point. Minato took out a kunai as he prepared to help. Kushina's hands trembled a bit, but she also took one of Minato's kunai and prepared to do her best. But they were stopped when Ken raised his hand towards them, waving them off unceremoniously. Don't bother, children. Let the adults handle such bloody matters. To others, it may have sounded a bit demeaning. But to Kushina and Minato? It just made them feel safe. But they were the only ones in that forest that felt safe, besides Ken, of course. In all honesty, I didn't want to dirty my hands further. Not today. But I don't really seem to have much choice, now do I? The unmasked assassin stepped forward, towards the people that were coming out of the woods. They stood still, a few even taking a step back when observing Ken. But not one of them spoke out, which Ken found weird. There was usually a leader for such operations, but all of them were quiet. To that, the blind monster could only sigh. Too brooding and mysterious to make any sounds, hey? That's fine. You'll be screaming in pain soon.